The moment he boarded the bus en route to the university, Jiang Han acquired the godly wealth system, embarking on an increasingly extravagant journey. Congratulations, host! You have received a novice gift package, which includes the globally limited sports car, the Voice of the Night. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Gradually, he became a man wielding control over the lifeblood of the global economy. Chapter 1. Reward Distribution, the Voice of the Night. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a warm and gentle glow upon Jiang Han's face. Seated by the window, he gazed at the ever-changing scenery outside, his heart brimming with both nostalgia and anticipation. Jiang Han had traversed 7 years in this present world. In his former life, he was merely a 9-to-5 office worker. Now he had grown up in the Sunshine City orphanage, a fate he had also endured in his previous life. Having been raised in an orphanage, he never expected to find himself in a similar situation in this life. This marked his very first departure from the familiar city. He had just graduated from high school and was about to pursue further studies at the Zhonghai Financial University, embarking on a new chapter of his life. The bus slowly departed from Sunshine City, and Jiang Han's gaze remained fixated on the outside world. Fields, quaint towns, and rivers. These familiar sights gradually receded, replaced by unfamiliar landscapes. His heart was filled with both aspirations for the future and a longing for the past. Although life in the orphanage had been arduous, it held his cherished memories and the faces of those he had come to know intimately. Ding! The godly wealth refund system is binding. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Han's mind, interrupting his thoughts. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing around, yet he found nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, a countdown, visible only to him, began to tick down. 29.28.3.2.1. Ding! System binding successful. You have received a globally limited Voice of the Night. The vehicle is parked at the Zhonghai Auto Station parking lot. Please claim it upon arrival. In that fleeting minute, Jiang Han was rendered speechless. He stared incredulously at the system panel that had materialized before him, murmuring to himself, "This must be a joke, right? Am I carsick? Am I hallucinating?" His heart raced, and his palms grew slightly clammy. The system panel before him shimmered with a faint light, displaying various information that seemed all too real. Jiang Han attempted to convince himself that it was merely a dream, yet the palpable sense of reality was inescapable. "Host, this is not an illusion." The mechanical voice echoed once more, as if it could penetrate his innermost thoughts. As the voice faded, Jiang Han slapped his own face, a sharp pain coursing through him. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his hand, then back at the system panel before him. "What the hell? Is this for real?" Jiang Han murmured in bewilderment once more. "Indeed, it is real. As long as the host engages in consumption, a random multiple return will be granted, and concurrently, the host will earn super rich points with every expenditure." The mechanical voice continued, laced with a hint of mockery. As it spoke, the system's marketplace materialized before Jiang Han's eyes. A plethora of skills appeared within the marketplace: culinary arts, combat, business acumen, with even the most basic culinary system requiring a staggering 5 million super rich points for acquisition. Jiang Han's mind was engulfed in chaos as he endeavored to digest this information. He had never fathomed encountering such an extraordinary situation, let alone acquiring a system. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and gazed once more at the system panel, confirming that this was not an illusion. A globally limited night whisper. Jiang Han repeated in a hushed tone the contents of the system reward, his heart brimming with curiosity and doubt. Throughout his life, he had never possessed any luxury items, let alone a limited edition luxury car. This unexpected reward filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation. He was uncertain of what this system would entail for him, and how he would navigate the life that lay ahead. Jiang Han's gaze turned once more to the window, as the bus ventured into an unfamiliar territory. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself. He understood that he was about to arrive in Zhonghai, and this system might very well alter the course of his existence. The bus continued its journey while Jiang Han's thoughts drifted far and wide. He envisioned his life in Zhonghai, imagining the surprises that the night whisper would bring him. His heart swelled with anticipation, yet there lingered a tinge of unease. As long as the host engages in consumption, a random multiple return will be granted. The mechanical voice echoed once again, as if reminding him. Jiang Han nodded, his gaze towards the scenery outside the bus window infused with a newfound sense of expectation. The 2-hour journey concluded swiftly amidst his anticipation, and as the bus gradually came to a halt, Jiang Han excitedly dragged his suitcase toward the parking lot. His heart brimmed with hopes for the future, accompanied by a profound curiosity regarding the night whisper reward. Ding! The host has arrived at the collection point. The car key has been placed in the compartment of the host's backpack. The system's voice resonated once more, prompting Jiang Han to swiftly remove his backpack for inspection. His fingers gently opened the compartment, and indeed, a finely crafted car key lay quietly within. The key's surface shimmered with a subtle metallic luster, engraved with the name Bugatti, exuding an air of sophistication. Jiang Han's heart raced. He had never imagined owning such an opulent sports car. He carefully picked up the car key, feeling its warmth, as if he could sense an intangible power emanating from it. After graduating from high school, the director of the orphanage had encouraged him to obtain a driver's license, always looking out for him and hoping for a brighter future. Jiang Han retrieved the car key, hoisting his suitcase, and made his way toward the parking lot. Upon entering the parking lot, he encountered two men engaged in conversation as they emerged. Their voices resonated distinctly in the expanse of the parking area. That car earlier must be worth tens of millions. Did they come to pick up a beauty? Or are they just idly riding the bus? One of them remarked with a laugh, his tone laced with jest. They're likely here to pick up a beauty. How could someone like that possibly take the bus? But I touched it earlier. I can now say I've laid hands on a Bugatti. Ha ha ha, the other replied, a proud expression adorning his face. Jiang Han, overhearing their conversation, felt a flicker of intrigue. He approached, dragging his suitcase, and with a polite smile asked, "Hey, what car are you talking about? Where is it?" "Oh, there's a Bugatti parked over there. Quick, go take a picture and post it on your social media." One of them pointed toward a gathering in the corner of the parking lot, his tone still tinged with mockery. "Oh, thank you, brother," Jiang Han replied with a smile, though a hint of nervousness fluttered within him. He remained uncertain about what kind of car he was about to behold and how he would face the gazes of those around him. With that, Jiang Han proceeded toward the crowd, his steps quickening, his heartbeat accelerating. He could feel his palms slightly perspiring, yet he maintained a calm smile on his face. In no time, he arrived before the vehicle. A sleek black Bugatti Night Whisper stood silently, surrounded by a throng of people fervently snapping photographs. The sunlight cascaded upon the car, reflecting dazzling rays, as if the vehicle itself were a masterpiece of art. Chapter 2. The Randomness of Returns. Sunlight cascaded upon the streets of Zhonghai, where the sycamore trees swayed gently in the breeze, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows on the pavement. Jiang Han stood at the entrance of the parking lot, his gaze fixated on the dark nightingale parked in the corner. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, as if an uncontrollable joy was bubbling in his chest. Stepping forward, Jiang Han gently pressed the unlock button on the car key. In an instant, the nightingale seemed to awaken, its headlights flickering momentarily, followed by a deep, resonant roar. The crowd that had gathered fell silent, only to be broken by an awestruck exclamation. "Wow, it lit up." Hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Jiang Han's lips as he approached, dragging his suitcase behind him. He opened the passenger door and cautiously stowed his luggage inside before, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he settled into the driver's seat. The interior was plush and comfortable, as though tailored just for him. Gently closing the door, he savored the luxurious ambience within, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The previously bustling crowd fell into a hush, all breaths held as they fixated on the nightingale. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han turned the key, and the engine roared to life, proclaiming its formidable power. The onlookers instinctively parted, creating a pathway as he slowly exited the parking lot, their envious gazes following him. As he left the parking lot, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. "Newbie binding reward successfully claimed. Reward return multiplier set at 5. Begin your extravagant life." Jiang Han smiled faintly, his heart brimming with anticipation. He parked the vehicle by the roadside and retrieved an old smartphone. Opening a novel titled The Godly Rich System, starting from entering campus on his bookshelf in the Tomato novel app. Without hesitation, he donated the entire 3,000 yuan living allowance bestowed by the principal to the platform. Transaction successful. Acquired 3,000 godly points. Congratulations, host. You have received a tenfold return. The system's voice chimed, immediately followed by a notification from his phone. Jiang Han glanced at his device, and the message confirming a deposit of 30,000 yuan sent his excitement into overdrive. His heart raced, and an uncontainable joy lit up his face. "System, is this money from legitimate sources?" Jiang Han inquired with a hint of apprehension, not wishing to attract unnecessary troubles due to this windfall. "Rest assured, host, the funds rewarded by this system are recognized through the stock market, and transaction records are available for explanation," the system assured him, its tone soothing. With this reassurance, Jiang Han felt considerably more at ease. He continued driving towards Zhonghai Financial University. The sunlight streamed through the car windows, warming his face, as if heralding a promising future ahead. As he neared his destination, the fuel gauge of the Nightingale suddenly lit up with a warning light, accompanied by a faint alarm. Jiang Han chuckled helplessly, saying, "System, can't you just fill the tank for me?" With that, he activated the navigation system, searching for the nearest gas station and headed in that direction. The Nightingale glided through the streets of Shanghai, drawing countless gazes from passers-by. People halted in their tracks, their expressions filled with envy and astonishment, as if the car itself were a piece of exquisite art. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at the gas station, parking in front of the 98-octane fuel pump. He stepped out of the car and addressed the attendant, "Fill it up, please, and charge it to a 30,000 yuan card." The attendant nodded, skillfully taking the fuel pump and began refueling the Nightingale. Jiang Han stood beside the car, watching the numbers on the gauge climb steadily, filled with a sense of fulfillment. He could feel the attention of those around him, but instead of feeling self-conscious, he reveled in the spotlight. Sunlight bathed the streets of Shanghai, the air infused with the faint scent of gasoline and the city's hustle and bustle. Seated in the driver's seat of the Nightingale, Jiang Han was enveloped in excitement and anticipation. His recent experience at the gas station had instilled in him a newfound confidence in the system. He knew he had embarked on a path unlike any other. "System, is the return multiplier random?" Jiang Han asked as he navigated the car, curiosity lacing his voice. "Indeed, host. The return multipliers awarded by the system are entirely random, with a minimum of 1x and a maximum of 100x. The system's mechanical voice echoed again, seemingly reminding him of its formidable capabilities. Nodding, Jiang Han contemplated the implications. This meant that each expenditure could yield substantial returns. He simply needed to seize opportunities to enhance his life. The car cruised along the streets of Shanghai, Jiang Han's eyes occasionally drifting to the scenery. Shanghai was a vibrant city, with towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, brimming with the essence of modern urban life. He could feel the city's heartbeat, as though he had melded into its rhythm. Transaction successful, 30,000 godly points acquired, triggering a 7-fold return. The system's alert sounded once more, followed closely by a banking notification. Jiang Han glanced at his phone, and the message indicating a deposit of 210,000 yuan sent a jolt of exhilaration through him, his face alight with uncontainable joy. "This system is truly remarkable," Jiang Han murmured to himself, his heart swelling with hope for the future. He was aware that he now possessed a tool capable of altering his fate. He merely needed to utilize it wisely. The car continued onward, soon arriving at the entrance of Shanghai Financial University. A grand stone monument stood at the gate, adorned with golden characters spelling out the university's name. The sunlight illuminated the monument, making it gleam brilliantly. Jiang Han parked in the temporary parking area by the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the vehicle. The Nightingale's door closed with a crisp sound, announcing its presence. Surrounding students cast curious glances in his direction, and Jiang Han sensed the envy and admiration in their gazes. Lifting his eyes to the university gates, anticipation filled his heart. This institution was his dream destination, and he had never envisioned arriving in such a manner. Dragging his suitcase, he approached the entrance with resolute steps. As he entered the campus, Jiang Han was captivated by the picturesque scenery before him. The grounds were adorned with verdant trees and blooming flowers, with tidy pathways winding through. In the distance stood modern educational buildings, their rooftops gleaming under the sun, creating a magnificent sight. Jiang Han could feel the serenity and harmony enveloping the campus, as if it were an idyllic paradise, detached from the world. He pulled his suitcase along the path, each step infused with aspiration for the future. Uncertain of what awaited him in this new chapter, he knew nonetheless that it marked the beginning of a remarkable journey. Chapter 3. Suyao. Jiang Han dragged his suitcase along the path towards the dormitory. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves overhead, creating patches of light on the ground, while a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. Having just arrived from his hometown to this unfamiliar city, he felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. The registration area was set up outside the school's gymnasium, where a long line twisted and turned. Jiang Han stood at the end of the queue, occasionally glancing around. The campus buzzed with the vibrant energy of newcomers. Students laden with luggage and dragging suitcases, alongside enthusiastic volunteers assisting with directions. Finally, it was Jiang Han's turn. He straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and approached the registration table. Seated at the table was a young woman, approximately 1.68 meters tall, the epitome of an ideal height. Her skin was porcelain white, reminiscent of finely crafted china, exuding an air of cool elegance. Her facial features were striking, particularly her eyes, large and bright, like two sparkling gemstones. She wore her hair in a sleek ponytail, its lustrous black strands framing her face with a few delicate wisps that added a touch of vivacity. Clad in a pale blue dress with a subtly open neckline that revealed her exquisite collarbone, she exuded an enchanting charm. Around her neck hung a necklace, its silver chain glistening under the sunlight, enhancing her ethereal purity. The moment Jiang Han's gaze fell upon her, he was utterly captivated. His heart raced, and a warm flush crept across his cheeks, as if struck by an electric current. He willed himself to regain composure and redirected his attention to the registration paperwork. "Hello, classmate. Please hand me your admission notice and ID," she said, her voice melodious and clear, reminiscent of a mountain stream, instantly calming Jiang Han's racing heart. "Oh, all right." Jiang Han, somewhat flustered, fumbled through his pocket and handed over the documents. She received them with grace, scrutinizing each detail with an air of poise. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Han studied her closely. Her features radiated an intellectual charm, as if she had stepped out of the pages of a comic as the leading lady. Her slender, fair fingers turned the pages of the documents with a delicate finesse that left Jiang Han entranced. "Your name is Jiang Han, correct?" She looked up, her smile warm and inviting. "Yes, that's right." Jiang Han nodded, his voice low and slightly tremulous. "Welcome to Zhonghai Financial University. Here is your registration certificate." Along with a campus map and a freshman handbook, she returned the documents to him, her smile genuine and reassuring. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time." "Thank you." As Jiang Han accepted the papers, a wave of warmth surged through him. Her smile instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if he had already found a fragment of belonging in this unfamiliar place. "Not at all. I wish you a wonderful time at Zhonghai Financial University." With a slight smile, she lowered her head to assist the next student in line. Jiang Han turned to leave, still savoring the exchange they had just shared. Her voice, her smile, her very presence left an indelible impression on him. He couldn't help but glance back. She remained focused on her tasks, sunlight casting a golden halo around her. Dragging his suitcase behind him, Jiang Han strolled along the path towards the dormitory. His spirits soared, as if the fatigue of earlier had been swept away. He felt that perhaps this school and this city would not be so alien after all. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at his designated dormitory. The building, aged and steeped in history, was adorned with climbing vines, exuding an air of serenity. Upon entering, he discovered 3 fellow students already present. The dormitory was modest in size but maintained a neat appearance, with 4 beds arranged in an orderly fashion, each accompanied by a desk and a wardrobe. "Our dorm is complete," one of the boys exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Jiang Han. "Hello, I'm Jiang Han," he replied, setting down his luggage with a smile. "I'm Liang." The boy enthusiastically extended his hand, and Jiang Han shook it warmly. "Wang Zhe." A slightly plump boy nodded from his bed. "Zhang Yu." The final boy stood by the door, holding a basketball, radiating a sunny disposition. "By the way, you'd better hurry and unpack. We need to head to class soon," Liang urged with a grin. Jiang Han nodded and approached the vacant bed at the back, beginning to organize his belongings. He opened his suitcase, folding clothes neatly into the wardrobe and arranging his books on the shelf. As he tidied up, he chatted intermittently with his roommates, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. "Hey, did you guys see that beautiful girl during registration?" Liang suddenly asked, excitement lighting up his face. "I did. She was stunning, but I had an upperclassman assist me, so I didn't get a chance to speak with her." Zhang Yu lamented, a hint of regret in his tone. Are you talking about the one with the ponytail and the light blue dress?" Jiang Han interjected, a flicker of anticipation in his heart. "Exactly. That SR Department flower, Su Yao. She is also the campus belle of Zhonghai Financial University." Wang Zhe chimed in, pride evident in his voice. "Su Yao?" Jiang Han repeated the name, a subtle thrill coursing through him. It suited her perfectly, cool and elegant. "Indeed. Senior Su Yao is a legendary figure at our school. Not only is she beautiful, but she also excels academically. I hear she is the vice president of the student council," Liang added, his eyes filled with admiration. "Wow, that is impressive." Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim, his impression of Su Yao deepening. "Absolutely. Senior Su Yao is known by everyone here. Whenever she appears, a throng of admirers is sure to follow," Zhang Yu exaggerated, as if describing a superstar. "Do you guys have her contact information?" Jiang Han couldn't resist asking, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Haha, Jiang Han. You're already aiming for the campus belle on your first day." Liang laughed heartily, giving Jiang Han a friendly pat on the shoulder. "But you should know, Senior Su Yao is quite aloof. It's not easy to get close to her. Indeed, she is always surrounded by admirers, making it quite challenging to approach her." Wang Zhe concurred, a hint of envy in his tone. Jiang Han felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. He offered an awkward smile and decided not to pursue the topic further. Deep down, he understood that his attraction to Su Yao was purely superficial, rooted in her appearance and demeanor, and that he knew far too little about her to consider any notions of pursuit. "All right, Let us not tease Jiang Han anymore. We should hurry to class so we're not late, Li Yang suggested, glancing at the time. Sure. Jiang Han finished packing and exited the dormitory with his roommates, making their way toward the financial department classroom. As they walked along the campus paths, Jiang Han felt an exhilarating lightness in his heart. The sun warmed his skin, and a gentle breeze brought with it a refreshing air. Observing his cheerful roommates, a wave of warmth washed over him. Although he had just arrived in this unfamiliar city, he believed that with friends like these, he would surely find his place here. Chapter 4. It seems that Senior Su Yao is looking at me. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the lecture hall, casting playful patterns on the floor that danced gently with the breeze. Freshmen from the financial department trickled into the classroom, their voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu walked in together, laughing and chatting as they casually found seats by the window. I've heard that our mentor this time is quite impressive. I wonder what kind of teacher he will be, Zhang Yu mused, setting down his backpack. Whoever it is, as long as they're not too strict. It's all good, Wang Zhe shrugged dismissively, his gaze wandering around the classroom. Jiang Han smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as he quietly observed his surroundings. He noted that most of the seats were already filled, with students engaged in hushed conversations, the air thick with a sense of freshness and anticipation. He relished this vibrant atmosphere, as if new beginnings always held boundless possibilities. Before long, the classroom was filled to capacity. Students whispered to one another, flipped through textbooks, and fiddled with their phones. Just then, the door to the classroom creaked open, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A man in his 30s entered, clad in a dark suit, his hair neatly combed back, and a gentle smile gracing his face. Following him was a girl in a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her features delicate and her gaze imbued with warmth. Her presence instantly invigorated the air in the classroom. Jiang Han, look, it's Su Yao, Li Yang suddenly exclaimed with excitement, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, following Li Yang's gaze to see a girl smiling as she entered the classroom. He recognized her name, Su Yao, a prominent figure in the finance department. Not only academically accomplished, but also strikingly beautiful, revered as a goddess by many of the boys. Isn't Senior Su Yao in her 4th year? What brings her to our freshman classroom? Jiang Han inquired, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Ahem. Fellow students, today marks our first meeting. I am Zhou Ting, your homeroom teacher for finance class 2. Zhou Ting cleared his throat, his voice resonant and commanding, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He scanned the classroom, noticing the fervent gazes of the boys fixated on Su Yao. With a slight smile, he continued, you lads should temper your gazes. This is your senior Su Yao, who will serve as our teaching assistant. Hello, juniors. I am Su Yao. I look forward to your support. Su Yao greeted with a bright smile, her voice melodious and clear, akin to a babbling brook in the mountains. As she spoke, her eyes casually swept across the classroom, and when they landed in Jiang Han's direction, she offered a gentle smile, her gaze imbued with warmth. This moment did not escape the notice of Wang Zhe, who sat beside Jiang Han. Hey, it seems like Senior Su Yao is looking at me. She even smiled at me, Wang Zhe exclaimed excitedly, a proud grin spreading across his face. Cut it out. Senior Su Yao is definitely looking at me, Li Yang immediately retorted, his tone laced with a hint of defiance. Watching the two bicker, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile slightly, yet he felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He sensed a familiarity in Su Yao's smile, as if he had encountered it before. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel this odd feeling, redirecting his focus back to Zhou Ting. Seeing that the students' emotions had settled, Zhou Ting continued, today marks the commencement of your university life. I hope you will discover your direction here, strive for excellence, and make continuous progress. The finance department is a realm filled with challenges and opportunities, and I believe each of you will find your rightful place here. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each student before resting on Su Yao, nodding slightly to signal her to continue. Stepping forward, Su Yao took over the narrative. Juniors, I am your teaching assistant, Su Yao. I am here to assist you in your studies and daily life. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time. I hope you all find joy and fulfillment during your time here. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, fostering a harmonious atmosphere within the classroom. Jiang Han looked at Su Yao, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He was uncertain what surprises this beautiful senior would bring, but he believed that the days ahead would indeed be splendid. All right, everyone. Today's class is primarily for introductions. We will formally commence lessons tomorrow, and your military training will also begin then. Zhou Ting's voice resonated in the classroom, eliciting nods from the students, their faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and nervousness. After concluding his remarks, Zhou Ting departed alongside Su Yao, instantly lightening the atmosphere as students began to chat in small groups, discussing the upcoming courses and military training. Hey, if all goes well, the four of us are destined to become great buddies. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. I know a fantastic restaurant nearby, Li Yong said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Jiang Han smiled faintly and nodded. Sounds good. I'm quite hungry too. You're from Zhonghai? Jiang Han asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I'm from Zhonghai Ning, you know. Li Yong responded with a local dialect, pride evident on his face. Wow, a local, Zhang Yu remarked, laughter coloring his voice, tinged with playful teasing. Come on, you're so obviously from Beijing. Your accent practically screams it. Wang Zhe chimed in, a teasing glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yu laughed, the sound echoing through the classroom and drawing the attention of nearby students. Jiang Han observed their banter, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He relished this light-hearted atmosphere, as if all feelings of estrangement had shattered in that moment. He glanced around the classroom, noting that students were chatting in small groups, all wearing smiles. This warm ambience evoked a long-lost sense of belonging within him. Wait here while I go register for the vehicle pass, Li Yong said with a grin, a tinge of apology in his voice. Sure, hurry back, Wang Zhe responded, giving Li Yong a friendly pat on the shoulder. Chapter 5, Living Off Soft Rice. You've missed your chance. The four of them laughed as they exited the classroom. Jiang Han and his companions returning to their dormitory, while Li Yong headed to the campus security office to process his vehicle pass. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the pathways of the campus, as a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Back in the dormitory, Wang Zhe stretched languidly on his bed and then asked, by the way, Jiang Han, Zhang Yu, where are you two from? I'm from Yangqing, Jiang Han replied, a relaxed smile on his face. I hail from Jinling, Zhang Yu added, pride evident in his tone. Hey, you can tell my accent, can't you? I want to reveal it. Wang Zhe chuckled, scratching his head with an endearing grin. As he spoke, Wang Zhe sat at his desk, opening his laptop, and inquired, do you two play video games? We should team up in the dorm. Definitely. I'm a diamond in League of Legends, Zhang Yu proclaimed proudly, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Wow, impressive. I'm only a gold, Wang Zhe exclaimed, as if he had found a reliable ally for climbing ranks, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Han, do you play games? Zhang Yu asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. I haven't even bought a computer yet. I'll head to the mall to get one after dinner. You guys can show me the ropes, Jiang Han replied, a note of eagerness in his expression. All right, let us all go after dinner, Wang Zhe said, his face radiating excitement. As the trio conversed, Li Yong pushed the door open and entered, exclaiming, let us go. The car is downstairs. With that, the four newly acquainted young men departed the dormitory and made their way downstairs. A sleek black Mercedes G63 stood silently, its body gleaming under the sunlight, exuding an aura of luxury. Wow, the new G63 Night Edition. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he gazed at the luxurious vehicle, envy dancing on his face. Hop in, Li Yong said cheerfully, opening the door. They all climbed into the car, with Wang Zhe taking the front seat, while Jiang Han and Zhang Yu settled in the back. As the car roared to life, Wang Zhe chuckled, Li Yong, you're quite the catch. Who knew you were a rich second generation, right? Except for the underwear. I can't see anything on you and Zhang Yu that doesn't cost a fortune. That Nautilus watch of yours, at least 100,000, right? Li Yong teased, sizing up Zhang Yu with a playful grin. Wow, do you have X-ray vision? Zhang Yu retorted, laughing, a playful smirk on his face. Jiang Han, sitting in the back, observed the playful exchange with a sense of contemplation. He had long sensed that these three were not ordinary. Their attire bore designer labels, and their demeanor was distinctly refined. However, he was not surprised, as he too hailed from a well-off family. He smiled gently, choosing to remain silent and simply enjoy the banter. As the car gradually departed from the campus, Li Yong, while driving, remarked, Hey, I just heard that our school seems to have welcomed a super rich second-generation heir. When I went to apply for a parking permit earlier, someone mentioned that there was a Bugatti parked across from our school. Apparently, a young man was seen carrying a suitcase from it into our school. A male, mind you. I'm not particularly interested in that. If it were a young lady, however, I might be quite intrigued. Who knows? I could even enjoy some luxurious living. Zhang Yu, catching on, chimed in with a teasing smile. Ha, enjoying luxurious living. Among us in the dorm, I must say the one most eligible for it is Jiang Han. I can't deny that Jiang Han's looks indeed surpass mine by a smidgen, Li Yong responded, his eyes glimmering with playful banter. Hey, you three rich second-generation heirs. Why are you poking fun at me? Do any of you have sisters or younger siblings? I would greatly appreciate an introduction, as I would be more than willing to enjoy some luxurious living. Jiang Han laughed, his expression laced with jest. Haha, Jiang Han, your words are amusing. I actually have a younger sister, but she is still in high school, Liang replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection. I have a younger sister too, but she is several years younger and still in elementary school, Zhang Yu added, a touch of helplessness evident on his face. I have a cousin, but she is already married, so I doubt you stand a chance. Wang Zhe joined in the banter, a smirk on his face. Haha. Then I guess I'll just have to wait for your sisters to grow up. Jiang Han chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The four of them continued to chat and laugh, the atmosphere wonderfully harmonious. The car meandered along the city streets, sunlight streaming through the windows and warming their faces. Jiang Han gazed out at the scenery, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation. He cherished this light-hearted ambience, as if all feelings of estrangement were shattered in that moment. Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu exhibited none of the airs often associated with the wealthy, and soon they arrived at an upscale restaurant. After Liang parked the car, the four entered the establishment. Welcome. How many in your party? The server greeted them with enthusiasm upon their entrance. 4. Do you have a private room? Liang inquired. Certainly, this way, please. The server responded, leading them into a cozy private room. Jiang Han, you order? Choose whatever you desire. Liang cheerfully handed the menu to Jiang Han. You're treating, so you should choose. Jiang Han replied with a smile. Oh, come on. Just order. Don't be shy. After all, we'll be together for 4 years. Liang urged playfully. Go ahead. We have no idea what's good here. You take the lead. Jiang Han encouraged, still smiling. With no further objections, Liang took the menu and ordered the restaurant's specialties. Jiang Han. Right next door is the Global Plaza. After we finish eating, the 3 of us will accompany you to buy a computer. Zhang Yu exclaimed, grinning. All right. Thanks. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. A computer? I haven't bought a laptop yet. I've always used a desktop at home. I'll also get one later. Liang added with enthusiasm. What games do you play, Liang? Wang Zhe asked, a chuckle escaping his lips. Of course, it's League of Legends. I've played thousands of matches as Yasuo. We'll team up later. Liang replied, laughter in his tone. Yasuo, huh? Wang Zhe teased. What do you mean by that? I carry every match as Yasuo. Liang retorted. Haha. No worries. Our dorm has a diamond-level expert to guide us. Wang Zhe declared. A diamond expert? Who is that? What rank? Liang inquired. In response, Wang Zhe nodded toward Zhang Yu, who Liang then looked at in disbelief. Wow. I never noticed. What rank are you? Just finished my placement matches. I'm Diamond 2. Zhang Yu replied, grinning. You just hit Diamond 2 this new season? Last season you were a challenger? Liang exclaimed, astonished. Hee. Keeping it low-key. Zhang Yu laughed. Impressive. Make sure to carry me. I don't even play ranked. My highest is platinum. Liang's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as if he had found a solid ally. Chapter 6. Wow. You've been hiding your talents well. While relishing their delightful meal, the four engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere joyous. The aroma of delectable food wafted through the air, accompanied by the laughter of fellow students, creating a remarkably warm environment. Jiang Han, observing his friends beside him, felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. This relaxed atmosphere allowed him to fully unwind. As if all his worries had been cast aside, after finishing their meal and settling the bill, the four made their way toward the Global Plaza. This shopping center is one of the largest in the city, featuring a plethora of high-end brands and electronic products. Sunlight streamed through the glass facade of the mall, casting dazzling patterns on the floor. With a clear purpose, the four headed straight to an Alienware computer specialty store upon entering the Global Plaza. The store's modern decor featured a striking black glass door emblazoned with the Alienware logo. The soft lighting inside highlighted various models of computers on display, each exuding a sense of advanced technology. Hello, gentlemen. How can I assist you today? A friendly staff member approached them with a professional smile. We're looking to buy laptops. Could you provide us with some recommendations? Liang said confidently. The staff member began to introduce the computers, detailing the specifications and performance of each model, occasionally demonstrating their speed and visual effects by typing on the keyboards. Jiang Han glanced at the prices, noticing they generally ranged between 20 to 30,000, which caused him to pause momentarily. He recalled the amount he had received from the system rewards. Clearly, these prices exceeded his expectations. Under the staff member's guidance, Liang quickly selected a laptop priced over 30,000. He nodded in satisfaction, stating, let us go with this one. The performance seems quite decent. Jiang Han, meanwhile, wandered around and soon set his sights on a high-end desktop computer. This machine boasted impressive specifications with a staggering price tag exceeding 80,000, alongside a monitor priced at over 30,000. His heart stirred at the sight of the computer. He had a penchant for high-performance devices, especially for gaming and studying. This was undoubtedly an optimal choice. Jiang Han, getting this desktop for the dorm might be a bit excessive, don't you think? Wang Zhe leaned in, whispering teasingly in Jiang Han's ear. Wow, you startled me, Jiang Han exclaimed, slightly trembling from the sudden comment, a look of surprise crossing his face. You're still students, right? A laptop would be more convenient for school. Plus, this setup is rather pricey. The staff member approached, concern etched on his face. No worries. As long as I like it. I'll take this setup. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting determination. He turned to Li Yong and asked, "Have you made your choice?" "Yes, I have." Li Yong looked at Jiang Han, a hint of incredulity on his face. He didn't expect Jiang Han to choose such an expensive setup, but refrained from commenting further. "All right, let us tally up the total," Jiang Han said, his tone composed. The staff member quickly began calculating the total, his fingers deftly maneuvering the calculator. Moments later, he looked up and announced, "The total comes to 210,774 yuan. Let us round it to 210,000, Jiang Han suggested with a smile. "Absolutely. No problem," the staff member responded, his face lighting up with delight. With that, Jiang Han produced his bank card and accompanied the staff member to the front counter, where the staff member expertly processed the payment, swiftly completing the transaction. Jiang Han accepted the bank card with a slight smile and turned back to rejoin Li Yong, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu. At the very moment the payment was successfully completed, a system notification echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the purchase and receiving a tenfold refund. Remaining refund opportunities, too. Almost immediately, Jiang Han's phone vibrated, and he glanced down to see two bank messages pop up simultaneously. One indicated a spending of 210,774 yuan, while the other announced an income of 1 million yuan. Wow, Jiang Han, you are truly the most enigmatic one in our dormitory. Li Yong casually remarked upon seeing Jiang Han's text, his surprise evident at the sight of over 1 million in the balance. Although he too was a wealthy second generation, his family would never provide him with such a sum at once. They merely bestowed upon him a credit card for his discretionary use. Jiang Han chuckled at this and replied, "Since you treated us to a meal, I'll take you all out for some fun later. But first, I need to buy a few things. I remember your mall offers delivery. Please send our purchases to Dormitory 302 at Zhonghai Financial University." Li Yong addressed the store attendant. "Certainly. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right away." The attendant responded with a smile. Nodding, Li Yong led the four of them out of the computer store. "I'll transfer you the money in a bit," Li Yong said cheerfully. "Come on, let us go buy some outfits." Jiang Han replied with a smile. "Haha, sounds good." Wang Zhe laughed. Soon, the four friends left the alien merchandise store, chatting and laughing as they wandered about. As they strolled, they entered a luxury watch boutique, and their presence quickly attracted the attention of a glamorous saleswoman. Upon noticing the group, her eyes sparkled with excitement, for apart from Jiang Han, each of them was adorned in garments worth tens of thousands. "Hello, handsome gentlemen. May I show you our collection?" The saleswoman approached them with an inviting smile. "Don't show me. My friend will be making the purchase." "Show him." Li Yong pointed at Jiang Han. The saleswoman then realized that Li Yong, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu were clearly not ordinary wealthy heirs. Despite their youth, each of them wore attire worth over 100,000, especially Li Yong, whose watch alone was valued at over 400,000. The saleswoman stepped closer to Jiang Han, who had already leaned over the counter admiring a watch. "Do you have a particular style you fancy? I can retrieve it for you to try on." Jiang Han nodded and pointed to a Rolex Daytona, saying, "Please bring that one for me to try." The saleswoman quickly retrieved the golden Daytona and carefully helped Jiang Han put it on. "What do you think?" Jiang Han asked, smiling at his friends. "Hee, with that watch, you look even more like a spendthrift," Li Yong teased. Jiang Han chuckled in response, but his gaze soon landed on a Richard Mille watch priced at over 1.8 million. "Bring this one out for me to see as well," Jiang Han said with a smile, admiring the white ceramic timepiece. The saleswoman promptly fetched the watch and placed it on Jiang Han's wrist once more. After inspecting it, Jiang Han grinned and said, "I'll take these too." "Really?" the saleswoman asked in disbelief. "Absolutely," Jiang Han confirmed with a smile. The saleswoman immediately took out a calculator to tally the total. "Sir, that will be 15 million yuan. Would you be okay with 1 million? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han smirked internally. He had initially intended to negotiate, but found that unnecessary now. "Swipe the card," he declared simply. Chapter 7. Let us go and have some fun. Jiang Han's succinct command left the saleswoman utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that this young man, appearing no older than 20, would so effortlessly spend 2 million in less than half an hour. Her expression froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Hey, the card has been swiped," Li Yong said, lightly patting the saleswoman on the shoulder with a teasing tone. "I'm so sorry," the saleswoman replied, her face flushing slightly as she appeared flustered. She hurried to the cash register, retrieved the POS machine, and Jiang Han handed over his bank card, swiftly completing the transaction. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the purchase and acquiring 1 million God points." Triggered a threefold return. The system notification resounded in Jiang Han's mind, and shortly after, his phone received 2 text messages just as before. "I'll take this one, and please pack the other for me," Jiang Han said with a composed tone, his eyes sweeping over the store's decor with serene confidence. Upon hearing Jiang Han's request, the saleswoman swiftly complied, carefully wrapping the Daytona. She handed the packaged watch to Jiang Han with a hint of apology, saying, "Sir, here is your watch. Please take care. Let us go." Jiang Han smiled, and together with his 3 companions, they exited the store. The sun bathed them in warmth, uplifting their spirits. As they walked, Jiang Han absent-mindedly opened his phone and accessed the Douyin short video app, promptly recharging 6 million into his account. His fingers glided across the screen with fluidity and ease. The moment the recharge was successful, another system notification echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction and acquiring 6 million God points. Triggered a 2-fold return. Refund opportunities exhausted." The system's alert lingered in Jiang Han's mind, and a satisfied smile unconsciously crept across his face. The 4 continued their leisurely exploration of the mall, and Jiang Han's gaze fell upon a luxury goods store. The shop's opulent decor shone under the sunlight, the golden sign glimmering dazzlingly. Jiang Han pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Li Yong, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu closely following. Inside, the lighting was soft, and a subtle fragrance of perfume filled the air, providing a refreshing ambience. The store staff greeted them with enthusiastic smiles as they approached. "Gentlemen, welcome. Would you like to learn about our new arrivals?" A well-dressed female attendant inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Just browsing," Jiang Han replied with a slight smile. His tone relaxed. His gaze swept across the store, eventually landing on several stylish garments. "Please wrap these up for me," Jiang Han instructed, pointing decisively at a few pieces of clothing. The attendant quickly retrieved the items, carefully packaging them before handing them to Jiang Han. "And these shoes as well. Please include them," he added. The staff exchanged glances, astonished by Jiang Han's extravagant purchasing spree. They hadn't anticipated this youthful customer would so generously splurge on such high-end products. In just over an hour, Jiang Han indulged like a newly affluent individual, eagerly acquiring a new phone, new clothes, and new shoes, as if he intended to collect all the luxury items within reach. His actions were smooth and unhurried, exuding an air of calm confidence, resembling more of a connoisseur, selecting his favorite toys rather than a mere consumer. "Let us go. Let us have some fun," Jiang Han exclaimed, looking at Li Yong, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His voice resonated in the air, filled with anticipation and vitality. "Where to for the fun?" Li Yong inquired with a smile, a glimmer of curiosity dancing in his eyes. He gazed at Jiang Han, his heart brimming with anticipation, wondering what delightful place this new companion would lead them to. "As a local, the choice is yours. I shall foot the bill," Jiang Han replied with a grin, his tone imbued with a touch of generosity. His eyes swept over the trio, his face reflecting eagerness. He was aware that Li Yong, being a native, surely knew of some entertaining spots. Li Yong regarded Jiang Han with a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by excitement. He nodded and declared, "All right then. I shall take you to a place of amusement." In no time, the group arrived at an upscale bar near Global Plaza. The bar's exterior exuded opulence, its golden sign shimmering in the night, magnificently striking. Several impeccably dressed security personnel stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Li Yong and his companions approach, they promptly welcomed them. Upon entering the bar, they were greeted by flickering lights and pulsating music reverberating throughout the venue. Multicolored beams danced across the ceiling, shifting rhythmically with the tempo of the music. The air was perfumed with a subtle blend of alcohol and fragrance, instantly enveloping them in an atmosphere of luxury. As a local dandy, Li Yong was no stranger to such establishments. The bar manager, spotting Li Yang's arrival, hurried over with a warm smile. "Young Master Li," the bar manager greeted, his expression laced with respect. "Do not mind me. Tonight, my friend is treating," Li Yong replied cheerfully, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Han, his eyes sparkling with expectation. "Please, this way." The manager, upon hearing this, led the 4 to a cozy booth and beckoned, summoning 10 stunning ladies who approached with sweet smiles. "Ensure the 4 young masters are well taken care of," the manager instructed, his tone carrying an authoritative edge. "Charge 1 million on the card. We will certainly be frequent visitors," Jiang Han asserted calmly to the bar manager, his demeanor exuding confidence as his eyes surveyed the surroundings. "Certainly. May I inquire how to address this young master?" the bar manager asked, his curiosity piqued. "Jiang Han, Wang Zhe, Zhang Yu." Li Yong introduced them to the manager with a smile. "Young Master Jiang, Young Master Wang, Young Master Zhang." The bar manager responded with a grin, and soon after, a server arrived with a card reader. Jiang Han swiftly completed the transaction with fluid motions, bringing in a couple more to attend to the 4 young masters. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. The bar manager commanded the male server. After the transaction was completed, the bar's large screen displayed prominent subtitles. Welcome. Young Master Jiang, Young Master Wang, Young Master Zhang, Young Master Li. The lights then focused on their booth, as an array of bunny girls approached, each holding various drinks and snacks, placing them elegantly on the table. Adorned in alluring bunny costumes, they wore sweet smiles and moved with gentle, practiced grace. Chapter 8. What a coincidence. Here to catch you all. Jiang Han sat at the center of the booth, his gaze somewhat dazed as the lights flickered. Observing the spectacle before him, his heart was filled with a sense of surrealism. The lavish scenery and fervent interactions were so foreign, yet irresistibly captivating. Such experiences had been beyond his reach in his past life, yet now they were tantalizingly close. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, drifting far and wide. Jiang Han, let loose and enjoy. What are you lost in thought about? Li Yang exclaimed, raising his glass, his voice cutting through the cacophony of music with clarity. His face radiated excitement, filled with anticipation for Jiang Han's response. Snapped back to reality by Li Yang's call, Jiang Han offered a faint smile, lifting his glass and gently swirling the liquid within, creating ripples. Cheers. He responded loudly, his voice imbued with a touch of exuberance. The lights around them flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on each face, making the atmosphere lively and vibrant. The music's pulsating rhythm resonated, compelling hearts to beat in sync. The crowd swayed to the music, the ambience electric and frenzied. Jiang Han found himself invigorated by the atmosphere, feeling entirely at ease. Gradually, the four young men, newly initiated into university life, immersed themselves in intimate interactions with the bar's lovely attendants. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu shed their initial shyness, reveling in the night's splendor. They engaged in conversations and danced with the enchanting ladies, laughter and cheers echoing around them. Seated at the center of the booth, Jiang Han was surrounded by several beautiful women clad in enticing bunny outfits, all sporting delightful smiles. One of the ladies presented him with a drink, softly saying, "Young master, have a sip." Her voice was gentle and melodious, laced with sweetness. Jiang Han smiled slightly, accepting the glass and taking a delicate sip. The drink was slightly sweet with a hint of spice, warming him as it slid down his throat. He gazed at the captivating lady before him, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. This luxurious lifestyle, this sensation of being surrounded by admirers, was utterly novel to him. "Thank you," he said with a soft smile. "You're most welcome, young master," she replied softly, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She looked at Jiang Han, surprised by his remarkable poise and generous spirit, completely captivated by him. Jiang Han set down his glass, scanning the surroundings, spotting Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu all reveling in the night. Li Yang was dancing with a lady, his movements fluid and confident, while Wang Zhe sat on the sofa, engaging in conversation with several women, a hint of shyness on his face but excitement gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Yu was engrossed in a dice game with a lady, his expression focused. Jiang Han smiled gently, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He relished this atmosphere, relished the sensation of camaraderie among friends. He knew that this night would etch itself into the annals of their university lives as an unforgettable chapter. Time flew by in joyous revelry, and before they knew it, midnight approached. The atmosphere in the bar intensified, the music growing ever louder. Jiang Han surveyed the surroundings, his heart swelling with reflection. He understood that this night was merely the beginning, with countless more exhilarating adventures awaiting him. Meanwhile, other freshmen at the school had already retreated to their dormitories for rest. Counselor Zhou Ting's first dormitory check revealed that Jiang Han's room was empty. As the dorm closure time drew near, there was no sign of their return. Zhou Ting had already contacted their respective parents, yet in the bar, the group remained oblivious to their phones' incessant ringing. This rascal has no idea where he is frolicking. Not even answering his phone. A tall man paced anxiously in a villa, concern etched on his face, his eyes filled with worry. Oh, he won't get lost. He'll return once he's had his fun. A woman clad in a red silk robe gently reassured him, her voice soft and soothing, tinged with affection. The man sighed, halting his pacing to look at her, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. This time is different. Teacher Zhou has called, saying they are all absent from the dormitory. I must go check on them. The woman smiled slightly, nodding gently. I'll prepare, but drive carefully. The man nodded, picking up his phone to dial another number. Hello, Mr. Li, your G-Wagon is parked in front of New World Bar. They're waiting for you there. I'm on my way, he stated, hanging up the phone in a huff as he left the villa in haste. Settling into the car, he instructed the driver to New World Bar. Upon concluding his statement, he once again dialed the number, and it wasn't long before the call connected. Mr. Zhou, I have located those rascals. I shall retrieve them post-haste. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the New World Bar, and the man exited with a fury, striding directly into the establishment. The bar was illuminated by flickering lights, and the music reverberated deafeningly, yet he paid no heed, making a beeline for the booth where Li Yang was seated. Noticing the arrival of the man, the bar manager hurried over to greet him, but the man cut him off, demanding, "Where is Li Yang? Lead me to him." With a resigned expression, the manager acquiesced and guided the irate figure toward the booth. Upon spotting Li Yang, who was thoroughly engrossed in merriment, the man's anger intensified. Slightly tilting his head, his assistant stepped forward to tap Li Yang, who was lost in his revelry. "Who is it? Don't bother me," Li Yang replied impatiently, a hint of inebriation lacing his tone. "Second young master. The eldest young master has arrived," the assistant announced. At this, Li Yang immediately perked up, and upon recognizing the individuals standing before him, exclaimed, "Whoa, bro." The bar manager, noticing the commotion, promptly signaled for the women in the booth to vacate, leaving only Jiang Han, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu. "Having quite the fun, are we?" Li Yang's brother inquired, his voice tinged with anger. "Hey, brother, what a coincidence. A serendipitous encounter," Li Yang replied with a cheeky grin, a touch of embarrassment evident on his face. "Indeed, what a coincidence. I specifically came to fetch you. What time is it?" "Your Mr. Zhou called me," Li Yang's brother stated, his gaze sweeping over the four with a serious demeanor. He then turned to Jiang Han, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, addressing them. "You must be Xiao Yang's roommates. You lot are quite a handful. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry back." "Oh, all right. We'll head back now." Jiang Han immediately responded, his face displaying a hint of contrition, though his eyes reflected exasperation. The three then exited, with Li Yang trailing behind. Li Yang's brother watched them leave before following suit. Upon exiting the bar, he had already arranged for a van to transport the four. Taking his seat in the front passenger side, signaling the driver to head towards Zhonghai Financial University. Inside the vehicle, an air of silence enveloped them as the four exchanged glances, Li Yang holding his breath. The tranquility was shattered only when Li Yang's brother broke the silence. "You all, skipping out on the very first day of classes," he remarked, his tone laced with exasperation. At his words, the four resembled wayward children caught in wrongdoing, refraining from speech. Jiang Han finally spoke up. "Brother, I apologize for the trouble. We completely lost track of time." "Ah, never mind. Who isn't Bin Yang? At least someone is here to keep you in check, so I won't reprimand you further," Li Yang's brother sighed, then continued. "I'm Li Wei, Li Yang's brother." "Brother Wei," Jiang Han exclaimed, followed by Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu echoing the sentiment. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Zhonghai Financial University, where Zhou Ting and Su Yao awaited their arrival. "Apologies, Mr. Zhou, for the inconvenience," Li Wei said as he stepped out of the car, an apologetic expression gracing his features. Zhou Ting smiled faintly, responding, "Mr. Li, your kindness is appreciated. I was quite worried when these young ones ventured out on the very first day." Chapter 9. The Four Young Masters. Let us return to the residence. The four stood at the school gate, their heads tilted in unison, resembling children caught in mischief. The campus exuded a tranquil ambience under the night sky, with only the soft glow of the streetlights casting elongated shadows of their figures. They bore expressions of embarrassment, their eyes filled with resignation. Observing their demeanor, Su Yao couldn't help but smile, a hint of fondness gracing her features, as if to convey, "You mischievous children. Mr. Zhou, I have brought these rascals back." Li Wei addressed Zhou Ting, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet gentle in tone. "Mr. Li, take care," Zhou Ting replied courteously, gratitude evident on his face. He recognized that without Li Wei's timely intervention, these new students might have landed themselves in deeper trouble. Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement, turning to leave when Li Yang suddenly called out, "Brother, the car keys." Li Wei halted, turning back to face Li Yang, his eyes reflecting a touch of exasperation. "This is the last time. Next time, I shall inform father. I assure you, he will have no qualms about breaking your legs." He begrudgingly handed over the keys to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, then reached out to wipe the lipstick stain from Li Yang's face. "Brother, be gentle." Li Yang winced, a hint of grievance on his countenance, yet his eyes shone with gratitude. Li Wei sighed, shaking his head before entering the van. The vehicle gradually pulled away, disappearing into the night. "For young masters, let us return to the residence." Zhou Ting jested as he observed Li Wei's departure, his tone lighthearted, yet his eyes radiated concern. Upon hearing this, Su Yao could no longer contain her laughter, her melodic chuckle resonating beautifully in the night. "Wow, Liang, your brother has quite the imposing presence. He reminds me of my father," Wang Zhe remarked with a sigh of relief, his voice playful, yet laced with admiration. Hearing Wang Zhe's comment, Zhou Ting shot a disapproving glance at the four. "Just starting school, and you already bring me trouble." "Hey, Mr. Zhou, we'll do our best," Zhang Yu replied with a cheeky grin, his expression mischievous yet sincere. "Humph, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Zhou Ting retorted, though a hint of affection lingered in his gaze. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting dappled patterns across the dormitory floor. Jiang Han, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu groggily arose, fatigue evident on their faces. The previous night's revelry had left them exhausted, yet they quickly washed up, gathered their belongings, and exited the dormitory together. As they walked along the campus path, the warm sunlight enveloped them. Surrounding students strolled in small groups, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Han gazed at the scenery around him, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. He knew that today marked the official commencement of their university life. The four arrived at their classroom, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The room was already populated with several students, who turned their curious gazes upon Jiang Han and his companions. Zhou Ting, seated at the lectern, cast a disapproving glance at the four as they entered, his expression tinged with exasperation. Class, settle down. Zhou Ting's voice resonated in the classroom, carrying an air of seriousness. He surveyed the room, and upon ensuring silence, continued. Last night, on the very first day of classes, an extraordinary event transpired. With this statement, the students exchanged bewildered glances, murmurs of speculation rippling through the class. Silence. Zhou Ting commanded, his tone firm. The classroom fell abruptly quiet, all eyes trained on the podium. Last night, students from our class decided to forego returning to their dormitory and instead chose to indulge themselves. I shall spare you the embarrassment of naming names, but let this serve as a warning. Zhou Ting concluded, his tone imbued with authority yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Jiang Han and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They understood that Zhou Ting was granting them a measure of grace by refraining from directly calling them out. As university students, you are all now adults. Yet let us not forget that you have only just reached this milestone of maturity. Regardless of the prominence of your families, within the confines of this institution, you remain students. Zhou Ting continued, his tone imbued with a measure of seriousness, his gaze filled with concern. He then proceeded to check the student roster before distributing the uniforms for the upcoming military training and the textbooks for the freshmen. His movements were deft, and as he handed out the items, he reminded, please ensure you keep your uniforms and textbooks safe. Do not misplace them. Now, on this first day of the academic year, I shall grant you an additional day to procure any necessary items. You may also visit the cafeteria to arrange for your meal cards. With that, Zhou Ting exited the classroom. Once he departed, the classroom erupted into lively chatter. Students began discussing their forthcoming plans. Jiang Han and his three companions sat in their seats, observing their peers with a hint of helplessness. Alas, my pocket money has been halved, Wang Zhe lamented, resting his head on the desk, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. I feel the same, Zhang Yu chimed in, his expression mirroring resignation and his gaze filled with dejection. Who isn't feeling the pinch? Upon waking today, my brother informed me that my card will now have a limit of only 10,000. Once it's spent, I must wait until next month. Liang remarked with a wry smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt somewhat reassured. Hearing you say that makes my plight seem less severe. Wang Zhe, what about you? He inquired, lifting his head with curiosity directed at Jiang Han. I shan't dampen your spirits. I am quite all right. Jiang Han replied with a subtle smile, exuding composure and confidence. Enough. Go back and catch up on your sleep. Liang retorted with a hint of exasperation, fatigue evident on his face. Haha, you were the wildest last night, so of course, you're the most tired. Wang Zhe teased, his expression playful and eyes gleaming with mischief. You all should rest. I'm off to the cafeteria for a meal. Jiang Han declared cheerfully. Go ahead. We need to return and rejuvenate. Zhang Yu replied, clearly fatigued. With a smile, Jiang Han departed the classroom, making his way toward the school cafeteria. Chapter 10, An Unexpected Encounter. Leaving the academic building, Jiang Han ambled toward the cafeteria, taking in the sights of the campus. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the path, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing chill. The campus was alive with vitality as clusters of students strolled about, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at the cafeteria, his gaze sweeping the surroundings when suddenly, he heard a bright voice call out. Jiang Han. Turning toward the source of the sound, he spotted Senior Su Yao standing nearby, her face adorned with a warm smile. Beside her stood a girl in a white dress, her long hair cascading down, with a delicate visage and curious eyes. Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han exclaimed with delight upon recognizing her, his voice brimming with surprise and eagerness. Yao Yao, do you know him? The girl beside Su Yao inquired with a smile, her tone laced with curiosity. He is a freshman in our department, one of the four who were out having fun last night. Su Yao whispered teasingly. her eyes sparkling with mischief. I heard that. Jiang Han interjected, his face flushing with embarrassment, his eyes filled with exasperation. Your ears are quite sharp. Su Yao replied with a smile, her expression radiating affection and concern. Junior, my name is Li Tong. What about you? The girl beside Su Yao asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with expectation. I'm Jiang Han. Nice to meet you, Senior Li Tong. Jiang Han responded, his face adorned with a polite smile, his gaze earnest. Then, he continued, Senior Su Yao, let us go. I'd like to treat you to a meal. I apologize for last night. No need, we just finished eating. Su Yao replied with a gentle smile, her voice warm yet firm in refusal, her eyes reflecting gratitude. All right, we'll definitely do it next time. Jiang Han responded with a hopeful smile, his expression earnest. Su Yao nodded and, accompanied by Li Tong, departed. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures, feeling a surge of sentiment. He recognized that Senior Su Yao was a remarkable individual, her demeanor and character instilling in him a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Jiang Han, this junior seems quite extraordinary. If that watch of his is genuine, it must be worth at least $1 million. Plus, he has clad in designer attire. Li Tong remarked quietly to Su Yao. Her voice tinged with astonishment, her eyes wide with curiosity. I have no idea. I'm not concerned. Su Yao responded casually, her tone indifferent, yet her gaze focused. Alas, it appears that Junior has little interest in me. He was entirely focused on you. Li Tong said, a hint of jealousy in her voice, her expression filled with discontent. Upon hearing this, Su Yao merely smiled softly, her eyes revealing a touch of helplessness. Li Tong continued, Yao, if you're not going, I will. Go ahead. Su Yao replied promptly, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation, yet her gaze tender. You are quite something. With so many wealthy suitors in our college, you haven't shown interest in any of them. Li Tong added, her tone holding a note of complaint, her eyes reflecting resignation. As the two conversed, they gradually faded from view, turning the corner of the cafeteria. Jiang Han entered the cafeteria, heading straight for the office. The bustling sounds of the cafeteria filled the air, with enticing aromas wafting from various dishes. Students sat at tables, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Navigating through the crowd, Jiang Han arrived at the office door and lightly knocked. Come in. A melodious female voice responded, warm and inviting. Jiang Han pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, a middle-aged woman sat at her desk, a kind smile gracing her features, her eyes filled with concern. Student, how may I assist you? She inquired, looking up at Jiang Han with a welcoming smile. Hello, I am Jiang Han from the finance department, a freshman, here to apply for a meal card. He replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor respectful and sincere. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The woman rose and retrieved a meal card from her drawer, presenting it to Jiang Han. Here is your meal card. It can be used once it's recharged. Thank you. Jiang Han accepted the card with gratitude, his expression earnest. You're welcome, dear. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to me, the woman said with a gentle smile. Jiang Han nodded, turning to leave the office. He approached the recharge window in the cafeteria, standing at the end of the line, patiently awaiting his turn. Shortly, it was his turn to recharge. He handed his meal card to the staff and recharged 500 yuan. Student, the recharge was successful, the staff member said with a smile as they returned the card to him. Thank you, Jiang Han replied, his face reflecting appreciation, his gaze sincere. He turned away from the recharge window and proceeded to the dining area. The selection of dishes was abundant, a veritable feast for the eyes. Jiang Han chose a bowl of beef noodles, carrying his tray to a table where he found a seat. The steam rose from the bowl of noodles, the aroma enticing. Jiang Han picked up his chopsticks, stirred the noodles gently, and then lifted a mouthful to savor. The noodles were delectably chewy, the beef exquisitely tender, and the broth rich and savory, evoking a long-lost sense of satisfaction within him. How delightful! Jiang Han smiled faintly, a hint of contentment gracing his features, his eyes brimming with enjoyment. He savored the beef noodles slowly, his heart awash with reflection. He understood that from this day forth, his university life had officially commenced. Quietly resolved, he vowed to perform admirably henceforth, ensuring that neither his teachers nor his parents would harbor concerns. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han departed the cafeteria and made his way towards the dormitory building. The sunlight cascaded down upon the campus pathway, casting a warm glow. He ambled along the path, his heart filled with anticipation and curiosity. He was certain that the system would usher in a plethora of intriguing experiences. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in silence, with Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu already nestled in their beds, deep in slumber. Observing this, Jiang Han too reclined on his bed and accessed the system's elite points marketplace. The section for 5 million elite points displayed an array of skills, including culinary arts, physical enhancement, musical proficiency, vocal talent, and driving techniques, all fundamental abilities. As he perused the offerings, he noted that many of the advanced options came with various utility cards. Chapter 11. Task issued. Increase Su Yao's favorability to 20. System. How can I acquire return opportunities? Jiang Han pondered internally, his voice tinged with anticipation and his gaze filled with curiosity. Host. Return opportunities will only be granted upon the completion of subsequent tasks. The system's gentle notification echoed in Jiang Han's mind. But I currently have no tasks. Jiang Han inquired with confusion, his eyes reflecting his bewilderment. Only after the host utilizes elite points to redeem the first skill will tasks be assigned. The system's voice resonated once more, imbued with patience. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded silently, a resolution forming within him. He surveyed the array of skills within the elite points marketplace and ultimately chose the physical enhancement modification. System, redeem physical enhancement modification. Jiang Han declared resolutely in his mind, his voice laced with determination and his eyes gleaming with expectation. Redemption successful. Would you like to use it immediately? The system's notification chimed again, confirming his choice. Yes, Jiang Han stated without hesitation, his voice firm and his gaze steadfast. As soon as he spoke, a wave of warmth surged from within his body. Initially, the sensation was pleasant, but after half an hour, a sharp pain emanating from his bones struck him suddenly. Beads of sweat formed on Jiang Han's forehead as he clenched his teeth, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Gradually, he succumbed to the agony and lost consciousness. When he awoke again, the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Jiang Han slowly sat up in bed, gently flexing his hands, the sound of cracking bones echoing pleasantly. A smile crept onto his face, satisfaction radiating from him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Modification successful. System task issued. Increase Su Yao's favorability to 20. Current level, 3. Jiang Han, you're awake. Liang casually glanced back, astonished to see Jiang Han roused from his unconscious state. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han turned to look, aware that they were oblivious to his fainting episode from the pain. He smiled and nodded yes. That nap was exhausting. I brought dinner for you. It's on your desk. Come down and eat. Liang said, concern evident in his tone. Thanks. I'll treat you all another day. Jiang Han replied with a grateful smile. Hurry up. We're about to take down the dragon. Wang Zhe urged anxiously from the side. Liang immediately pivoted, his focus fixated on the computer screen, eyes brimming with concentration. Seeing this, Jiang Han chuckled, leaping off his bed and strolling to the desk, where he discovered the dinner Liang had brought back. He opened the food container, the aroma of steaming dishes wafting invitingly. He picked up his chopsticks, stirred the contents gently, and took a bite. The flavors were delightful, invoking a sense of long-forgotten satisfaction. Delicious, Jiang Han smiled softly, his face reflecting contentment, his eyes filled with indulgence. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han stretched languidly and proclaimed, I think I'll take a stroll. Do you need anything? Yes. Bring me an iced Americano from Starbucks. Liang replied, engrossed in his game. His voice tinged with eagerness. I want a latte. Zhang Yu chimed in, excitement dancing on his face. Wang Zhe, do you want anything? Jiang Han asked playfully, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I'll take a latte too. Thanks. Wang Zhe responded, his face alight with gratitude. All right, enjoy your game. I'll be back with your orders. Jiang Han replied cheerfully before stepping out of the dormitory. As he left, Jiang Han walked with a lightness in his step, feeling invigorated and powerful. He absent-mindedly touched his abdomen, the contours of his six-pack clearly defined, instilling within him an unprecedented confidence. The sun bathed the campus path in a warm glow, surrounded by the joyous laughter of fellow students, creating a wonderfully cozy atmosphere. Before long, Jiang Han exited the school gates and arrived at the nearby parking lot, filled with a variety of vehicles. However, one car immediately caught his eye, a striking Bugatti Chiron Supersport. The vehicle sat quietly in the corner, glimmering under the sunlight, remarkably eye-catching. Jiang Han approached the car, gently patting its surface to appreciate the luxury of the automobile. He couldn't help but reflect that its owner must be quite an extraordinary individual. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that no one was paying him any mind, so he cautiously pulled on the door handle. To his surprise, the door swung open. Wow, how did this car open? It's been parked for 2 days. Someone exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Han settled into the driver's seat and started the engine. The roar of the engine reverberated through the parking lot, creating a stunning impact. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly rolled out of the parking area. The sunlight gleamed on the vehicle, making it appear even more dazzling. How did this car come to life? It's been stationary for 2 days. People in the parking lot began to murmur, their faces reflecting surprise. Jiang Han drove slowly, perusing an assortment of business cards scattered about, each adorned with contact information. One card read, "Here is my WeChat. I look forward to you adding me, big brother." Jiang Han regarded the cards with mild exasperation and casually tossed them aside. As he drove the Bugatti Chiron out of the parking lot, he attracted the attention of onlookers. Students around him cast astonished glances, some whipping out their phones to capture the moment, sharing it on the school forums. "Wow, this car is incredible. How did it come out? It's been parked for 2 days, and suddenly it's on the move." The school forum quickly erupted with activity. The post's views soaring as students speculated about the mysterious Bugatti and its owner. Jiang Han reveled in the envious gazes directed his way as he gradually left the school grounds. Soon, following the navigation, he arrived at a well-rated noodle shop near the school. After parking the car, he ventured inside. After ordering a bowl of scallion oil noodles, Jiang Han settled down to wait for his meal, idly playing on his phone. Before long, a raucous noise swept in through the door. "Let us grab a bowl of noodles and take a break. We'll head to the second round afterward. I tell you, the student girls at this club are plentiful and delightful." 2 individuals entered, smoking as they made their way inside. Jiang Han instinctively cast a glance, his gaze meeting that of the man who had just spoken. The man immediately retorted, "What are you staring at, kid?" Chapter 12, Smash. "Go ahead and smash." Jiang Han offered a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with nonchalance, choosing to ignore the 2 inebriated men and returning his focus to his phone. The dim lighting of the small eatery enveloped the space in a comforting ambience. The wooden tables and chairs exuded a subtle fragrance of timber, while several simple ink wash paintings of landscapes adorned the walls, imparting a sense of tranquility. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Han tilted his head slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the surroundings, and he noted that despite the shop's simplicity, it possessed a unique charm. Before long, a familiar figure approached, carrying the scallion oil noodles Jiang Han had ordered. It was a tall young woman clad in a simple white shirt paired with black straight-legged trousers, her feet adorned with white sneakers. Her hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, revealing a delicate visage. However, at that moment, she wore a mask that concealed all but her bright eyes. "Sister Su Yao," Jiang Han exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the masked Su Yao. Su Yao paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes before she broke into a gentle smile. "You recognized me even with the mask on?" Jiang Han chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with playful banter. "Your unique aura makes it impossible for me not to recognize you." Su Yao gently shook her head, a broader smile gracing her lips. "You, young man, have quite the sweet tongue. Are you working here, senior sister?" Jiang Han redirected his gaze back to the bowl of noodles, lifting his chopsticks to delicately pick up a few strands, blowing gently to cool them before looking back at Su Yao with a grin. Su Yao nodded, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "Yes, I'm working part-time here to earn some pocket money." Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly, concern lacing his tone. "Senior sister, you're so beautiful. Why would you take a part-time job in a place like this?" Su Yao smiled lightly, her eyes reflecting a sense of calm. "What does beauty matter? One must work hard for a living. Besides, the job here isn't too strenuous and is quite interesting." Jiang Han nodded in understanding, falling silent as he savored the scallion oil noodles before him. The noodles had a delightful texture, the aromatic essence of scallions enveloping his palate, leaving him yearning for more. He ate slowly, as if relishing this rare moment of peace. "Why aren't you staying at school? Are you out having fun again like that night?" Su Yao inquired, her gaze filled with concern and a hint of reproach. Jiang Han hastily set down his chopsticks, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. No, I was bored after waking up at school, so I thought I'd take a stroll. I'll head back soon." Su Yao smiled subtly, a hint of affection in her eyes. "You're always such a worry." Jiang Han scratched his head, a naive grin spreading across his face. "Senior sister, I just needed some fresh air. The atmosphere at school is a bit stifling for me." Su Yao gently shook her head. "All right, but do be careful while you're out alone." Jiang Han nodded, assuring her, "I understand, senior sister. I'll be careful." Just then, the raucous voices of the 2 drunken men broke the moment. "Hey, waitress, come over and pour us some water." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes flickered with annoyance, but she quickly regained her composure. She leaned closer to Jiang Han, her voice low. "You should eat quickly and head back. I have to attend to some matters." With that, she hurried off. At that moment, Jiang Han suddenly heard a commotion. He lifted his head to see the 2 drunken men stumbling towards Su Yao. One of them leered, "Hey, beautiful, how about I take you out for some fun later?" With that, he lewdly extended his hand towards Su Yao. "No, thank you, sir. I have to work." Su Yao retorted quickly, stepping back with a hint of impatience in her tone. However, the man persisted, leaning closer. "Come on, little sister. Don't be so cold. I'm quite lonely. Keep me company." Su Yao's expression turned frosty, her voice icily resolute. Sir, please have some decorum. This is a public space, and your behavior is inappropriate. The man, undeterred, only grew bolder. Oh, you've got some spunk. I like that. As he spoke, the other drunken man joined him, and together they cornered Su Yao. Jiang Han felt a surge of anger at the sight. He set down his chopsticks, rose from his seat, and strode towards Su Yao, his gaze sharp and resolute, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. What is going on? Jiang Han's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The two drunken men turned, their expressions dripping with disdain. Oh, look at this little brat. Who invited you to meddle in our business? What's the matter, kid? Trying to play the hero? The man who had instigated the confrontation brandished a car key for a Mercedes in front of Jiang Han. Do you even have the means to back up your bravado? Jiang Han smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with derision. A shabby Mercedes, is it? A shabby Mercedes? Can you even afford it, kid? The other drunken man taunted, his voice dripping with provocation. Don't act tough. Bring your car over here. I'll smash it. Do you believe that? The man with the Mercedes key declared, his tone brash. Fine, if you want to smash it, then I will. Jiang Han retorted, his gaze icy. Let it go, Jiang Han. They've had too much to drink. Su Yao whispered, concern etched across her features. It's all right, senior sister. Jiang Han replied with a reassuring smile, his eyes resolute. People like them should not be indulged. Hey kid, go get your car. Let us see if we can smash it. The man with the Mercedes key goaded, his tone dripping with challenge. All right, bring it on, Jiang Han replied, his eyes sparkling with defiance. Turning, Jiang Han strode towards the entrance of the noodle shop, his steps steady and powerful. In the dim light, his figure stood tall and imposing. Outside, a Bugatti was parked, a recent purchase of Jiang Han's. Approaching the car, he pressed the remote key, and the iconic eight-eyed headlights of the Bugatti flickered to life, emitting a crisp chime. He opened the door and slid inside, starting the vehicle with a roar that reverberated like a proclamation of its might. Jiang Han eased the Bugatti out of its parking spot, steering toward the two drunken men. The car glided to a halt before them, and Jiang Han exited gracefully, his expression cold, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Smash it. Go ahead and smash. Chapter 13, Senior Sister. Keep this a secret for me. The two men stared at the Bugatti before them, their previously arrogant demeanor evaporating in an instant. Under the light, the car gleamed with a chilling brilliance, resembling a slumbering beast poised to unleash its fury. Fear flickered in the eyes of the intoxicated duo as they realized they had unwittingly courted disaster. Go ahead and smash it. I've brought the car over for you. Jiang Han taunted, his voice laced with cold mockery. A Bugatti? The man who had boasted about the Mercedes exclaimed, his voice trembling in disbelief. Oh, you truly have an eye for quality, and you even recognize this vehicle. Then let us not delay. Please, commence your performance. I have yet to witness anyone take a sledgehammer to this car. It would be a most enlightening experience. Jiang Han remarked with a sardonic tone, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. With that, he strode into the noodle shop, retrieving a chair from the entrance and placing it before the two men. A slight smile danced upon his lips, his eyes glinting with provocation. Aren't you the ones who intended to vandalize my car? What? Have you suddenly lost your nerve? You. Don't get too cocky. We merely wish to avoid stooping to your level. One of the inebriated men stammered, an edge of panic betraying his attempt to mask his fear. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, his eyes glimmering with derision. If you lack the courage to break it, then spare us your bravado. Flaunting a dilapidated Mercedes, how pretentious. As he spoke, Jiang Han approached the two, brandishing the key to his Bugatti. Can I not be ostentatious without driving a Mercedes? The two intoxicated men, as if suddenly sobering, responded eagerly, their tone shifting to one of obsequiousness, fearful of inciting Jiang Han's ire. Not going to break it? Jiang Han inquired once more, a mocking glint in his eyes. Upon hearing his words, the men felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The intoxication that had clouded their minds vanished in an instant. They understood all too well that those who owned such a vehicle were not individuals they could afford to provoke. I preferred your previous arrogance. Do not be so restrained. If you are to smash something, then do so. This old car of mine pales in comparison to your Mercedes. Jiang Han stated with a tone laced in irony. The two men exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto their faces. Brother, we were merely joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Han smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. A jest? Do you find such humor amusing? And no, we were mistaken, one of the drunken men hastily replied, his tone filled with a desire to appease. Now that you acknowledge your error, refrain from such arrogance in the future, Jiang Han replied coldly, a warning evident in his eyes. Yes, we understand. The two men nodded fervently, fear etched upon their faces. Jiang Han's smile returned, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He recognized that a mere hint of intimidation was sufficient to send such individuals retreating. "Begone, do not disturb my appetite for noodles." Jiang Han's voice resonated with impatience. Yet his gaze bore an undeniable authority. At once, the two men replied, their postures lowly submissive, dread evident in their voices as they hurriedly stepped aside, heads bowed. Not daring to meet Jiang Han's gaze again. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Han turned back to the noodle shop, resuming his seat to continue savoring his scallion oil noodles. The dim lighting of the establishment enveloped him, while the air was infused with a comforting ambience. The wooden tables and chairs emitted a subtle aroma of timber, and simple ink wash paintings adorned the walls, depicting serene landscapes that exuded tranquility. Upon returning inside, every patron in the shop regarded Jiang Han with expressions of disbelief, their eyes reflecting astonishment as if they could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired moments earlier. A few male staff members emerged, cautiously capturing photographs with their phones, apprehensive of disturbing Jiang Han. "Who is this person? How is he so formidable?" One young man whispered, his gaze imbued with reverence. "I know not, but look at that Bugatti. He must be someone extraordinary," another remarked, envy coloring his tone. "Alas, comparison is a harsh mistress. While he drives such a vehicle at a young age, we are left merely holding plates." One lamented in resignation. Jiang Han smiled gently, his eyes reflecting a serene indifference as he continued to enjoy his meal, seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion. The noodles were perfectly chewy, the fragrance of scallion oil wafting through his senses, leaving a lingering taste of delight. He savored each bite slowly, relishing this rare moment of peace. The warmth of the noodle shop's illumination contrasted beautifully with the night outside, and Jiang Han, seated in the corner, occasionally cast glances towards the entrance. Su Yao remained busy, her figure animated under the soft glow, exuding vitality as she moved with a practiced grace, each turn and smile resembling a silent dance. "Su Yao, what time do you finish work? Shall I accompany you home?" Jiang Han inquired gently, his voice soft and considerate. Su Yao looked up, surprise lighting her eyes. "I'm about to finish. Let me treat you to this meal." "Thank you." Jiang Han smiled softly, his gaze tender. "Very well. Then I shall treat you next time." Su Yao nodded lightly, a gentle smile gracing her features. "All right, next time it's your turn." Jiang Han continued his meal, occasionally glancing at Su Yao. The atmosphere in the noodle shop remained tranquil, punctuated only by the sounds of clinking bowls and the occasional murmur of conversation. His phone lay on the table, notifications flickering on the screen, yet he chose to ignore them, fully engrossed in watching Su Yao. As time slipped away unnoticed, Su Yao finally completed her tasks and approached Jiang Han. "All right, I'm off work now." Jiang Han set down his chopsticks, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Let us go, I'll see you home." Together, they exited the noodle shop, the night having fully descended, streetlights illuminating their path with a bright glow. Jiang Han's Bugatti awaited at the entrance, its headlights gleaming coldly in the night. He approached the vehicle, pressing the remote key, and the lights flickered to life with a crisp chime. Jiang Han walked to the passenger side, his smile warm. "Step inside, Su Yao." Su Yao hesitated for a moment, then returned his smile. "Thank you." Jiang Han opened the door for her, waiting until she was seated before closing it gently. He then entered the driver's seat, the faint scent of leather enveloping them, creating an aura of comfort. As he started the engine, a powerful roar echoed, and he smoothly pulled out of the parking spot, heading towards Su Yao's residence. The atmosphere inside the car was serene, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine. "This car is yours. I see discussions about it all over our school forum. I never expected to meet the owner so soon," Su Yao exclaimed, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Jiang Han smiled gently, his gaze affectionate. "So, I must rely on you, Su Yao, to keep this a secret." Su Yao nodded lightly, a playful smile adorning her lips. "Of course, I'll keep it under wraps." Chapter 14. What is that fragrance? Jiang Han's lips curved into a bright smile, radiating warmth. "Thank you, Su Yao. I'll treat you to some milk tea later." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes sparkled, her smile softening further. She nodded appreciatively, responding, "Thank you for tonight, Jiang Han." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. "But you've already treated me to the scallion oil noodles. So, no need to thank me again, Su Yao." Su Yao smiled softly, choosing not to argue further, her eyes reflecting tenderness. The car soon halted in front of a tea shop, and Jiang Han turned off the engine, glancing at Su Yao. "Let us go, Su Yao. I'll treat you to some milk tea." Su Yao nodded lightly, and they both stepped out of the car. Jiang Han walked ahead, his steps light, while Su Yao followed closely, her head slightly bowed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As they entered the shop, the rich aroma of tea blended with the sweetness of milk enveloped them warmly. The soft, golden light illuminated every corner of the establishment, creating an ambience of unparalleled coziness. The two individuals paused before the counter, where Jiang Han adeptly ordered 5 cups of Boyajuetian. Su Yao stood beside him, silently observing his actions. Do you like this flavor? She inquired softly. Indeed, this flavor is particularly unique, sweet yet not cloying, with a robust aroma of tea, Jiang Han replied with a slight smile. A glimmer of earnestness in his gaze. I believe you will enjoy it. A faint blush crept onto Su Yao's cheeks as she lowered her head and murmured, thank you. Before long, 5 cups of milk tea were handed to Jiang Han. He accepted them and turned to Su Yao. Shall we go, senior? Su Yao nodded. And together they exited the store. Upon reaching the car, Jiang Han glanced at the snug interior of the luxurious sports car and frowned slightly. It's a bit cramped in here. We can't fit all this milk tea. With a gentle smile, Su Yao took the cups from Jiang Han. Let me hold them for you. Jiang Han nodded as he watched Su Yao settle into the passenger seat. She carefully placed the milk tea beside her on her lap, prompting Jiang Han to enter the vehicle as well. He started the engine and drove toward the school. The cabin fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the rumble of the car's engine. Jiang Han tilted his head slightly, glancing at Su Yao, who sat quietly. Her eyes focused on the milk tea in her hands, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Senior Su Yao, you look particularly lovely this evening, Jiang Han suddenly remarked. His voice soft. Su Yao's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she timidly looked up, her eyes betraying a hint of fluster. Don't say such things. Jiang Han chuckled softly and refrained from further comment, steering the car with increased steadiness. He recognized that Su Yao was a reserved girl, not one to openly express her feelings, yet he sensed her gentleness and kindness through her gaze and demeanor. Soon, the car arrived at the parking lot opposite the school gate. Jiang Han found an empty spot in a corner and quickly dashed over to retrieve the milk tea from Su Yao's hands. Careful, it's hot, he cautioned softly. Su Yao nodded, her cheeks tinged with pink. She bent down to organize her backpack before stepping out of the car. A number of classmates turned their attention toward them, causing Su Yao to feel a rush of warmth. Her face ablaze to the tips of her ears. Senior Su Yao, why are you blushing? Jiang Han teased, his eyes sparkling with affection. Su Yao cast a sidelong glance at him, responding in a hushed tone, be quiet. Jiang Han simply smiled, choosing not to retort. He handed a cup of milk tea to Su Yao and took one for himself as they strolled into the campus, one ahead of the other. Jiang Han walked briskly, while Su Yao followed behind, her gaze lowered, embodying a sweet shyness. Surrounding students cast curious and envious glances, yet Jiang Han and Su Yao seemed oblivious, lost in their own world. Jiang Han chuckled to himself as he watched Su Yao hurriedly dash toward the dormitory. Although she typically appeared graceful and composed, moments like this revealed a charmingly bashful side of her, which he found particularly endearing. With a smile, he turned and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Before long, Jiang Han returned to the dorm. Upon opening the door, he discovered Li Yang, Zhang Yu, and Wang Zhe engrossed in a video game. The sounds of the game reverberated through the room, their faces displaying a mix of concentration and excitement. You're back, Jiang Han, Li Yang said without looking up, his eyes glued to the screen. Jiang Han placed the milk tea before them and spoke softly. I brought you some milk tea. Is there a hint of perfume? Li Yang remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. What the heck? Jiang Han, were you on a date without us? Wang Zhe exclaimed, abruptly halting his gameplay and turning to Jiang Han with a teasing glint in his eyes. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled helplessly. I ran into Senior Su Yao outside, and we came back together. What do you mean on a date? You're all here playing games and worrying about that? Zhang Yu paused his game and turned to Jiang Han, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Senior Su Yao? You encountered the campus belle? Jiang Han nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, it was her. These cups of milk tea were all carried back from her lap, so treasure them. Upon hearing this, Li Yang eagerly grabbed a cup and inhaled deeply, delight lighting up his face. Wow, this perfume smells delightful. Oh no, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already taken a big sip. Li Yang suddenly realized, his eagerness mingled with regret. Jiang Han merely smiled, choosing to remain silent as he settled at his desk to attend to his own matters. Meanwhile, Li Yang, Zhang Yu, and Wang Zhe continued to gather around the computer, sipping their milk tea while engrossed in their game. Jiang Han, what is your relationship with Senior Su Yao? Wang Zhe suddenly inquired, a hint of gossip in his tone. Jiang Han paused for a moment before responding softly. It's nothing special, just ordinary friends. I ran into her at a noodle shop earlier. Wang Zhe shook his head, skepticism etched on his face. Senior Su Yao is the campus belle. There are countless admirers vying for her attention. Don't try to fool us. Jiang Han chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned his focus to his phone. He understood that Wang Zhe and the others were merely teasing him, and he didn't mind in the slightest. Chapter 15, What is the rush? We're already late. As night deepened, The dormitory fell into a serene stillness. The dim yellow lights had long since extinguished, leaving only the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting a mosaic of shadows on the floor. Liang, Zhangyu, Wang Zhe, and Jiang Han lay on their beds, their breathing gradually steadying as they drifted into slumber. Time flowed silently, and before long, the first rays of morning sunlight crept through the gaps in the curtains, gently infiltrating the dormitory. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered when Liang's phone alarm blared, its jarring tones piercing the calm. The four of them stirred simultaneously, groggily blinking their eyes, their expressions reflecting a shared reluctance to rise. Liang, turn it off. Let us sleep a little longer. Zhang Yu grumbled, rubbing his eyes, his voice thick with sleepiness and tinged with annoyance. Liang, still in a daze, reached for his phone, his movements languid. His eyes were barely open as he fumbled on the screen, finally locating the button to silence the alarm. He tossed the phone onto the bedside and closed his eyes again, only to abruptly sit up moments later. What the heck? The class starts in 10 minutes. Liang's voice rose in urgency. He quickly scrambled out of bed, hastily dressing while urging the others, hurry up, stop dawdling. Why did you set such an early alarm? Wang Zhe grumbled, sitting up with a look of exasperation as he tousled his hair. Couldn't you have set it a bit later? I had to. I stayed up late last night and was afraid I wouldn't wake up. So I set it tight, Liang explained as he tied his shoelaces. Come on, we can't waste any time. Jiang Han, get up. Your senior Su Yao is waiting for us in the classroom. Liang shouted as he dashed to Jiang Han's window. Upon hearing Liang's words, Jiang Han sprang up from his bed, his eyes wide open, sleepiness instantly vanishing. Senior Su Yao? That name held a special significance for him. He swiftly donned his clothes, moving much faster than usual. Quickly, Liang urged from the doorway, and Jiang Han accelerated his pace. The four of them soon donned their attire, skipping any tidying up, and hurriedly exited the dormitory. This one do. I need to set an earlier alarm tomorrow. This is way too rushed. Liang, panting as he ran, complained, Jiang Han, can you hurry up? Wang Zhe turned back to glance at Jiang Han, urging him on. What's the rush? We're already late. Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, a hint of resignation in his tone, yet his pace remained unhurried. Upon hearing this, the other three slowed their steps, and together they ambled towards the classroom. In the tranquil morning campus, the air was fresh and imbued with a touch of coolness. The sunlight bathed them warmly, inviting them to linger a little longer in its embrace. Before long, the four arrived at the classroom door. There, a graceful figure was seen pacing back and forth, her long hair shimmering in the sunlight, and a hint of anxiety etched on her fair face. It was Senior Su Yao. As the four drew closer, Su Yao looked up, her expression revealing a blend of helplessness and mild reproach. You guys finally decided to show up. Hurry inside. The teacher hasn't arrived yet. Thank you, Senior Su Yao. Your kindness is beyond words. I owe you a meal, Liang replied, a grateful smile gracing his face, laced with teasing undertones. Upon hearing this, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu promptly dashed into the classroom like a gust of wind. Jiang Han turned to Su Yao, a hint of apology reflected in his smile as he said, Thank you. I promise I won't be late tomorrow. Su Yao regarded Jiang Han with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with a touch of fondness. Just go on in. Jiang Han nodded and stepped into the classroom. Su Yao remained where she was, watching their retreating figures, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She understood that while these boys could be exasperating at times, their hearts were genuinely kind, especially Jiang Han. She harbored a special affection for him, a sentiment that compelled her to care for him just a little more each time they met. Not long after the four entered the classroom, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire strode in. He wasn't particularly tall, yet he exuded an aura of authority without raising his voice. His chiseled features were framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and his sharp gaze demanded respect. Good morning, students, Zhou Ting announced as he entered, his voice resonant and commanding, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Good morning, teacher. The class responded in unison, their voices tinged with a hint of formality. A hush fell over the room, with only the echo of Zhou Ting's footsteps resonating. Today marks the first day of your school year. Zhou Ting paused at the podium, surveying the room, his gaze sweeping over each student as if he intended to memorize their faces. Today, we will commence a week of military training. A subtle murmur rippled through the classroom at the mention of military training. For most students, the term was both familiar and foreign. They understood that it entailed strict discipline and rigorous training, yet the precise nature of the experience remained uncertain. Oh, I hadn't noticed yesterday, but we have quite a number of female classmates, Zhou Ting remarked with apparent satisfaction as he scanned the classroom. Liang, intrigued, began to survey the room as well, his eyes darting about in search of something extraordinary. The female students were engaged in various activities. Some were engrossed in books. Others were whispering to one another, while a few cast furtive glances at the new teacher. Li Yang's gaze lingered on each girl, a pleased smile forming on his face. Wow, we really do have a lot of girls in our class, and they're quite attractive. Li Yang commented softly to his three companions, leaning down on the desk. His voice, though low, echoed strikingly in the quiet classroom. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of quiet laughter erupted, and several girls couldn't help but glance in their direction. Zhou Ting, standing at the podium, had noticed Li Yang's antics. His brow furrowed slightly, and a serious expression crossed his face. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a booming voice. As soon as I finish speaking, some boys in our class can't help but start looking around. Pay attention. The moment his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. Li Yang's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly lowered his head, wishing he could sink into the floor. His movements became stiff as his fingers gripped the edge of the desk, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Chapter 16. The military training begins. Jiang Han and the other three observed Li Yang's embarrassment, unable to suppress their smiles as they lowered their heads. Although it was somewhat awkward for Li Yang to be called out by Zhou Ting, his reaction only brought amusement to the others, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Su Yao, standing beside the podium, also noticed the group's antics. She gently shook her head, a tender smile gracing her lips. She understood Li Yang's character. Though he often came off as boisterous, he possessed a kind heart and a delightful sense of humor. Witnessing his response after being singled out by the teacher made her feel both amused and empathetic. All right, gather on the playground. Zhou Ting's voice rang out again, shattering the classroom's tranquility. He stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over each student, his demeanor serious yet warm. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with activity as students stood up. The four trailed behind the main group, with Li Yang bringing up the rear. His face still bore a hint of redness, but he had regained his composure. With his head lowered and steps heavy, he followed the line, noticing the four lagging behind. Zhou Ting raised his hand and patted Li Yang on the shoulder. You four, pick up the pace. His tone was teasing but not harsh. Understood, Teacher Zhou. Li Yang replied, lifting his head to reveal an embarrassed smile that quickly transformed back into his usual exuberance. He quickened his pace to rejoin the others. Su Yao, you'll lead the female students on the playground. Zhou Ting instructed, his tone imbued with trust. Of course, Teacher Zhou. Su Yao responded with a smile, her face radiating confidence. She recognized that being entrusted with guiding the girls was a sign of Zhou Ting's faith in her, and she was determined to fulfill her responsibilities diligently. On the playground, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Students arrived in succession, lining up according to their classes. Zhou Ting stood at the center, surveying the scene with a satisfied smile. He understood that the first day of military training was crucial for instilling the importance of discipline in the students. Classmates, we will now commence the first item of military training, formation drills. Zhou Ting's voice echoed across the playground as he stepped forward to demonstrate the formation movements. As he spoke, two soldiers clad in military uniforms approached, one male and one female, both standing tall and proud. These two will be your instructors for military training, Instructor Lin Yu and Instructor He Chong. Zhou Ting introduced them. Hello, everyone. I am He Chong, responsible for the military training of the boys in your class. He Chong began, his voice booming and authoritative, laced with undeniable firmness. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yu, responsible for the military training of the girls in your class. Lin Yu continued, her voice clear and melodious, exuding a gentle yet competent demeanor. Just as the two instructors finished their introductions, the instructor from the adjacent class began directing the already organized boys to stand at attention. Let us get started. Boys on the left, girls on the right. Begin forming lines. He Chong commanded. Upon receiving the directive, the students quickly organized themselves into their respective lines, with He Chong leading the boys and standing at attention. The sun hung high in the azure sky, resembling a colossal fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. On the playground, the heat waves rolled, and the air was thick with a sweltering intensity. A group of freshmen clad in camouflage training uniforms stood on the playground, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks and splattering onto the scorching plastic ground, evaporating almost instantaneously. Instructor He Chong stood at the forefront of the formation, his erect posture resembling that of a statue. His piercing gaze swept across the entire lineup, leaving no detail overlooked. His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with an invisible authority that dissuaded any hint of complacency among the new recruits. You're not standing as straight as your female classmates. Instructor He Chong's voice suddenly pierced the silence of the playground. The boys, who had been somewhat lax in their stances, immediately straightened up. They exchanged glances, a competitive spirit igniting within them. Each stood tall, chests puffed out, silently asserting to the instructor that they were no less capable than the girls. I should have gotten up earlier to apply some sunscreen, Liang muttered under his breath. Though his voice was low, it resonated distinctly in the stillness of the playground. Positioned at the back of the line, he shielded his forehead with his hand, attempting to fend off the blinding sunlight. Sweat trickled down his face, creating an irritating sensation. But he dared not wipe it away, letting it flow unabated. I was hoping for a good view, but in these training uniforms, I can't even see the girl's lovely legs. Wang Zhe lamented beside Liang, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the female squad, only to be repelled by the glaring sunlight. Forget about your sister's lovely legs. You can see the senior sisters over there, Zhang Yu remarked, glancing around the playground, which was already encircled by upperclassmen who had come to observe the freshmen's training. They either stood or sat, curiously scrutinizing the newcomers, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Sigh. It's too far to see anything clearly, Liang added with a hint of exaggerated sorrow. This remark struck Jiang Han's funny bone, prompting an involuntary laugh. Wow, Liang, are you trying to be a comedian? Jiang Han chuckled, patting Liang on the shoulder. His laughter echoed across the playground, inciting suppressed giggles from those around them. The conversation among the four did not escape the notice of the instructor. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, crisp and jarring. You four, step forward. Instructor He-chang's voice, tinged with sternness, instantly tightened the atmosphere of the playground. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged panicked glances, hastily scanning the line for the unfortunate souls caught by the instructor. Don't look around. It's just you four. He-chang's voice rang out again, his finger pointing decisively at Jiang Han and his companions, an unmistakable seriousness in his eyes. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Han pointed to himself, uncertainty flickering across his face. Yes, you. He-chang continued. You were the one laughing the loudest just now. Come up here and share with everyone. His tone carried a playful edge, but underlined with a commanding authority. The four felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, their smiles freezing in place. They quickly composed their expressions and reluctantly stepped from the back to the front of the line. Jiang Han cursed himself internally for speaking too soon, yet outwardly, he dared not show any defiance, obediently taking his place at the front. You four, is this how you usually conduct yourselves? Instructor He-chang inquired, now standing before them with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze scrutinizing. Chapter 17, Trouble arising from the legs. Standing at the front of the formation, the earlier amusement had evaporated, replaced by a sense of resignation and awkwardness. They lowered their heads, their eyes wandering, unable to meet Instructor He-chang's intense gaze. The surrounding classmates maintained their military posture, yet their eyes betrayed curiosity and a hint of schadenfreude. Come, you there, tell me what was so amusing just now. He-chang's voice was deep and commanding, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Han as if to pierce through him. Jiang Han's heart raced, and he mustered the courage to lift his head, forcing a smile. Instructor, it was nothing. Nothing. You were laughing so heartily. Speak up and share with your classmates what you four were whispering. He-chang's tone grew more severe, clearly unwilling to let them off easily. Jiang Han swallowed hard, hesitating, yet cautiously asked, Instructor, do I really have to say? Yes. Speak louder so everyone can hear. The instructor's voice rose an octave, and the entire training ground fell silent. All eyes now riveted on Jiang Han. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and proclaimed loudly, Report to the instructor. Just now, Liang said he couldn't see his sister's lovely legs and couldn't get a good view of the senior sister's legs. As soon as his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted from the ranks. Some classmates doubled over in mirth, while others covered their mouths to stifle their giggles. Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, however, wore expressions of sheer embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Liang, blushing deeply, silently cursed Jiang Han. Why do you have to spill everything? The commotion quickly drew the attention of the girls standing at attention. They turned to glance, curiosity and amusement etched on their faces. The laughter spread through the ranks of other classes, igniting a flurry of whispers across the training field. Instructor He-chang's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he glared at the four. So you four are interested in legs? Are you suggesting you want to join the girls' squad? Very well. I'll grant you that. You four, go train with Instructor Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up, the earlier embarrassment evaporating in an instant. He exclaimed excitedly, Wait, is this for real? Thank you, Instructor He-chang. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu also wore expressions of delight, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, though they remained silent. Jiang Han, however, shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, Well, this is truly a case of misfortune turning into fortune. Instructor He-chang observed their eager expressions, snorted derisively, and waved them off. Hurry up, don't linger here. The four felt as if they had received a reprieve and promptly turned to dash towards the girl squad. Liang rubbed his hands together in excitement as he ran, whispering, "This is really a great deal." However, when they reached the front of the girls' squad and beheld Instructor Lin Yu's icy demeanor, their smiles faltered abruptly. Instructor Lin Yu, arms crossed and gaze frosty, coldly stated, "I hear you four are quite interested in the legs of your female classmates? Very well. Today you will stand at the front of the girls' squad and perform 100 squats to thoroughly appreciate them." The four were taken aback. Li Yang's smile vanished completely, replaced by a look of bitter resignation. He murmured, "Well, this is truly trouble coming from my own mouth." On the training ground, the other students watched as the four stood in front of the girls' squad, squatting while receiving special attention from Instructor Lin Yu, unable to suppress another round of laughter. Meanwhile, the four could only grit their teeth, squatting while silently praying for the conclusion of this arduous training. "I can't believe it, Liang. Why did you have to thank Instructor He-chang for this? Now we're really in for it." Wang Zhe gasped, panting as he squatted, his tone rife with exasperation and complaint. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his legs began to ache. Liang wore a similar expression of distress, gritting his teeth to endure, and upon hearing Wang Zhe's comment, he couldn't help but reply in a low voice, "How was I to know Instructor Lin Yu was this tough? No more looking at legs, I swear." Just then, he sneaked a glance at the girls' squad, only to meet Instructor Lin Yu's frigid gaze, causing him to hastily lower his head and focus intently on his squats. "What are you four whispering about now?" The voice of Instructor Lin Yu suddenly resonated, imbued with a hint of sternness. With her arms crossed, she gazed intently at the four individuals, as if she could penetrate their concealed thoughts. Jiang Han was the quickest to react, promptly raising his head and responding earnestly. "We haven't said anything, Instructor Lin Yu. We're just encouraging each other to finish quickly." He raised his voice intentionally, feigning an appearance of vigorous enthusiasm. Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu hastily nodded in agreement, chiming in unison, "Yes, yes, we are merely motivating one another." Instructor Lin Yu narrowed her eyes, evidently skeptical of their words, yet she chose not to elaborate further, merely tossing out a cold admonition. "Focus, and do not slack off. There are still 60 to go." Upon hearing this, the four internally lamented, yet on the surface, they dared not exhibit any sign of laziness, resolutely continuing their squats. As Liang squatted, he muttered under his breath, "Had I known, I wouldn't have spoken up. This is truly a case of self-inflicted punishment." Wang Zhe could not suppress a sigh, murmuring, "This is indeed a calamity brought upon our legs. I must refrain from speaking carelessly in the future." Although Zhang Yu remained silent, his expression conveyed an indescribable agony, clearly suffering through this rigorous training. Jiang Han, however, sought to lighten the mood, jesting while squatting. "All right, let us consider this a workout. After all, we've never practiced this seriously before." Despite their verbal complaints, the four dared not let their actions falter. After all, Instructor Lin Yu stood watchful nearby, and any misstep could lead to additional penalties. On the training ground, their fellow classmates observed the four in their distress, unable to stifle a wave of chuckles, though they dared not be too overt, fearing repercussions. Finally, as the four were on the verge of collapse, Instructor Lin Yu called for a halt. "All right, that will be all for today. Remember, adhere to the discipline during military training. Do not dwell on trivial matters." The four exhaled in relief, standing straighter and responding in unison, "Yes, Instructor Lin Yu." Liang rubbed his sore legs and grumbled, "Well, I've certainly learned my lesson." Wang Zhe patted his shoulder, smiling wryly, "Enough complaining. Let us regroup quickly and avoid further trouble." The four trudged back to their respective teams, their weary bodies trailing behind. Instructor He-chang, seeing them return, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, revealing an enigmatic smile. "So, how did you find Instructor Lin Yu's training?" They nodded vigorously, responding in unison. "Satisfactory. Extremely satisfactory." "Satisfactory? Would you care to practice some more?" He-chang replied with a chuckle. Jiang Han quickly interjected, "Forget it, Instructor He-chang. I believe it would be better to train with you." The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. You will never learn. It's innate. Before long, the midday military posture training concluded. At Instructor He-chang's command to disperse, the four felt a wave of relief wash over them as they instinctively made their way toward the school cafeteria. Their steps appeared heavy, especially for Liang, who limped slightly, continuously voicing his grievances. "My legs feel like they are about to give out. This isn't military training, it's sheer torture," he lamented, rubbing his thighs, his face etched with pain. "I feel the same. After those squats, my legs hardly feel like my own." Wang Zhe chimed in, struggling to maintain his balance as he walked. Zhang Yu, however, refrained from complaints, instead contemplatively remarking, "Have you noticed? Instructor Lin Yu is actually quite attractive." At this, Liang rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Seriously, dude, you still have the energy to admire the instructor? It seems 100 squats were clearly insufficient. You should go do another 100 with her this afternoon." Zhang Yu waved his hands dismissively, chuckling awkwardly. All right, now that you mention it. I suddenly find her less appealing. As they bantered back and forth, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Just then, Su Yao approached briskly from behind, gently tapping Jiang Han on the shoulder. How are your legs holding up, Jiang Han? She inquired with a teasing tone. Jiang Han turned to see Su Yao, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. He scratched his head, attempting to play it cool. If I have to do another 100 squats, they won't be looking good at all. Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. You four truly deserve this. Who told you to speak out of turn? Jiang Han shrugged helplessly. Alas, I spoke too soon, never anticipating such severe consequences. At this moment, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu exchanged knowing glances, then declared in unison, Jiang Han. We're heading to eat first. With that, they quickened their pace, swiftly distancing themselves from Jiang Han and Su Yao, leaving him to face her alone. Jiang Han watched their retreating figures, inwardly cursing. Those guys really can run fast. Su Yao noticed Jiang Han's expression and chuckled. What's the matter? Have your friends abandoned you? Jiang Han smiled wryly. They are merely afraid of interrupting our time together. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. She gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder, saying, All right, enough joking. Let us hurry to eat. If we delay any longer, the cafeteria will run out of food. Jiang Han nodded and smiled. Then shall we go together? Su Yao did not refuse, and the two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. Sunlight filtered through the campus path, casting dappled shadows as a gentle breeze wafted by, bringing a refreshing chill. Su Yao suddenly turned her head, curiously asking, What were you all saying earlier? Why did it suddenly become unattractive? Jiang Han chuckled, explaining, Zhang Yu said Instructor Lin Yu is quite good looking. And then Li Yang joked that he should do another 100 squats this afternoon to take a better look. Upon hearing this, Su Yao burst into laughter. You guys are something else. Instructor Lin Yu is notoriously strict. How dare you make jokes about her? Jiang Han shrugged. What can we do? We just can't keep our mouths shut. However, this time, I've truly learned my lesson. I won't speak carelessly again. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding. Su Yao's favorability level has reached 20. Task completed. Rewards issued. Consumption count, 3. Jiang Han paused, astonished by the revelation. Favorability? A system? What is happening? Before he could process this, the voice continued. New task issued. Raise Su Yao's favorability level to 50. Excitement surged within him, though he maintained an impassive exterior. Stealing a glance at Su Yao, he noticed she was focused ahead, seemingly unaware of his peculiar reaction. He attempted to call upon the system in his mind, but received no response, as it seemed to only appear during task completions or issuances. Jiang Han resolved to set aside his burgeoning curiosity for the moment and continued conversing with Su Yao. By the way, Su Yao, aren't you supposed to be in class? Jiang Han casually inquired, seeking to steer the conversation. I'm in my 4th year, and I've begun preparing for my internship, so I have quite a bit of free time. Su Yao replied. Ah, a beautiful and academically accomplished senior. Jiang Han responded with a smile. Impressive, isn't it? Su Yao beamed. Indeed, Jiang Han affirmed. The two engaged in lively conversation as they arrived at the cafeteria. Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu were already seated at a table, and upon seeing Jiang Han and Su Yao enter together, they exchanged knowing smiles. Li Yang even winked at Jiang Han, whispering, Jiang Han, looking good. Jiang Han shot him a glare, but said nothing, simply joining Su Yao and getting their meals before sitting beside their friends. At the dining table, the four of them continued to share laughter and banter, their legs still aching, yet their spirits were considerably lifted. As they dined, Jiang Han listened to the playful teasing while contemplating the intricacies of the system in his mind. After the meal, Su Yao stood up and said to Jiang Han, I'm heading back now. Good luck with the training this afternoon. Jiang Han nodded, responding with a smile. You too, good luck. As he watched Su Yao's departing figure, Li Yang leaned in, patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, and teased, Hey buddy, we haven't even started yet, and you're already hitting it off with the campus flower. Senior Su Yao? You're quite the swift mover. Jiang Han chuckled, feigning mystery as he replied, Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately inched closer, his face brimming with curiosity, and inquired, Hey, Jiang Han, you must teach me how you managed to connect with Senior Su Yao. I want to know. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, adopting a self-satisfied demeanor as he leisurely remarked, You lot won't be able to replicate this. It's innate. My infuriatingly charming aura is simply irresistible to girls. Li Yang and Wang Yu exchanged exasperated eye rolls. Wang Yu added, somewhat irately, Come on. I'll concede you're indeed handsome, but your level of narcissism deserves even more acknowledgement. Now I understand how you managed to catch Senior Su Yao's attention. Just based on your shameless self-praise, it's clear you have a thick skin. Jiang Han burst into hearty laughter, giving Wang Yu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Brother, This is called confidence, you know? Besides, Senior Su Yao and I have merely exchanged a few words. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Chapter 19. I've never endured such hardship in my life. Li Yong smirked, teasingly commenting, come on. The way you two walked together earlier looked just like the leads in a romantic drama. Jiang Han, I'm impressed by your maneuver. Wang Zhe joined in the jest. Exactly, Jiang Han. Can you spare me just a hint of that infuriatingly charming aura? I also wish to connect with the campus flower. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile, adopting a faux serious tone. Such things can only be understood intuitively, not articulated. You all should practice your squats more. Who knows? Perhaps one day, Instructor Lin, you will be moved by your perseverance. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face fell. Don't mention squats. Just the thought makes my legs ache. Do you really think Instructor Lin you can be swayed so easily? I believe she wants us to squat until the end of time. As the three continued their light-hearted banter, they made their way toward the dormitory. Though the military training was arduous, the camaraderie of brothers added a touch of joy to their experience. Once back in the dormitory, Jiang Han lay on his bed, yet his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of the system. He attempted to summon the system in his mind, but as before, there was no response. He mused quietly. It seems that this system only appears under specific circumstances. I must find an opportunity to study it thoroughly. Lost in thought, Li Yong suddenly leaned in. Speaking in a hushed tone, Jiang Han, seriously, what is going on between you and Senior Su Yao? You're not actually interested in her, are you? Jiang Han chuckled lightly, not answering directly, but instead countering with, what? Are you interested in her too? Li Yong quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. Senior Su Yao is on a whole different level. I don't have the guts for that. But if you do have feelings, I'm here to support you. My brother. After lunch, the four of them chatted as they returned to the dormitory. Inside, the sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a lazy glow on the floor. Wang Zhe flopped onto his bed as soon as he entered, letting out a long sigh. How many more days until this military training ends? Li Yong, while removing his shoes, replied, half a month. We still have a long way to go. Just hang in there. With that, he too collapsed onto his bed, appearing utterly disheartened. Half a month? That is going to take my life. Zhang Yu exclaimed, collapsing into a chair, his face a mask of despair. Jiang Han simply chuckled. Taking a seat on his bed, he looked at the three of them, teasing, is that all you can manage? We've only just begun. There are even more exciting challenges ahead. Li Yong rolled over, lying on his stomach, and weakly said, Jiang Han, don't discourage us. Just thinking about the obstacle course this afternoon makes my legs tremble. Wang Zhe sighed in agreement. Exactly, this military training is simply unbearable. My only wish right now is to sleep in, but even that feels like a luxury. Suddenly, Zhang Yu sat up straight, a serious expression on his face. What if we pretend to be sick? Do you think we could skip the afternoon training? Jiang Han shook his head, laughing softly. Don't even think about it. Instructor Lin Yu and Instructor He Chong are no pushovers. If you pretend to be ill, they'll see right through it. And then you just miss out on rest. You'll probably end up with extra training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu slumped back down, resignedly stating, then forget it. I might as well train honestly. At least that way, I can keep my life intact. The four of them fell silent for a moment, with only the whirring of the fan filling the room. After a while, Li Yong suddenly asked, Jiang Han, do you think Senior Su Yao will come watch us train this afternoon? Jiang Han paused, then smiled. Why do you keep bringing up Senior Su Yao? She's not even in our class. How could she possibly come to watch us train? Li Yong grinned, teasing, that is not certain. Perhaps she's coming just to see you. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu perked up, joining in the teasing. Yeah? Jiang Han, what is really going on with you and Senior Su Yao? Spill the beans. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. You guys really need to stop with the wild guesses. Senior Su Yao and I are just ordinary friends who chatted a bit. It's not as complicated as you think. Li Yong scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Ordinary friends? Then why were you smiling so happily during lunch? It looked like you two were really hitting it off. Wang Zhe chimed in. Exactly, Jiang Han. Don't hide things from us. If there is any progress, we can help you out. Jiang Han smiled, but chose not to respond. Deep down, he felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, the system's task loomed over him, and he needed to elevate Su Yao's favorability. Nevertheless, he wasn't ready to share this with his friends just yet. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a classmate from the next dorm peered in, grinning. Are you guys still lounging around? Hurry up and get ready. This afternoon's training is about to start. The four of them groaned in unison. Li Yong grumbled while getting up from his bed. When will this be over? Zhang Yu sighed in resignation. Oh well, let us accept our fate. Half a month will pass quickly. Wang Zhe clapped Jiang Han on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, Jiang Han, good luck with the training this afternoon. Who knows? Maybe Senior Su Yao really will come to watch you. Jiang Han smiled, but said nothing more, secretly contemplating. If Senior Su Yao does come to watch the training, That would indeed present a fine opportunity. The four of them tidied up their clothes and exited the dormitory, heading toward the training ground. Despite their complaints, they all understood that although military training was arduous, it was also a rare experience. The midday sun blazed like a fierce flame, mercilessly scorching the earth. The air on the playground felt almost searing, with every inch of ground radiating heat. Students stood on the field, their sweat quickly soaking through their shirts, cascading down their faces and dripping onto the scalding rubber surface, evaporating in an instant. This is unbearable. I've never endured such hardship in my life, Liang murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance and fatigue. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. But it was futile as more beads of perspiration rolled down. Liang was a child who had been indulged by his parents since childhood, rarely experiencing hardship. This military training undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for him. Don't mention it. I haven't either. Wang Zhe murmured softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Hey, stop grumbling. You too. If the instructor hears you, doing 100 squats will be even more unbearable. Jiang Han quietly reminded them. Liang and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, both seeing a trace of resignation in each other's eyes. The instructor stood at the front of the line, his gaze piercing through every student like that of a hawk. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes exuded an undeniable authority. As a military man, he held exceedingly high standards for the training, insisting that every movement be executed flawlessly. In his eyes, military training was not merely a physical exercise for the students, but also a crucible for their willpower. Chapter 20. How did you guess? The afternoon military training under the scorching sun felt particularly excruciating. The sunlight poured unimpeded onto the training ground, rendering the ground searing hot, and the air was thick with a stifling heat. The boys stood in the sun, sweat trickling down their foreheads, soaking their camouflage uniforms. Their eyes occasionally darted toward the girls standing in the shade, filled with envy. If only we could train in the shade too, Wang Zhe muttered softly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liang sighed, resignedly saying, Stop dreaming. Let us just stand here in the sun like honest soldiers. Look at instructor He's gaze. Who dares to slack off? Jiang Han, standing in the line, also felt the oppressive heat but refrained from complaining. His gaze occasionally swept toward the girls' team, seemingly searching for something. Indeed, he spotted Su Yao in the shade, engaged in conversation with instructor Lin Yu. Just then, instructor He's voice rang out, dismissed. Rest for half an hour. Upon hearing this, the line erupted in cheers. Many students collapsed onto the ground as if all their strength had been sapped. Liang plopped down, gazing skyward, exclaiming, Goodness, this is absolutely exhausting. Wang Zhe slumped to the ground, fanning himself with his hands. This weather is brutal. I feel like I'm about to be baked into a dried figure. Zhang Yu simply lay on the ground, eyes closed, muttering, I don't want to think about anything right now. I just want to lie here. This half-hour break is a lifesaver. Jiang Han, where are you going? Wang Zhe asked as he noticed Jiang Han suddenly leave the line. To buy ice cream. Are you coming? Jiang Han waved his hand without looking back, his tone lighthearted. Not going, but I wish I could have some, Wang Zhe replied with a grin, a glimmer of anticipation on his face. All right, just wait. Jiang Han laughed in response and quickly departed the training ground, heading toward the nearby convenience store. Watching Jiang Han's retreating figure, Liang abruptly stood up, dusting off his pants. Wait here, I'll go get the car. Let us enjoy some air conditioning. Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Let us go together. Every moment spent in the cool air counts. Zhang Yu quickly chimed in. Exactly. This heat is unbearable. Enjoying air conditioning is pure bliss. With that, the three headed toward Li Yang's parking spot. Li Yang's vehicle was a sleek black G-Wagon, parked in the shade of nearby trees. He pulled out his keys, pressed a button, and the car lights flashed with a beep. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had arrived at the convenience store. He pushed open the glass door, and a rush of cool air greeted him, instantly dispelling the heat clinging to his body. He walked straight to the freezer, retrieving 4 ice creams and grabbing 4 bottles of chilled drinks. After settling the bill, he hurried back. As he approached the training ground, Jiang Han heard a horn honk. He looked up to see Li Yang's G-Wagon parked by the roadside. The window rolled down as Li Yang called out, Over here. Come enjoy the air conditioning. Jiang Han smiled and quickly walked over, opening the door to sit in the back seat. The air conditioning was set to a refreshing chill, instantly revitalizing him. Thanks, Han. Wang Zhe exclaimed upon seeing the chilled drinks and ice creams in Jiang Han's hands, his face lighting up with joy. He immediately grabbed a bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped down a generous swig, sighing in satisfaction. This is like a lifesaver. Zhang Yu couldn't contain himself either, taking a bottle, sipping, and exclaiming, In this weather, having a sip of something cold is the pinnacle of life. Liang turned in his seat, smiling at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, your maneuvering is impressive. Where's the ice cream? Share it. Jiang Han chuckled, handing over the ice creams. Here, One for each of us. No stealing. Each of the four took an ice cream, tearing open the packaging and savoring the delightful treat. The atmosphere in the car immediately lightened, as if the sweltering heat outside had no bearing on them. I can't see how anyone from our training ground resembles the owner of that Bugatti parked at the entrance, Liang remarked, eating his ice cream while peering through the window at their classmates, a note of curiosity in his voice. Is it possible that they didn't come to military training at all? Wang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to relish his ice cream, clearly uninterested in the topic. However, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected, but I heard that Bugatti left yesterday, and it took a girl with it. They're probably still around school and might even be older than us. Liang perked up at this, turning to Zhang Yu. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Zhang Yu chuckled. On the school forum. Don't you guys check that stuff? Wang Zhe couldn't help but tease. Well, it's not mine. So who cares? Sitting in the back, Jiang Han listened to their discussion, feeling a mix of emotions. He was actually quite familiar with that Bugatti and could say he had a unique understanding of its owner. Yet, he refrained from joining the conversation, merely enjoying his ice cream while occasionally glancing outside. Noticing Jiang Han's silence, Liang couldn't help but ask, Jiang Han, what do you think? Who do you think the Bugatti's owner is? Jiang Han smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly, who knows? It could very well be some low-key rich kid who doesn't flaunt their wealth. Wang Zhe chuckled at this, a low-key rich kid? How can someone driving a Bugatti be low-key? Jiang Han, that idea is a bit naive. Zhang Yu added his jest, exactly. Someone who drives a Bugatti can't possibly be low-key. That car steals the spotlight wherever it goes. Upon hearing this, Liang turned back to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you're not the owner of that car, are you? Claiming to be low-key while casually spending over $1 million. Yeah, Jiang Han, are you the owner of that car? Wang Zhe echoed, his eyes alight with curiosity as he turned to Jiang Han. Do I look like one? Jiang Han felt quite embarrassed by their line of questioning. Definitely. The three responded in unison. I can't believe it. I haven't said anything, and you guys figured it out. Jiang Han said, feeling exasperated. Chapter 21. The Warm-Hearted Man Behind the Dog. Upon hearing Jiang Han's response, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu were momentarily stunned. Then, disbelief flickered in their eyes, as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. Wow, dude, you're really good at hiding things. Liang was the first to react, his mouth agape in astonishment as he stared at Jiang Han. He shook his head in disbelief, his tone teasing. You usually seem so low-key. I didn't expect you to have such a story. Hearing these words, Jiang Han revealed a bitter smile on his face. He had long anticipated such a reaction. Keep it a secret, don't let it slip. He urged in a hushed tone, his eyes betraying a hint of earnestness. Oh, you mean keeping the fact that Senior Su Yao is a scion of a wealthy family under wraps, right? Rest assured my lips are sealed. I shall fulfill my duty. Wang Zhe immediately raised his right thumb in a grandiloquent gesture of assurance, his face alight with excitement, as if he were witnessing a riveting spy thriller. That's unnecessary. Senior Su Yao knew about it before you all. Jiang Han interjected with a smile, a trace of pride lacing his tone. The beauty mentioned on the forum is indeed Senior Su Yao? Zhang Yu's eyes brightened, filled with envy and admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han hastily waved his hand to clarify. That was purely incidental. I happened to wander out that day and stumbled into the noodle shop where Senior Su Yao was working. Just then, two inebriated patrons caused a ruckus. I merely stepped in to assist her. Truly, nothing untoward occurred. Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, a mischievous smirk gracing their faces. As if they had reached an unspoken understanding. They nodded in agreement, and Liang cheerfully suggested, when can you take me for a ride in your Bugatti? Young Master Han? Young Master Han, I want to go too. I've never been in one. Wang Zhe chimed in, his face brimming with anticipation. Me too. Zhang Yu quickly added, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Jiang Han found their antics amusing and waved his hand dismissively, feigning generosity. All right. Remember to call on me when you need to impress the ladies. The Bugatti will be at your service. Ah, thank you, young Master Han. Liang grinned widely, slapping Jiang Han on the shoulder, as if he could already envision himself cruising in the Bugatti. Wang Zhe joined in the laughter, exclaiming excitedly, young Master Han, you are truly our savior. With the Bugatti, how could I possibly fail to attract a girl? Zhang Yu, adopting a mock-serious demeanor, nodded sagely. Rest assured, young Master Han. Once we win over the ladies, we shall treat you to a meal. Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head, about to say more when the whistle signaling assembly sounded, interrupting their conversation. Glancing at the time, he announced, let us go, we need to get back to military training. If we delay any longer, instructor, he will surely be furious. Upon hearing this, the three of them displayed expressions of utter despondency. Liang sighed, lazily emerging from the vehicle, mumbling, when will this military training end? Wang Zhe slowly exited the car, stretching his limbs and resignedly stating, oh well, I suppose we must accept our fate. It will be over in half a month. Zhang Yu patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, grinning. Young Master Han, once the military training concludes, we must celebrate. Don't forget your promise. Jiang Han nodded with a smile. Sure, no problem. But for now, let us focus on how to survive the afternoon training. The four of them bantered as they made their way toward the formation. Although the training remained arduous, the earlier jesting and Jiang Han's promise evidently lightened their spirits. Upon reaching the front of the line, instructor he stood there, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized them. Liang quickly straightened his posture, whispering, "Oh no. It seems instructor he has noticed our tardiness." Wang Zhe hastily lowered his head, feigning to adjust his clothing, muttering, "Don't panic. Act as if nothing happened." Zhang Yu furtively glanced at Jiang Han, whispering, "Young Master Han, it's up to you." With a resigned smile, Jiang Han stepped forward and addressed instructor he. "Report, instructor. We were just getting some water and lost track of time." Instructor he regarded Jiang Han with a cold stare, then shifted his gaze to the trio behind him, sternly admonishing, "Be mindful of the time next time. Fall back in line." The four of them breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly returning to their positions. As they ran, Liang remarked, "Jiang Han, that was impressive." Instructor he didn't even get angry. After a brief respite, they gradually returned to their military stance. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly pouring its heat down, transforming the playground into a veritable sauna, and they stood rigidly at attention amidst this sweltering environment. "Hey, how about we go out for a meal this afternoon? Let us go to the noodle shop, where Senior Su Yao works," Wang Zhe suggested, tilting his head slightly, anticipation evident on his face. "Are you out of your mind? Aren't you tired? You still want to go out to eat?" Zhang Yu frowned, responding with exasperation as beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. "Believe it or not, that is actually a good idea. After we eat, we could find a spa for a massage to unwind," Liang murmured, straining to maintain his military posture while his eyes revealed a blend of fatigue and longing for relaxation. Time passed like the slow-moving shadows on the playground, each moment slipping quietly away. Amidst the flowing sweat and the scorching sun, the afternoon military training soon drew to a close. The students collectively exhaled, their taut bodies gradually relaxing. "Let us head out for a meal," Liang said, stretching his stiff shoulders, his voice laced with eagerness. "You drive the car to the dormitory, I'll go back and grab the keys. After we eat, it will be just in time for Senior Su Yao to finish work." Jiang Han's lips curled into a confident smile as he spoke. "Whoa, that is such a sycophantic move," Zhang Yu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with mischief as he laughed heartily, filled with teasing. "What do you know? I call it being a warm-hearted guy," Jiang Han retorted nonchalantly, his eyes glimmering with pride. As they conversed, the four of them marched in relatively orderly formation toward the conspicuous G-Class parked beside the playground. Liang deftly slid into the driver's seat, starting the engine with a mysterious smile, turning to Jiang Han and cheerfully inquiring, "Jiang Han, have you heard that saying?" "What saying?" Jiang Han asked, momentarily taken aback, a look of curiosity in his eyes. "What saying?" "Of course, it's that warm-hearted guy's rank below sycophants." Zhang Yu reacted swiftly, answering before bursting into laughter. Yes. I wanted to say that too." Liang chimed in immediately, joining in the laughter that echoed within the vehicle. Chapter 22, The Eye of the Harvesting Machine. Upon hearing his friend's playful banter, Jiang Han felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, shaking his head in resignation. However, he did not dwell on it too deeply, as this was the usual light-hearted camaraderie they shared. Just then, the car smoothly arrived at the dormitory building. Jiang Han opened the car door, swiftly alighting and striding toward the dorm. In no time, he retrieved his car keys and promptly returned to the vehicle. "Bro, let me see the Bugatti keys. I want to post on social media and show off." Wang Zhe beamed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement, speaking with the enthusiasm of a child presented with a long-desired toy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's lips curled into a faint smile, and he naturally handed over the car keys. Meanwhile, Liang focused intently on driving, proceeding along the campus roads until they reached the parking lot across from the school entrance. "Jiang Han, we are waiting for you." Liang turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his face as he spoke to Jiang Han. "I'll accompany you. I want to experience sitting in a Bugatti," Wang Zhe exclaimed eagerly, unbuckling his seatbelt with uncontainable excitement, his face still adorned with an exuberant grin, before he exited the vehicle alongside Jiang Han. The two of them strode side by side towards the Bugatti parked in the lot. Soon, the distinctive roar of the supercar filled the air. The sound was deep and powerful, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening with a mighty growl. Wang Zhe, seated inside the car, was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "Wow, that sound is truly enchanting," Wang Zhe exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration as he hastily took out his phone, snapping selfies of himself amidst the luxurious interior of the car. In a moment of distraction, his gaze fell upon the number 01 etched behind the armrest. Is this the knight's voice, the only one in the world? Wang Zhe's eyes widened, his face alight with disbelief and joy as he inquired. Ah, quite the connoisseur. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. With that, Jiang Han gently pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly roared to life. At that moment, the setting sun bathed the sleek black Bugatti in a golden hue. The car's already mysterious aura now shimmering with a radiant glow, making it appear even more breathtaking, as if the entire parking lot was illuminated by its presence. Jiang Han firmly grasped the steering wheel, maneuvering the beast-like Bugatti with a grace that propelled it swiftly to the parking lot's exit. The car, akin to a dazzling star, instantly attracted countless admiring gazes upon its emergence. Among those gazes were awe, envy, and a profound curiosity. Many students, who were initially hurrying past, found themselves halting in their tracks, turning their heads to catch a glimpse of who was seated inside. So handsome. Jiang Han is truly a hidden gem, Li Yang remarked from his G-class, watching the Bugatti roll out, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips, filled with both admiration for the car's striking appearance and playful jibes at Jiang Han's usual modest demeanor. As Jiang Han drove the Bugatti at a leisurely pace towards Li Yang's G-class, he lightly honked the horn, the crisp sound echoing like a greeting. He then pressed the accelerator once more, the car darting forward like an arrow. Li Yang, seeing this, quickly started his vehicle, trailing behind at a steady pace. Wow, Brother Han, you're making me blush. This is a real attention grabber. Wang Zhe, seated in the passenger seat of the Bugatti, exclaimed excitedly. His cheeks flushed and eyes gleaming with delight. He glanced around, absorbing the myriad of gazes directed towards them, his expression a mix of thrill and pride. Shouldn't you be accustomed to such attention by now? Why the excitement? Jiang Han replied, a light smile gracing his lips, his eyes focused on the road as he spoke. Amusement evident in his tone at Wang Zhe's exuberance. I have a few sports cars at home, but none attract attention like this. Wang Zhe responded, his enthusiasm palpable as he frequently glanced out the window at the admiring stares, unable to get enough of the spectacle. This Bugatti truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier sports car. The head-turning rate is absolutely phenomenal. He added, unable to contain his admiration. In no time, the two cars arrived leisurely at the noodle shop where Su Yao worked. This establishment was nestled on a bustling street, teeming with people, and exuded a vibrant atmosphere. Jiang Han and Li Yang skillfully parked their vehicles, and the four of them opened their doors, striding directly into the noodle shop. Su Yao, who had been busy within the shop, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her upon seeing the four enter. She slightly furrowed her brow, pondering. After a day of military training, these guys still have the energy to rush out. However, she quickly adjusted her expression, donning a professional smile. Upon spotting Su Yao, Jiang Han's eyes brightened, a gentle smile gracing his face as he subtly returned her gaze, his smile carrying a hint of special significance. He casually chose an empty table, pulling a chair to sit down, followed by the other three who settled around him. Su Yao approached with light footsteps. Gentlemen, what would you like to eat? She asked. Standing by the table, her posture slightly bent, her face adorned with a polite smile, albeit laced with playful teasing, yet her demeanor remained warm and friendly. Hey, what a coincidence, Senior Su Yao, what a pleasant surprise. Li Yang exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile, his eyes narrowing into slits as he spoke cheerfully. His demeanor suggested a genuine surprise at encountering Su Yao, yet his tone carried an air of deliberate playfulness. I'd like a bowl of lamb offal noodles. Jiang Han lifted his gaze, looking tenderly at Su Yao as he spoke. His eyes reflected a glimmer of anticipation, as if he held a special fondness for the lamb offal noodles served here. Senior Su Yao, I'll have the seafood noodles. Wang Zhe chimed in eagerly, pointing at the picture of the seafood noodles on the menu, his eyes brimming with desire. I want seafood noodles too. Zhang Yu quickly responded, his voice booming, seemingly concerned that Su Yao might not hear him. And you? Su Yao turned her gaze slightly towards Li Yang, inquiring softly. I'll have the chicken soup noodles. Li Yang replied with a smile. Ah, you're not tired at all, are you? Su Yao remarked with a slight furrow of her brow, half chiding and half caring. You've had a day of military training, and yet you still chose to come out for a meal. Isn't there a cafeteria at school? Her eyes conveyed a sense of helplessness, seemingly perplexed by the boy's decision to forego the school cafeteria in favor of venturing out for food. We just wanted to grab a bite. Li Yang mentioned he had something to discuss, so we all came together. Jiang Han explained with a calm smile, his tone steady, as if it were merely a casual outing prompted by Li Yang's suggestion. All right then, just wait here. Once I finish placing the order, you all should head back for some rest. You shouldn't overexert yourselves. Su Yao said, her gaze lingering on Jiang Han, infused with genuine concern. After speaking, She turned and walked away with a light step, heading towards the kitchen to place their orders. Ah, you're not tired at all. Zhang Yu mimicked Su Yao's tone, elongating his words with a sly grin, perfectly imitating her previous demeanor. His exaggerated expressions and intonation captured Su Yao's mannerisms perfectly. Upon hearing this, Liang and Wang Zhe exchanged glances, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Liang covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders shaking as he stifled his laughter, while Wang Zhe unabashedly let out a hearty laugh, his eyes squinting in delight. Shut it. Jiang Han shot Zhang Yu an exasperated glance, not genuinely angry, but rather bemused by their antics, responding with a playful annoyance. His tone held a familiar casualness and affection, a testament to their close friendship, as such banter was commonplace among them. Jiang Han, why hasn't your car been registered yet? Liang inquired, tilting his head slightly. His eyes fixated on Jiang Han's Bugatti, brimming with curiosity. After a brief pause on the dazzling sports car, he redirected his gaze back to Jiang Han, his expression laden with confusion. I just got it not long ago, and haven't had the chance to register it yet. Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly in response. He lifted the water cup before him and took a gentle sip, seemingly indifferent to the fact that the car was unregistered. You can wait a few more days. There is an auction for a number plate 88888 on the 1st of next month. You should consider attending. Liang leaned slightly forward, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face as he spoke enthusiastically. While he spoke, he absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, envisioning the 88888 license plate adorning Jiang Han's vehicle. That sounds interesting. Jiang Han responded, his eyes momentarily sparkling, a slight smile gracing his lips. His gaze revealed a flicker of anticipation, as if he had developed a keen interest in the upcoming auction. The four of them continued their light-hearted conversation, occasionally glancing around the noodle shop. Before long, their orders arrived, carefully placed before them by the attentive staff. The steaming noodles exuded an enticing aroma, enveloping the table and heightening their appetites. At that moment, Su Yao was busy behind the counter, organizing bills and items. A colleague, an effervescent woman, leaned in slightly towards Su Yao, her expression tinged with curiosity. Isn't that the young man who helped you the other day? She inquired, subtly gesturing towards Jiang Han's table. Yes, he is my junior. Su Yao paused her tasks, looked up, and responded with a warm smile. Her expression radiated kindness, her eyes reflecting a gentle familiarity. Oh, he is also from Zhonghai Financial University? I heard from one of the boys here that his car is quite expensive, worth several million. Her colleague's eyes widened in astonishment, her tone filled with admiration. This young man is remarkable. You should seize the opportunity, she added, lightly nudging Su Yao's arm, her gaze laced with encouragement. Lu Jia, we are merely classmates. It's nothing beyond that. Su Yao gently shook her head, maintaining her smile, though it bore a hint of resignation. Besides, we inhabit different worlds. Can you imagine someone so young driving a car worth millions? How could we possibly aspire to that? A soft sigh escaped her lips, her eyes revealing a flicker of self-doubt and clarity. That may not be the case. Su Yao's colleague raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming on her lips as she teased. She patted Su Yao's shoulder, her gaze filled with encouragement, seemingly unconvinced by Su Yao's perspective. The four indulged in the delicious noodles before them, their appetites robust after a day of intense military training. Each bowl, steaming and fragrant, was devoured swiftly, leaving no trace behind. They each finished a hearty serving and, feeling satisfied, stood up, patting their slightly bulging bellies as they made their way to the counter. Su Yao, we'd like to settle the bill, Wang Zhe said, his face beaming with satisfaction as he strode confidently to the counter. The joy in his eyes sparkled, as the fatigue from the military training seemed to dissipate in the wake of their delightful meal. That will be 114, Su Yao replied with a smile, her voice melodious as she expertly operated the cash register. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Han, then refocused on Wang Zhe, earnestly advising, make sure you all get some rest. Tomorrow will be even more exhausting. Her eyes brimmed with concern, reminiscent of an older sister advising her younger siblings. Absolutely, Su Yao. I'll tell Jiang Han to head back early. Wang Zhe nodded eagerly, his radiant smile unwavering as he obediently acknowledged her care. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu, Liang, and Jiang Han approached leisurely. Jiang Han, puzzled, inquired, what is this about going back early? His expression revealed confusion, as he was unaware of the conversation that had just taken place. Oh, Su Yao suggested you should head back early. Wang Zhe quickly clarified, pointing towards Su Yao. We'll be leaving shortly. Jiang Han responded to Su Yao, a warm smile gracing his face as he locked eyes with her, conveying a silent understanding. Su Yao nodded slightly, her expression reflecting a sense of reassurance. The four then turned to leave the noodle shop. As they stepped outside, Zhang Yu was quick to dart ahead of Wang Zhe, eagerly sliding into Jiang Han's Bugatti, exclaiming, It's my turn to experience this. His excitement mirrored that of a child with a new toy, unable to contain his exhilaration. Seeing this, Jiang Han shook his head in amusement, a fond smile illuminating his face. Without a second thought, he tossed his car keys to Li Yong, declaring, "You drive. I'll take yours." "Wow. All right. Let me give it a try." Li Yong exclaimed joyfully, catching the keys with a beaming smile, his laughter echoing as he eagerly approached the Bugatti, ready to relish the experience of driving such a remarkable vehicle. Chapter 24. My legs have truly suffered alongside me today. Jiang Han and Wang Zhe settled into Li Yong's G class, with Jiang Han taking the driver's seat, while Wang Zhe obediently occupied the back. Li Yong skillfully started Jiang Han's Bugatti, and the two cars slowly rolled out in tandem. On the street, passers-by were drawn to the sight of the two luxury vehicles, their envious gazes bestowing a sense of special privilege upon the occupants. People paused to observe, whispering amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued by those inside the cars. Soon, amidst the admiring glances from onlookers, the two vehicles arrived at the entrance of an opulently decorated club. The exterior of the club exuded grandeur, its dazzling lights showcasing luxury and sophistication. The four, clad in their school's military training uniforms, stood out starkly against this lavish backdrop, the green fabric of their attire contrasting sharply with the surrounding opulence, drawing the attention of many nearby. "Let us go. Time to unwind," Li Yong said, rubbing his legs as he displayed a look of exasperation. After a day of military training, his legs ached, and he longed for relaxation. With that, the four trudged inside the club, their footsteps slightly weary. Their intentions were clear, to seek a simple reprieve from the fatigue wrought by their training. Inside, the decor was refined and elegant, the ambient lighting soft, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, instantly soothing their senses. Before long, a friendly attendant warmly guided the four to a spacious and comfortable room. The room was furnished lavishly and invitingly, featuring plush sofas and exquisite decorations that underscored its high-end nature. Shortly thereafter, a line of uniformly attired technicians entered gracefully, their smiles radiating professionalism and warmth. After a brief appraisal, each of the four selected a technician, reclining on the sofa to commence their indulgent experience. The technicians' skilled hands worked expertly, applying just the right pressure to ease the tension from their bodies. "Ah, tomorrow promises another sunny day," Wang Zhe remarked, enjoying the technician's massage while glancing at the weather forecast on his phone, a hint of disappointment coloring his words. The thought of enduring military training under the blazing sun dampened his spirits. "During the rainy days, I found it bothersome. But now I would give anything for 2 weeks of continuous rain," Li Yong chimed in, resonating with Wang Zhe's sentiment. Reflecting on the inconveniences of training in the rain, he yearned for a prolonged downpour to liberate them from their current predicament. "Are you students?" The skilled technician, number 37, was expertly massaging Li Yong while softly inquiring, her head slightly bowed, a gentle smile gracing her face, and a hint of curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Li Yong was enveloped in the soothing sensations of the massage. Upon hearing the question, he merely responded with a soft murmur. With his eyes gently squinted, he relished this rare moment of relaxation. "How did you figure that out?" Zhang Yu, who had been comfortably enjoying his own massage, suddenly perked up, curiosity piqued. He turned to the technician, his gaze filled with intrigue. "You four are dressed in military training uniforms, at this hour. Aren't those typically worn by students from nearby universities? Which university do you attend?" Number 37 patiently elucidated, her hands never faltering as she continued to knead Li Yong's shoulders. "Zhonghai Financial Academy," Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. After speaking, he reclined comfortably against the sofa, savoring the massage anew. The four of them, while relaxing, engaged in light-hearted conversation with the technicians, creating a delightful atmosphere. The technicians shared amusing anecdotes from their work, while the four recounted various amusing incidents from their military training, punctuated by bursts of laughter echoing through the room. Gradually, Li Yong and Wang Zhe found themselves lulled into slumber amidst the comforting environment and the gentle massage. Li Yong tilted his head slightly, his expression relaxed and his breathing steady, while Wang Zhe leaned against the back of the sofa, emitting soft snores. In such moments, time tends to slip away swiftly. It seemed but an instant before the clock struck 9. The room remained softly lit, and within the tranquil ambience, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Excuse me, gentlemen. Your service has concluded. Would you like to extend your time?" One of the technicians gently posed the question, standing in the center of the room with a courteous smile, her eyes sweeping over the four. "No, let's take a break." Jiang Han glanced at the time, then at the peacefully sleeping Li Yong and Wang Zhe, and spoke. His voice was quiet, yet tinged with a hint of fatigue. "Very well," the technician responded with a smile. And then the four technicians bowed slightly to the four gentlemen before quietly exiting the room. leaving behind a serene atmosphere and the still resting quartet. Ah, that was delightful. So refreshing. Li Yang stretched luxuriously, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed. As he spoke, he began to move his neck and shoulders, seemingly wishing to release every ounce of comfort he felt. After such relaxation, he felt rejuvenated, the fatigue from military training dissipating entirely. Well, now I feel great. But tomorrow will be a trial. Wang Zhe sighed helplessly, speaking up. Despite his verbal complaints about the arduous training ahead, a look of contentment lingered on his face. He understood that regardless of what tomorrow held, they had at least enjoyed this moment of bliss. Let's go? Zhang Yu nodded, offering a succinct reply. He rose, adjusted his military training uniform, and prepared to leave the cozy establishment. The four dressed, settled their bill at the front desk, and departed together. Outside, the night was cool, a gentle breeze brushing against them. They walked along the street towards the parking lot, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of their figures. Upon reaching the parking lot, Li Yang halted, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he looked at Jiang Han. Hurry and pick up your senior sister Su Yao from work. We'll head back to the dorm. His eyes glinted with mischief, deliberately emphasizing your senior sister Su Yao to provoke Jiang Han. Hearing this, Jiang Han's face flushed slightly, and he chuckled softly, offering no substantial reply. He recognized Li Yang was joking and took it in stride. He then turned towards his Bugatti, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat. As Jiang Han gently pressed the accelerator, the roar of the Bugatti filled the air, its deep, powerful sound resonating throughout the parking lot. The car smoothly pulled out, vanishing at the end of the street. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop. The establishment was still brightly lit and bustling with patrons. Skillfully, he parked his car in front of the shop, leaned back in his seat, and pulled out his phone, idly passing the time while awaiting Su Yao's departure. Chapter 25. The juicy drama unfolds. Bored in the car, Jiang Han instinctively opened Douyin, the vibrant visuals and lively sounds immediately flooding the interior. As he casually scrolled through various entertaining live streams, he occasionally glanced towards the noodle shop's entrance, eagerly anticipating Su Yao's appearance. Before long, the familiar roar of a sports car approached. A brand new white Porsche 911 gracefully parked in front of the noodle shop. Once the car was securely stationed, the driver made no move to exit. Through the gleaming windshield, a large bouquet of striking roses was clearly visible in the passenger seat, the petals glistening with dewdrops, radiating a captivating charm under the lights. Jiang Han's interest was piqued. He leaned forward onto his steering wheel, eyes fixed on the Porsche 911. One hand remained occupied with his phone, fingers gliding across the screen, while his mind was wholly captivated by the unexpected spectacle unfolding before him, ready to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone lit up with a video call from Li Yang. He hastily answered, and Li Yang's smiling face appeared on the screen. Hey, Jiang Han. Did you pick up? Li Yang inquired with a grin, his voice emanating from the phone, infused with a light-hearted tease. Not yet, but I've stumbled upon something intriguing. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, his expression brimming with curiosity. He swiftly turned the camera toward the nearby Porsche 911. Look, there's a spectacle to behold. Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile, his gaze filled with anticipation. Just don't let the drama fall on your own head. Haha, is he about to confess to senior sister Su Yao? Wang Zhe's voice chimed in from the phone, laced with humor and jest. The background noise suggested he was in the dormitory, surrounded by others. Ha ha, Wang Zhe, you've got quite the mouth. Looks like you were right on the mark. Zhang Yu's laughter joined in, responding to Wang Zhe with a tone of camaraderie and familiarity. The group bantered back and forth, the atmosphere light and jovial, as they all shared a keen interest in the potential unfolding of a romantic revelation. As the clock neared 9:30, the number of patrons in the noodle shop dwindled, and Su Yao, who had toiled throughout the day, finally emerged. She tilted her head slightly, inhaling the crisp evening air, a look of relaxed fatigue gracing her features. As she stepped outside, the Porsche 911, which had been idling in front of the shop, sprang into action. The young man inside elegantly opened his door and emerged, cradling an abundant bouquet of vibrant roses. The flowers, radiant under the streetlights, exuded an enchanting glow, as if whispering tales of romance. Su Yao, a boy clad in a white tracksuit, waved eagerly towards her, a mix of anticipation and nervousness shining in his eyes as he hurried towards her, his steps laced with urgency. Ha ha ha, Wang Zhe, your loose lips have truly come to fruition. Li Yang's voice, brimming with surprise and excitement, emanated from the phone, its tone slightly altered by exhilaration, as if he had just unearthed something extraordinary. Oh my, I can't believe I was right. In the video, Wang Zhe's head peeked into the frame, his eyes wide open, his face a canvas of astonishment and enthusiasm. It was evident that the trio had been glued to the phone, eagerly awaiting this spectacle, intent on missing not a single detail. Jiang Han, go for it. What are you just sitting there for? Zhang Yu's anxious voice also came through the phone, laced with urgency. As if he yearned to leap through the screen and spur Jiang Han into action. Hey, something's off. Look at Senior Su Yao. She isn't even glancing at that guy. Jiang Han, hurry up. Move it. Li Yang shouted excitedly over the phone, his voice cracking with urgency. He fixed his gaze intently on the screen, as if willing Jiang Han with his eyes to spring into action. With that, Jiang Han decisively ended the call. He flung open the car door, stepped out, and strode purposefully towards Su Yao, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern and an inexplicable resolve. Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han quickened his pace, calling out as he approached. His voice echoed in the quiet streets, tinged with urgency. Jiang Han, you didn't go back? Su Yao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, hastening over to inquire. Her eyes conveyed confusion, as she puzzled over why Jiang Han remained there at such an hour. As they conversed, the boy with the roses approached once more, undeterred, his face flushed as he proclaimed loudly, Su Yao, I truly mean it. I like you. His voice bore a note of pleading mixed with defiance. I don't like you. Su Yao replied gravely, her expression serious. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon the boy, clearly stating her position without a hint of hesitation. Why? The boy seemed unable to accept this outcome, persistently probing with a look of confusion and anguish. For no reason. Su Yao reiterated firmly, her tone resolute, leaving no room for illusions. Is it because of him? A freshman? Am I not good enough compared to him? The boy, now slightly enraged, pointed at Jiang Han, his eyes brimming with jealousy and fury, his facial muscles twitching with agitation. Hey, you can talk. But what else with the finger pointing at me? Jiang Han retorted, feeling a surge of irritation at the boy's unreasonable behavior. He frowned slightly, his gaze carrying a warning. What is it to you? You're just a little frog trying to eat swan meat. The boy shot back at Jiang Han, disdain evident in his eyes, his tone dripping with contempt. There are frogs that can't even reach that far. Jiang Han replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone languid yet taunting. His eyes glimmered with disdain as he locked his gaze onto the boy, unflinching in the face of his hostility. At this, the boy's anger boiled over, his face reddening in humiliation. He furiously hurled the roses to the ground, petals scattering everywhere. Then, with a sudden motion, he grasped Jiang Han by his collar, growling menacingly, Do you know who you're messing with? Believe me, I can make your life at school unbearable. His eyes bulged, as if ready to ignite with fury. I don't believe you. Jiang Han remained calm, effortlessly brushing the boy's hand aside. His movements were clean and decisive, exuding confidence and composure, undeterred by the threat. I could throw money at you until you're buried in it. What are you trying to prove? The boy continued to rant, waving his arms in a frenzy, attempting to intimidate Jiang Han with his wealth. Sounds like you're desperate. Your confession failed miserably. Didn't he it? No wonder Senior Su Yao finds you unworthy. Jiang Han shot back with a mocking grin, arms crossed, his gaze filled with derision, showing no fear of the boy's threats. Chapter 26. But it's not your Portia. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Su Yao felt a wave of concern wash over her, instinctively tugging at his shirt. Her eyes reflected worry, afraid that a conflict between Jiang Han and the boy might lead to trouble. After all, the boy's arrogant demeanor suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. Sensing her unease, Jiang Han turned slightly, offering her a gentle smile as he softly reassured. It's all right, Senior Su Yao. His gaze was steadfast and confident, as though conveying to her that everything was well within his control, urging her to not fret. All right, do you know who I am, kid? The boy, noticing Jiang Han's calm demeanor, felt his rage intensify, and he shouted, puffing out his chest in arrogance, as if revealing his identity would intimidate Jiang Han into submission. And who are you? Very impressive, I presume? Jiang Han replied, feigning ignorance, his tone laden with disdain. He frowned slightly at the self-important boy before him, thoroughly annoyed by his behavior. You. The boy was rendered speechless by Jiang Han's nonchalant attitude. His face flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he glared at Su Yao and said angrily, Su Yao, do you really think you'll be happy with this poor kid? Does he even deserve to be with you? Some things are determined by birth. Can he afford this? As he spoke, he deliberately brandished his Porsche car key, pressing it to illuminate the lights of his 911 parked nearby, the bright beams slicing through the night like a glaring challenge. Fool. Jiang Han turned around, casting a disdainful glance at the illuminated Porsche, his expression now even more dismissive. He spoke coldly, his eyes filled with contempt for the boy's childish display of wealth. With that, Jiang Han ignored the boy further, reaching for Su Yao's hand and leading her towards the Bugatti parked not far away. His movements were fluid and resolute, as if declaring to all that he would not be swayed by the boy's words or actions. Jiang Han retrieved his car key from his pocket and pressed it gently. Instantly, the distinctive headlights of the Bugatti illuminated, casting an aura of mystery and nobility in the darkness. Approaching the passenger side, he opened the door with a gentle gesture, inviting Su Yao to enter. Once she settled in, he took his place in the driver's seat. In an instant, the Bugatti, akin to a slumbering beast, roared to life with a thunderous growl, the powerful engine reverberating through the streets. As the car slowly rolled forward, Jiang Han steered it to face the boy, rolling down the window with a mocking smile, further exacerbating the disdain he felt. "Senior, I believe you're right. Some things are indeed determined by birth. But your Porsche is not one of them." With that, Jiang Han extended his hand out of the window, lightly tapping the car door, and playfully remarked, "Is this door up to standard?" His eyes glimmered with provocation, each gesture and expression showcasing his confidence and self-assuredness. As he finished speaking, the roar of the engine erupted once more, even louder than before. Jiang Han slammed the accelerator down, driving the Bugatti away like a bolt of black lightning, leaving the boy standing there, face flushed with rage yet utterly powerless. The boy seethed, watching Jiang Han drive off in the Bugatti. His anger swelled as he realized he had long heard rumors of a Bugatti parked in the lot across from the school since the beginning of term. But the owner had never shown up. He had never imagined that the unassuming youth he had just encountered was indeed the owner of that very Bugatti. "Sorry, Jiang Han, for causing you more trouble." Su Yao sat in the passenger seat, her head slightly bowed, her voice laced with profound melancholy and self-reproach. Her gaze appeared dim, weighed down by the events that had just transpired, feeling as though she had inadvertently caused unnecessary trouble for Jiang Han. "Don't worry, Senior Su Yao. What trouble could this possibly be? You needn't dwell on it," Jiang Han replied, his tone gentle as he focused intently on the road ahead. His eyes remained fixed on the path before him, yet his words were imbued with comforting reassurances for Su Yao, urging her not to let this incident trouble her. "His name is Lu Chun, the son of one of our school's directors." Su Yao hesitated momentarily before speaking. She furrowed her brows slightly, as if the mere mention of his name troubled her, also intending to make Jiang Han aware of the other's background, thus encouraging him to be more cautious. "There's no need to fret, Senior Su Yao. He knows better than to cause me any trouble." Jiang Han's tone was resolute and confident. A composed smile graced his face, as if he were utterly indifferent to Lu Chen's threat, fully assured in his ability to handle any situation. "But he is also from a wealthy family. How can you be so certain? You should exercise caution," Su Yao murmured, her eyes filled with concern. She turned to Jiang Han, hoping he would take this matter seriously and not invite trouble through negligence. "Absolutely certain. Just the fact that you are sitting in this car indicates that he cannot provoke me, nor would he dare to," Jiang Han replied with unwavering confidence. He slightly lifted his chin, his gaze radiating self-assurance and pride, fully aware of his own capabilities. "I know this car is exceedingly expensive. I've heard it costs several million. Why wouldn't he dare to confront you just because of this car? You are both from affluent families," Su Yao queried, her head tilted, confusion evident in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend how a mere vehicle could instill trepidation in Lu Chun. "Because my car could buy at least 100 of his." Jiang Han chuckled, a relaxed smile lighting up his face. His laughter carried a hint of playful mockery, simultaneously clarifying his confidence to Su Yao, encouraging her to let go of her worries. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Su Yao was once again taken aback. Initially, she had merely heard that the car was quite costly, yet she had never imagined it to be valued at such an astronomical figure. Her mouth slightly agape. Disbelief danced in her eyes as Jiang Han's words echoed in her mind, prompting her to reevaluate her perception of the seemingly familiar yet somewhat enigmatic junior. Su Yao subtly turned her head, her beautiful eyes quietly observing Jiang Han. At that moment, he seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery and reliability. Not only did he exhibit composure in the face of Lu Chen's provocation, but the wealth he possessed was also beyond imagination. These factors intertwined, fostering within Su Yao an inexplicable sense of security, as though with Jiang Han by her side, any obstacle could be effortlessly overcome. Ding. Su Yao's favorability rating has increased. Current favorability is 40/50. The system's voice resonated unexpectedly in Jiang Han's mind. The clear notification was akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples within his heart. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Han felt a surging excitement. He endeavored to suppress the exhilaration on his face, not wanting Su Yao to notice any difference. The rise in favorability indicated that his relationship with Su Yao had taken another step closer, filling him with anticipation for the future. He silently resolved to seize every opportunity to further enhance Su Yao's affection for him. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. Jiang Han skillfully parked the car in the lot across the street. After switching off the engine, He and Su Yao opened the doors and strolled leisurely along the path back to their dormitories. The campus at night was exceptionally serene, the streetlights casting a gentle glow that elongated their shadows. Along the way, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the earlier unpleasantness at the noodle shop seemingly forgotten, leaving only a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere to accompany them. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Jiang Han gently spoke. "Senior Su Yao, you should head up to rest now. Goodbye." His voice was soft, tinged with tenderness, his gaze lingering on Su Yao's face, betraying a hint of reluctance. Su Yao nodded slightly at Jiang Han's words, responding softly. "You should also go back and rest early." Concern filled her eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips, reflecting her care for him. With that, Su Yao turned, her steps light as she entered the girls' dormitory. Jiang Han remained rooted in place, quietly watching her figure fade into the distance until she was entirely out of sight, before he finally averted his gaze and headed toward his own dormitory. All the while, Su Yao's smile lingered in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to rise involuntarily. Soon, Jiang Han returned to his dormitory. As he stepped inside, he heard Li Yang teasingly remark, "Oh, young Master Han is back." Li Yang was seated in a chair, and upon seeing Jiang Han, a playful grin spread across his face. "Come on, tell me what happened next. Did you ruin it?" Zhang Yu chimed in, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he leaned closer, eager to learn about the unfolding drama. "I didn't need to intervene." Senior Su Yao turned him down herself, Jiang Han said, taking a seat beside his chair. He crossed his legs, a look of pride evident on his face. "Who is he? Didn't you ask?" Li Yang continued, leaning forward with keen interest. "I did ask. His name seems to be Lu Chun. His father is one of our school's directors," Jiang Han replied, slightly furrowing his brows, appearing to care about Lu Chun's identity. "Wow, the son of a director. How terrifying," Li Yang exclaimed, mockingly exaggerating his response, laughter evident in his tone. He reclined against the back of his chair, hands behind his head, his expression filled with disdain, as though he held no regard for the director's son. "Who cares? I'm going to take a shower and hit the hay," Jiang Han declared, rising as he spoke, shedding his military training uniform. As the fabric fell away, his well-defined muscles were revealed, exuding a youthful vigor under the light of the dormitory. "Hey, young Master Han, nice physique," Zhang Yu remarked, his eyes lighting up with mischief as he playfully patted Jiang Han on the backside. His gesture was casual, imbued with the camaraderie of close friends. "Get away from me. You're dangerous," Jiang Han exclaimed, feeling a wave of exasperation. He turned to Zhang Yu, a mix of amusement and annoyance in his gaze. Unable to comprehend why Zhang Yu would suddenly act so brazenly, instinctively sidestepping. "Ha ha." Zhang Yu erupted into a hearty laugh, his amusement echoing throughout the dormitory as he doubled over in hilarity, as if witnessing something exceptionally entertaining. With that, Jiang Han entered the private bathroom within the dormitory to wash up. The sound of running water soon filled the air as he reveled in the soothing warmth of the shower, feeling the fatigue accumulated from a day of military training gradually wash away. Boys typically shower quickly, and before long, Jiang Han emerged clad only in loose shorts, his torso bare. Droplets of water still clung to his hair, cascading down his cheeks, while his sculpted chest and abs caught the light, drawing attention. "Jiang Han, do you know what kind of background our military training instructor, He Chong, has?" Li Yang, seated at his desk engrossed in his phone, looked up as Jiang Han came out and asked with an air of mystery. "What background?" Jiang Han inquired, towel in hand, wiping his hair dry as he chuckled. He approached the edge of his bed and casually took a seat, his face adorned with a curious expression. "A former Special Forces soldier, the king of warriors." Li Yang, brimming with excitement, sprang to his feet, his hands gesticulating as if recounting a tale of unparalleled glory. A sparkle of exhilaration danced in his eyes, and his voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. "Incredible. Best to keep a low profile from now on." Jiang Han, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of astonishment, then chuckled as he spoke. He was well aware of the formidable prowess of the king of warriors and, contemplating the forthcoming military training days, resolved to temper his demeanor to avoid unnecessary troubles. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Han skillfully grabbed the hairdryer, swiftly drying his hair. He tousled it nonchalantly, creating a more voluminous and natural look. Subsequently, he returned to his bed, nestled against the wall, and began to engage with his phone. Before long, the four of them lay on their beds, each immersed in the world of their devices. The dormitory fell into a quiet hush, illuminated only by the faint glow of their screens reflecting on their faces. "Ah, look at Douyin, people nearby." Senior Su Yao's roommate is live streaming. Zhang Yu, sprawled on his bed, exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. "I see it too. You're right. Senior Su Yao's roommate is quite attractive," Wang Zhe responded. Glancing at his own phone, a subtle smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Share it with us? I want to check it out too. Liang, now intrigued, chimed in eagerly. He set aside the game he had been playing and reached for his phone, ready to receive the shared link. I've sent it to our group chat, Wang Zhe announced, then returned his focus to the screen, continuing to watch the live stream of Senior Su Yao's roommate. The three of them fiddled with their phones, reveling in the lively atmosphere of the live stream, punctuated by bursts of laughter and animated discussions. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, having endured a day of exertion, soon succumbed to sleep, his steady breathing softly resonating in the tranquil dormitory. Liang, is that you at level 53? Zhang Yu, eyes glued to the screen, inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly astonished by Liang's rank on Douyin. Which one are you? Liang replied, engrossed in sending comments in the live stream, his attention primarily fixated on the screen, eager not to miss any amusing moments. That little emoji, Zhang Yu reiterated, emphasizing the corresponding emoji on his screen. Wow, level 49. You must have spent quite a bit. Liang finally grasped Zhang Yu's point, glancing at the avatar he mentioned, a smile breaking across his face. His tone carried a hint of awe. He anticipated Zhang Yu's Douyin rank to be so impressive, suggesting he had invested significantly. Wang Zhe, which one are you? Zhang Yu's curiosity piqued. He continued, scanning the viewer list of the live stream in search of Wang Zhe's account. That's the one at level 56 named Zhe. Liang promptly responded, gesturing toward Zhang Yu, urging him to look. Chapter 28. Look over there. Those two have nice figures. The following day, the blaring alarm clock echoed through the dormitory as usual, its sharp tone ruthlessly shattering the sweet dreams of the four. Reluctantly, they gradually awakened from their slumber. Sigh. Another day of torment awaits. Liang lay in bed, his eyes half open, mumbling with reluctance. He turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, yearning to savor a few more moments of warmth. Quit complaining and hurry to the cafeteria for breakfast. Wang Zhe interjected, nimbly sitting up from his bed, beginning to tidy up his space. With swift movements, he neatly folded his blanket and smoothed out the sheets. The four of them alternated in the washroom, and after a brief flurry of activity, they soon completed their morning routines. With sleep still evident in their eyes, they ambled towards the school cafeteria, their steps languid. The morning sunlight bathed them, yet it failed to dispel the remnants of drowsiness. Jiang Han, didn't you ask Senior Su Yao what we're training for today? Liang suddenly recalled, turning to Jiang Han with a question. He stretched lazily, stifling a yawn. A lingering weariness etched on his face. I didn't ask. Jiang Han replied succinctly, hands in pockets. His gaze fixed ahead, as if still lost in the remnants of his dream. At that moment, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe busied themselves, scanning for attractive female students. Their eyes roamed the campus like searchlights in pursuit of their targets. Zhang Yu, look over there. Those two have nice figures. Wang Zhe exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, excitedly tapping Zhang Yu on the shoulder. He intently focused on two girls nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I was just thinking those two sisters have great figures too. Zhang Yu replied with a radiant smile, his eyes reflecting admiration as he followed Wang Zhe's gaze. It must be noted that the four of them were quite handsome. Liang exuded a sunny charisma, radiating an effortless charm. Zhang Yu had exquisite features, infused with a hint of vitality. Wang Zhe possessed a rugged handsomeness, exuding an air of strength, while Jiang Han, with his cool countenance, stood out among them like a star in a wintry night, emanating a unique allure that compelled one to take a second glance. After enjoying breakfast at the cafeteria, the four of them made their way to the playground, where most of the freshmen had already gathered. The scene was lively, filled with students clad in military training attire. Wow, how did you park so close? Jiang Han looked up and spotted Liang's car parked steadily beneath a tree adjacent to the playground, astonished as he inquired. He furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Liang had chosen that spot. Isn't it better for quicker access to the air conditioning during breaks? Liang proudly replied, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, as if showcasing his clever choice. Moreover, I found this great spot with great difficulty last night. Look at those cars. They were already parked here when we returned. He gestured towards the vehicles parked nearby. Oh, you rich kids really know how to enjoy yourselves. Wang Zhe remarked, a hint of envy and teasing lacing his tone. He shook his head helplessly, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't boast too much. Liang immediately responded with a grin. He feigned a serious expression, though a glint of mischief shone in his eyes. No. Brother Yang, let me enjoy this too. Wang Zhe quickly retorted, his face alight with smiles, his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. How can you, the one with acne marks at level 59, dare to call us rich kids? Zhang Yu chimed in, a teasing smile adorning his face as he emphasized the level 59, his eyes sparkling with jest. He nudged Wang Zhe with his shoulder, as if reminding everyone of Wang Zhe's illustrious Douyin accomplishments. Exactly. You truly have no shame, Li Yong added, exaggerating his expression of disdain, pointing at Wang Zhe, drawing curious glances from those around them. All three of you are rich kids. None of you can criticize the other. Jiang Han, unable to stifle his laughter at the trio's banter, remarked. He shook his head slightly, a relaxed and cheerful smile brightening his face, viewing them as good friends. Finding such jesting perfectly normal. You are the least qualified to say that, Bugatti owner. Li Yong shot back at Jiang Han. He arched an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, his gaze imbued with a hint of provocation as he deliberately articulated the words Bugatti owner, seemingly emphasizing Jiang Han's status as the possessor of an opulent vehicle. No, it is the owner of the Bugatti Voiture Noire, a car worth over 100 million just discarded at the roadside. Wang Zhe chimed in, gesticulating exaggeratedly with his arms, his face awash with astonishment. As if he were profoundly impressed by Jiang Han's extravagant Bugatti Voiture Noire, unable to resist the temptation to tease him once again. Chapter 29, The Conclusion of Military Training. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the final day of military training. On that morning, before the dawn had fully broken, a hazy mist enveloped the campus, shrouding the entire school in an air of mystery. As the assembly whistle echoed once more, all the freshmen, like well-trained soldiers, swiftly and orderly made their way toward the grand sports hall of the school. Their steps were synchronized, the sound of their feet creating a powerful rhythm against the ground, as if narrating the trials and growth experienced during these past days of training. Before long, the sports hall was filled with vibrant new students, clad in their standardized military training attire, standing tall, their eyes radiating anticipation and dreams for their forthcoming university life. At the center of the hall, a brand new stage stood out prominently, adorned with neatly arranged tables and chairs, where several school leaders sat amiably, their gazes sweeping over each freshman below, as if assessing their efforts and transformations during this time. Greetings, students. The principal's resonant and magnetic voice echoed through the microphone, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Today marks the final day of our freshman military training. A hint of satisfaction laced the principal's words. As is customary, we will hold the freshman welcome ceremony today. He paused slightly, gazing affectionately at the new students below. Welcome to all of you, new students of Zhonghai Financial College. Applause surged like a tidal wave, momentarily drowning out the principal's voice, gradually subsiding after a while. I wish you all a wonderful time at the college, the principal concluded, his words imbued with earnest hopes for the newcomers. The new students exchanged whispers, sharing in the joy and excitement of the moment. They understood that from this instant onward, a brand new chapter of university life, filled with boundless possibilities, was about to unfold. Following the conclusion of the school leaders' speeches, the atmosphere in the sports hall surged to a new crescendo. The spotlights flickered to life, and the curtain on stage slowly drew back, heralding the commencement of a splendid welcome program. First to perform were the various school clubs, each presenting meticulously prepared acts to offer the freshmen an unforgettable auditory and visual feast. The music played, lively and invigorating. Wang Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the stage, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement as he vigorously patted his classmate beside him, shouting, "Wow, look, the seniors are dancing for us." On stage, several senior girls, clad in vibrant attire, danced gracefully in harmony with the rhythm of the music. Their movements were fluid and powerful, each turn and gesture executed with precision, infusing the popular dance with an infectious energy. The freshmen, swept up in the fervor, erupted into cheers and whistles, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. Zhang Yu stood nearby, observing Wang Zhe's animated demeanor, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he quipped, "Why not join them for a few carnival cheers?" The surrounding classmates erupted into laughter at his words. Wang Zhe chuckled along, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "If this were a live stream, I would definitely join in, but in reality, there's no such function. Otherwise, I'd make sure the seniors knew of my enthusiasm." As laughter filled the air, they continued to revel in the splendid performances on stage, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant, as though it might lift the roof off the sports hall. As the various club performances concluded, this dazzling welcome ceremony officially came to a close. The freshmen, still brimming with excitement and joy, exchanged thoughts on the performances they had just witnessed. In the afternoon, all freshmen were granted half a day of free time. They fluttered about like liberated birds, each planning their subsequent activities. Back in the dormitory, Li Yong flopped onto his chair with a thud, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels great. Finally over." He stretched languidly, a look of contentment washing over his face. "So, what shall we do for the rest of this half day?" he inquired, turning to his companions. "You all go ahead. I have a date with a senior," Wang Zhe declared, a hint of mystery in his smile, as if his rendezvous with the senior was a significant secret. "Me too," So you two can amuse yourselves, Zhang Yu said with a grin, his expression brimming with pride, seemingly flaunting his own exciting plans. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Jiang Han, urgently asking, "Don't tell me you've arranged a date with your senior Su Yao too, leaving me all alone in the dorm." His eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety, clearly reluctant to be left alone. "Not at all. But it's not too late to arrange something now," Jiang Han replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, teasingly provoking Li Yang. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Yang reacted swiftly, sliding his chair with a whoosh to position himself in front of Jiang Han. Grasping Jiang Han's arm with both hands and pleading, "Hangu, please don't leave me all alone." His expression resembled that of a forsaken child. "Won't be boring. I'll take you down to the track for some fun." Li Yang's eyes sparkled as if struck by a brilliant idea, his voice brimming with anticipation, hoping to sway Jiang Han's decision. "All right, let us go. We'll grab a bite to eat and head straight to our destination." Jiang Han responded with enthusiasm. Intrigued by Li Yang's suggestion, he thought that playing at the track might indeed be quite enjoyable, and thus readily agreed. The two chatted animatedly as they left the dormitory building, their steps light and their spirits exceptionally high. Sunlight cascaded upon them, illuminating the smiles on their faces. Along the way, they continued to discuss their imminent track adventure, brimming with excitement for the activities that lay ahead. "I'll call some girls and gather a few friends," Li Yang exclaimed, his eyes glinting with exhilaration as he began to contemplate whom to invite, envisioning the lively scene of everyone gathering together. "That sounds delightful," Jiang Han responded with a grin. He felt that having more people would enhance the enjoyment. A group frolicking on the track would undoubtedly create cherished memories. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, eager to reach the parking lot and kick off this joyous gathering. Chapter 30. "Wow, is that yours?" Before long, the two arrived at the parking lot. Surrounding the parking space where Jiang Han's car was situated were several classmates, excitedly snapping photos of the dazzling Bugatti. A few stylishly dressed senior girls were attempting to slip cards with their contact information into the car window, their gazes filled with anticipation. "Excuse me, please. Coming through," Jiang Han politely requested as he gently navigated through the crowd, making his way to the car. His steps were steady yet tinged with urgency. He certainly did not wish for his beloved vehicle to be excessively disturbed. As he approached the car, he pressed the key fob lightly, causing the headlights to flash momentarily, the distinctive illumination seemingly proclaiming its extraordinary nature to the onlookers. Jiang Han gazed at the small card resting on the car, feeling somewhat speechless as he reached for it. He found himself quite exasperated by the actions of the senior girls and, after a moment's thought, placed the card aside on the parked vehicle. Wishing to preserve the tidiness of his car, under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, Li Yang and Jiang Han settled into the vehicle. Curiously observing Jiang Han's recent actions, Li Yang inquired, "What is that?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity, filled with intrigue regarding the item in Jiang Han's hand. "It's the contact information of those lovely senior sisters," Jiang Han replied with a smile while fastening his seatbelt. His tone carried a hint of jest, as if he had grown accustomed to such situations. With that, Jiang Han started the engine. Instantly, the roar of the engine erupted, a deep and powerful sound reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening, immediately capturing the attention of all present. The classmates who had been taking photos now gazed on in envy, their eyes filled with longing as they beheld the luxurious car. Some female students directed their gazes toward Li Yang in the passenger seat, their eyes brimming with admiration. Seeing Li Yang seated in such a magnificent vehicle stirred a ripple of excitement within them. "Wow, I feel like those beautiful senior sisters' gazes are going to slay me. Let us get out of here," Li Yang exclaimed, feigning fear as he shrank back, yet a proud smile adorned his face. He relished the attention, urging Jiang Han to hasten their departure from this place of gossip. Jiang Han chuckled and shook his head, slowly driving the car out of the parking lot. Racing towards the track under the scrutiny of many eyes, the vehicle glided smoothly onto the road, and the surrounding classmates, as if drawn by a magnet, cast their eyes upon them. Among their stares were curiosity, envy, and a hint of astonishment. Li Yang reclined comfortably in his seat, a radiant smile gracing his face as he teased, "Make sure to keep those cards. Give them to me. I'll take care of it." He rubbed his hands together, brimming with impatience. "All right, I'll give them to you," Jiang Han responded with a smile, his gaze focused ahead on the road. He then pointed to the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat and added, "There are still a few inside. I didn't toss them, so feel free to take them." Hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up like twinkling stars in the night sky, nearly bouncing out of his seat with excitement. He quickly opened the storage compartment in front of him, his movements eager yet slightly frantic. Carefully, he extracted the photographs inscribed with contact details. Upon counting, there were over a dozen pictures, each showcasing a beautiful senior sister with a charming smile, and neatly written on the back were their contact numbers. Wow, you've got a stash here, Li Yang exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter as he gazed at the array of stunning photographs. His eyes filled with delight, as if he had unearthed a rare treasure. What stash? I just forgot to throw them away, Jiang Han replied, shaking his head in resignation. A smile on his lips. His tone was light and casual, as if genuinely oblivious to the significance of the photographs. Haha, forgetting to toss them away means there's fate involved. You should add them yourself, Li Yang teased, a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he scrutinized Jiang Han, seeking any sign of wavering in his expression. Come on, why would I be polite with you? Keep them for yourself and add them, if you really can't. Just post the contact details in the group chat and let Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe add them, Jiang Han replied, his expression one of exasperation. He furrowed his brow slightly, bemused by Li Yang's relentless pursuit of every opportunity. Ah, are you afraid Senior Su Yao will find out? Li Yang chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. He elongated his tone, aiming to further provoke Jiang Han and observe his reaction. Don't say that. I'm not someone who is easily swayed, Jiang Han retorted, his tone carrying a note of seriousness. He straightened his posture slightly, emphasizing his principles. Is being casual not human? Li Yang jested, his smile growing ever brighter, relentless in his teasing demeanor. He tilted his head, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Damn it, Jiang Han exclaimed, feeling somewhat helpless, and could only respond with a laugh. He gently shook his head, finding it increasingly difficult to withstand Li Yang's incessant banter. Ha! You're getting anxious and resorting to curses. Li Yang burst into a hearty laugh upon hearing this. The two continued their playful banter as they made their way to the Zhonghai circuit, their car weaving through the streets like a dazzling flash of light, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. Within those gazes were curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of envy, for a Bugatti of such caliber was not a sight one encountered daily. Before long, they arrived at the Zhonghai International Circuit. Li Yang surveyed the surroundings and, with familiarity, commented, "Let us go to the back. We'll head straight to the rear track." "Irregular, are we, young masterly?" Jiang Han chuckled, a teasing glint in his eyes as he found amusement in Li Yang's extensive knowledge of the place, feeling a surge of anticipation for the impending track experience. "Regular? This is my family's. You're welcome to come anytime," Li Yang replied proudly, a beaming smile on his face as he patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, as if to showcase his domain. "Wait, this is your family's?" Jiang Han exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. He had never anticipated that this seemingly professional racetrack belonged to Li Yang's family, which reshaped his understanding of Li Yang's background. "My brother is a true car enthusiast. He runs this place," Li Yang explained, his tone laced with admiration for his brother. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia for the efforts his brother had invested in the circuit. Soon, they reached the entrance of the track. Upon spotting the approaching vehicle, the security guard promptly lowered the window. Li Yang casually yet authoritatively commanded, "Open the gate." "Second young master." The guard, upon recognizing the visitor, greeted him with a broad smile, swiftly pressing the button to open the barrier with deftness. Chapter 31. Let us go. Loser treats dinner tonight. On the track, 3 sports cars raced like untamed stallions, the roar of their engines deafening, as if striving to break free from the confines of the circuit, reverberating through the air. Li Yang and Jiang Han parked their car securely in the designated area. After securing the vehicle, they stepped out, with Li Yang leading Jiang Han toward an opulent observation hall. "Let us relax for a bit while we wait for them," Li Yang said, a relaxed smile adorning his face. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a server clad in a qipao approached gracefully. The exquisite tailoring of her attire accentuated her elegant figure. Li Yang addressed the server, "Please bring us some food and drinks." "Of course, second young master." The server replied softly, her tone gentle and respectful as she slightly bowed. "By the way, my brother isn't coming today, is he?" Li Yang seemed to recall something suddenly and inquired. "We're not sure about that. We don't have much insight into Mr. Wei's arrangements." The server responded politely, maintaining a professional smile. "All right, just bring us some fruit or something. And have the cars of my brother prepared. I want to drive them shortly," Li Yang instructed again, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Understood, second young master. I'll arrange it right away," the server replied before gracefully exiting the room. Once the server departed, Jiang Han moved to the window, gazing at the speeding cars on the track, and remarked, "This place is truly remarkable. I've never been to such a professional and luxurious racetrack before." Li Yang approached him with a smile, saying, "Indeed, my brother has invested considerable thought into this endeavor. Later, we shall take a couple of laps. I assure you, it will be exhilarating." Jiang Han turned to Li Yang, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed quite eager. However, when you inquired about your brother's presence, were you concerned he might disapprove of our revelry here?" Li Yang waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, It's not that he would outright disapprove. My brother, while passionate about cars, is relatively lenient with me. It's just that if he's around, things might become complicated, and we wouldn't be able to enjoy ourselves fully. As they conversed, there was a gentle knock at the door, and the same waitress returned, accompanied by several colleagues, pushing a cart laden with fruits and beverages. After they meticulously arranged the refreshments, they politely exited once more. Li Yong took Jiang Han to the table, picked up a slice of watermelon, and, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Let's have a little something to tide us over. Soon, we'll hit the track and really get our adrenaline pumping." Jiang Han also grabbed a glass of juice, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor as his gaze occasionally drifted toward the racetrack, his mind already envisioning the thrilling experience that awaited him. Before long, the door to the observation room swung open, and 2 men and 2 women entered. They were dressed in trendy attire, exuding youthful vibrancy. "Why does that beautiful girl look so familiar?" Li Yong remarked, eyeing the last woman to enter with a furrowed brow, straining to recall where he had seen her before. "Familiar? Do you know her?" One of the men beside him asked, casting a curious glance at Li Yong, intrigued by his reaction. "Not exactly, but she seems like someone I've encountered before. Give me a moment to think. I have a friend to introduce." Li Yong replied, lightly tapping his head, attempting to jog his memory. With that, he led the 2 men over to Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, this is my roommate." Li Yong introduced his newly arrived friends with a cordial smile. "Jiang Han, these 2 are my buddies, Fong Tao and Lu Yuan." He then turned to introduce Jiang Han to Fong Tao and Lu Yuan, methodically facilitating this initial acquaintance among friends. The 3 exchanged polite greetings, smiling and nodding at one another, filling the air with a friendly atmosphere. Fong Tao then asked Li Yong, "When we came up earlier, we spotted a Bugatti. Is it new to your brother?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity and envy, as a car like a Bugatti certainly commanded attention. "What do you mean? My brother just got it. He wishes he could buy it, but my sister-in-law disagrees." "That's Jiang Han's," Li Yong clarified, gesturing towards Jiang Han to indicate the owner of the luxury vehicle. Upon hearing this, Fong Tao and Lu Yuan exchanged surprised and admiring glances towards Jiang Han. "Wow, I didn't see that coming. Jiang Han, you're quite the hidden gem," Lu Yuan exclaimed, his tone laced with admiration. Jiang Han humbly waved his hand, saying, "Oh, you flatter me. It's just for fun." His demeanor remained modest, showing no trace of arrogance despite his possession of a luxury car. At that moment, the 2 young women elegantly approached them. Li Yong's gaze suddenly fixed on the girl who had entered alongside Lu Yuan, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "I remember now. I think I've seen your live stream." His voice brimmed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something novel. He quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen. In no time, he found the dance video she had posted in his favorites list. He turned the phone towards her with a triumphant smile, asking, "Look, is this you?" The girl leaned closer to the phone screen, a sweet smile gracing her face as she replied graciously, "Yes, that's me. Thank you for the like, young Master Yang." Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a hint of shyness and gratitude. "Jiang Han, let us go? Let us head down and enjoy ourselves. No more watching." Li Yong called out enthusiastically to Jiang Han, his eyes sparkling with eagerness to hit the track. With that, the group exited the observation room, their steps brisk as they made their way towards their respective beloved vehicles. The sunlight bathed them, reflecting their uncontainable excitement. "Jiang Han, let us race. I want to see whether the 16-cylinder Bugatti can outrun my 12-cylinder Lamborghini," Li Yong declared, settling into a white Lamborghini, his hands gripping the steering wheel with glee. The Lamborghini's sleek lines shimmered under the sun, resembling a beast poised to pounce. "Ha, let us do it. Loser treats everyone to dinner tonight," Jiang Han replied with a laugh, effortlessly sliding into his Bugatti Chiron, his eyes glinting with confidence and determination. The distinctive design and formidable presence of the Bugatti stood equally proud against Li Yong's Lamborghini. "All right, ha." Li Yong chuckled, his laughter echoing along the expansive racetrack. At this moment, both were primed and ready, the engines roaring in a symphony of power, heralding the fierce competition about to unfold, enveloping the entire venue in an exhilarating atmosphere. Chapter 32. The race. 4 stunning supercars, resembling elegant beasts, gracefully entered the racetrack. Sunlight cascaded upon their bodies, refracting dazzling rays that showcased their opulence and dominance. Soon, a poised beauty, holding a flag, strolled to the center of the 4 vehicles, the flag fluttering gently in the breeze. With rhythmic grace, the beauty began to wave the flag, and simultaneously, the 4 supercars roared to life like awakened predators, emitting a thunderous cacophony that reverberated across the empty track. In an instant, the flag was dropped decisively. In that moment, the 4 supercars surged forward like arrows released from a bow, leaving behind trails of blurred light upon the racetrack. The resounding roar of the engines immediately caught Li Wei's attention from afar. He gazed towards the track, recognizing the familiar vehicles, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He then slowly addressed the staff beside him. Is young Master Yang here? Indeed, Mr. Wei. Young Master Yang has come along with his friends, replied a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his demeanor respectful and composed. Li Wei nodded slightly, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of indulgence. This lad is always so full of energy whenever he arrives. He spoke as he made his way towards the track, concern evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, the four supercars raced down the track at breakneck speed. Jiang Han, steering the Bugatti, focused intently on the road ahead, his hands adeptly maneuvering the steering wheel. His face bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, it radiated excitement and enjoyment. He navigated each turn with precision, executing perfect drifts that elicited gasps from the surrounding spectators. Li Yang, not to be outdone, drove his car like a streak of lightning, reveling in the thrill of the race. He accelerated past vehicles with ease and skillfully evaded the pursuit of other contenders, the entire experience showcasing his remarkable driving prowess. The other two friends in their cars exhibited equally commendable skills, the four of them engaging in a spirited chase, each refusing to yield, embodying the essence of speed and passion. As the race progressed, Jiang Han gradually found his optimal rhythm. The competition between him and Li Yang intensified, with their distances remaining razor-thin. At a crucial bend, Jiang Han seized the moment, executing a flawless acceleration that propelled him past Li Yang. Well done, Brother Han. Although Li Yang was surpassed, he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he exuberantly cheered for Jiang Han. He understood well that in such a competitive arena, relishing the experience of the race was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Li Wei, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod slightly at Jiang Han's remarkable driving skills, quietly admiring him. Who is this fellow? Quite the adept driver, he inquired of a staff member beside him. Mr. Wei, he is young Master Yang's friend, named Jiang Han. The staff member replied respectfully. Jiang Han, I believe he is Xiao Yang's roommate, Li Wei remarked, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strode with measured steps towards the rear of the racetrack. Along the way, he reflected on the mentions of this roommate by Li Yang, growing increasingly curious about Jiang Han. Before long, he arrived at a safe vantage point in the stands. The area was already populated with numerous spectators, their eyes fixed intently on the track, their excitement surging with the speed of the racing cars. The competition among the four drivers was fiercely intense, with four supercars racing down the track in a thrilling chase. The sunlight glinted off the car bodies, casting dazzling reflections as if they were flashing their competitive brilliance. Jiang Han was entirely focused, his hands skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, his gaze resolutely fixed on each impending curve. With exceptional driving prowess, he executed a series of flawless drifts through several consecutive bends, eliciting cheers from the surrounding audience. Li Yang was equally formidable, his car darting through the track like a nimble cheetah. Whenever Jiang Han took the lead, he gritted his teeth, searching for opportunities to overtake. The other two friends also exhibited remarkable skill, cleverly exploiting every advantage of the track as they engaged in fierce competition with Jiang Han and Li Yang. On a lengthy straightaway, Li Yang seized the moment, flooring the accelerator, the engine's roar crescendoing as his car surged forward like a bolt of lightning, edging past one vehicle to align alongside Jiang Han. Haha, Hanggu, watch how I overtake you, Li Yang shouted excitedly, fully aware that Jiang Han might not hear him. Yet his competitive spirit was ignited. A subtle smile graced Jiang Han's lips as he acknowledged Li Yang's challenge and summoned his strength. As he approached the next bend, he deftly adjusted his speed and direction, carving into the turn with near perfection, once again widening the gap between himself and Li Yang. Li Wei stood in the stands, watching the exhilarating contest with keen interest. His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze darted between the four racing cars, his admiration for Jiang Han's driving skills growing deeper. This Jiang Han is quite extraordinary, he murmured to himself, his eyes betraying a hint of appreciation. His focus remained fixed on the four cars speeding down the track. His arms crossed over his chest, eyes narrowed slightly as he relished the intense competition. Jiang Han, piloting his Bugatti, exhibited remarkable ease on the track, expertly navigating each curve and utilizing the car's outstanding performance to achieve stunning overtakes. Li Yang was equally relentless, his driving style more aggressive as he continually sought opportunities to reclaim the lead, while the other two friends displayed equally impressive abilities, ensuring the gap between all four remained minimal, with none willing to concede defeat easily. As they approached a series of consecutive bends, Jiang Han's perfect control over speed and angle allowed him to create a significant gap from the other three. Noticing this, Li Yang gritted his teeth and pressed harder on the accelerator, his determination unwavering, with a singular thought in his mind: He could not lose to Jiang Han. Li Wei, observing the spectacular performances of both drivers, couldn't help but smile in admiration. These two lads certainly have spirit, he murmured. As the race progressed, the four accelerated into the straight section. At that moment, all four cars reached their utmost speed, the roar of the engines deafening. Jiang Han's Bugatti surged ahead, with Li Yang's car closely trailing, while the other two cars were equally relentless in their pursuit. In the final stretch, Jiang Han crossed the finish line first, and the four cars gradually came to a halt. Chapter 33, All One Family. Once the cars came to a steady stop, Li Yang eagerly flung open his door and bolted out like an arrow released from a bow. His face flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. He shouted towards Jiang Han, "Incredible!" Jiang Han. His voice echoed across the expansive track, brimming with admiration for Jiang Han's superb driving skills. Haha, you're not too shabby yourself. Jiang Han replied with a smile, confidence radiating from his expression. In truth, Jiang Han knew that his victory was largely due to the wealth of experience from his previous life, and he held deep respect for Li Yang's driving capabilities. Hey, what are you two doing out here instead of at school? Boomed Li Wei from the stands, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice, which resonated with a brotherly authority. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Li Yang felt as if jolted by electricity. Instantly straightening up, his smile froze, and he turned slowly towards the source of the voice, where he saw Li Wei approaching with measured strides. Before long, Li Wei stood before them, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Jiang Han and said, "Nice to see you again, Jiang Han." His tone warm and friendly. "Brother Wei," Jiang Han greeted politely, his eyes reflecting respect. Li Wei nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to Li Yang, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "Shouldn't you be at school today? What are you doing out here?" "We had military training today, and we had free time in the afternoon," Li Yang quickly replied, a hint of pleading in his demeanor, hoping his brother would not scold them too harshly. "Yes, Brother Wei, we didn't sneak out," Jiang Han chimed in, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. At this, Li Wei's gaze fell upon the imposing Bugatti beside Jiang Han, narrowing his eyes in astonishment and curiosity. He then turned to Jiang Han and simply asked, "Yours?" Jiang Han nodded affirmatively, his movement crisp and decisive. Instantly intrigued, Li Wei approached with quickened steps, examining the Bugatti with keen interest. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his voice slightly, exclaiming, "The one and only Night Whisper?" His tone conveyed undeniable astonishment. "Brother Wei, you have a keen eye?" Jiang Han replied with a smile, pride illuminating his face. He was genuinely impressed that Li Wei could identify the car at a glance. Naturally, if one appreciates such things, they pay more attention, Li Wei laughed, his eyes shimmering as he reminisced about hearing of this car being acquired by a mysterious tycoon in their country long ago, never expecting to encounter it today. "Would you like to take it for a spin?" Jiang Han offered without hesitation, extending the key that symbolized unparalleled luxury and speed towards him, a sincere smile gracing his features. "Is that all right?" Li Wei confirmed with a smile, his eyes reflecting both eagerness and a hint of apprehension, fully aware of the car's immense value and rarity. "Of course. Why wouldn't it be?" Jiang Han replied with an air of ease, as though lending such a precious vehicle for a test drive was the most commonplace affair. "Thank you," Li Wei said, no longer hesitating, graciously accepting the key and stepping into the sleek, eye-catching supercar. He gently closed the door, the exquisite interior harmonizing beautifully with his composed demeanor. The engine roared to life once more, the unique, deep growl of the 16-cylinder engine resonating like a grand symphony, instantly uplifting the spirits of all who heard it. The sound reverberated across the racetrack, as if proclaiming its formidable power to the world. Subsequently, the car began to move with a slow grace, akin to a beast awakening from slumber, gradually accelerating and reveling in the expansive track. The vehicle shimmered under the sunlight, carving a resplendent path through the scenery. It appeared that my brother was even more exhilarated than I. Li Yang gazed at the speeding sports car on the track, his face radiating joy as he remarked with a smile. His eyes twinkled with a hint of teasing, coupled with an understanding of his brother. "Ha ha ha, you just lost. Don't forget to treat me to noodles at senior sister Su Yao's noodle shop," Jiang Han quipped, playfully patting Li Yang on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with mirth. In that moment, the outcome of the race seemed more like a delightful interaction among friends. "Ah, eating noodles is still just eating." Li Yang laughed heartily, dismissively waving his hand, as if treating Jiang Han to noodles was the most effortless task. The two stood by the racetrack, their laughter dancing in the wind, infused with the vigor and joy of youth. Before long, the car sped back, coming to a steady halt before them. Li Wei emerged from the dazzling Bugatti with an air of composure, a smile gracing his features as he returned the car keys to Jiang Han, sincerely stating, "Thank you, little brother Jiang Han. Too kind, Wei Gu." Jiang Han swiftly accepted the keys, responding with a smile that radiated humility. I've had my fill of excitement. You too carry on, but remember to return to school early, Li Wei said with a beaming smile, his gaze sweeping over the two. Understood. We'll be back shortly. I promise it won't be like that night. Jiang Han responded earnestly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Li Wei nodded slightly, turning his attention to Li Yang, instructing, go grab a VIP card for Jiang Han so he can come by anytime he wishes. Got it. Li Yang replied obediently, nodding seriously. Thank you, Wei Gu. Jiang Han said gratefully, his heart touched by Li Wei's generosity. No need for thanks, we're all family. Li Wei responded with a hearty laugh, before turning and striding away with a steady gait. Let us race a few more laps before dinner, Li Yang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he eagerly proposed another challenge. Bring it on. Jiang Han laughed in agreement, the two sharing a perfect understanding as if their thoughts were intertwined. He nodded, readily accepting Li Yang's challenge. Hee, let me take your Bugatti for a spin. I want to experience the thrill. Li Yang rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with eagerness, as if he could barely contain his desire to feel the speed and passion of the Bugatti. All right, I'll drive yours, Jiang Han replied with a hearty laugh, promptly turning to sit in the Lamborghini driven by Li Yang, demonstrating his trust and camaraderie. Then, the four supercars roared to life once more, their engines emitting a deep and powerful growl, as if declaring their superior performance. The quartet of vehicles formed a stunning spectacle on the racetrack, swiftly weaving through, the sound of tires gripping the asphalt intermingling with the engine's thunder, creating a breathtaking symphony. Seated in the driver's seat of the Bugatti, Li Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes alight with exhilaration and excitement. He pressed the accelerator deeply, feeling the powerful surge as the Bugatti shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Wow, this feeling is incredible, Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, savoring the thrill of driving a top-tier sports car. As dusk fell, the golden rays of the setting sun draped the racetrack in a gentle embrace, like a layer of gilded silk. The flags by the track fluttered softly in the breeze, seemingly reminiscing about the fierce competition that had just concluded. After thoroughly indulging in speed and excitement, Jiang Han and Li Yang left the racetrack with satisfaction. Jiang Han skillfully maneuvered the sleek Bugatti into motion, its engine rumbling softly as it sped towards the vicinity of their school. Inside the car, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyous. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, a teasing smile gracing his face as he looked at the focused Jiang Han, playfully inquiring, Are you sure you want to treat me to a meal? His smile held a hint of mischief, as if he were deliberately teasing Jiang Han. Jiang Han's lips lifted slightly at the corners, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, he broke into a hearty laugh, replying, I'll save that for when I finally win over senior sister Su Yao. His laughter was infused with anticipation for the future, as if winning over Su Yao was merely a matter of time. Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping across his face as he quickly retorted, I want to recognize you then. His expression resembled that of a mischievous child, eliciting laughter from Jiang Han. As they bantered, time flowed seamlessly within the light-hearted atmosphere. Soon, they arrived back at school, and their stomachs began to rumble, signaling their hunger. Jiang Han deftly parked the car in front of the noodle shop where Su Yao worked, coming to a gentle halt. Li Yang, seated inside the car, gazed through the window at the quaint noodle shop, its sign radiating a warm glow. He couldn't help but chuckle. I say, if you can't handle it, why not just work at the noodle shop yourself? You come here every day. His words carried a playful tease, subtly hinting at Jiang Han's frequent visits. Jiang Han paused, slightly taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully, seriously replying, Well, what you said does seem like a feasible idea. His earnest expression suggested he was genuinely contemplating the proposal. Wait, are you really considering working here? Incredible. You're amazing, Li Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he laughed and swiftly opened the car door, stepping out with a decisive motion. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly recalled something important, his eyes lighting up as he quickly turned back, re-entering the car to retrieve a folder containing several photographs he had meticulously organized. It was evident that Li Yang cherished them greatly. Jiang Han shook his head in exasperation, yet a smile lingered on his face as he remarked, You really don't allow yourself a moment of rest. His smile conveyed both exasperation and a touch of fondness for Li Yang. Li Yang carefully held the photographs, raising his head to Jiang Han with a radiant smile, feigning nonchalance as he replied, Stay low-key. His demeanor suggested he had accomplished something truly remarkable, evoking both amusement and exasperation in Jiang Han. With that, the two walked side by side into the noodle shop. The aroma of food enveloped them, while the warm yellow light cast a cozy glow across every corner, creating an inviting atmosphere. The lady at the front desk was busily arranging the menus, and upon seeing the two enter, her face broke into a warm smile. Nodding enthusiastically at them, her smile exuding an undeniable charm that instantly made one feel at home. Nearby, a little girl sat on a small stool, playing with her toy. Her bright, sparkling eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Han and Liang. She immediately set down her toy and leaned over to her mother, whispering, "Mommy, those two brothers are back. I'll go get Sister Suyao." Her voice was sweet and melodic, like the tinkling of silver bells. After speaking, she bounced away like a joyful little rabbit, scampering toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, the rich aroma of cooking filled the air. Suyao, wearing an apron, was diligently assisting the chef in preparing the ingredients. The little girl rushed in like a gust of wind, dashing straight to Suyao's side. Slightly out of breath as she exclaimed, "Sister Suyao, that brother has come again." Suyao, momentarily taken aback, found herself pondering who the visitor could be. Working daily at the noodle shop, she encountered numerous patrons, and for a fleeting moment, she couldn't recall which brother the little girl referred to. Observing Suyao's confusion, the girl anxiously stamped her foot and eagerly tugged at the hem of Suyao's garment, insisting as she led her towards the kitchen, "It's that brother who comes often." As Suyao was pulled into the dining area, her gaze swept across the shop, and upon spotting Jiang Han and Liang seated at a table, realization dawned upon her. She paused for a brief moment, then a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, fresh and sweet. With a light step, Suyao approached them, her voice soft and melodic as she inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Her tone conveyed a touch of warmth and concern. Jiang Han lifted his head, his face radiating a sunny smile as he cheerfully replied, "Scallion oil noodles." His expression was brimming with familiarity and friendliness toward Suyao. Liang, not to be outdone, quickly interjected, "I want sauced noodles. And 2 meat buns." He added a playful wink as he spoke, nodding in acknowledgement. Suyao was about to turn to place their order when her gaze inadvertently fell upon a scattering of photographs spread across the table, one of which featured her roommate. She was momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering in her eyes. Sensing her gaze, Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, as if he had been caught in a misdeed. He hurriedly covered the photographs with his hands, an awkward smile on his face as he said, "Those are mine. Don't misunderstand, senior." His demeanor resembled that of a child caught in a prank, eliciting a chuckle. Chapter 35. A friend in need of work. Despite her lingering doubts, Suyao refrained from pressing further. Instead, she cast a half-skeptical glance at Jiang Han, her lips curving into a faint smile as she said, "The noodles will be ready shortly, so please wait." Her tone blended a hint of professionalism with an imperceptible undercurrent of emotion. After uttering this, she turned on her heel and briskly made her way to the kitchen, her slender silhouette illuminated beautifully under the warm lights. Jiang Han nodded slightly, his gaze following Suyao until she vanished behind the kitchen door. At that moment, the little girl, observing Suyao's departure, approached Jiang Han with curious eyes, her demeanor reminiscent of a lively kitten. Tilting her head, she beamed sweetly and asked, "Brother, do you like Sister Suyao?" Her innocent eyes sparkled with anticipation for the answer. "How did you figure that out, little sister?" Jiang Han replied, a gentle smile gracing his face, his interest piqued. He affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, his eyes reflecting a tender indulgence, as if her question amused him greatly. "A lot of brothers used to come to our shop looking for Sister Suyao, but they stopped coming," the girl replied earnestly, her eyes shining like twinkling stars as she recounted her observations. "Many, you say? How many exactly?" Jiang Han inquired with a smile, feeling an inexplicable tension rising within him, yet maintaining a relaxed demeanor. He leaned in slightly, eager to glean more precise information from her. "I forgot, but definitely several." The little girl blinked innocently, her voice sweet and childlike. After speaking, she nodded solemnly, her adorable expression prompting a smile. "If any other brothers come looking for Sister Suyao next time, help me send them away. I'll bring you candy tomorrow," Jiang Han said, his face lighting up with a brilliant smile as he gently pinched the little girl's chubby cheek. Her face puffed up adorably, resembling a cute pufferfish. His gaze was filled with affection and anticipation, as if the little girl were his secret ally. "Xian, come here. Don't disturb the two brothers." The shop owner, noticing her engrossed conversation with Jiang Han, called out, concerned it might disrupt the customers. Though her voice was soft, it was clearly audible in the otherwise quiet noodle shop. Hearing her mother's call, the little girl cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Han, seemingly not ready to end their chat so soon. However, she obediently turned and trotted away, her short legs bouncing with energy, her lively figure adding a cheerful note to the atmosphere of the shop. "Isn't that a form of bribery?" Liang teased, grinning as he watched the little girl depart. His head tilted slightly, and a playful glint danced in his eyes, as if to say Jiang Han's antics were rather amusing. "I'm merely recruiting an informant." "It's not bribery," Jiang Han retorted with a laugh, puffing out his chest as if to assert the righteousness of his actions. As they conversed, A light patter of footsteps resonated from the kitchen, and Su Yao gracefully approached, balancing 2 steaming bowls of noodles with ease, her elegant posture suggesting no burden at all. As she neared the table, she caught sight of the photographs Li Yang had spread out. "How do you have a photo of Zhang Shui?" Su Yao asked, her brows furrowing slightly as she placed the bowls down, her tone laced with curiosity as she scrutinized the images, searching for clues. "Senior Su Yao, would you believe me if I said I found it?" Li Yang responded, his trademark grin still in place, attempting to deflect her inquiry with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Where did you 2 go this afternoon?" Su Yao ignored his comment about the photos, tilting her head slightly as she questioned him, her gaze revealing an interest in their whereabouts. "We didn't go anywhere. I took him to my house," Li Yang replied, his smile unwavering. Suddenly remembering something, he shifted in his seat and asked, "Senior Su Yao, are you still hiring at your shop?" His eyes glimmered with anticipation, as if this question held significant weight. "What for? Are you looking for a job?" Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Li Yang's unexpected query. "I have a friend who needs work. Just tell me if you need anyone." Li Yang persisted, his sincerity evident as he leaned forward, eager for her affirmation. "Didn't you see the help wanted sign on the door when you came in?" "Of course, we need staff," Su Yao replied with a light shake of her head, her tone mingling amusement with ease, as if the question was far from a challenge. "All right, I'll let him know," Li Yang said, his face lighting up with relief as he patted his chest, exuding confidence. "Well, you 2 enjoy your meal." Su Yao nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She then turned and gracefully departed, her light steps guiding her back to the kitchen, where she resumed her original tasks, her busy figure soon blending seamlessly into the kitchen's lively atmosphere. "This shall serve as my token of gratitude. I cannot allow you to gift me these photographs without reciprocation," Li Yang remarked, glancing down at the pictures in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. His eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. All right, thank you," Jiang Han replied, shaking his head in resignation, yet his face remained adorned with a smile, conveying both exasperation and gratitude towards Li Yang, who was indeed creating more opportunities for him to be close to Su Yao. Chapter 36. From now on, call me the most affectionate guy in Zhonghai. As the 2 continued their light-hearted conversation, time slipped away in this relaxed atmosphere, and before long, they had finished their lunch. The table was cleared of all but a few remnants of their meal, which seemed to whisper of their satisfaction during dining. "Let me take you back," Jiang Han said, wiping his mouth with a napkin, a warm smile on his face as he looked at Li Yang. His eyes reflected a genuine concern, as if escorting Li Yang home was a natural obligation. "I'm not heading back. My car is at school, so you drive me." Li Yang waved his hand dismissively, grinning. His eyes shimmered with a playful glint, as if he was concocting some mischievous plan. "Where are you off to?" Jiang Han inquired, slightly furrowing his brow with curiosity as he continued to smile. He found it difficult to decipher Li Yang's intentions. Li Yang's lips curled into a sly smile, as he lightly tapped the photographs in his hand, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "I'm off to do something significant." He appeared as if he was about to embark on an earth-shattering mission. "Wow, such efficiency!" Jiang Han exclaimed, widening his eyes in surprise at Li Yang's cheeky expression. He was utterly astonished that Li Yang was so quick to act, his mind swirling with questions and curiosity. "What you pursue is a relationship, while I seek friendship. The nature is entirely different. Let us hurry." Li Yang chuckled as he strode toward the front desk, his steps buoyant, as if he bore a significant purpose. Upon reaching the front desk, Li Yang adeptly retrieved his wallet, settled the bill, and turned to wave goodbye to Jiang Han. The 2 departed the noodle shop. The evening breeze brushed gently against them, carrying a refreshing coolness that felt particularly delightful. Jiang Han drove, the engine emitting a low growl, the vehicle darting down the road like a swift cheetah. They soon returned to campus. However, as Jiang Han's car bore no license plate and lacked a campus pass, they had no choice but to present their student IDs to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper scrutinized the IDs thoroughly, confirming their validity before raising the barrier to grant them passage. The car glided slowly into the campus, leaving behind a faint trail of exhaust. The deep, resonant roar of the Bugatti abruptly shattered the tranquility of the campus, serving as an invisible signal that drew the attention of many students, who paused their activities to gawk. Each pair of eyes sparkled with envy, as this striking Bugatti undoubtedly became the focal point of the school, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, captivating everyone's gaze. "Damn it. If I had a car like yours, I'd de-sweep all the senior girls off their feet. This car must be suffering alongside you. And you're still fixated on Senior Su Yao." Li Yang, seated in the passenger seat, reveled in the envious glances surrounding him, his face a mixture of pride and playful mockery. He animatedly gestured, as if already envisioning himself effortlessly navigating through the throngs of senior girls. "From now on, Call me the most affectionate guy in Zhonghai, Jiang Han replied, a proud smile gracing his lips at Li Yang's words. His gaze was resolute, as if he took immense pride in his unwavering affection for Su Yao, believing that no one could rival his devotion. Spare me, the most affectionate? I dare say Senior Su Yao wouldn't even glance your way, Li Yang retorted, rolling his eyes in mock disdain, his countenance one of playful disbelief. The two exchanged playful banter. Their light-hearted repartee continued until they arrived at the area where Li Yang parked. Excitedly, Li Yang patted Jiang Han's shoulder, exclaiming, I'm off. I'm going to pick up my lovely senior. His expression mirrored that of a child eagerly anticipating a date. Be safe. Jiang Han smiled, his eyes reflecting a touch of concern. Despite their usual teasing, he genuinely worried about Li Yang during critical moments. Get lost. Li Yang snapped back, though his tone, though sharp, was merely playful, as Jiang Han understood. Seriously, can't deal with this guy. I warned you to be careful and not let the senior have her way with you. And you tell me to get lost. Jiang Han feigned annoyance. Yet a playful smile lingered on his face, as he exaggeratedly attempted to provoke Li Yang further. Thanks a lot, Li Yang responded, stepping out of the car with a light-hearted demeanor. He walked briskly toward his Mercedes G63 and settled into the driver's seat. I'll head back to the dorm for a bit. I'll go see Senior Su Yao after she finishes work, Jiang Han called out, waving goodbye as Li Yang entered his vehicle. He then started the engine, the Bugatti once more emitting its deep growl as it gently cruised toward the nearest parking area by the dormitory. Sunlight reflected off the car's body, casting dazzling rays that cloaked the vehicle in a golden sheen, creating a unique visual spectacle along the campus pathways. Before long, Jiang Han parked the car steadily in the designated area. He opened the door, exited the vehicle, casually stowing the car keys in his pocket, and walked briskly toward the dormitory. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of light and shadow on him, infusing his figure with youthful vitality. As he walked, many students recognized him and his eye-catching Bugatti, casting either envious or curious glances his way, while some whispered among themselves, oblivious to their attention. Jiang Han pondered how to orchestrate a delightful encounter with Senior Su Yao after her shift. Meanwhile, within the cozy noodle shop, the bustling crowd began to thin. After tidying up the last table, Su Yao was about to take a brief respite when her phone suddenly erupted with notifications. The screen flashed incessantly with messages from the dormitory group chat, all prominently featuring her name, as messages flooded in like a tidal wave. Yao Yao, big news. The luxury car at the school gate belongs to your junior. Yao Yao, keep it up. I'm waiting for you to drive me around in that luxury car. Oh no, why doesn't he the junior notice me? I'm so frustrated. Does that mean I have no chance? The myriad of messages left Su Yao somewhat amused yet exasperated. Having just completed her tasks, she picked up her phone, opened the group chat, and shook her head in resignation at the lively chatter, then replied, There's nothing going on between me and Jiang Han. After sending the message, she let out a soft sigh, thinking her dorm mates were quite the chatterboxes, though her lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of delight. After all, the playful banter among her roommates imparted a sense of ease and joy amidst her busy work schedule. Chapter 37. Arriving at the noodle shop in a multi-million-dollar sports car. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and promptly lay down on his bed. The dormitory was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. His thoughts lingered on Senior Su Yao, and before he realized it, he drifted into slumber. Time slipped by quietly until around 8 o'clock, when the dormitory door creaked open, revealing Wang Zai's return. He pressed the switch on the wall, and the bright light instantly flooded the room. Jiang Han, in a state of light sleep, was momentarily blinded by the sudden illumination and jolted awake. You're back? Jiang Han mumbled lazily, his voice still hoarse from sleep, as he propped himself up slightly to peer at Wang Zai at the door. Goodness, you startled me. Why didn't you go out? Wang Zai exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Jiang Han's sudden inquiry. In his mind, Jiang Han typically engaged in activities outside at this hour. I fell asleep after coming back in the afternoon. You're the only one who returned, Jiang Han replied, rubbing his eyes in an effort to shake off the remnants of sleep. He sat up, leaning against the headboard while observing Wang Zai. Wang Zai nodded in response, stating, It seems we're the only two who made it back. As he spoke, he placed his belongings on the table and began to change his shoes, stretching his limbs. Jiang Han felt his muscles relax and unwind. Glancing at the time, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Oh no, I'm running late. The realization hit him that Senior Su Yao would soon finish work, and he had promised to pick her up. With that thought, Jiang Han hurriedly donned his shoes and dashed out of the dormitory, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing through the hallway. Soon, he arrived at his car, swiftly opening the door and sliding into the driver's seat, igniting the engine. With a deep rumble, the car shot out of the campus like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, he arrived at the noodle shop where Su Yao worked and immediately spotted a familiar vehicle parked confidently at the entrance. The imposing Mercedes G63, unmistakably belonging to Li Yang, caught his eye. Li Yang, appearing bored, was seated inside the car. Upon seeing Jiang Han approach, a smile broke across his face as he exited the vehicle. Jiang Han expertly maneuvered his car alongside Li Yang's. Before he could utter a word, Li Yang had already opened the passenger door and settled into his seat. The interior was suffused with a subtle scent of leather, creating a relaxed and casual atmosphere between the two. "Weren't you supposed to meet your sister? What brings you here?" Jiang Han inquired, turning slightly to gaze at Li Yang with a hint of curiosity. He was genuinely puzzled as to why Li Yang was present, considering he had previously insisted on picking up his so-called older sister. "Don't even get me started. It was a coincidence. Turns out, she's Su Yao's roommate," Li Yang replied, frowning in exasperation. Reflecting on the situation, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief, initially expecting a delightful encounter, only to find himself caught in such a mix-up. "Haha, you certainly have a knack for selection. Out of dozens of photos, you only picked that one." Jiang Han burst into laughter, the sound reverberating within the car. As he chuckled, he playfully teased Li Yang, vivid images of the photos flashing through his mind. After his laughter subsided, Jiang Han continued, "What are you doing here? Don't tell me that beautiful sister of yours is inside." "She is inside. But I didn't go in." Li Yang nodded, responding candidly. He gestured toward the noodle shop, his expression revealing a touch of resignation. He had intended to enter, but ultimately decided to wait outside. As he spoke, Li Yang pulled out his phone from his pocket, swiftly scrolling across the screen before sending Jiang Han a phone number. "This is the noodle shop's hiring number. I noticed it while I was bored earlier and thought I'd pass it along to you," Li Yang said earnestly, his gaze imbued with hope that this information might assist Jiang Han. "Wow, thank you," Jiang Han exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile of genuine appreciation. This hiring number represented a significant opportunity for him to spend more time with Su Yao. "You really have too much time on your hands, arriving at a noodle shop in a multi-million-dollar sports car. Don't worry, I'll be sure to support you more in the future, Xiaojiang." Li Yang chuckled, playfully slapping Jiang Han on the shoulder. He intentionally elongated the name Xiaojiang, his tone rife with jest, as if to suggest that this situation was quite entertaining. "Get lost," Jiang Han retorted with mock annoyance, though a smile lingered on his face. He recognized Li Yang's playful teasing, a dynamic they had long since grown accustomed to. Inside the noodle shop, the distinctive roar of Jiang Han's Bugatti pierced through, drawing the attention of Li Meng, who immediately recognized the familiar sound. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she tugged on Su Yao's arm, urging her to step outside. As soon as they emerged, Li Meng's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Bugatti parked beside Li Yang's car. The sleek exterior glistened under the lights, exuding an alluring charm that seemed to possess an invisible allure. Envy sparkled in Li Meng's eyes as she grasped Su Yao's arm tightly, exclaiming dreamily, "How wonderful would it be if my boyfriend could drive a car like that?" Her tone was laced with longing for a partner who could own such an extravagant vehicle. "Weren't you the one who placed the photos on his car?" Su Yao raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. She couldn't resist making a jest at Li Meng's infatuated demeanor. "How did you know?" Li Meng gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Su Yao. She was utterly astonished that her little secret had been uncovered. "I saw it when Li Yang came in for noodles this afternoon," Su Yao replied, chuckling as she recalled the incident, understanding some of Li Meng's recent behaviors. "All right, you should head back to work. I'm going to find Li Yang. Who knows, I might get his WeChat," Li Meng said, releasing Su Yao's arm as she tidied her hair and walked briskly toward the car. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if adding Jiang Han or Li Yang on WeChat would usher in a delightful new chapter in her life. Chapter 38. You? Here to work? Before long, Li Meng approached Jiang Han's car with a light, eager step. Nervous yet hopeful, she gently tapped on the passenger window, her knock barely audible as if she feared disturbing those inside. "Your beautiful senior is here to see you," Jiang Han remarked with a smile as he recognized the familiar tapping sound, turning to Li Yang with a hint of playful banter, as if Li Meng's arrival was no surprise. Li Yang, hearing this, elegantly swung the car door open, his movements casual. "Shall we take our leave?" he said with a teasing smile, his gaze toward Li Meng filled with playful intrigue. "Aren't you going to chat a little longer?" Li Meng asked, tilting her head slightly, a sweet smile adorning her face. Her gaze flitted between Jiang Han and Li Yang, secretly wishing for more conversation, especially with Jiang Han. As Li Meng spoke, Jiang Han opened the car door and stepped out. He adjusted his clothes, glanced at Li Meng, and said, "I have nothing to discuss with him. You two carry on." With that, he turned and confidently walked toward the noodle shop, his steps steady and unhurried. Upon hearing this, Liang turned around with a smile, his back to Li Ming, and discreetly gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. The gesture was subtle, and Li Ming did not notice. Jiang Han, catching this exchange, smiled faintly, recognizing this action as a sign of affirmation for his assist. In this seemingly simple interaction, the tacit understanding between the two was unmistakable. Li Ming, observing Jiang Han's complete disregard for her presence, felt her once bright eyes dim instantly, a flicker of disappointment surfacing in her gaze. Biting her lips slightly, she watched Jiang Han's departing figure, a sense of unease settling in her heart, yet feeling utterly powerless. As Jiang Han entered the noodle shop, the warm yellow light within enveloped him, creating a cozy ambience. The proprietress, busy organizing the accounts at the front desk, immediately brightened up upon seeing Jiang Han, greeting him with a warm smile. Back again? She was quite familiar with him, given his frequent visits, during which he always ordered the scallion oil noodles. Are you hiring? Jiang Han inquired, his face adorned with a radiant smile as he leaned in slightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for a positive response. Really? You want to work here? The proprietress, momentarily taken aback, looked at Jiang Han with surprise before smiling and asking. She had never anticipated that this young man, who often arrived in a luxury car, would be interested in a job at her establishment. Yes, I wish to earn some living expenses, Jiang Han replied earnestly, striving to make his expression appear sincere, not wanting the proprietress to discern his true intentions. The proprietress, incredulous at his response, scrutinized him from head to toe before slowly articulating, Our wages are quite low. Hardly enough for your fuel. She was well aware that someone like Jiang Han, who drove an extravagant car, was unlikely to seek employment for the meager salary. That's all right, Jiang Han replied with a smile, a determination shining through his expression. He was indifferent to the pay. The opportunity to work there and frequently see senior sister Su Yao was sufficient motivation. Realizing Jiang Han's true intent, the proprietress understood that he was not genuinely seeking financial support, but rather a chance to be closer to Su Yao. However, she chose not to address it directly, respecting the youthful secret. With a smile, she said, All right then, give it a try. By the way, what year are you in? The proprietress suddenly recalled something and continued to inquire, considering how to schedule his work hours around his classes. I'm Jiang Han, a freshman, Jiang Han cheerfully responded, feeling at ease in his conversation with the proprietress. Freshman, you can come in the evenings. I know your classes are quite packed, the proprietress said with a smile, empathetic to the challenges students face, hoping Jiang Han could work without hindering his studies. Great, thank you, proprietress. I promise to work hard, Jiang Han replied, overjoyed. He felt he was one step closer to his goal, envisioning more time spent with senior sister Su Yao. The proprietress shook her head with a hint of helplessness, a smile gracing her face. Many young men of privilege had come to their shop with similar intentions, but most lost interest quickly. She wondered how long this young man would last. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was closing time. The number of patrons in the noodle shop had dwindled, and the lighting appeared even softer. Su Yao emerged from the kitchen, having tidied up, and immediately spotted Jiang Han animatedly chatting with the proprietress, a curiosity blossoming within her. She approached to greet them. Proprietress, I'm leaving, Su Yao said, her face radiating a gentle smile. After speaking, she turned slightly to glance at Jiang Han, her eyes filled with curiosity, wondering what he had discussed with the proprietress that had him so engrossed. All right, hurry back, the proprietress replied with a beaming smile, her gaze filled with concern, resembling a mother watching her child. Jiang Han, hearing this, also chimed in. I'm leaving too, proprietress. His smile was bright and sunny, his tone relaxed. The proprietress nodded, her gaze following the two as they departed the noodle shop. A look of contentment graced her features as she quietly mused, Youth is truly wonderful. Her voice was soft, almost as if speaking to herself, reflecting on the beauty of time. Walking side by side, the night breeze gently brushed against them, bringing a refreshing chill. Su Yao could not resist asking again, What were you discussing with the proprietress? Her head tilted slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, fixated on Jiang Han. You? Working at the noodle shop? Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the image of this young man driving a luxury car with the prospect of working in a noodle shop. Nonetheless, she had an inkling of his true motives. Yes, I'm going to work, earn some living expenses, Jiang Han said with a smile, striving to appear genuine and natural. He spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, attempting to convince Su Yao of his reasoning. Living expenses? Would a month's pay even cover your fuel? Su Yao replied, somewhat exasperated. She shook her head slightly, a hint of a resigned smile playing at her lips. To her, Jiang Han's rationale for working at the noodle shop seemed rather far-fetched. As they continued walking, they arrived at the side of the Bugatti. The night lights shimmered on the car, casting a mesmerizing glow that made the luxury vehicle even more striking. Jiang Han promptly stepped forward, gracefully and gentlemanly opening the passenger door for Su Yao, his face adorned with a gentle smile, inviting her to enter. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly thanked him before settling into the car. Once she was comfortably seated, Jiang Han quickly made his way to the driver's seat, closing the door behind him. The interior was infused with a subtle scent of premium leather, peaceful and inviting. Buckling his seatbelt, he started the car and turned to Su Yao, smiling as he said, "Isn't it all right for me to experience life?" His smile bore a playful hint, as if awaiting her approval. Chapter 39, Have I Been Tailed? Su Yao fell silent for a moment, and while waiting at a red light, she slowly began to speak. Jiang Han. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unspoken weight, disrupting the previously relaxed atmosphere within the car. What is it, senior sister Su Yao? Jiang Han turned slightly, concern evident in his gaze as he looked at her. A premonition stirred within him, sensing that what Su Yao was about to say might not bode well for him. I know you took the job at the noodle shop for a reason, and honestly, you don't have to do this. Su Yao spoke gradually, her gaze fixed ahead, an air of resignation in her tone, infused with an undeniable firmness. She understood Jiang Han's feelings and recognized that he was seeking ways to be closer to her. But she did not wish for him to make such sacrifices on her behalf. At her words, Jiang Han fell silent, his grip on the steering wheel tightening involuntarily. The smile on his face vanishing, replaced by a tinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that Su Yao would address the matter so directly, and furthermore, reject his attempts to draw near to her. Su Yao continued, "Tomorrow, I will speak to the proprietress. You don't need to work at the noodle shop." Her voice remained calm, yet each word struck Jiang Han like a hammer, resonating painfully within his heart. She felt that it was inappropriate for Jiang Han to work there, wishing to avoid causing him unnecessary trouble due to her. At a loss for words, Jiang Han opened his mouth, yet could not find the right response to Su Yao's declaration. At that moment, the green light illuminated, and the car resumed its journey, the roar of the engine echoing jarringly within the serene confines of the vehicle. Jiang Han silently drove, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, tinged with both melancholy and a sense of bewilderment. As they approached the school, a multitude of students could be seen making their way back along the road outside the campus. The surroundings of the campus buzzed with life under the night sky, the streetlights casting a gentle glow that illuminated the paths of the students. Jiang Han's car slowly came into view, its distinctive silhouette and deep rumble immediately capturing the attention of his peers. Envious glances were cast in their direction, and whispers of admiration floated through the air. Yet both Jiang Han and Su Yao remained oblivious to the attention. The car came to a halt in the parking lot across from the school gate. Jiang Han turned off the ignition and glanced at Su Yao in the passenger seat. As night deepened, the soft light from the street lamps caressed her profile, delineating a tender silhouette. "We've arrived," Jiang Han murmured, his tone laced with a hint of reluctance. Su Yao nodded, gently pushing the car door open. As the cold wind tousled her hair, she instinctively shrank her neck. Observing this, Jiang Han felt a compulsion to adjust her scarf. Yet he merely tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his throat constricted. The two of them walked towards the school, one in front of the other. The campus at night was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the distant echoes of footsteps from students leaving their evening classes. The halo of the streetlights enveloped them, elongating their shadows on the ground. Jiang Han walked ahead, unconsciously slowing his pace. He glanced back at Su Yao, her expression partially obscured by the light. He longed to pause and inquire why she had seemed so distracted in recent days and why she had initiated their meeting today. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, silence prevailed. Finally, they reached the entrance of the dormitory, and Su Yao hesitated momentarily. She tilted her head to gaze at the windows of the dormitory, seemingly searching for something. After a brief pause, she softly said, "Thank you for the ride today." Jiang Han stood rooted to the spot, watching her silhouette gradually disappear through the dormitory door. A medley of emotions welled within him. He felt a sense of joy for having driven her, yet a profound disappointment at her hasty departure. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, Jiang Han's spirits remained low. He looked up at his dorm window, where the light was still on, indicating that Li Yang and the others had undoubtedly returned. "Hey, Hanxiao, you're back," Li Yang called out with a grin, seated on a chair engrossed in his phone. When he noticed Jiang Han entering, he looked up to tease him. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his face, revealing a slightly languid yet vibrant countenance. "I'm back." Jiang Han nodded in response, his voice tinged with fatigue. He tossed his keys onto the table, his demeanor exuding a sense of lethargy. The weariness in his expression dulled the brightness that usually sparkled in his eyes. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off," Wang Zhe inquired, stepping forward. Noticing Jiang Han's downcast demeanor, he was filled with curiosity and concern. As Jiang Han's friend, he knew his character all too well, it was evident that something was troubling him. Liang, Su Yao Jia 1T let me work at the noodle shop. Jiang Han slowly confessed, his face betraying a mixture of helplessness and disappointment. He plopped down on the edge of his bed, cradling his head in his hands. Lost in thought, his tone conveyed an ineffable bitterness, as if the weight of the situation was suffocating him. Wait, you actually went for the interview? Liang asked, somewhat surprised. He had assumed Jiang Han was merely speaking offhandedly, not realizing he had taken the initiative. His tone bore a hint of teasing, but was also imbued with recognition of his friend's determination. Yeah, Jiang Han replied tersely, his voice heavy with dejection as he stared at his fingers, which seemed to be the only focus of attention at that moment. What job? What happened? Zhang Yu, who had been reading nearby, leaned in with curiosity upon hearing their conversation. He appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. Jiang Han is trying to work at the noodle shop to pursue Su Yao Jia, Liang explained to Zhang Yu, gesturing subtly to convey the context. His tone was teasing yet supportive of his friend's efforts. I thought it was something serious. If they want to let you go, then don't go. You could just pick her up every night instead. Zhang Yu remarked nonchalantly, believing it was not worth fretting over. As an optimist, he felt that matters of the heart should not be taken too seriously. Jiang Han, having heard Zhang Yu's words, hesitated slightly, raising his head. While Zhang Yu had a point, he felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he had finally found an opportunity to spend more time with Su Yao. Letting it slip away so easily was something he was loath to do. Yet, at that moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Remaining silently seated on the edge of the bed, engulfed in deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew heavy with his despondency. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han quickly washed up and lay down on his bed. The remnants of the day's liveliness lingered in the air, yet he found himself alone. Lost in his thoughts, Liang approached him, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Hey, don't be so down. There are plenty of beautiful girls waiting for you. Don't let it get to you. Liang patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, trying to divert his attention with a light-hearted tone. Jiang Han shot him a cold glance, impatience lacing his voice. Leave me alone. I want to sleep. All right. I'll leave. Seeing this, Liang relented and returned to his own bed with a smile. The dormitory fell silent again, save for Jiang Han's restless figure tossing and turning on his bed. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Su Yao a simple goodnight message. After sending it, he promptly silenced his phone, attempting to relax. However, thoughts of Su Yao's demeanor from earlier kept resurfacing in his mind. Her gaze seemed to harbor unspoken worries, and she appeared distracted while speaking. This only deepened his confusion, as well as his sense of loss. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, Su Yao received Jiang Han's goodnight message. A slight smile graced her lips, and a warm sensation surged within her. Despite her own melancholic mood, Jiang Han's concern provided a measure of comfort. Ding! Congratulations, the host has achieved a 50-point favorability rating with Su Yao. Reward: 51 shares in the Zhonghai Longhao Hotel. Just as Jiang Han was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden system notification jolted him upright, his gaze fixed intently on the phone screen. This unexpected message instantaneously dispelled his earlier feelings of dejection. Mission accomplished? It seems Su Yao Jia still harbors feelings for me. Jiang Han sat on his bed, exhilaration and surprise flooding his heart. He had long worried that his affections for Su Yao would be unreciprocated. But the system's alert assured him that, at least to some extent, Su Yao did indeed have feelings for him. He couldn't help but smile, silently resolving to cherish this opportunity bestowed by the system and strive to win Su Yao's genuine affection. In that moment, he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. Liang, lying on his bed scrolling through his phone, nearly dropped his device when he saw Jiang Han suddenly spring up, startled by the transformation in his demeanor. Turning to look, he was taken aback to see Jiang Han wearing a long-lost smile, his entire disposition rejuvenated. Whoa, Jiang Han, are you okay? Liang asked in astonishment, his tone laced with teasing. Just a moment ago, you looked like a wilted flower, and now you seem like you've been injected with enthusiasm. Jiang Han paused momentarily upon hearing Liang's words, before bursting into hearty laughter. It's nothing at all. I just suddenly thought of something delightful. Humph. Are you a dog, Jiang Shao? Liang rolled his eyes, bemused. How can you change so quickly? Just a moment ago, you wore a face as sour as a bitter melon. Now have you taken a bite of honey? Jiang Han found Liang's jest even more amusing, turning to him with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. What does it matter what I am? In any case, my mood is splendid. The following day, the shrill alarm clock rang punctually, jolting everyone awake in the dormitory. Liang was the first to leap out of bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes with one hand while clutching his pillow with the other. We're in college now, yet why does it still feel like we're racing against time? It's simply exasperating. His tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly expressing his grievances about the early rise. I was hoping to enjoy a leisurely sleep in college. Wang Zhe chimed in, his voice languid. He sluggishly climbed out of bed, stretching widely, his clothes not even properly arranged as he staggered out of the dormitory. Jiang Han and Zhang Yu were also stirred awake by the alarm, yet they adapted more swiftly than the others. After quickly freshening up, Jiang Han glanced at the still dawdling Li Yang and Wang Zhe, unable to resist the urge to remind them, if you two don't get up soon, breakfast will be late. I know, Li Yang retorted as he donned his jacket. You're such a worrywart. Once the four had completed their minimal morning routines, they hurried towards the cafeteria. A thin veil of mist enveloped the campus in the early morning, with the first rays of sunlight breaking through the horizon, lending a slight chill to the air. The sycamore trees along the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, with a few desiccated leaves occasionally drifting to the ground. I say, Jiang Shao. Li Yang began teasingly as they walked. Why are you always in such a rush? Don't you know that college life should be more laid back? Laid back? Jiang Han scoffed. Being laid back leads to tardiness. Have you forgotten the lesson from last week when you were caught skipping class by the teacher? Li Yang was momentarily taken aback, left with nothing to say but an awkward chuckle. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe, trailing at the back, yawned as he walked. I truly don't understand why we must have classes so early. High school is over. Can't college be a bit more relaxed? You'll get used to it. Zhang Yu replied calmly. Besides, waking up early isn't entirely a bad thing. It allows for a longer afternoon nap. As the four engaged in a casual exchange of topics, they gradually arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Numerous students were already seated inside, and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. The four found a window-side table and ordered a simple breakfast of congee, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Wow, this pickled vegetable tastes fantastic, Li Yang exclaimed after taking a bite, giving a thumbs up in admiration. It seems the cafeteria Annie's culinary skills are quite commendable. Enough chatter. Jiang Han interjected with a smirk. Just eat your meal. We still have to head to class. All right. Li Yang quickly lowered his head to continue eating, muttering, what a fussy person. After finishing breakfast, the four made their way towards the classroom. In the morning light, their silhouettes appeared exceptionally youthful and vibrant. Although they were still adjusting to the rhythm of college life, they were aware that this was merely the beginning. The days ahead would be long, necessitating a swift adaptation to embrace new challenges. Chapter 41. In Jiang Han's eyes, there is only Senior Su Yao. As the four entered the classroom, it felt as though the entire class had pressed the pause button. Their arrival was akin to a refreshing breeze, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Li Yang led the way, his sunny disposition drawing the gazes of those around him like a magnet. His smile was radiant and confident, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Wang Zhe followed closely, his sense of humor making him stand out in the crowd, with classmates often amused by his antics. Zhang Yu maintained his usual composure, his reserved demeanor rendering him a unique presence amidst the bustle. Bringing up the rear, Jiang Han was the most striking figure among the four. His features were sharp and well-defined, as though he had stepped directly out of a painting. His gaze was deep and contemplative, as if preoccupied with significant thoughts. Despite a hint of aloofness in his aura, there was an undeniable allure that drew others in. Nevertheless, the quartet opted to sit in a corner of the classroom. They preferred to avoid the spotlight, content to immerse themselves in their own world. Choosing a seat by the window, sunlight streamed in, bathing them in a gentle glow that softened the atmosphere. Hey, Jiang Shao, why not take a look at other beauties? Stop fixating on Senior Su Yao, Wang Zhe joked, playfully patting Jiang Han's shoulder. His tone was filled with jest, as if nudging Jiang Han to explore the myriad of beauties waiting to be discovered in the world. Alas, in Jiang Han's eyes, there is only Senior Su Yao. Zhang Yu chimed in, laughter lacing his words, clearly admiring Jiang Han's singular devotion. Are you three trying to get yourselves killed? Jiang Han retorted, albeit with a hint of affection in his stern tone. His words were laden with exasperation, yet they revealed a deep-seated affection for Su Yao. Ha! Li Yang's laughter rang out, bright and infectious, as if it could dispel all shadows. Yet beneath this seemingly light-hearted atmosphere, Jiang Han's heart remained restless. His gaze inevitably drifted towards Su Yao at the front of the classroom. She wore a delicate pink dress today, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a fresh lotus flower. Her elegance and poise seemed to set her apart from everything around her. Jiang Han's heart raced uncontrollably. He realized that his feelings for Su Yao had deepened significantly. He had once attempted to convince himself to let go of these emotions, but whenever he caught sight of her, his heart would leap uncontrollably. What are you all discussing? Jiang Han feigned calmness, attempting to shift the topic. Nothing much, Li Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. We were just saying how devoted you are to Senior Su Yao. Jiang Han's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Stop talking nonsense. Before he could finish, the classroom door swung open. Su Yao entered gracefully, her steps light and elegant, as if the entire classroom parted to make way for her. "Good morning." Su Yao greeted the class with a smile. Jiang Han's heart raced even faster. He struggled to control his emotions, trying to appear calm. "Good morning," he responded curtly. Su Yao's gaze swept over the four of them, her smile carrying a hint of subtle concern. She seemed to sense something amiss with Jiang Han, yet chose to remain silent. Jiang Han lowered his head, his long fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his textbook. The slight roughness beneath his fingertips unable to soothe the turmoil within. The air in the classroom felt as though it had solidified, with even the rustling of the sycamore trees outside seeming particularly pronounced. He could distinctly hear the pounding of his heart in his ears, like a drumbeat. He stole a glance at Su Yao seated at the front. The girl tilted her head slightly, her jet black hair falling gracefully over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movement. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden hue upon her hair. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and a faint smile graced her lips, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. "What are you all discussing?" Su Yao's melodious voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the classroom. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat, his fingers tightening involuntarily, nearly crumpling the edge of his textbook. He furtively observed the reactions of others. Li Yang and Wang Zhe appeared somewhat stiff, while only Zhang Yu continued to nonchalantly flip through the pages. Nothing much. Li Yang was the quickest to react, immediately adopting a facade of nonchalance. "We were merely discussing the recent course schedule. Senior, didn't you mention you were heading to the library to study? What brings you here?" Wang Zhe hastily attempted to divert the conversation. Su Yao tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. "Oh, I suddenly remembered I need to help Teacher Zhou organize some materials." Her gaze fell upon Jiang Han, imbued with a hint of curiosity. At that instant, Jiang Han felt a flush creep across his face, hastily lowering his head to conceal his embarrassment. Just then, the sound of the classroom door creaking open resonated through the air. Teacher Zhou's steady footsteps approached with an undeniable authority. "Class is starting. You all, take your seats promptly." Teacher Zhou's voice carried an unmistakable weight of command. The four students quickly scrambled to their feet, with Jiang Han sprinting back to his seat, as if in a 100-meter dash. Once seated, he could still feel his heart racing, as if the residual warmth from his earlier panic lingered on the desk. The first lesson was mathematics. As Teacher Zhou elucidated the new concepts from the podium, Jiang Han's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Yao, who was busily engaged with the projector. Her movements were light and practiced, her slender fingers dancing gracefully over the keyboard with an elegant rhythm. When the first formula appeared on the projection screen, Jiang Han suddenly noticed beads of sweat forming in his palms. He hurriedly fished out a tissue to wipe them away, only to lock eyes with Su Yao in that fleeting moment. The girl paused for a brief instant before breaking into a warm smile. At that moment, Jiang Han felt as though the entire classroom had been illuminated. The class passed swiftly, and after a delightful immersion in the ocean of knowledge, the bell rang crisply, signaling the end of the lesson. Teacher Zhou gently closed the textbook in her hands and slowly spoke. "Su Yao, arrange for a few male students to go to the administrative office to collect the other textbooks, especially those four at the back who must go and do their part." As she spoke, she gestured towards the corner where Jiang Han and his friends sat, her eyes radiating an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Teacher Zhou's voice echoed clearly in the now quiet classroom, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of reaction through the students. Many turned their heads in unison to glance at the four who had been reclining at their desks. Some classmates bore expressions tinged with schadenfreude, as if relishing the sight of the four finally being called upon by the teacher, while others displayed curiosity, whispering amongst themselves and speculating about the amusing events that might unfold during the textbook collection. Initially lying across their desks, their eyes either closed in repose or reflecting on the class content, the four were roused by the teacher's call. Jiang Han wore an expression of resignation, inwardly lamenting his misfortune at being singled out. Li Yang, unaffected, chuckled as though this were a trivial matter, while Wang Zhe stretched, preparing to comply. And Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, his reluctance evident, but realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon hearing the teacher's directive, Su Yao nodded and said, "All right, Teacher Zhou." She turned to Jiang Han and the others, her gaze tinged with a hint of apology, as the task had been assigned to her to convey. "You four, come with me to the administrative office," Su Yao said, her voice soft and gentle. Chapter 42. He is not capable of that yet. Upon hearing her words, Li Yang and the others furrowed their brows slightly, their faces etched with reluctance. What had begun as a pleasant interlude during their break was abruptly interrupted by the prospect of manual labor, stirring discontent within them. Yet, they found it hard to defy the teacher's command and could only rise with a sense of resignation. "Jiang Han, my friend, we're starting physical labor for you. Remember to treat us to dinner," Wang Zhe said, begrudgingly standing up. He exaggerated his tone, feigning a pitiful demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Han. Seeking an affirmative response. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Jiang Han replied with a smile. He understood that his friends were merely facilitating an opportunity for him to interact with Su Yao, and a dinner invitation was only fitting. With that, he took the lead and exited the classroom, his steps light as though fetching the textbooks were not a chore, but rather an exciting venture. Subsequently, Teacher Zhou called upon several other boys. Although they too were somewhat unwilling, they complied and stood up. Su Yao led the way, while Jiang Han and his companions followed. A collective procession making its way toward the administrative office. As they walked, sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows upon them. Jiang Han and Li Yang engaged in light-hearted banter, attempting to alleviate the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Yao ambled ahead at a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing back to ensure no one lagged behind. Surrounding classmates observed their group with inquisitive eyes, speculating on their destination and purpose. Soon, their figures vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving only the echo of their footsteps lingering in the air. Before long, they arrived at the administrative office, which brimmed with an array of textbooks, exuding a faint scent of ink. Each student located the books they were to collect, each lifting a hefty stack, the weight of the tomes pressing down in their arms as they made their way back to class. Hanggu, where are we going to eat tonight? Zhang Yu inquired, inching closer with a grin, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to indulge in a feast. How about we dine at the Longhao Grand Hotel? Jiang Han responded with a beaming smile, exuding confidence as though dining at such an esteemed establishment was a commonplace affair. Ha ha ha, the Longhao Grand Hotel? You're serious about treating us there? That's the most prestigious hotel in Zhonghai. A mere meal could cost thousands. A classmate named Lu Yi interjected, his tone dripping with scorn. His expression reflected disdain, his lips curling in a smirk, as though convinced Jiang Han was merely boasting. Lu Yi, I find your boasting quite amusing. Why interrupt him? Another student chimed in, stoking the flames of discord, his laughter tinged with malice. At this, Zhang Yu turned angrily, his face flushed, and shouted, Do you think I can't afford a meal at the Longhao Grand Hotel? Or do you assume others can't just because you can't? His eyes blazed with fury, fixated on Lu Yi as though to pierce through him. Zhang Yu, we weren't talking about you. Best keep your distance. Don't go looking for trouble. Lu Yi retorted. His brow furrowed, his tone laced with a subtle threat, his eyes flashing with menace. Come on, what's the point of talking to a clown? Jiang Han remarked with a chuckle, giving Zhang Yu a pat on the back. He sought to quell the brewing conflict, unwilling to let such trivial matters mar their spirits. For he deemed the mockery of these individuals unworthy of attention. How dare you, you fool? I'll take you down outside. Zhang Yu seethed, trembling with rage. His fists clenched tightly, ready to confront Lu Yi and his companions. At that moment, Li Yang and Wang Zhe appeared, carrying their own stacks of books. Li Yang, humming a tune and appearing carefree, halted abruptly upon witnessing Zhang Yu embroiled in a quarrel. Li Yang's fiery temperament was not to be underestimated. Without a second thought, he hurled the stack of books he was carrying toward Lu Yi. The books arced through the air, striking Lu Yi squarely, rendering him momentarily stunned and inciting a torrent of curses from him. The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably, tension thickening as a confrontation seemed imminent. At this tense moment, Su Yao emerged from the academic affairs office, preparing to return to her classroom. She astutely perceived the quarrel outside, her brow furrowing slightly as she hastened to step out. What on earth? Are you planning to fight at the entrance of the academic affairs office? Su Yao's voice rang clear and strong, momentarily halting both parties in their tracks. They had not anticipated her appearance at such a critical juncture, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. You're bluffing. You think you can just waltz into Longhao Hotel? Believe me, I can make sure you never set foot inside. Lu Yi retorted defiantly, casting a challenging glance at Jiang Han, seemingly eager to test his resolve. That's absurd. I don't believe it. Jiang Han immediately countered, his tone unwavering and resolute. He was confident in his ability and determination to follow through on his promises. Not convinced. Fine. Let's see how you manage to dine at Longhao tonight. Lu Yi proclaimed, his words laced with provocation, clearly intent on gauging Jiang Han's capability to deliver on his claim. With that, he hefted a stack of books and strode towards the classroom, leaving behind a composed Jiang Han and Su Yao. Su Yao regarded Jiang Han with a flicker of concern in her eyes. She understood his character well. Once he made a decision, he would pursue it with unwavering intensity. She gently patted his shoulder and said softly, Regardless of what happens, your safety is paramount. Don't act impulsively and do something you'll regret. Jiang Han nodded, appreciating Su Yao's good intentions, and replied, Don't worry, Senior Su. He doesn't have what it takes. With that, he stepped forward to pat Li Yang on the shoulder, his gaze resolute and imbued with an undeniable spirit. I'll ensure you get your revenge tonight. His eyes were fixed intently on the direction Lu Yi had departed, as if transmitting his determination to the rival. Li Yang observed Jiang Han, his anger somewhat subsiding, a hint of a rebellious smile gracing his lips. All right then, I'm looking forward to your display of prowess. I can't wait to see how that guy will respond. He held unwavering trust in Jiang Han, convinced that if he made such a statement, he would certainly follow through. Wang Zhe chimed in from the side, absolutely, with Brother Han taking the lead. There's no doubt we'll put that arrogant fellow in his place tonight. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager to witness Lu Yi's comeuppance. Chapter 43. Wow, the vice president wields considerable authority. The day's classes swiftly came to an end, the final bell ringing out with a clear chime, signaling the conclusion of a day of learning. Jiang Han gathered his books and made a beeline for Lu Yi's seat. His steps were steady, his eyes radiating determination and challenge. Approaching Lu Yi, Jiang Han slightly bowed his head, fixing his gaze directly on him, and provocatively stated, "We'll see you at Longhao shortly. I'm eager to witness your capabilities." His voice was low yet unmistakably clear, carrying an air of undeniable confidence. With that, Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively, turning to exit the classroom. Li Yang and the others followed him without hesitation, their steps synchronized, exuding a unique camaraderie. As they walked, Li Yang inquired, "Are we really going to Longhao?" Though he had faith in Jiang Han, the prestige of Longhao Hotel still stirred a twinge of doubt within him. Of course, I want to see just how capable he really is. Besides, I can't let my brother face humiliation alone, can I? Jiang Han replied with a smile, his expression brimming with confidence, as if dining at Longhao were as effortless as a casual meal at home. The four of them exited the academic building, bantering and laughing. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and his two companions, who had been spectating earlier, also emerged from the classroom. Lu Yi's expression was dark. He had not anticipated Jiang Han would take the challenge seriously, openly provoking him once more. "Just you wait. If I can't eat at Longhao, then I'll take your surname." Jiang Han halted upon seeing Lu Yi, fixing him with a disdainful glare as he spoke again. "Fine, I'll make sure you eat at Longhao, and then you'll call me sir." Lu Yi retorted provocatively, striding directly towards the academy parking lot, his eyes burning with fury, determined to claim victory in the impending confrontation. "Let us go." Jiang Han chuckled, and the four of them made their way to where Li Yang had parked. They walked with assured strides, smiles gracing their faces, as if they were not heading into a contest, but rather a casual gathering. Before long, they reached Li Yang's powerful vehicle, and the four of them departed the school, heading toward Longhao Hotel. Outside the car, the night deepened, city lights flickered to life, and the streets became sparse with pedestrians, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. "Are you not going to pick up Senior Su Yao tonight?" Li Yang asked, glancing at Jiang Han with a mix of concern and curiosity as he drove. "We'll discuss that later. It's not too late to return." Jiang Han responded with a smile, his demeanor exuding calmness and composure, as if he had a clear plan for the night ahead. The four of them drove leisurely, engaging in spirited conversation, as if the impending challenge were nothing more than a light-hearted gathering. Soon, they arrived at Longhao Hotel, which stood out brilliantly against the city's nightscape, its opulent lights illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. "Well, that brat arrived quite promptly," Li Yang remarked, spotting Lu Yi's BMW at the entrance, a smirk tugging at his lips. His tone carried a hint of disdain, unperturbed by Lu Yi's presence. The car pulled up smoothly to the grand entrance of Longhao Hotel. Jiang Han surveyed the imposing hotel facade, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, "Hold on, don't rush to get out just yet. Someone will be out to greet us shortly." He pressed the horn, its sharp sound echoing in the quiet night. As expected, upon hearing the horn, Lu Yi and his companions rushed out. They had been waiting inside the hotel, anticipating Jiang Han's embarrassment, but upon seeing him seated comfortably in the car, Lu Yi's face flushed with anger. "You actually dared to show up?" Lu Yi exclaimed, his face reddened with disbelief. He had never expected Jiang Han to possess the audacity to come to Longhao Hotel, completely catching him off guard. "Why wouldn't I? I'm eager to see how you plan to prevent me from dining here." Jiang Han replied with a grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He leisurely opened the car door and stepped out, his confidence radiating as if to communicate to Lu Yi that he was already assured of victory in this contest. Once outside, Jiang Han stretched leisurely, his movements relaxed and unhurried, seemingly unfazed by the charged atmosphere around him. After completing his stretch, he turned to a nearby staff member, who was dressed in uniform and wore a welcoming smile, and said, "Please inform your hotel manager that Jiang Han has arrived and request them to come out within 5 minutes." His tone was steady yet carried an undeniable authority, his gaze unwavering. "Huh, you're still putting on airs. My uncle is the vice president of Longhao Hotel, and I've never heard of you." Lu Yi interjected, his face a mask of anger and contempt. He crossed his arms defiantly, chin raised, projecting an air of superiority, convinced that Jiang Han was merely posturing. Wow, the vice president must be quite important. We've never crossed paths with him, Liang quipped, a hint of mockery in his tone. With that, he opened the car door and nonchalantly stepped out. He adjusted his attire and stood beside Jiang Han, casting a defiant gaze towards Lu Yi, as if to challenge him to act. Go ahead and summon my uncle. Let me see how he goes about dining. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi sneered once more, a flicker of triumph illuminating his eyes. He believed that by calling his uncle, he could humiliate Jiang Han publicly, thus curtailing his arrogance. As he spoke, he continued to scan Jiang Han and his companions with a provocative glare, his demeanor exuding utmost audacity. In response, Jiang Han merely smirked disdainfully and patted Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe, who were still seated in the back of the car, urging them to join him. The four of them strode confidently into the lobby, their steps steady and adorned with self-assured smiles, as though they were entirely unfazed by the impending confrontation. Jiang Han nonchalantly settled into a sofa in the lobby, crossing his legs with an air of leisure. Observing his relaxed posture, Lu Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk, and he remarked, "What's this? Afraid of being kicked out, so you're taking a moment to sit in the lobby?" His words dripped with sarcasm, as he seemed convinced that Jiang Han would falter in the forthcoming clash. Who dares to bully my nephew? Suddenly, a booming voice approached, accompanied by a formidable figure, broad-shouldered and imposing, clad in a tailored suit, unmistakably a person of power. He approached Lu Yi, leaning down to scrutinize him with a tone laced with concern. "Xiao Yi, who is it that has come to our hotel seeking trouble?" His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of those before him, evoking an involuntary reverence. "Right here. It's me." Jiang Han waved dismissively at the intimidating man, his confident smile radiating an inexplicable magnetism that compelled respect. Chapter 44. Make him leave. I don't want to see him in Longhao. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's uncle advanced with an air of arrogance, regarding Jiang Han with an expression rife with disdain and contempt, as if he were merely an insignificant pawn. "You are his uncle? The vice president of Longhao?" Jiang Han queried with a scoff, tilting his chin slightly to meet the man's gaze without a hint of fear, a smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, even as a vice president, you are not someone these brats can offend," Lu Yi's uncle declared, crossing his arms with a tone suffused with menace, as if intending to intimidate Jiang Han and his companions with his status. "Oh, there is no one at the Longhao Hotel whom I cannot offend. I am Jiang Han. You should have heard of me by now." Jiang Han reclined, his leg crossed, nonchalantly patting the armrest of the sofa. His demeanor exuded an air of control, starkly contrasting the arrogance radiating from Lu Yi's uncle. "Who? Jiang Han?" Lu Yi's uncle inquired, his face morphing into one of shock. The previously haughty expression vanished, replaced by disbelief and trepidation. He had indeed heard of Jiang Han's name that day, not from Lu Yi, but during an emergency meeting among the higher-ups of Longhao Hotel, where they had learned of a change in ownership. Jiang Han was the new proprietor. At that moment, he could scarcely fathom that the seemingly ordinary young man before him was, in fact, the hotel's new owner. Realizing how pompous and disrespectful he had just been, a chill of dread crept down his spine. "Never heard of me? If that's the case, why don't you call someone above you and ask, and make sure they appear before me within 5 minutes?" Jiang Han remarked, a playful glint in his eyes, a smirk of triumph adorning his face. His words were laced with provocation, as if to assert his formidable influence over Lu Yi and his uncle. "I have heard of him. I will notify General Feng immediately." Lu Yi's uncle responded, his posture suddenly lowered, his complexion drained of color, and beads of sweat formed on his brow, the earlier bravado dissipating into a cautious demeanor. He fumbled for his phone, trembling as he dialed, his tone imbued with respect and trepidation. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Yes, just my classmate." Lu Yi interjected hastily. His expression had shifted. He had initially thought Jiang Han was merely bluffing, unaware of the magnitude of his influence. Regret washed over him for having acted so arrogantly before Jiang Han. "Silence!" Lu Yi's uncle barked, his gaze stern, his tone brooking no dissent. He understood that this was not the time for explanations. Instead, he needed to resolve this vexing situation promptly. After ending the call, he turned to face Jiang Han, his demeanor markedly submissive. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for our ignorance of your identity. If we have offended you in any way, I beseech your forgiveness." His tone was earnest, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Jiang Han, however, displayed no inclination to acknowledge the vice president's overtures. Propping his chin on his left hand, he turned slightly to Lu Yi, saying, "Didn't you claim I wouldn't be able to dine at the Longhao Hotel? It seems your uncle lacks the capability to prevent that." His tone was laced with mockery, as if all of this had been anticipated. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's uncle's expression darkened. He realized he had gravely underestimated Jiang Han's status and background. He hastened forward, raising his hand to slap Lu Yi across the face, admonishing him sharply, "You ungrateful wretch. When asked to apologize, you should apologize. Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen?" He then turned to Jiang Han, his face plastered with obsequiousness, saying, "Mr. Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. This boy has been spoiled by our family. Allow me to discipline him on your behalf." His words dripped with flattery, hoping to placate Jiang Han's ire and salvage the situation. At that moment, several sharply dressed men hurriedly descended from the upper floors of the hotel, their expressions serious, evidently responding urgently to crucial news. The leader among them stood respectfully before Jiang Han, bowing deeply and addressing him with utmost reverence. "Mr. Jiang." Li Yang and the others were taken aback by the scene. Having been oblivious to Jiang Han's true identity, they only knew he drove the world's only Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and now they were astonished by his elevated status. "Is this the team you manage?" Jiang Han began, surveying the suited men with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Jiang," the leader immediately responded, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. "What is your name?" Jiang Han inquired, his gaze fixed on the man's face, awaiting a response. "Mr. Jiang, I am Sun Chong," the man replied promptly, his voice trembling, clearly intimidated by Jiang Han's presence. "Sun Chong, ensure your team is properly managed. Arrange a private room for me, and prepare some signature dishes. I wish to dine with my friends," Jiang Han stated slowly, his tone carrying an authoritative weight. "Right away, Mr. Jiang. Please, this way," Sun Chong said respectfully, gesturing graciously. He swiftly turned, whispering commands to the men behind him, who promptly dispersed to carry out their tasks. Observing this, Jiang Han rose leisurely, with Li Yang and the others following closely in his wake as they ventured further into the hotel, leaving Lu Yi and his uncle in a state of stunned disbelief. After taking a few steps, Jiang Han halted, turning slowly to Lu Yi, adding, "Oh, and make him leave. I don't wish to see him at Longhao." He pointed slightly at Lu Yi's uncle, then added, "And him too." "Understood, Mr. Jiang," Sun Chong replied, immediately grasping Jiang Han's intent, turning to Lu Yi's uncle to whisper a few words. "Mr. Jiang, please spare me. I have responsibilities and a family to support." Lu Yi's uncle pleaded desperately. Lu Yi's uncle hastily pleaded for mercy, his voice laced with fear and despair, evidently overwhelmed by Jiang Han's imposing presence and distinguished status. Chapter 45. Only the largest shareholder here. Jiang Han remained silent, merely gesturing dismissively at Sun Chong. His demeanor was unruffled, as if the unfolding events were mere trifles unworthy of his words. Sun Chong immediately grasped the situation, instructing the nearby staff, "Have security escort them out. Do not disturb Mr. Jiang." His tone was urgent and serious, fully aware that these two must be dealt with swiftly to prevent any further displeasure to Jiang Han. "Mr. Jiang, please grant me another chance. I simply cannot afford to lose my job." Lu Yi's uncle continued to beg, his voice brimming with hopelessness and helplessness. His legs trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his eyes revealing an intense yearning for his position. "Damn it, you little brat. If it weren't for you, would I be facing unemployment?" Lu Yi's uncle, consumed by rage, turned and delivered a fierce kick to Lu Yi. He unleashed all his resentment upon Lu Yi, disregarding the fact that they were in the hotel lobby, oblivious to the onlookers around them. Hey, don't disturb our business here. Take it outside." Jiang Han, hearing Lu Yi's uncle's outburst, halted and spoke. He furrowed his brow, clearly annoyed by the ruckus these two were causing in the hotel lobby. After all, this was the Longhao Grand Hotel, his establishment, and he had no desire for such a farce to disrupt its order. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the security personnel wasted no time and rushed over to drag the two out. They acted swiftly and decisively, each man handling one of them, quickly escorting Lu Yi and his uncle out of the hotel lobby. As the doors slowly closed, tranquility returned to the lobby, as if the earlier scene had merely been an inconsequential interlude, while Jiang Han and his companions resumed their journey to the private dining room, ready to indulge in the evening's feast. The four were ushered into an elegantly decorated private room, where opulence and refinement were on full display. Several exquisite paintings adorned the walls, illuminated by soft lighting that enhanced their artistic allure. In the center stood a grand round dining table, set with meticulously crafted tableware that gleamed softly. Sun Chong spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, what would you and your companions like to eat?" He slightly bent forward, his face adorned with a respectful smile, his gaze intently fixed on Jiang Han. He presented a menu, its cover fashioned from high-quality leather, embossed with golden lettering that read Longhao Delicacies. Jiang Han accepted it with a smile, exuding an air of ease as though such scenes were commonplace for him. He then casually pushed the menu towards Li Yang, saying, "Choose whatever you like." Liang, somewhat taken aback by the generosity displayed, gazed at the menu in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Han to be so informal and magnanimous. After a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly opened the menu. His senses overwhelmed by the diverse array of dishes that dazzled his eyes. An assortment of exquisite delicacies and specialty dishes were listed, each description tantalizing enough to make one salivate. "Wow, this menu is incredibly lavish. I don't even know what to choose," Liang remarked, flipping through the pages in awe. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu leaned in closer, their heads almost touching as they excitedly discussed their desired dishes, instantly filling the room with a light-hearted atmosphere. They whispered among themselves, occasionally exclaiming in delight at the rich selections available. Before long, the trio had finalized their choices for the evening. Jiang Han declared, "That will be all." His tone was calm, imbued with a sense of casual nonchalance. "Very well, Mr. Jiang. We shall arrange that immediately," Sun Chong responded respectfully, bowing slightly before briskly exiting the room to prepare their meticulously curated meal. As soon as Sun Chong departed, Wang Zhe could hardly contain his excitement. Leaping up with wide eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "Wow, Han Ge, this Longhao Grand Hotel is yours." He was utterly taken aback by this monumental revelation, unable to reconcile the jovial Jiang Han he knew with such a remarkable identity. "Not mine," Jiang Han replied with a chuckle, a hint of playful teasing in his smile. He continued, "I'm merely the largest shareholder here." He spoke so lightly, as if it were not a matter of great significance. However, to Wang Zhe, Liang, and Zhang Yu, it landed like a bombshell, leaving them even more astounded. "Wow, you guys are all beyond extraordinary. Good heavens. What kind of elite company are we keeping in our dorm? One has a racetrack, another a five-star hotel, and here is a big shot from the capital." Zhang Zhe observed, utterly speechless, his tone rife with astonishment and disbelief. He shook his head, feeling as though he were living within a drama, surrounded by friends who were all protagonists in their own right. Afterward, Zhang Zhe turned to Wang Zhe, continuing, "Wang Zhe, you better give me a heads up. Your family doesn't happen to own a courtyard house, do they?" He half joked, half serious, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. If Wang Zhe's answer brought him yet another surprise, he might just question his reality. Wang Zhe chuckled at Zhang Zhe's remark, scratching his head with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not that extravagant. However, my family does have some respectable businesses, but compared to yours, they pale in comparison." His words carried a note of pride, yet predominantly humility. Liang nodded in quiet agreement, secretly thankful to share this wonderful university experience with such exceptional friends. He raised his drink, addressing Jiang Han, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu. "Since we'll be driving later, let us stick to drinks. To our friendship, cheers." The four delightedly enjoyed their meal, chatting merrily. The dining table was laden with visually appealing and aromatic delicacies, each dish exuding an enticing fragrance that made one crave more. Liang picked up a succulent piece of steak, savoring it slowly, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he remarked, "Han Ge, today we truly benefit from your generosity. Without you, how would we ever have the chance to relish such exquisite cuisine at the Longhao Grand Hotel?" Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What are you talking about? We're brothers. We don't keep count of such things. The most important thing is that we enjoy our time together." Wang Zhe raised his glass, taking a sip of red wine, and enthusiastically remarked, "Speaking of which, that Lu Yi really shot himself in the foot today. He must never have imagined that you, Han Ge, are the big boss of this hotel." Zhang Yu chuckled in agreement. Exactly. He was so arrogant. And seeing his uncle's panicked expression was utterly satisfying. Their laughter resonated, filling the room with joy. Chapter 46. Tactics. After a hearty meal, the four left the private room in high spirits, their laughter echoing as they reminisced about the delightful dinner and the enjoyable moments shared. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Sun Chong and several executives from Longhao Hotel standing in neat formation, all impeccably attired in formal suits, their expressions serious and respectful, their eyes reflecting deference towards Jiang Han. Noticing this, Jiang Han turned to Liang, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and said, "You all head back first." His tone was calm, imbued with a brotherly concern. Liang, understanding the unspoken message, nodded in acknowledgement. He recognized that Jiang Han likely had important matters to attend to and refrained from further inquiries, simply replying, "All right then, you take care too." Before departing the Longhao Grand Hotel with Zhang Zhe and Wang Zhe, Jiang Han gazed at Sun Chong and the others, their faces etched with concern, slightly furrowing his brow before he slowly spoke. "Let us converse in a different setting." His voice was steady and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Certainly, President Jiang." Sun Chong responded promptly, his face brightening with a smile, a blend of deference and a hint of anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Please, just call me Jiang Han." President Jiang feels rather awkward. Jiang Han replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. He hoped to foster a more congenial rapport with the hotel management staff, wishing to eliminate any sense of distance stemming from their differing statuses. Then we shall address you as young Master Han. This way, please, Sun Chong suggested after a moment's contemplation, finding the title both respectful and comfortably familiar. As they spoke, the group entered the elevator. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling, punctuated only by the soft sounds of breathing and the elevator's mechanical hum. Soon, they arrived at the office area on the third floor. Sun Chong led the way with a brisk and assured stride, guiding Jiang Han into the innermost office. The office was spacious and bright, adorned with luxurious yet tasteful decor. A towering stack of documents lay on the desk, indicating the hotel's bustling operations. Sun Chong approached the desk and picked up one of the stacks, carefully stating, "Young Master Han, these are the reports from the past 2 years." His gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Han, attempting to decipher the young man's thoughts from his expression. After speaking, Sun Chong hurriedly invited Jiang Han to take a seat on the sofa before him. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Han astutely sensed the unease among the gathered staff. He surveyed the group and candidly remarked, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I understand your concerns. You fear for your positions, do you not?" His words were direct and forthright, devoid of any circumlocution. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the staff turned awkward, their heads bowing in unison. Indeed, as Jiang Han had surmised, they were laden with worries, especially with the hotel having a new owner, leaving their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Sun Chong, raising his gaze slightly, addressed Jiang Han with a hint of resignation and sincerity. "Young Master Han, given the sudden change in ownership, it is only natural for us to harbor some concerns." "I understand." Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze conveyed empathy and tolerance as he added, "However, rest assured, as long as you perform well, your positions are secure. I am still in school. You, Sun Chong, should proceed with the hotel management as per the original course. For the vacant vice president position, promote someone based on their capabilities." Jiang Han's words acted as a soothing balm, alleviating the tension among those present. They all lifted their heads, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration, genuinely impressed by Jiang Han's leadership and magnanimity. "Is that truly the case, young Master Han?" Sun Chong's eyes sparkled with surprise. The weight on his heart significantly lifted. He hadn't anticipated that someone so young could exhibit such understanding, decisiveness, and compassion in handling matters. "Absolutely," Jiang Han affirmed, his gaze sweeping over each executive present. "I trust in your capabilities, Sun Chong, and I hope everyone can work together to enhance the hotel's operations. Although I am the major shareholder, I will not interfere excessively in daily management. Each of you should fulfill your roles." The group collectively raised their heads, their expressions brimming with appreciation and respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Han. We will certainly strive to work diligently." Jiang Han nodded lightly, and then turned his attention to the stack of reports. "I shall review these documents to gain an understanding of the hotel's current situation. Sun Chong, please enlighten me about the primary issues and challenges faced during the hotel's operations over the past 2 years." Sun Chong promptly stepped forward, picking up one of the reports and pointing out the data as he elaborated. "Young Master Han, the hotel's overall performance has remained stable over the past 2 years. But we have faced competition from several newly established hotels nearby, which has diverted some of our clientele. Additionally, the rising labor costs and fluctuations in raw material prices have exerted pressure on our profit margins." Jiang Han listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions and insights. His nimble mind and precise analysis left the executives in awe, garnering newfound respect for the young proprietor. "I see," Jiang Han responded after Sun Chong's explanation. "Market competition is inevitable. We must find ways to distinguish ourselves, enhance service quality, and create a unique advantage. As for the issues regarding labor costs and raw material prices, I encourage you all to brainstorm solutions to optimize within reasonable limits." "Yes, young Master Han. We will promptly devise a concrete plan," Sun Chong replied, his eyes alight with determination. Jiang Han's directives instilled a sense of hope in him, igniting his inner drive. "Very well, let us conclude today's discussion here. Everyone, please return to your tasks and communicate any important developments to me in a timely manner," Jiang Han said as he rose from his seat. His movements were decisive and brisk, exuding a sense of efficiency. "Young Master Han, please take care. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us." The group stood respectfully as they bid farewell, their expressions reflecting deep respect and gratitude as they watched Jiang Han depart. Sun Chong followed closely behind Jiang Han, and the two ambled down the spacious, well-lit corridor. Jiang Han, with his hands in his pockets and a serene expression, contemplated the various matters regarding the hotel. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. Please arrange a vehicle to take me back to school. His voice echoed softly in the quiet corridor, tinged with a hint of weariness after a long night, as he yearned for a restful reprieve. Certainly, young Master Han. This way, please. Sun Chong replied with a cheerful nod, his face adorned with a respectful smile. He turned and led the way, his steps brisk and assured, guiding Jiang Han towards the driver-s quarters of the hotel. Along the way, Sun Chong silently resolved to ensure that Jiang Han was provided with the most comfortable and luxurious vehicle, hoping to leave a positive impression on the young master. Chapter 47. I thought you were upset with me. Before long, they arrived at the dedicated parking lot for the hotel's drivers. The area was brilliantly illuminated, the ground spotless as though it were a mirror, lined with an array of luxury vehicles. Among them were pristine Maybachs, their sleek lines exuding understated opulence, alongside two Rolls-Royces, whose classic design and noble aura inspired awe at first glance. Additionally, there were 3 Bentleys, each epitomizing ultimate prestige and elegance. These luxury cars sparkled under the lights, seemingly narrating the grandeur and extravagance of Longhao Hotel. Sun Chong led Jiang Han directly to one of the Rolls-Royces. He gingerly extended his hand, respectfully opening the car door for Jiang Han. As the door swung open, the exquisite interior was revealed, showcasing sumptuous leather seats, lavish decor, and state-of-the-art amenities, all promising the utmost comfort and indulgence. Jiang Han settled into the car, sinking into the plush seat and feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Leaning back slightly, he addressed Sun Chong, who stood at the door. You may return now. His tone was calm, tinged with a faint weariness. Of course, young Master Han. Sun Chong nodded in response, his smile unwavering. He gently closed the car door, his movements careful and deliberate, as if afraid of any mishap. Watching the vehicle, Sun Chong silently hoped that Jiang Han would experience comfort and ease during this journey. Once Jiang Han was comfortably seated, the driver turned slightly, wearing a professional smile, and politely inquired, Young Master Han, where shall we head today? His voice was steady and gentle, instilling a sense of reliability. To the Zhonghai Financial Institute. Jiang Han replied. With that, he slightly closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief respite during the short car ride. At this moment, he momentarily cast aside the affairs of the hotel and the intricate business matters, yearning only to relax his taut nerves in this fleeting tranquility. The car was quiet and comfortable, with only the faint hum of the engine, creating a small world where he could rest at ease. The vehicle glided smoothly along the bustling streets of Zhonghai. Outside, the city's neon lights flickered incessantly, the streets teemed with traffic, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Skyscrapers stood in succession, while people flowed in and out of various shops, all adorned with a dazzling array of offerings. Yet, Jiang Han remained immersed in his own serenity, paying little heed to the surrounding opulence. The car continued its course towards the Zhonghai Financial Institute, traversing the city's clamor, steering towards a relatively tranquil academic realm. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle approached the vicinity of the noodle shop where Su Yao worked. Jiang Han gently opened his eyes, surveyed the familiar scene outside, and instructed the driver to slow down and pull over. He adjusted his attire, preparing to alight and meet Su Yao. Wait a moment. I'm going to pick someone up. Jiang Han spoke softly. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly within the quiet confines of the car. Understood. Young Master Han. The driver promptly responded, his expression respectful as he steadied the vehicle, awaiting Jiang Han's return. With that, Jiang Han opened the car door and stepped out. The night breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. He walked briskly toward the noodle shop. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the noodle shop. Warm light spilled from within, illuminating a small area at the door. As soon as Jiang Han appeared, the proprietress inside noticed him. She was a shrewd and amiable woman, having long recognized the special bond between Su Yao and Jiang Han. Seeing him now, she understood the situation. Yao, you can head back today. We're closing early. Her voice rang out, clear and filled with concern. Moments later, Su Yao emerged from the shop. She had changed out of her work uniform into a simple yet elegant dress, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a faint smile gracing her face, exuding an aura of refreshing grace. Under the glow of the lights, her figure appeared even more charming. Sister Su Yao, Jiang Han called out with a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with joy at seeing her. After a long day, encountering Su Yao made all his weariness seem to evaporate in an instant. I thought you might be upset about what I said last night. Su Yao spoke softly, lowering her gaze, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. During their conversation the previous night, she may have said things that left her feeling regretful, hence her concern that Jiang Han might be displeased. Let us go. Jiang Han replied with a smile, his warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, his eyes devoid of any displeasure. He gently reached out, affectionately tugging at Su Yao's arm to reassure her. To Jiang Han, those words were merely a minor interlude in their dialogue, hardly worthy of distress. Soon, they arrived at the car. Jiang Han released Su Yao's arm and briskly walked to the rear door, gracefully opening it with a gentlemanly flourish. He slightly bent forward, gesturing for her to enter, and said with a smile, "Please, get in." Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly thanked him before gracefully settling into the car. Once she was seated, Jiang Han quickly made his way to the opposite side, opened the door, and climbed in. The interior of the car was spacious and comfortable, bathed in soft light that created a cozy atmosphere. As soon as he settled in, Jiang Han turned to the driver and said, "Let us set off." "Certainly, young Master Han," the driver replied, focusing intently ahead as he gently pressed the accelerator, the car smoothly taking off, continuing its journey toward the Zhonghai Financial Institute. Outside the window, the city's nightscape unfolded like a flowing painting, receding into the distance. Inside, Jiang Han and Su Yao sat side by side, occasionally exchanging smiles, a subtle yet sweet ambience enveloping them. Before long, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Zhonghai Financial Institute. The school's gates, illuminated by night lights, appeared solemn and dignified, with the school's name glowing softly. The security guard at the booth, upon seeing the luxurious Rolls-Royce, displayed a flicker of surprise but quickly regained his professional demeanor. Jiang Han opened the car door and stepped out first, standing tall as he adjusted his attire. He then circled around to the other side to open the door for Su Yao. She elegantly descended from the vehicle, gently tucking away the strands of hair that the wind had tousled. Standing beside the car, they nodded slightly to the driver before the vehicle gradually pulled away. At that moment, the campus was remarkably tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional whispers of passing students. The trees lining the path swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly, as if performing a gentle melody for the serene night. The streetlights cast a warm glow, stretching their shadows long and intertwining on the ground. After disembarking, they walked toward the dormitory, side by side, maintaining a perfectly comfortable distance, occasionally brushing against each other, sending gentle flutters to their hearts. Along the way, they remained silent, simply savoring this peaceful and beautiful moment. As they neared the girls' dormitory, the atmosphere surrounding them was serene and lovely, with only the soft sound of their footsteps echoing on the quiet path. Su Yao raised her head slightly to glance at the dormitory building ahead, then spoke slowly. "Jiang Han, I want to be going to work tomorrow. I want to be at the noodle shop anymore." Her voice was soft yet imbued with a resolute determination. Jiang Han inquired, puzzled, halting in his tracks to look at Su Yao, confusion etched on his face. In his mind, Su Yao was doing well at the noodle shop, so her sudden decision to leave took him by surprise. "My mentor has arranged an internship for me at a finance company nearby. I have an interview tomorrow. I'm about to embark on my internship," Su Yao explained slowly, her face radiant with hope and anticipation for the future. This opportunity was immensely valuable to her, marking a significant step towards her career, prompting her decision to seize it. "Sister Su Yao, will we still be able to meet?" Jiang Han asked, his eyes revealing a hint of worry and reluctance. In the days spent with Su Yao, he had grown accustomed to her presence, and the thought of her stepping into a new chapter left him feeling a tinge of melancholy, fearful that their encounters would dwindle. "I'm not leaving for good. Of course, we can meet," Su Yao responded with a gentle smile, her expression like twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and warm, as if assuring Jiang Han. She understood his concerns but believed that distance would not diminish their bond. Jiang Han nodded slightly and fell into step beside her. He recognized that Su Yao had her own aspirations and dreams, and he should support her in bravely pursuing them. Despite his lingering reluctance, he chose to face the situation with a smile. As they continued toward the dormitory, they fell into silence once more. The night breeze brushed against them, bringing a refreshing coolness that eased the faint twinge of parting sorrow in their hearts. The moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows, creating a tranquil and beautiful tableau. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. The girls' dormitory loomed quietly in the night, its scattered lights twinkling like stars, adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil evening. Jiang Han could not resist speaking again. "Su Yao?" His voice trembled slightly, as if he had summoned great courage. Su Yao turned to look at Jiang Han. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Yet she had an inkling of what he was about to say. "I like you," Jiang Han whispered, his face flushed in the dim light, his heart racing as he anxiously awaited Su Yao's response. "How many girls have you said that to?" Su Yao asked curiously, a playful smile gracing her lips. Deep down, she was eager to gauge the sincerity of Jiang Han's feelings. "None, just you," Jiang Han replied immediately, his gaze unwavering and sincere, hoping she could feel the depth of his affection. "Okay, I like you a little too," Su Yao responded with a smile. her radiance akin to a blooming flower under the moonlight, filled with tenderness and shyness. Upon hearing Su Yao's reply, Jiang Han was overwhelmed with joy, excitedly pulling Su Yao into his embrace, his voice brimming with uncontainable delight. "I didn't hear you. Say it again." He held her tightly, as though fearing she might vanish if he let go. "All right, let's head back to the dorm. It's getting late," Su Yao gently suggested. Her face nestled in Jiang Han's embrace, savoring his warmth and heartbeat, feeling both sweet and slightly bashful. "Say it again, and I'll go," Jiang Han teased, refusing to release her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Listen carefully then," Su Yao softly replied, and within Jiang Han's arms, her voice was gentle yet clear. "Jiang Han, I said I like you a little too." This time, her words, though softly spoken, struck Jiang Han's heart profoundly, filling him with a sense of bliss. As Jiang Han processed Su Yao's words, his heart seemed to skip a beat, soon engulfed by waves of elation. He couldn't help but hold Su Yao even tighter, wishing to etch this moment of beauty in his memory forever. The two silhouettes under the moonlight embraced tightly, as if enacting a scene from a fairy tale. "I like you too, Su Yao," Jiang Han whispered tenderly in her ear, his voice filled with warmth and determination. He understood that his feelings transcended mere affection. They were rooted in profound admiration and reliance, and he was willing to cherish this hard-won bond with all his heart. Feeling Jiang Han's embrace, warmth surged within Su Yao. She gently patted his back, reciprocating his deep affection. "Me too, Jiang Han," she softly murmured, her voice light, yet laden with genuine emotion. Thus, they remained entwined, oblivious to the passage of time, with only each other's presence mattering most. Eventually, Su Yao suggested a reason to part. "Let us go inside, otherwise we might attract unwanted attention," she reminded him. Though reluctant, she understood the need to protect this innocent connection. Reluctantly, Jiang Han released Su Yao, and they walked hand in hand toward the girls' dormitory. In the night, their figures appeared harmonious, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. Just before parting, Jiang Han reaffirmed his feelings. "No matter what happens, I want you to remember, I'll always be here, waiting for you." Su Yao nodded, touched. She knew this connection would become one of the most cherished memories of their youth. She softly replied, "I will always be by your side, Jiang Han." They exchanged a smile, bidding farewell to the beautiful night, each returning to their dorms. Despite being in different spaces, their hearts remained tightly intertwined, eagerly anticipating their next reunion. Jiang Han hummed a tune, joyfully returning to his dorm. As he stepped inside, a wave of familiar warmth enveloped him. This was their little sanctuary, brimming with laughter and memories. Li Yang and Wang Zhe lay on their beds, while Zhang Yu sat at the desk. Upon hearing Jiang Han enter, they all looked up at him. Li Yang grinned and asked, "Hey, did you eat bee poop or something? Why so happy?" The moment his words fell, the dorm erupted into cheerful laughter, shattering the night's quietude. Jiang Han was not offended. Rather, he responded with even greater joy, "Absolutely. I'm happier than if I had eaten bee poop." His face radiated happiness, his eyes sparkling as if something wonderful was blooming in his heart. Wang Zhe, lying on his bed, asked with curiosity, "When did this happen? Share it with the brothers." His question piqued Zhang Yu's interest, who also looked at Jiang Han, eagerly awaiting his answer. With a beaming smile, Jiang Han declared, "I'm off the market. Isn't that worth celebrating?" His voice brimmed with elation, as if announcing a monumental event, invigorating the entire dormitory. "What?" Zhang Yu gazed at Jiang Han, incredulous. He never expected Jiang Han to make such rapid progress, especially considering his usual low-key demeanor, making this change all the more astonishing. Chapter 49, A Reward of Billions. Lying in bed, Jiang Han struggled to fall asleep, his mind replaying moments spent with Su Yao, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Just then, his phone beneath the pillow buzzed with a WeChat notification, its clarity piercing the stillness of the night. Jiang Han felt a surge of energy, quickly flipping onto his stomach, his movements urgent yet tinged with excitement. He swiftly grabbed his phone, unlocked the screen, and indeed saw a message from Su Yao. "Are you asleep?" Su Yao inquired through WeChat. Those few simple words, in Jiang Han's eyes, brimmed with boundless tenderness and concern, warming his heart. "No, you're not asleep either," Jiang Han replied, his fingers dancing across the screen, a grin spreading across his face that he could hardly contain. At that moment, he felt utterly delighted to share this late-night conversation with Su Yao, as if it were their exclusive sweet time. "Mind your own business. I have an interview tomorrow, and I'm too excited to sleep," Su Yao playfully retorted, her words imbued with her lively and charming personality. Jiang Han imagined her pouting and feigning anger through the screen, unable to stifle a soft chuckle. All right, Jiang Han replied, the simplicity of his words infused with affection for Su Yao. He understood how much she valued the upcoming interview. fully empathizing with her mixture of excitement and nervousness. I'm telling you, even though I won't be at school much anymore, if I find out you're flirting with other girls, you're done for, Su Yao warned him on WeChat. Her words laced with jealousy and a desire to safeguard their relationship. Right after, she sent a goodnight message. Reading those two messages, Jiang Han felt a mix of sweetness and amusement, recognizing Su Yao's way of showing she cared. Ding. Host has successfully won the school bell's heart. Reward, 3 shares of 10 cent. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Han's mind. The sound was crisp and resonant, like thunder clapping in his world. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Han immediately sat up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although it was merely 3 of the shares, it represented a game empire valued in the trillions. His heart raced, excitement bubbling within him. A torrent of thoughts flashed through his mind, conjuring images of Tencent's renowned games and various popular products, along with the vast wealth and influence that 3 represented. He sat on the bed in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable time, he regained his senses, his heart brimming with aspirations and expectations for the future. This sudden windfall seemed to paint a more resplendent hue upon his and Su Yao's shared destiny. In but an instant, Jiang Han had transformed into a billionaire. The shock of such an unexpected fortune left his mind blank, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him, excitement, exhilaration, and disbelief intertwined. After a considerable effort to calm himself, he responded to Su Yao with a trembling finger, sending her a simple goodnight message. Once the message was dispatched, he lay back on his bed, yet his thoughts raced like untamed stallions, refusing to rest, leaving him restless throughout the night. In the protracted darkness, a myriad of images flooded Jiang Han's mind. One moment, he envisioned the monumental changes that his 3% stake in Tencent could bring. Wealth, resources, and influence flashed before him like a dream. The next moment, he thought of Su Yao, reflecting on their newly established romantic relationship, filled with sweetness and joy. These two emotions intertwined, keeping his spirit in a heightened state of excitement, rendering him incapable of drifting into slumber. The following day, the morning sun gently filtered through the cracks in the window, casting a soft glow upon the dormitory floor. Li Yang's alarm clock rang punctually, its sharp tones shattering the tranquility of the room, instantly awakening the 4 occupants. Jiang Han, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat on the bed, propping his chin up with a weary expression, his demeanor one of helplessness and fatigue. His hair was somewhat disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he appeared utterly haggard. "Hey, buddy, did you really stay up all night in excitement?" Li Yang chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Jiang Han's appearance. His laughter echoed in the dormitory, tinged with a hint of teasing curiosity. He never expected the usually composed Jiang Han to be so overwhelmed by an event that he couldn't sleep a wink all night. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. I wish we could skip class," Jiang Han replied, exasperated. His voice was heavy with fatigue, each word seemingly exhausting his entire being. At that moment, he regretted his excessive excitement from the previous night, which left him feeling drained, yet he felt helpless about the impending classes. Han, can you not be so dramatic? Is this what keeps you up all night?" Wang Zhe chimed in with a grin, sitting up from his bed, his eyes glinting with mischief. To him, it was amusing to see Jiang Han, typically so unflappable, lose his composure over something. "Stop laughing." Jiang Han shot Wang Zhe a glare. "If it were you, you might have reacted even worse." Though he said this, he secretly acknowledged that his own behavior last night was indeed somewhat out of character. Zhang Yu joined in the banter. "Exactly. Who knows, if Wang Zhe encountered the same situation, he might leap out of bed and start running laps around the dorm." Laughter erupted once more in the room. All right, let us hurry up and wash up, or we'll really be late," Jiang Han sighed, shaking his head as he stood to retrieve his toiletries. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, the thought of his current status ignited a surge of inexplicable motivation within him. After freshening up, the 4 of them made their way toward the classroom. As they walked along the campus pathway, Jiang Han remained somewhat distracted, his mind still preoccupied with the implications of that 3% stake in Tencent, contemplating how to manage this newfound wealth and leverage these resources to propel his future. "Han, make sure to pay attention in class today. Don't fall asleep again," Li Yang reminded him with a chuckle. "I know," Jiang Han replied absent-mindedly. But his mind was already plotting how to thoroughly investigate this stock matter post-class, eager to maximize its potential value. Upon arriving at the classroom, the 4 of them settled into their seats. Jiang Han endeavored to muster his focus, attempting to absorb the lessons from the teacher. Yet the professional jargon seemed elusive amidst his tumultuous thoughts. His gaze frequently wandered to the window, his mind drifting far beyond the confines of the classroom. Finally, as the class break approached, Jiang Han prepared to check his phone for information regarding his Tencent shares. Suddenly, The screen lit up with a message from Su Yao. Good morning. How are you feeling this morning? I hope last night's insomnia hasn't affected you today. Reading Su Yao's caring words caused Jiang Han's lips to involuntarily curve into a smile, and he felt a slight alleviation of his fatigue. He quickly replied, Good morning. I'm fine. Good luck with your interview today. I believe you'll do wonderfully. After sending the message, he fell back into daydreams of the future. With wealth and love, it felt as if his life had begun a new chapter. Chapter 50. You four, come here. Listen to me. Liang, brimming with curiosity, leaned in closer to Jiang Han, nearly pressing his head against the phone screen, his eyes fixated on their conversation. A smirk played on his lips as he teased. Oh, look at you, all concerned. TSK, TSK, TSK. How intriguing. He deliberately elongated his words, infusing his tone with playful mockery as though he had uncovered a monumental secret. Shut it, Jiang Han retorted, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he responded quietly, flustered. He hastily shifted his phone aside, attempting to evade Li Yang's teasing gaze, yet he found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of his friend's jests. Oh, getting flustered, are we? Li Yang chuckled. His laughter, though soft, drew the attention of their classmates in the otherwise quiet classroom. He found Jiang Han's embarrassment utterly amusing, and his grin only widened. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. Liang, Jiang Han, come up here and pay attention. It was Professor Zhou Ting, who had apparently paused his lecture and was now standing at the podium, pointing directly at the empty seats at the front with an unmistakable air of authority. The front row of the classroom was notorious for being a place few students dared to occupy. It was too close to the teacher. Every movement was scrutinized, leaving no room for clandestine activities. Upon hearing the professor, Wang Zhe erupted into laughter, collapsing onto his desk, unable to contain himself, and muttering, bye-bye, as though he were witnessing an amusing spectacle. Don't you laugh. You four, come here. Professor Zhou's piercing gaze swept over them, and he pointed at Wang Zhe, his voice laden with a clear warning. His eyes conveyed a message. There would be no room for leniency. Wang Zhe's laughter vanished instantaneously, as if a pause button had been pressed. His eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his momentary whimsy had inadvertently implicated him as well. Zhang Yu, who had been daydreaming, was startled by this unexpected turn of events, casting an innocent glance at Jiang Han, Liang, and Wang Zhe, as if to say, I didn't do anything. Why am I being dragged into this? Hurry up, don't make me come over there. Professor Zhou's tone grew more urgent, tinged with impatience. He crossed his arms, towering over the four from the podium, exuding an invisible pressure. As the professor's command lingered in the air, the four exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and unwillingness. Yet, they knew they could not defy the teacher's orders, and thus, they slowly began to rise from their previous corner. Jiang Han stretched and feigned a yawn, deliberately stalling for time, while Li Yang gathered his books, murmuring complaints under his breath. Wang Zhe hung his head, looking utterly dejected, as if he had lost something of great importance, while Zhang Yu sighed resignedly, trailing behind them. For individuals trudged heavily, step by step, towards the front row, each footfall laden as if encased in lead. The gazes of their classmates turned towards them, some gleaming with schadenfreude, while others bore expressions of sympathy. At that moment, Jiang Han felt akin to a peculiar specimen on display, an overwhelming discomfort settling in his heart. After considerable effort, they finally reached the front row and reluctantly took their seats. The instant Jiang Han sat down, an acute sense of unease washed over him. The podium loomed close, and the authoritative presence of teacher Zhou Ting enveloped him, as if he were ensnared within an invisible cage. Liang nudged Jiang Han lightly with his elbow, lowering his voice to say, Now we've become the focal point of attention. We must be vigilant to avoid giving the teacher any ammunition. A flicker of concern danced in his eyes, for no one wished to be scrutinized by the teacher during class. Jiang Han shot him an exasperated glance and retorted in a hushed tone, This is all your fault. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known better, he wouldn't have engaged in playful antics with Li Yang during class, and now they had become archetypes of misbehavior. Wang Zhe, seated beside them, furtively raised his head to glance at teacher Zhou, who wore a serious expression, seemingly able to penetrate Wang's thoughts. Alarmed, he quickly lowered his gaze, fervently praying for the class to conclude swiftly without further mishaps. Zhang Yu maintained an upright posture, his eyes fixated on the blackboard. Yet his mind had already drifted far away. He mused about how splendid it would be if he could engage in a clandestine phone session in the corner, rather than enduring the current anxiety of potential reprimand from the teacher. Teacher Zhou, observing that the four had finally settled, nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and resumed the lesson. However, the four pretended to pay attention, some doodling aimlessly in their notebooks, others staring blankly at the blackboard, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. collectively yearning for the torturous hour to pass swiftly and liberate them from this awkward and stifling predicament. Sitting in the front row felt akin to being subjected to an intense heat, every moment laden with discomfort, each second dragging on interminably. Jiang Han occasionally stifled yawns, striving to remain unnoticed by the teacher, while Li Yong fidgeted restlessly, fiddling with his stationery and stealing glances at their classmates. Wang Zai's expression was vacant as he stared at the board, his thoughts having long since wandered elsewhere, and Zhang Yu felt particularly tormented, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Finally, Zhang Yu could no longer contain himself and discreetly checked his watch, his eyes lighting up upon realizing that the class was nearing its end. As if receiving a signal of liberation, he immediately perked up, lifting his previously drooping head and sitting up straight, a spark of vitality returning to his gaze. Feeling more alert now that class is almost over, Teacher Zhou had already noticed Zhang Yu's transformation and, observing his sudden revitalization, inquired with a smile. The teacher's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet classroom, drawing the attention of many classmates towards Zhang Yu. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Yu's face flushed slightly, and he offered an awkward smile without responding. He realized the teacher was teasing him, but felt too bashful to retort, opting instead to mask his embarrassment with a grin. All right, we are about to conclude this lesson. Let us discuss something of importance. Teacher Zhou clapped his hands, redirecting the attention of the students towards him. He scanned the classroom and announced, "Our class monitor will be Xiao Yang, and the vice monitor will be Chun Xian." The teacher's voice rang out clearly, like a thunderclap, prompting many students to immediately turn their gazes towards Xiao Yang and Chun Xian. After making the announcement, Teacher Zhou descended from the podium and approached Jiang Han, gently tapping the desk before him. His gaze swept over the four, and he intoned seriously, "You four behave yourselves. Ensure you cooperate with your monitors." Although the teacher's tone bore a hint of jest, his eyes conveyed earnestness and expectation. "Understood, Teacher Zhou," Jiang Han responded promptly, a sincere smile gracing his face. Li Yong, Wang Zai, and Zhang Yu also nodded in agreement, signaling their compliance with the teacher's directives. "Well then, that concludes our lesson for today. Class dismissed," Teacher Zhou declared, gathering his lesson plan and turning to leave the classroom. As the teacher departed, the classroom erupted into lively chatter, students engaging in murmurs about the newly appointed class monitor and vice monitor, while Jiang Han and his companions exhaled a collective sigh of relief, having survived the arduous class. Chapter 51. The auction begins. The bell rang cheerfully, resembling a clarion call of liberation. The four, as if responding to a command, eagerly vacated the classroom. Jiang Han led the way, his dark circles prominent, exuding an air of exhaustion, his steps slightly unsteady. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Han, if you're this worn out, I might as well send you to the zoo to keep the giant pandas company." Li Yong chuckled at Jiang Han's appearance, playfully draping an arm around his shoulder, his face adorned with a teasing grin. Jiang Han weakly shot Li Yong a glance, muttering, "Oh, spare me your banter." Despite his words, he lacked the energy to engage in a retort. "Are you heading back to the dorm for a quick nap? What about you guys?" Jiang Han inquired, tilting his head slightly, his eyes glimmering with hope that someone would accompany him back to rest. "I'll head back for a snooze too. No plans for today," Zhang Zai replied, stretching widely, a look of weariness evident on his face. Clearly, after a morning filled with classes, he was feeling fatigued as well. "Are you still getting the license plate for your car? The auction for that 88,888 plate is tomorrow at 3, Li Yong slowly remarked, a frown creasing his brow as he seemed to remind Jiang Han of this significant matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's previously dull eyes sparkled with interest, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Let us go check it out tomorrow. It's finally the weekend. I need to recharge." He thought to himself that the auction might provide some excitement. Winning that 88,888 license plate would indeed be quite intriguing. Moreover, after the previous night's chaos, he truly needed to rest and rejuvenate for the events of the following day. "All right then, let us return to the dorm, catch some sleep, and be refreshed for the auction." Li Yong clapped Jiang Han on the shoulder, and the four made their way towards the dormitory, engaging in light-hearted banter, their weary figures gradually receding into the distance along the campus path. The following afternoon, sunlight streamed through wispy clouds, illuminating every corner of the city. The four arrived promptly at the auction venue. The exterior of the auction house was grand, while the interior was opulently adorned. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft, dazzling glow, bathing the entire hall in a golden radiance. The floor, polished marble, reflected the silhouettes of the attendees, resembling a vast mirror. Jiang Han's purpose for attending was unequivocal. He was determined to secure the coveted plate adorned with 5/8. He donned a perfectly tailored black suit, complemented by a white shirt and a red tie, presenting himself as both dashing and composed. Despite having had little rest the previous night, his eyes radiated a resolute determination, embodying the spirit of someone intent on success. Li Yang and the others were merely there for the thrill, their eyes roving about, filled with curiosity about their surroundings. I heard there will be a charity ball after the auction this afternoon. Since we have no other plans, we might as well join in the fun, Li Yang said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he envisioned the lively scene at the ball. What is so entertaining about a charity ball? It's just a facade to admire some pretty faces. Zhang Zhe slowly spoke, his arms crossed over his chest, a trace of disdain etched upon his face. Yet the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, hinting at a flicker of anticipation. As his words faded, a familiar voice resonated. Xiaoyang. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there they beheld Li Wei striding towards the four of them. Li Wei, tall and distinguished, donned a bespoke deep blue suit, every detail exuding his taste and status. He approached them with measured steps, soon standing before the group. Go, what brings you here? Li Yang inquired, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering his brother in this place. Wei Go, Jiang Han, and the others greeted Li Wei with smiles, their familiarity and respect for him evident. To them, Li Wei was not merely Li Yang's elder brother. He was a man of capability and charisma. Hello, everyone. Li Wei nodded at Jiang Han and the others, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He then turned to Li Yang, saying, if you all can come, why shouldn't I? His tone was relaxed, laced with a hint of playful banter. At that moment, a lady in a flowing red gown approached, her attire reminiscent of a flickering flame that accentuated her figure flawlessly. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a long and graceful neck, with exquisite earrings glimmering under the lights. Upon spotting Li Yang, she smiled softly and greeted, Xiaoyang. Her voice was tender and alluring. Li Yang's brow furrowed immediately upon recognizing her, a hint of reluctance evident as he called out, Sister Ling. His expression suggested a complex mix of emotions towards this Sister Ling. The young woman, known as Ling, smiled brightly, her countenance radiant as a spring blossom, before turning her gaze to Jiang Han and the others, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Xiaoyang, who are these three? Do introduce them to your sister. They're my roommates, Jiang Han, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe, Li Yang replied, gesturing towards each as he spoke. The three offered cheerful greetings in return. Jiang Han nodded slightly. Zhang Yu displayed a friendly smile, while Wang Zhe waved enthusiastically. The auction was soon set to commence. Staff members ascended the stage, declaring the auction officially open. The atmosphere within the auction hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the stage. Li Wei and Sister Ling took their seats in the front row, their prominent positions drawing considerable attention, while Jiang Han and his friends casually settled into the last row, indifferent to the quality of their seats. Their hearts brimming with anticipation for the coveted license plate auction, their gazes glued to the stage, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the much-anticipated 5/8 license plate. Chapter 52, Bidding. A series of exquisite auction items were presented before the audience, ranging from uniquely designed antique ornaments to priceless masterpieces, each radiating a distinct charm, shimmering under the spotlight. However, Jiang Han and his companions exhibited little interest in these objects. What's the point of these trinkets? My father loves tinkering with such things at home. I find them utterly uninteresting, Zhang Zhe remarked slowly, reclining in his seat, tilting his head slightly. His eyes filled with indifference. His father was passionate about collecting various antiques and artworks, filling their home with a myriad of treasures. Yet Zhang Zhe could never comprehend why his father was so enamored with these items. I don't know, perhaps the joys of the older generation are beyond our understanding, Li Yang added, somewhat helplessly, as he spread his hands, a faint smile of resignation gracing his face. To him, while the auction items were indeed exquisite, they failed to ignite any spark of interest. He preferred to invest his time in vibrant and exhilarating pursuits rather than watching these cold, lifeless objects. Jiang Han remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, his thoughts entirely consumed by the impending arrival of the 5/8 license plate, rendering him indifferent to the items before him. Wang Zhe, on the other hand, scanned the surroundings with evident boredom, occasionally observing the expressions of those around him, then glancing back at the stage, stifling yawns, clearly exhibiting his ennui. The auctioneer continued to enthusiastically introduce each item, while the audience displayed varying levels of engagement. Some were utterly absorbed, their eyes reflecting a yearning for the items, while others, like Jiang Han and his friends, appeared lackluster. The atmosphere within the auction hall was subtly tinged by the differing emotions of the attendees, as Jiang Han and his companions quietly awaited the emergence of the item that truly piqued their interest. Before long, the big screen on the auction stage finally displayed the item Jiang Han was poised to bid on. The striking license plate number 88888 glowed under the lights, exuding an almost magnetic allure that instantly captivated Jiang Han's full attention. Next up, Liang exclaimed, excitement evident as he patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Though he held little personal interest in the license plate itself, he was exhilarated for Jiang Han's impending bidding. Jiang Han nodded slightly in response, his gaze firmly fixed on the screen, determination and focus radiating from his eyes. As if the entire world had shrunk to just this license plate. He tightened his grip on the bidding paddle, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, revealing his inner tension and resolve to win. Soon, as the previous item concluded, the 5/8 license plate made its official debut. The atmosphere within the auction hall ignited with fervor, the previously drowsy attendees suddenly animated, their gazes drawn to the stage. The host cleared his throat, proclaiming, "This item is quite special. It is a license plate." His voice resonated throughout the auction hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. Following his announcement, 2 upright staff members marched forward in unison, presenting the plates emblazoned with 88888. The license plates glimmered with a metallic sheen under the lights, the 5 prominent 8s seemingly narrating their rarity and uniqueness. The host continued, "The starting bid is 500,000, with each increment no less than 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from the audience, unwavering and assertive. 1 million. The declaration was bold and unequivocal, showcasing the bidder's determination to possess the coveted license plate. Soon after, another challenger raised their paddle, unwilling to concede. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and competitive, with bidders vying fiercely against one another. Before long, the price had soared to 6.7 million. The rapid escalation elicited gasps from the audience, who marveled at the immense allure of the license plate. 670,000 already. Looks like we're heading towards 8 or 900, Liang remarked, leaning closer to Jiang Han, his expression a mix of astonishment and reflection. To him, the price of this license plate had far surpassed his expectations. Lot 48 has bid 6.7 million. Going once, the host announced, scanning the crowd with an expectant gaze, hoping for more bidders to join the fray. Is there another bid? His voice echoed through the silent auction hall, almost as if issuing a challenge. 670,000, going twice. The host reiterated, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of the bidders. With that, Jiang Han steadily raised his bidding paddle, his voice steady and resolute as he declared, 7 million. Though his voice was not loud, in the charged atmosphere, it rang distinctly clear, drawing the attention of every eye as a new bidding war commenced. 750. The owner of Lot 48 immediately countered, his tone brimming with an undeniable assertiveness, as though declaring his unwavering intent to claim the license plate. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Han, as if engaged in a silent duel. 800. Jiang Han immediately called out, his voice calm and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. At that moment, his singular focus was on seizing the coveted license plate, completely indifferent to the provocations from his opponent. He held the bidding paddle steadily, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of the owner of number 48, showing no signs of retreat. "Ah, this young gentleman seems to be quite a figure," murmured the onlookers, their curiosity piqued as they exchanged glances between Jiang Han and the owner of number 48, captivated by the intensity of the auction. Speculations about Jiang Han's background arose, alongside the eager anticipation for the eventual outcome of the bidding war. 8 million. The host exclaimed, his voice ringing out with fervor, attempting to stir the atmosphere of the room. He continued, 8 million. Are there any other bidders? His gaze swept across the audience, leaving no potential bidder unnoticed. 8 million once, echoed the host, his voice reverberating throughout the auction house, each word seemingly urging the other bidders to make a decision. 8 million twice. As the host's call intensified, the tension in the room escalated, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final verdict. 8 million. Before the host's words had fully faded, the owner of number 48 shouted, 8,500,000. His voice nearly a roar, infused with a determination akin to a last stand. After making his bid, he abruptly rose, his eyes alight with evident anger, directing a piercing gaze towards Jiang Han and his companions, as if attempting to exert pressure through sheer will. 1 million. Jiang Han, maintaining an expression of calm, raised his bidding paddle once more. His demeanor betrayed no fluctuation, as if this sum of 10 million were merely a trifling figure to him. His gaze met that of the owner of number 48 with serene confidence. In that moment of connection, the other man's eyes clearly registered fury. He had not anticipated Jiang Han's unwavering resolve nor the magnitude of his bid, which posed a significant challenge to his strategy. Upon hearing Jiang Han's offer, the owner of number 48 hesitantly raised his paddle, only to falter, his hand trembling in the air, revealing his inner turmoil. This license plate was a prize he was determined to possess, Yet Jiang Han's bid had become a daunting hurdle. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, returning to his seat with a deep sigh, his face a mask of resignation and frustration. After all, to continue bidding might exceed his budget, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. 10 million once. The host announced excitedly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. 10 million twice. The room fell silent, pin drop quiet. As all eyes fixed on the host, awaiting the decisive third call. 10 million, 3 times. Sold. The host lifted his gavel high, bringing it down with a thud, congratulating the buyer of number 93 for successfully acquiring the coveted license plate. Chapter 53, 14-fold return. As the bidding concluded, the atmosphere in the auction house gradually relaxed from its earlier tension. A few staff members, moving in synchrony, approached Jiang Han with the much-anticipated license plate, their faces adorned with professional smiles as they respectfully placed the plate on the table before him. Jiang Han gazed at the license plate, a wave of joy washing over him. This plate, embodying his numerous expectations, was finally tangible before his eyes. The next steps involved completing paperwork and processing payment. Jiang Han collaborated seamlessly with the staff, filling out various forms and signing confirmations with a practiced steadiness, as if accustomed to such proceedings. When it came time to pay, he exhibited no hesitation, effortlessly completing the transaction of 10 million. Just as the transaction was finalized, a chime echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding. Host detected a spending of 10 million, triggering 14-fold return. Remaining return attempts. 2. The sound resonated like celestial music, invigorating Jiang Han in an instant. This was his first time triggering such a high multiplier, and the delight surging within him was beyond description. His eyes sparkled, and an uncontrollable excitement illuminated his face. Shortly thereafter, the notification sound from his phone chimed again. Eagerly, Jiang Han picked up his device, revealing a bank notification on the screen. 14 million had been credited instantly. Upon seeing that figure, his heart raced, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him as he held the phone tightly, as if grasping the entirety of the world. In the front row, Sister Ling had been engaged in a quiet conversation with Li Wei when the commotion from the back of the room caught her curiosity. She turned to glimpse the individual who had boldly spent 10 million on a license plate. Upon seeing Jiang Han, her expression momentarily froze before a glimmer of intrigue danced across her face, and she whispered to Li Wei, "This classmate of Xiao Yang is quite remarkable, spending 10 million on a license plate." Her eyes reflected both surprise and curiosity, evidently taken aback by Jiang Han's extravagant maneuver. "Ah, that's not so rare." Li Wei leaned closer to Sister Ling, his voice barely audible to the two of them. "Just a few days ago, I saw him driving a car worth at least 100 million. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han, seemingly emphasizing the latter's extraordinary status. "Really? That's impressive." Sister Ling teased with a smile, her eyes wide with astonishment. Initially, she had believed Jiang Han to be an ordinary student with a modest background, only to discover his immense wealth. Shaking her head lightly, her smile blossomed further as she continued. "Have you heard? The Longhao Hotel has been partially acquired by a mysterious tycoon who now holds 51% of the shares." Her tone carried a hint of secrecy, as if she were sharing a significant revelation. "Of course I've heard. Such a major event couldn't possibly go unnoticed." Li Wei nodded, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. "I wonder who this enigmatic tycoon is, capable of summoning such capital to acquire the Longhao Hotel. They must be quite formidable." His gaze turned contemplative, shaped by years of navigating the business world, understanding that such acquisitions signified immense wealth and influence. "Indeed, the Longhao Hotel is a landmark in our area. There must be quite a story behind it." Sister Ling concurred, her eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of this elusive benefactor. "Perhaps we'll see significant developments at the Longhao Hotel in the future." She bit her lips softly, her mind racing with possibilities of the changes that might unfold. As the two conversed in hushed tones, their glances occasionally drifted towards Jiang Han, their minds filled with wonder and intrigue about this seemingly ordinary, yet fascinatingly mysterious young man. Having achieved his objective, Jiang Han lost interest in the upcoming auction items, instead sitting with Li Yang and the others, observing the vibrant scene as if it were a unique spectacle. The various reactions from those around him and the intense atmosphere of the bidding became an entertaining tableau in their eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed in this moment of observation, and soon the auction came to a close. "Ladies and gentlemen, our auction has concluded. Following this, there will be a banquet awaiting you. Wishing you all a delightful dining experience," the host announced with a beaming smile, his voice reverberating across the auction house. Upon hearing this, Li Yang sprang to his feet, stretching widely as if to release all the fatigue from his body, grumbling, "Finally, it's over. I'm starving." As he spoke, he rubbed his stomach, his exaggerated demeanor eliciting chuckles from those around him. "So am I. Let us feast, and then head back to sleep. Zhang Zhe also responded, rising to his feet and giving Li Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to indulge in the delights of the evening banquet. As the four engaged in conversation, Li Wei and Sister Ling approached them. With a beaming smile and genuine warmth in his eyes, Li Wei was the first to speak. Congratulations, Brother Jiang Han, on securing the license plate with 5/8. His voice was gentle yet resonant, lending a comforting ambience to the exchange. Sister Ling chimed in, her elegant smile illuminating her face. Indeed, Jiang Han, that license plate is quite impressive. Your visibility upon departure will undoubtedly be remarkable. Her words, laced with playful teasing, were nonetheless imbued with kindness. Thank you, Brother Wei. And thank you, Sister Ling, Jiang Han replied, his smile radiant and confident, a lingering joy from acquiring the coveted plate still shimmering in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of contentment, not only for the prized license plate, but also for the blessings of friendship surrounding him. Shall we all attend the banquet together? It will be lively, Li Wei proposed, casting an inviting glance at Jiang Han and the others. Absolutely, brother. We shall accompany you, Li Yang responded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. For him, attending the banquet with friends promised to be far more enjoyable. Chapter 54. Oh, is it me they are after? The group exited the auction hall, making their way towards the banquet hall upstairs. The spacious corridor was adorned with exquisite art pieces, and the soft glow of the lights cast a warm and sophisticated ambience on the floor. Along the way, numerous elegantly dressed individuals approached Li Wei, greeting him with familiarity, to which he responded with a gracious smile, his demeanor exuding charm. Meanwhile, Sister Ling's gaze frequently lingered on Jiang Han, observing him with keen interest. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a sense of curiosity, as if she sought to uncover something unique about him. Hey, Sister Ling. He's a whole decade younger than you. Why do you keep staring at him? Li Wei remarked playfully, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though his voice was low, the quiet corridor allowed Sister Ling to hear him clearly. Shush! A dog can't spit out ivory. I'm merely curious about this little brother. Sister Ling feigned indignation, lightly tapping Li Wei, her tone teasing, yet her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Han. Brother, you all go about your business. We're off to grab some food. Li Yang interjected, eager to escape Sister Ling's playful banter and feeling the pangs of hunger urging him to seek sustenance. Li Wei nodded, a warm smile gracing his face as he gestured for them to proceed freely. Li Yang then led Jiang Han and the others towards a long table laden with an array of delectable desserts. The table overflowed with an impressive assortment of exquisite sweets, adorable macarons, cakes exuding rich chocolate aromas, and glistening fruit tarts, each more tantalizing than the last. Let's keep our distance from those two, Li Yang whispered, casting a cautious glance behind him, wary of Sister Ling's potential approach. Li Yang, why do I sense that you're quite afraid of Sister Ling? Jiang Han queried softly, observing Li Yang's cautious demeanor with intrigue. To him, Li Yang usually seemed fearless, making his evident trepidation towards one person particularly noteworthy. Don't even get me started. That sister has been my tormentor since childhood, Li Yang lamented, his expression one of exasperation as he recalled the past, furrowing his brow in discontent. Is she really that fierce? It doesn't quite match her elegant appearance. Wang Zhe chuckled, savoring a macaroon and displaying a look of satisfaction. To him, Sister Ling's graceful beauty made it hard to imagine her as someone who would bully others. Her background is quite formidable. Wang Zhe, your family might even know Sister Ling, Li Yang retorted, rolling his eyes as he bit into a piece of cake, seemingly attempting to use the dessert to alleviate his frustration. All right, I won't inquire further, Wang Zhe quickly replied, not wishing to invite any trouble from his curiosity. The four of them continued to enjoy their desserts, engaging in quiet conversation as they relished this leisurely moment. Each held a plate, flitting about like cheerful little birds amidst the culinary wonders. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they couldn't help but exclaim at each new delicacy they encountered. Jiang Han selected a delicate cheesecake and a few fresh fruits, while Zhang Zhe gravitated towards an assortment of meats, piling steak and barbecued delights onto his plate. Wang Zhe lingered in the dessert section, collecting several different flavors of pudding, while Li Yang unabashedly loaded his plate with anything that looked delectable, soon amassing a towering mound of treats. Before long, Li Wei approached with a steady gait, concern flickering in his eyes as he said, once you've finished your snacks, head back to school. We know. You should attend to your own affairs. Li Yang replied brusquely, his speech slightly muffled by a mouthful of grilled meat. He felt he was old enough to warrant some independence from his brother's oversight. You little rascal. I hope you show the same bravado when you ask me for living expenses, Li Wei quipped, playfully tapping Li Yang on the head. Though the gesture was light, it elicited an involuntary ouch from Li Yang. Li Wei looked at his brother, both amused and exasperated at his perpetual mischief. If you don't give me any, I'll have Mom ask you for it. Li Yang shot back, lifting his head with a smug expression, as if he had cornered Li Wei with a clever ploy. In his mind, he knew his brother was most susceptible to their mother's requests, and if she intervened, Li Wei would surely comply with his demands. Li Wei shook his head in resignation, fully aware of his brother's nature and feeling powerless against it. All right. Finish your snacks and return safely. As he finished speaking, a middle-aged man approached Li Wei, greeting him with a wine glass in hand. Mr. Li, it's been a while. Indeed, it has, Mr. Jean, Li Wei replied. And soon after, the two departed from the area. Not long after Li Wei left, a man clad in a black suit approached the four and addressed them. Gentlemen, our young master wishes to speak with you about a matter. Might I request a moment of your time? Who is your young master? We don't know him. No way, Li Yang retorted sharply. This young master is interested in the license plate you just secured. May I request a moment of your time? The man in black directed his inquiry toward Jiang Han. Oh, they are after me? Very well. I shall oblige. Jiang Han replied upon hearing this. The four were then escorted by the man in black out of the banquet hall and into a nearby private room. Inside the room, they found a young man in a pink suit leisurely enjoying fruit, attended by two beautiful women in black stockings. Young master, they have arrived, the man in black announced. Li Yang looked curiously at the figure lounging on the sofa. When the young man turned around, Li Yang's eyes widened in recognition. Oh, what a coincidence. Young Master Li Air, the young man remarked slowly. Do you know him? Jiang Han asked quietly. This is the one who competed with me in the bidding earlier. I am quite fond of the license plate you secured. Might you consider parting with it as a gesture of friendship? Before Li Yang could respond, the young man directly inquired of Jiang Han. Chapter 55. Certainly. 1 billion to you. Upon hearing the young man's tone, which exuded an air of superiority, Jiang Han felt a flicker of displeasure rise within him. He smiled faintly, rising to his feet to respond. I want to be selling it for less than 10 million. It hardly seems that you are particularly fond of it. He concluded his words with a light pat on Li Yang's shoulder before turning to the others, exclaiming, let us not squander time and miss out on the beautiful ladies. Upon hearing this, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu swiftly rose to their feet, eager to vacate the uncomfortable surroundings. Hey, are you really not considering it? The young man inquired once more, evidently reluctant to relinquish the opportunity for this lucrative deal. Very well, I shall sell it to you for 100 million. I will think it over. Jiang Han raised his hand and waved, responding nonchalantly. Subsequently, he departed the private room with Li Yang and the others, leaving the young man stunned and unsure of how to proceed. Once outside the room, Zhang Yu queried, Li Yang, do you know him? I can't shake the feeling that something's amiss. Yes, he is Bai Chun from Hang City, Li Yang replied slowly, a hint of resignation in his tone. Bai Chun, that rings a bell. I encountered him in Kyoto last year with my brother, Zhang Yu exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Your brother? Who is he? Wang Zhe casually asked, clearly taken aback by this revelation. My brother is Zhang Lin. Zhang Yu responded with a hint of exasperation, as if clarifying an obvious fact. Wow, Li Yang exclaimed, astonished, clearly not expecting that Zhang Yu's brother was none other than one of the four young masters of the capital, Zhang Lin. Oh, being a mere ordinary person among you three is quite overwhelming. Jiang Han jested, a relaxed smile adorning his face, though his eyes glimmered with playful sarcasm. He spread his hands in an exaggerated gesture of helplessness. As the jesting continued, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe playfully seized Jiang Han by the neck, their actions appearing forceful yet carefully measured, merely engaging in light-hearted banter. Zhang Yu chuckled, you still consider yourself an ordinary person? Driving a car worth over 100 million and buying a license plate for 10 million. Are you seriously claiming to be ordinary? As he spoke, he could not help but burst into laughter, his jovial voice echoing through the corridor. How can you be more pretentious than that, Bai Chun? Wang Zhe joined in the mockery, his eyes crinkling into slits as a joyful expression lit up his face. To him, Jiang Han's claim of being an ordinary person was simply too amusing. I'll take you to the restroom. The three of us will teach young Master Han a lesson. Li Yang chimed in, joining the playful jest. He draped an arm around Jiang Han's shoulder, feigning an intention to drag him towards the restroom, all the while muttering, today, young Master Han must learn that he cannot pretend to be an ordinary person in our presence. Jiang Han, thoroughly bemused by their antics, laughed and pleaded, stop it. Stop it. I concede, I'm not an ordinary person anymore. The group continued to tussle and frolic in the corridor, momentarily forgetting all their worries, relishing the light-heartedness of the moment. Passers-by could not help but smile at their carefree camaraderie, touched by the purity of their friendship. Amidst their playful scuffle, Jiang Han's phone suddenly rang. Li Yang, ever observant, spotted the caller ID and a sly grin spread across his face. Oh, look who is calling. It's Senior Su Yao checking up on us. His tone dripped with teasing, prompting laughter from those around him. Jiang Han cast a resigned glance at Li Yong before answering the call. In an instant, Su Yao's sweet and gentle voice resonated through the phone. Turn to your right. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han turned to look, and there, in a corner of the banquet hall, stood Su Yao, gracefully waving at him. She wore a light blue evening gown that hugged her figure perfectly, the skirt swaying gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming blue flower. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, reflecting a captivating sheen under the lights, and her delicate features appeared even more enchanting in the illumination. The smile gracing her lips resembled the warm sun of spring, instantly warming Jiang Han's heart. Upon seeing her, Jiang Han promptly ended the call, a tender smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he hurried towards Su Yao. He approached her and softly inquired, "What brings you here?" His tone was filled with concern. "Wow, Senior Su Yao? What a coincidence!" Wang Zhe exclaimed upon spotting Su Yao from a distance, his eyes widening in disbelief as though witnessing an extraordinary event. Li Yong chimed in with a chuckle, "This is fate. Haven't you heard that hearts connected can sense each other? Perhaps this couple had already arranged to meet." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "It seems our Han brother possesses quite the charm, if even the stunning Senior Su Yao is drawn to him." As they bantered, they made their way towards Jiang Han and Su Yao, their steps light and their faces radiant with smiles, eager to greet her. "What brings you here?" Jiang Han approached Su Yao, lowering his head slightly to gaze at her, his eyes brimming with surprise and concern. At that moment, she appeared as the most brilliant star in the night sky, radiating a unique brilliance amidst the bustling banquet. "I came with a friend. I never expected to run into you all here." Su Yao replied with a smile, her expression as radiant as a flower blooming in spring, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. She then gently lifted her hand, pointing towards a glamorous woman nearby. The woman donned a wine-red evening gown that was exquisitely tailored, accentuating her tall and elegant figure. The gown was adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, resembling a myriad of little stars dancing upon her. Her hair was styled in an elegant updo, revealing a graceful neck, and the diamond necklace she wore added a touch of regal charm. As Li Yong and the others approached, they greeted Su Yao with cheerful smiles. "Hello, Senior Su Yao. What a coincidence to see you here." Su Yao reciprocated their greetings warmly. "Hello. What brings you all to this banquet today?" Li Yong was quick to respond. "We accompanied Jiang Han to get a license plate. We just finished and were about to grab a bite when we ran into you." Chapter 56. You're not a love child, are you? Jiang Han gazed at Su Yao, his heart filled with joy, as everything around him seemed to fade into the background, leaving only her figure in focus. He could not help but lean closer to her ear and softly ask, "The desserts here are quite delightful. Would you like me to fetch some for you?" His voice was gentle, imbued with a tenderness that was uniquely theirs. "No, thank you. I'm almost full." Su Yao nodded in response, tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a sweet smile that reflected her appreciation for Jiang Han's concern. As they stood together chatting, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. Before long, the elegantly dressed woman returned, her graceful stride drawing the attention of many around her. "Yao Yao, how is it that you attract handsome men wherever you go?" The woman approached with a smile, her expression bright and playful, her eyes sparkling with affection and teasing for Su Yao. "Shue Shue, these are our junior classmates." Su Yao replied, her voice warm and cheerful. Then, she raised Jiang Han's hand in a natural and intimate gesture, smiling as she introduced, "This is Jiang Han, the one I mentioned to you." Her gaze towards Jiang Han was filled with warmth and joy. "Oh, so this is the junior you spoke of?" The woman teased with a smile, scrutinizing Jiang Han with curious eyes, before introducing herself. "I am Lin Shui. I am Su Yao Sr. "Hello, beautiful sister." Li Yong immediately responded, his face lighting up with a broad smile, appearing quite endearing. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu followed suit, greeting her with polite respect in their eyes. Lin Shui smiled and nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally settling on the intertwined hands of Jiang Han and Su Yao. Her lips curled into a playful smile as she teased, "It seems Yao Yao's life has been quite sweet lately," openly flaunting affection. Su Yao's face flushed slightly, and she gently swatted Lin Shui's arm, chiding, "Only you would make such jokes about me." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Turning to Jiang Han, she said, "May I borrow your Senior Su Yao for a moment? She'll be back shortly." Her tone was lighthearted, laced with a touch of cheekiness. "Where are we going?" Su Yao inquired with a hint of confusion, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Shui. Taking Su Yao's hand, Lin Shui pouted playfully, "Isn't the primary purpose of this charity gala to become acquainted with the notable figures from Kyoto? Everyone here shares that intent. Come along with me." Her voice was sweet and melodic, her smile enchanting and endearing. Understanding Lin Shui's intentions, Su Yao smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will accompany you." Afterward, She turned to Jiang Han and declared, "I'm going with her." A trace of reluctance flickered in her eyes, but she found it difficult to decline Lin Shui's request. "Yes, go ahead." Jiang Han nodded in response, his gaze warm as he looked at Su Yao, his eyes radiating trust and encouragement, as if assuring her that there was no need to worry. He would be there waiting for her return. "Who is coming from Kyoto? Beautiful sister?" Li Yong asked curiously, his eyes glimmering with interest at the prospect of encountering someone from such a prestigious place at this event. "Zhang Lin, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, along with his father," Lin Shui replied, her tone tinged with subtle pride, as if knowing such influential individuals was a matter of great honor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately furrowed his brows, having not been informed of his father and brother's arrival in Zhonghai. A sense of confusion washed over him as he pondered the purpose of their visit and why they hadn't given him a heads up. They're here. They're here. Yao Yao is accompanying me. Jiang Han will return her shortly," Lin Shui exclaimed as she eagerly pulled Su Yao along, her steps light and her eyes reflecting a sense of urgency, clearly eager not to miss the chance to meet the Zhang father and son. "Your dad and brother are here?" Li Yong asked Zhang Yu, his face a canvas of surprise, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of Zhang Yu's father and brother. "I have no idea. I haven't been in touch with my family lately. Neither my dad nor my brother has reached out to me," Zhang Yu replied, exasperated. Shrugging his shoulders in disbelief, Jiang Han patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Perhaps they have important matters to attend to. You can inquire when you see them." Li Yong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, don't overthink it. It might just be a delightful surprise. I really don't know. I haven't contacted my family in a while. Neither my dad nor my brother has contacted me," Zhang Yu reiterated, scratching his head in perplexity. "Hey, you aren't a love child, are you?" Wang Zhe chuckled, his laughter resonating through the air, drawing curious glances from those around them. "Shut it," Zhang Yu retorted, waving his hand dismissively at Wang Zhe to indicate he should stop joking. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed his brother's number. The call connected swiftly, and Zhang Yu asked, "Did you and Dad come to Zhonghai?" Who leaked the news?" Zhang Lin's voice came through the phone, laced with a casual indifference as if he were leisurely enjoying a quiet afternoon. "Don't mind that. I also know you are attending a charity gala." Zhang Yu pressed on, his tone urgent, clearly sensing the importance of the matter. "Hello, Xiaoyu." The previously relaxed voice on the line transformed into that of a mature, authoritative man, Zhang Yu's elder brother, whose words carried undeniable weight and gravitas. "Dad," Zhang Yu exclaimed, surprise and joy evident in his voice, clearly not expecting to encounter his father and brother in such a setting. "We didn't intend to keep our visit from you. We are here for work. We were planning to inform you tomorrow," Zhang Yu's father explained, his tone carrying an air of apology and inevitability, emphasizing the significance of their mission. "I see you. I'm hanging up," Zhang Yu announced, spotting his father and brother in the crowd, eager to conclude the call. He wished to avoid disrupting his father's work in public, while simultaneously wishing to meet them face to face. "Don't hang up. Head to box no. 1 on the 2nd floor and wait for us," Zhang Lin interjected, his tone conveying urgency and anticipation, clearly eager for a private conversation with his younger brother. "Okay, I'll head over with my classmates," Zhang Yu responded, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, clearly looking forward to the meeting. "Go ahead," Zhang Lin encouraged, his tone warm with satisfaction and eager expectation for their reunion. With that, Zhang Yu hung up the phone, turning to Li Yong, Wang Zhe, and Jiang Han, his face alight with enthusiasm and eagerness as he said, "Let us go to box number 1 on the 2nd floor. My father and brother want me there." The group exchanged knowing smiles before making their way toward the designated room, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity. Chapter 57, Zhang Lin's attention. The 4 of them walked with purpose toward box number 1 on the 2nd floor, Jiang Han updating Su Yao on his schedule as they walked, to which Su Yao promptly acknowledged. Before long, they entered box number 1, where a server was already prepared to receive them. As they settled onto the plush sofa, the server promptly placed 4 glasses of water before them. "Move in a bit. We'll sit near the door. That way, if your dad decides to scold you, we can make a quick escape." Li Yong jested. "If my dad wants to scold me, I'll definitely drag you all down with me," Zhang Yu retorted, rolling his eyes at Li Yong's antics. Before long, a cacophony of sounds emerged from outside, growing louder, accompanied by the rhythmic click of dress shoes against the floor, heralding the imminent arrival of an important meeting. The door to the box swung open once again. "Mr. Zhang, please come in," a sharply dressed man announced respectfully, bowing slightly with a professional smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of reverence. In that moment, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yu entered, walking steadily behind a commanding middle-aged man. The latter stood tall, his gaze sharp and penetrating, exuding an innate authority that inspired respect. The initial man in the suit, upon noticing the presence of others in the box, paused momentarily, a look of embarrassment washing over his face. He hurriedly addressed the middle-aged man. "I apologize, Mr. Zhang. I will have them escorted out immediately." He fidgeted nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "No need. That is my youngest son," the middle-aged man replied slowly, gesturing toward Zhang Yu with a glimmer of affection in his eyes. The four friends stood up in unison upon seeing the newcomers, their movements swift and coordinated. Zhang Yu, his heart racing with excitement, led Jiang Han, Liang, and Wang Zhe to stand before his father and brother, exclaiming loudly, "Dad, Uncle Zhang." Jiang Han, Liang, and Wang Zhe also spoke up, their voices laced with courtesy and respect, tinged with a hint of nervousness. After all, the esteemed Zhang Dong before them held a pivotal position in the business realm. "Greetings." Zhang Yu's father responded with a warm smile, his amiable demeanor akin to a gentle spring breeze that instantly alleviated the tension among the group. Having said that, Zhang Lin regarded the four with a teasing glint in his eyes and inquired, "So, it was you four who ventured to a bar on the very first day of school? Must you bring that up?" Zhang Yu retorted, somewhat irked, his cheeks flushing slightly as he recalled the somewhat embarrassing escapade on the opening day of school. "Ha ha." Zhang Lin burst into laughter, his hearty mirth resonating within the private room. He then enthusiastically ushered the four back to the sofa, his gestures natural and warm, as if they were not mere acquaintances, but rather long-lost friends reunited after a lengthy separation. Before long, several prominent figures from Zhonghai entered the private room, including Li Chun, Ling Jie, Su Yao, Lin Shui, and the earlier mentioned Bai Chun. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a lively gathering, filled with greetings and exchanges of pleasantries. Upon spotting the four, Bai Chun's expression darkened immediately, his eyes flashing with displeasure and hostility as he fixated on Jiang Han and the others, seemingly haunted by past grievances, his heart brimming with resentment. Li Wei, Ling Jie, Su Yao, and Lin Shui were equally astonished to see the four there, their faces reflecting surprise, quickly followed by smiles as they approached to greet them. "Xiao Yu, sit next to your classmates. I have a few questions for you shortly," Zhang Yu's father proclaimed, his voice steady and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. In response, Zhang Yu led Jiang Han and the others to take their seats. As they settled in, a subtle shift occurred in the ambience of the room, with every gaze, to varying degrees, gravitating towards them, as though a grand performance was about to commence. Bai Chun glared at Jiang Han, his anger simmering just beneath the surface, a fiery rage igniting within him. Yet the current setting compelled him to suppress his emotions, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists involuntarily. Li Wei, Ling Jie, Lin Shui, and Su Yao were increasingly astonished by the quartet's seating arrangement, recognizing it as a position of immense significance within the private room. Sitting beside Zhang Dong was a clear indication of the extraordinary status these individuals held. "Xiao Wei, Xiao Yang's roommates are quite remarkable," Ling Jie whispered, her head slightly tilted as she cast an incredulous glance at Li Chun, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and admiration. "Those four rascals went to a bar on their very first day of school. I'm not entirely sure of their backgrounds, but I can assure you, none of them are ordinary." Li Chun sighed in exasperation, shaking his head as he expressed a mix of curiosity about their connections and resignation towards their antics. At that moment, Zhang Lin stealthily approached Li Chun, whispering, "Who spent $1 million on a license plate?" His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death," Li Chun exclaimed, startled by the sudden inquiry, his body jolting slightly as a look of shock crossed his face, prompting an involuntary curse. "Ha ha." Zhang Lin erupted into laughter, his jovial tone dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. He then pulled up a chair and sat down with an air of casual confidence. "Is that your brother? No wonder he looked familiar when I first met him," Li Chun remarked, patting his head as if the realization had just dawned on him. "You've met?" Zhang Lin inquired, his brow furrowed with a hint of perplexity. "It's hard not to notice. On the first day of school, your brother, my brother, and those two fellows all went to the bar." Li Chun elaborated, shaking his head with a wry smile, seemingly exasperated by their reckless behavior. "Oh no, my brother went off with your brother? We're in for a tumultuous time," Zhang Lin exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of concern as he began to envision the potential troubles their younger siblings might stir up together. "Now tell me, who spent $1 million on that license plate?" Zhang Lin pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wei, eager for the answer. "It's that classmate of your brother sitting next to him. His name is Jiang Han," Li Wei replied, gesturing toward Jiang Han, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. $1 million for a license plate? Which one?" Zhang Lin continued to probe, his curiosity piqued. "A plate with 5/8, Li Wei disclosed, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. "Let me tell you, this Jiang Han fellow is no ordinary person. He possesses the only voice of the night in the world. How intriguing. Let us invite him over to hang out tomorrow." Zhang Lin chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A playful expression gracing his features as he set his sights on Jiang Han, evidently contemplating a deeper acquaintance. As the moon rose quietly outside, its gentle light filtered through the gaps in the window, casting a romantic and tranquil glow over the banquet hall, enhancing the overall ambience of the evening. Meanwhile, the banquet proceeded smoothly. Who has stepped on Bai Chun's tail? Zhang Lin queried, observing the visibly displeased Bai Chun seated across from him. Turning slightly to glance at Li Chun, his curiosity evident. Beats me. Who knows who has provoked him? However, seeing him so uncomfortable brings me quite a bit of joy. Li Wei chuckled, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Same here, Zhang Lin replied with a smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Wei. Both of them reveling in the amusement of Bai Chun's predicament. Who else could it be but Jiang Han? He asked the one who competed with Bai Chun for that license plate. Ling Jie chimed in, leaning in slightly toward the two, her voice soft yet clear enough for them to catch. Well, it appears this Jiang Han fellow has quite the rivalry with him, Zhang Lin remarked with a laugh. His gaze shifting to Jiang Han, admiration and intrigue mingling in his eyes. He was taken aback by the young man's audacity to stand up to Bai Chun at such a tender age. At the head of the table, Zhang Yu's father engaged in conversation with Zhang Yu and Jiang Han, his tone warm and approachable as he inquired about their studies and lives. Yet, while Zhang Yu handled the dialogue with ease, Jiang Han, Li Yang, and Wang Zhe appeared rather uneasy, feeling the weight of conversing with such an influential figure in the business world. I find more amusement in watching my second brother's antics than in Bai Chun's drama. Li Chen chuckled, diverting his gaze from Bai Chun to Jiang Han, Li Yang, and Wang Zhe, unable to contain a laugh at their awkward demeanor. This is rather dull. Are you too full? Shall we change venues? Zhang Lin inquired with a grin, setting down his cutlery and leaning back in his chair, an eager glint in his eyes. Where to? Ling Jie asked, tilting her head slightly, curiosity brimming in her gaze. To the bar, of course. Where else could we possibly go? Zhang Lin gazed at Sister Ling, a smile gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding her suggestion utterly natural. Ah, you all go ahead. This young lady shall not accompany you. Sister Ling replied with a playful laugh, waving her hand, a hint of mischief dancing across her features. TSK, the young lady isn't joining? Will the little pup be displeased? Zhang Lin teased, adopting an exaggerated expression in an attempt to amuse her. Go away. I've made plans with my best friend. We're off for a trip abroad tomorrow. Sister Ling retorted, her tone feigned irritation, yet her smile betrayed her amusement. Very well then. We shall reconvene upon your return from your travels, Zhang Lin replied, turning his attention to Li Chun. It's settled then. Just the two of us will head to the bar and rally those other lads to join us. Zhang Lin nodded, standing tall and gracefully strode toward the main seat. He approached Jiang Han and Zhang Yu from behind, slightly bending at the waist as he announced, Old man, I'm taking them to play elsewhere. You carry on with whatever you need to do. His tone was casual and affectionate, and to onlookers, the father-son dynamic appeared remarkably relaxed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's father cast a disapproving glance at his eldest son, his eyes filled with a mix of exasperation and tender indulgence. Observing this, Zhang Lin chuckled as he patted Jiang Han and Zhang Yu on the shoulder, inquiring, Have you eaten your fill? Ready to switch venues? Absolutely, Zhang Yu exclaimed eagerly, having longed to escape the slightly stiff atmosphere. Upon hearing his brother's suggestion, he couldn't have been more delighted. Once we've eaten, we shall depart, Zhang Lin declared, his face radiating excitement, as if he could hardly wait to embark on their next adventure. The trio felt an overwhelming sense of relief at his words. They had felt somewhat restrained in the presence of Zhang Yu's father, and now they could finally indulge in unrestrained merriment. Thus, they followed Zhang Lin out of the private room. Bro, do you know Wei Gu and Sister Ling? Zhang Yu inquired curiously after exiting the room. He had always been aware of his brother's extensive social circle, but was surprised at how familiar he was with Li Chun and Sister Ling. When we first met, you were still wetting the bed. Zhang Lin joked, his face alight with mirth. Not quite that exaggerated, but you were probably still in diapers. Li Wei chimed in, laughter echoing among the group, the atmosphere light and joyful. At that moment, Zhang Lin casually pulled Jiang Han closer, his demeanor relaxed, and remarked, I heard you had a rough time with Bai Chun. His eyes reflected concern, along with a hint of a desire to stand up for Jiang Han. Brother Lin, your information travels fast, Jiang Han replied, taken aback by how swiftly Zhang Lin had learned of the incident. Don't worry, if he is being obstinate, I'll have your back, Zhang Lin assured him, patting Jiang Han's shoulder with a reassuring tone that exuded the essence of a protective older brother. Thank you, Brother Lin, Jiang Han replied with a smile, warmed by the care shown by this newfound friend. No need for thanks. I hear that the Night Whisper is in your possession? Zhang Lin inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and enthusiasm, clearly intrigued by the luxury vehicle. Yes, Jiang Han nodded, understanding that Zhang Lin referred to the one-of-a-kind sports car. Have you driven it yet? Zhang Lin asked excitedly, his voice rising involuntarily, revealing his palpable curiosity about the vehicle. Not yet, Jiang Han responded, shaking his head slightly as he looked at Zhang Lin. Ah, what a pity, Zhang Lin said with a smile, though a tinge of regret was evident on his face. He patted Jiang Han's back, adding, you must take it for a spin when the opportunity arises. You'll need to experience it. As they conversed, they made their way toward the elevator. When the doors opened, they stepped inside, the confined space filled with a relaxed yet slightly exhilarating atmosphere. Zhang Lin stood at the forefront, hands in his pockets and a confident smile adorning his face, while Jiang Han stood beside him. Glancing up at the flickering numbers on the elevator display, Zhang Yu, Li Yang, and Wang Zhe stood behind, engaging in hushed conversation, occasionally erupting in soft laughter. Chapter 59, Masterful Driving Skills. The elevator swiftly reached the first floor, the doors slowly parting to reveal the bustling scene outside. The hotel lobby was alive with activity, dazzling lights illuminating the diverse array of opulent attire, with conversations and laughter intertwining harmoniously. Zhang Lin stepped out first, leading the group toward the hotel entrance. As they approached the doorway, a refreshing night breeze swept over them, gently caressing their faces and enhancing their sense of comfort. A row of luxury cars stood parked outside, shimmering under the glow of the lights. Zhang Lin approached a stunning sports car, pressed a button on the key fob, and the door gracefully lifted, akin to a steel eagle poised for flight. Get in, Zhang Lin commanded as he settled into the driver's seat. Jiang Han and the others exchanged glances before making their way to the other vehicles. Zhang Yu opened the door to a sedan and climbed in, while Jiang Han, Li Yang, and Wang Zhe squeezed into Li Yang's G-Class, excitedly discussing their destination. Zhang Lin positioned himself in the sedan alongside Zhang Yu, calling out, keep up with me. We're heading to the Cloud Bar. After which, he settled into the car. Jiang Han followed closely behind, and soon, the convoy of vehicles sped away into the night, leaving behind a trail of brilliant lights. Before long, they arrived at the Cloud Bar, where throngs of people surged at the entrance, the music pulsating vibrantly. Zhang Lin parked the car and led the group into the bar. Inside, the dim lighting and the kaleidoscope of colors flashing on the dance floor created an electrifying atmosphere. As patrons surrendered themselves to the rhythm of the music, Zhang Lin escorted Jiang Han and the others to a spacious booth, ordering several bottles of premium spirits. When the drinks arrived, Zhang Lin uncorked a bottle of champagne with a pop, the effervescent bubbles spilling forth. He filled each glass generously and raised his own, proclaiming, cheers. Today, our gathering is fate. Let us not hold back and enjoy ourselves. Everyone raised their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Jiang Han reveled in the lively ambience of the bar, feeling his earlier reservations dissipate entirely. He and Zhang Lin, along with Zhang Yu, engaged in conversation while occasionally bursting into laughter at the jokes shared by Li Yang and Wang Zhe. Zhang Lin turned to Jiang Han with a smile, asking, so, Jiang Han, how does it feel here? Much more relaxed than in the private room, I presume? Jiang Han nodded, responding, Brother Lin, this place is indeed much more liberating. Thank you for bringing us here. With me, there is no need for formality. Zhang Lin chuckled, patting Jiang Han's shoulder. If you discover any exciting escapades, remember to invite me along. Let us enjoy life together. Bro, you're here drinking with the ladies. Won't my sister-in-law interrupt your fun? Li Yang interjected with a loud voice, his speech slightly slurred from the alcohol, yet the teasing was unmistakable. In the bustling bar, filled with thumping music and dim lights, his shout attracted curious glances from those nearby. Don't speak nonsense. No one knows anything, Li Wei retorted, casting an irritated glare at Li Yang, attempting to silence his mischievous brother with a look. Yet, Li Yang appeared oblivious, continuing to grin widely. As the night deepened, patrons began to trickle out of the bar. The group, now quite inebriated, stumbled their way toward the exit, the alcohol clouding their senses, their faces flushed and eyes glazed. Li Wei called for a designated driver to take them home, while Jiang Han suggested, let us head to Longhao. I'll have a room ready for us. Though his voice carried a hint of inebriation, it remained relatively clear. In the late hours of the night, returning to the familiar Longhao Hotel seemed like an excellent choice. Indeed, returning now, and the doors will be closed. Wang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, rubbing his temples in an attempt to awaken his senses. Indeed, it was far too late to return to the school dormitory. Are you also heading to the Longhao Grand Hotel? Zhang Lin inquired, his speech slightly slurred and his body swaying as he spoke. Yes, Jiang Han replied affirmatively, reaching out to steady the unsteady Zhang Lin. It's conveniently on our way. Let us go together, Zhang Lin exclaimed, beckoning two designated drivers over. The two vehicles gradually set off into the night, making their way toward the Longhao Grand Hotel. Inside the car, The scent of alcohol lingered as the group engaged in hushed conversations, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Before long, they arrived at Longhao. As they entered the lobby, the opulent decor and bright lighting momentarily blinded them. A server hastily approached, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Han, prepare 5 rooms." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his tone tinged with fatigue. "No need. You 4 can stay. I've already booked the rooms." Zhang Lin interjected, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder, a proud smile on his face. Jiang Han gestured, and a server guided Zhang Lin away. Subsequently, Jiang Han, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu were also escorted to their respective rooms. The hotel corridor was tranquil and spacious, with soft lighting, as the group, weary from the day's events, entered their rooms, eager to rest in the comfort of their surroundings and conclude this eventful day. The next morning, the gentle sunlight streamed through the curtain seams, softly illuminating Jiang Han's face. He awoke early, feeling particularly refreshed. Stretching, he rose slowly from the plush bed and ambled into the bathroom. The bathroom was remarkably spacious, with a massive bathtub that resembled a delicate work of art, exuding a subtle sheen. Jiang Han carefully shed his clothes and eased himself into the tub, the warm water enveloping his body in a cocoon of comfort. "System, how many luxury points do I possess?" Jiang Han silently inquired, anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Currently, you have 13,340,000 luxury points." The system's mechanical voice resonated clearly in Jiang Han's mind, devoid of emotion, yet stirring a ripple of excitement within him. "Open the system mall," Jiang Han commanded decisively. In response, a luminous screen appeared before him, visible only to Jiang Han. The screen displayed an array of skills, dazzling in their diversity. There were extraordinary physical enhancement skills, enigmatic business acumen skills, and various remarkable life skills, among others. Jiang Han's gaze flitted across the skills until he settled on master driving proficiency, unhesitatingly clicking to redeem it. Redemption successful. Consumed 10 million luxury points. The system's notification chimed once more. In the next instant, a torrent of vast knowledge surged into Jiang Han's mind, encompassing a plethora of driving techniques, from basic vehicle control to high-speed racing maneuvers and strategies for various challenging road conditions. It felt as though he had undergone countless driving trainings, with every operational detail and every method for handling unexpected situations indelibly etched in his memory. Jiang Han closed his eyes, reveling in the extraordinary sensation of this flood of knowledge. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, confidence gleaming within them. At that moment, he had mastered driving skills at a masterful level, as if merely sitting in the driver's seat granted him complete command. Chapter 60. I lose, I burn the car. You lose, you burn the car. Jiang Han emerged from the bathroom, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through him, his body lighter than ever before. The techniques of driving danced in his mind like scenes from a film, with complex maneuvers and responses to various road conditions vividly clear, as if they had become instinctive. After changing into fresh attire, Jiang Han entered the dining area of the Longhao Grand Hotel, brimming with vitality. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, a sharp-eyed head waiter immediately recognized him and approached with a beaming smile. "Young Master Han," he said, slightly bowing, his demeanor respectful and warm. "Bring me something to eat." "I'm starving," Jiang Han responded slowly, patting his stomach, genuinely feeling the pangs of hunger. Following the relaxation of the previous night and the exertion from acquiring his new skills, he was in urgent need of sustenance to replenish his energy. "Right this way, young master," the head waiter promptly replied, gesturing for Jiang Han to follow him into the dining area. The restaurant's lavish decor, with crystal chandeliers casting soft light, exquisite tableware adorning the tables, and a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, heightened one's appetite. "Just something casual. And arrange for a vehicle to take me to Zhonghai Financial Academy shortly," Jiang Han instructed as he settled into a seat indicated by the head waiter, remembering he had matters to attend to at school. "Certainly, I'll take care of that," the head waiter responded with a smile, his enthusiasm unwavering. After receiving the directive, he swiftly turned and hurried to the kitchen to arrange breakfast while instructing other servers to prepare the vehicle, ensuring Jiang Han could enjoy his meal and arrive at the academy promptly. After breakfast, Jiang Han was escorted to a Rolls-Royce for his journey to the academy. The car gleamed with a deep, polished black finish, reflecting dazzling rays of sunlight like a moving piece of art. The interior was luxuriously adorned, with top-grade leather seats that were soft and comfortable, exuding a faint scent of leather. Jiang Han settled into the back seat, relishing this opulent ride. During the journey, his phone rang, displaying that it was Li Yang calling. Upon answering, he heard Li Yang's slightly languid voice on the other end. "Have you woken up yet?" "I'm already at the academy, ready to drive." Jiang Han chuckled in reply, his tone light and cheerful. The morning sun poured through the car window, casting a warm glow on his face, making him appear vibrant and full of life. So early? Let us head straight to my brother's racetrack. We'll go right after breakfast, Li Yang suggested, the sound of clinking cutlery indicating he was enjoying his own meal. All right, see you soon, Jiang Han responded, decisively ending the call. Leaning back in his seat, he envisioned the racetrack, his heart racing with anticipation for the upcoming racing event. Before long, the car arrived at the academy's entrance. Jiang Han directed the driver to pull up next to his own vehicle. The dark knight sat there like a slumbering beast, emanating an aura of mystery and power. Jiang Han opened the door and stepped out, gently caressing the car's sleek exterior, feeling its cold, potent touch. He then slid into the driver's seat of his dark knight. The moment he did, it felt as though he had melded with the car itself. The roar of the engine sounded like the growl of a waking predator, reverberating through the air. Jiang Han lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly exited the parking lot, heading towards the Zhonghai racetrack. Throughout the journey, he reveled in the marvelous experience afforded by his master driving proficiency skill. Each gear shift and turn was executed with seamless precision, as if he and the Dark Knight had become one harmonious entity, racing freely down the road toward their destination. By nearly 11 o'clock, Jiang Han arrived at the racetrack, where the thunderous roar of racing cars filled the air. He gradually steered his vehicle into the parking area beside the track, and shortly thereafter, Li Yang's call came through. Still at the same box. We've arrived. All right, Jiang Han replied, then exited his car, making his way toward the box they had visited last time. Within the private room, several individuals had already arrived, accompanied by numerous enchanting ladies. Have you arrived? Zhang Lin greeted Jiang Han with a smile as he approached. Wei Gu, Lin Gu. Jiang Han cheerfully acknowledged Li Wei and Zhang Lin. I have prepared an array of toys for you. Motorcycles, F1 cars, everything you could desire. Today, we shall indulge as we please. Li Wei exclaimed, stepping forward to pat Jiang Han on the back with a grin. Let us go. Let us head down and have some fun. Zhang Lin chimed in, also smiling, and the group exited the private room, making their way to the racetrack. As they descended, they encountered Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu, who had just parked 2 supercars. The group reveled in the pleasures of the racetrack until dusk fell, at which point 7 or 8 racing cars gradually entered the circuit, led by a Koenigsegg in which Bai Chun emerged. Ah, you arrived quite early, Bai Chun remarked to Zhang Lin and his companions with a hint of sarcasm. If you can play, then play. If not, then leave. Don't spoil our fun, Zhang Lin retorted without hesitation. Ignoring the comment, Bai Chun turned his attention to Jiang Han, who was conversing with Li Yang and others. Hey, kid. Let me see what car you have that can match $1 million license plate. I'd like to broaden my horizons. I say, Bai Chun, don't be so pretentious. Your Koenigsegg doesn't even deserve to hang $1 million plate compared to some of the others, Li Chun laughed, pointing at the car known as Knight's Whisper parked nearby. Bai Chun, recognizing the significance of the vehicle, instantly darkened in countenance. Jiang Han approached and interjected. Is my car not worthy of $1 million plate? What good is a fine car if you can't drive it? You'll still be choking on exhaust fumes. Bai Chun shot back defiantly. How about we have a little competition? Jiang Han proposed, his interest piqued. All right, you want to play? I'll indulge you today. Bai Chun responded, intrigued. Jiang Han surveyed the Koenigsegg and the array of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and McLarens behind him, grinning as he declared. How about this? My car should be worth more than all yours combined. If I lose, I'll burn my car. If you lose, you burn yours. What do you say? Bai Chun's entourage erupted in laughter, while Li Wei leaned in closer to Jiang Han and cautioned, listen, little brother, those 2 are professional drivers. Don't overestimate yourself. No worries, Wei Gu. It's just a car. Surely no one would shy away from a little competition, Jiang Han provocatively replied, eyeing Bai Chun. Ha. All right then. Bai Chun laughed heartily and accepted the challenge. Chapter 61, The Race Begins. A glint of malice flashed in Bai Chun's eyes as he turned to the 2 professional drivers behind him and commanded, You 2, get ready. We need to teach those guys over there a harsh lesson. The 2 professionals, with expressions of steely resolve, nodded silently, exuding an aura of confidence as they settled into their vehicles, fastening their seatbelts and placing their hands firmly on the steering wheels, ready for action. Jiang Han, appearing relaxed, turned to Li Chun and Zhang Lin, saying, Wei Gu, Lin Gu, I've done my boasting. I've seen your skills, and they are impressive. Let us show him what we're capable of. A confident smile graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning Bai Chun's inevitable defeat. Li Wei shook his head in resignation, a hint of affectionate amusement on his face. If you weren't named Jiang, I'd almost think you and Zhang Lin were brothers. You both love to stir things up and are equally audacious. Ha! Zhang Lin burst into loud laughter, his boisterous mirth echoing along the racetrack. Since Xiao Han has said so, we can't let him burn his car. We must teach them a lesson so Bai Chun knows we're not to be trifled with. Zhang Lin's eyes were resolute, a smirk of provocation gracing his lips. With that, he strode confidently toward a Pagani, which appeared like a beast poised to pounce. The sleek lines of the car exuded a daunting presence. Zhang Lin elegantly opened the door and slid into the driver's seat, gripping the wheel with practiced ease, his gaze fixed intently on the racetrack ahead. As if already immersed in the throes of competition, Li Chun, without hesitation, approached his modified Lamborghini. The car, having undergone meticulous enhancements, boasted an even more striking appearance and formidable power. As he settled into the driver's seat, he relished the snug fit and caressed the steering wheel. His eyes filled with affection and trust for his beloved vehicle. Jiang Han and Bai Chun, observing the scene, similarly took their places in their respective cars. Once inside, Bai Chun called through the window to Jiang Han, "Kid, don't start crying if you lose. You'd better be able to handle it." His eyes gleamed with challenge, a smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Han merely scoffed disdainfully, exuding an air of boundless confidence. He promptly ignited the engine of Knight's Whisper, the roar of its 16 cylinders echoing like a primordial beast awakened, reverberating throughout the racetrack. The sound was piercing, quickening the heartbeats of all who heard it. The other supercars, not to be outdone, revved their engines in response, creating a symphony of power as the racetrack transformed into a battleground. Relay race, 1 lap each. And the total time decides the winner. Bai Chun announced loudly, his voice cutting through the cacophony of engines, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Han, seeking any sign of hesitation in his expression. "Wei Gu, you go first. Lin Gu, you're second. I'll take on this show-off," Jiang Han said with a smile, his tone casual, as if victory were already assured. He flexed his wrists, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the impending race. "All right," Zhang Lin replied succinctly, nodding with determination and resolve. Though Zhang Lin and Li Wei were not professional drivers, their passion for cars rivaled that of any enthusiast. They dedicated countless hours to studying various models and participating in racing events, continuously honing their skills. Their proficiency and precision in control rivaled that of true professionals. For them, racing was not merely a pastime. It was a pursuit of speed and exhilaration. A stunning female referee gracefully positioned herself between the two supercars, raising a signal flag high. Her gaze was focused and serious as she surveyed the track and the competing vehicles. With a sharp whistle, the referee swiftly lowered the flag. In an instant, the two supercars shot off the starting line like arrows released from a bow, their tires screeching against the asphalt, kicking up clouds of dust, leaving behind 2 fleeting shadows racing down the track. Li Wei's car surged forward like a bolt from the blue, tires fiercely gripping the ground as smoke billowed. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, expertly navigating each turn with precision, creating a series of fluid arcs on the track. Zhang Lin, seated in the Pagani, kept his gaze fixed ahead, waiting for his turn with bated breath. His hands constantly adjusted on the wheel, feeling every nuance of the vehicle's dynamics, while silently calculating Li Wei's rhythm and timing. Jiang Han, nestled in Knight's Whisper, was focused and resolute, gently caressing the steering wheel as if conversing with his beloved car. The low rumble of the 16-cylinder engine resonated like a beast's growl, igniting his fervor. Gazing at the track ahead, he mentally mapped out the forthcoming driving route and maneuvers. Bai Chun sat in his sports car, his expression dark and brooding. He cast a glance at the 2 professional drivers beside him and murmured, "We must secure victory this time. Do not let me down." The 2 drivers exchanged serious looks, nodding in agreement. Soon, Li Wei's car completed the first lap, hurtling past the exchange point with breathtaking speed. Zhang Lin, undeterred, slammed the accelerator, and the Pagani shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Jiang Han and Bai Chun awaited the return of their respective teammates, with Jiang Han appearing relaxed, occasionally jesting with those around him, while Bai Chun bit his lip, his eyes fixed intently on the racetrack, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before long, Zhang Lin's Pagani sped past the exchange point at breakneck speed, handing the baton to Jiang Han. A slight smile curled at Jiang Han's lips, his gaze radiating confidence as he pressed the accelerator, the knight's voice roaring to life like an enraged beast, surging forward. Simultaneously, Bai Chun drove his car out with reckless abandon, engaging in a fierce pursuit of Jiang Han. The 2 supercars raced neck and neck on the track, their rapid speeds mesmerizing to behold. Jiang Han, with his masterful driving skills, executed flawless drifts around the curves, each maneuver precise and expertly harnessing the potential of the knight's voice. Bai Chun, refusing to be outdone, coordinated closely with his 2 professional companions, seeking opportunities to overtake Jiang Han. The entire racetrack was engulfed by the thunderous roar of engines and the exuberant cheers of the audience, all captivated by the intense competition. their hearts racing in sync with the rhythm of the race. Chapter 62. What? There's this move too? The Zhonghai circuit came alive at night, resembling a paradise for racing enthusiasts. Each evening, numerous speed and adrenaline aficionados flocked here to indulge their passions, particularly at the moment Jiang Han and his team were racing. The venue was illuminated as if it were midday, with seats filled to capacity with eager spectators. These onlookers hailed from various walks of life, including youthful, spirited individuals and seasoned racing aficionados, all sharing a fervent love for motorsport, arriving early to witness the spectacular event. Wow, today's lineup is extraordinary. Koenigsegg, Pagani, and a Bugatti. One voice among the crowd exclaimed, brimming with excitement and astonishment. His eyes widened in awe, fixated on the lineup of supercars on the track, filled with envy and desire. These top-tier vehicles, glimmering under the lights, resembled exquisite works of art while embodying the ferocity of poised beasts, emanating an aura of power simply by being stationary. Li Wei, the first runner, faced off against one of the professional drivers. From the outset, their performances were evenly matched. With his remarkable driving skills and familiarity with the track, Li Wei engaged in a fierce contest with his opponent. The two cars raced neck and neck, their speeds almost blurring the lines of perception. The spectators' eyes were glued to them, cheers and shouts rising and falling, enveloping the circuit in a fervent atmosphere. However, as the race progressed into its latter stages, Li Wei began to falter. His opponent, a seasoned professional, wielded superior training and competitive experience, demonstrating greater precision in handling and rhythm. As the race unfolded, Li Wei found himself increasingly distanced. Ultimately, as he crossed the finish line, he trailed by 4 seconds. While this margin might seem trivial to the untrained eye, it represented a significant gap in a field of elite racers. Li Wei, feeling a twinge of frustration, slapped the steering wheel, aware that he had given his all yet still felt dissatisfied with the outcome. In the second leg, Zhang Lin, piloting the Pagani, entered the track with determination. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if the world had narrowed to just him and the track before him. As the signal flag dropped, he slammed the accelerator, and the Pagani shot forward like a black lightning bolt. The roar of the engine was deafening, echoing through the circuit. Zhang Lin's opponent was another professional driver behind the wheel of a heavily modified Lamborghini. The Lamborghini, having undergone meticulous enhancements, boasted significantly improved power and an even more striking appearance. Although Zhang Lin's Pagani far surpassed the Lamborghini in price, it fell behind at the start due to its lack of modifications. The Lamborghini surged ahead like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Zhang Lin's Pagani trailing at the outset. Clenching the steering wheel tightly, Zhang Lin's eyes betrayed a hint of defiance. He understood that he could not afford to give up easily and needed to devise a way to catch up. By the time they crossed the finish line, Zhang Lin had failed to overtake and instead fell behind by a staggering 378 seconds. Finally, it was time for the showdown between Jiang Han and Bai Chun. Having won the previous 2 rounds, Bai Chun radiated an even more audacious aura, with his chin slightly raised and a look of disdain in his eyes. He addressed Jiang Han, "Little buddy, it seems you're destined to lose. Your team's performance thus far is no match for ours. Don't be surprised if you end up in tears later, huh?" His laughter echoed across the circuit, laced with provocation. "Thanks for your concern, but I believe it's you who should worry about not losing your cool later," Jiang Han retorted fearlessly, his gaze steady and confident. Shortly thereafter, a Bugatti and a Koenigsegg glided toward the starting line, resembling 2 warriors poised for battle, exuding a chilling aura that drew the attention of the surrounding spectators. The 2 drivers revved their engines, the thunderous roar of the supercars echoing like the growl of hell itself, igniting a fervor among the audience. Every face reflected excitement, their cheers and shouts intertwining, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Everyone eagerly anticipated the thrilling contest that was about to unfold on the track. The moment the signal flag fell, it was as if a fuse had been lit. With his masterful driving skills, Jiang Han's start was nothing short of perfect. The car launched forward like a cannonball, instantly taking the lead over Bai Chun. The speed was so rapid that it left little room for reaction. "Wow, Xiaohan's start is something else. So fast," Zhang Lin exclaimed from the sidelines, his eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. Bai Chun, too, was taken aback by Jiang Han's remarkable start. He had assumed victory was assured but realized that his skills might not match those of Jiang Han. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he still held a 7-second advantage and that if he maintained his pace, victory was still within reach. Jiang Han navigated the knight's voice swiftly along the track, the wind howling past his ears, his gaze focused and calm, as if he were one with the car. Before long, he reached the daunting 4 consecutive turns, the most challenging section of the entire track, where a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. "Wow, entering the turns at that speed. This is insane." Li Wei exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he observed Jiang Han's maneuver. He immediately turned to the nearby staff, shouting, "Prepare for rescue." He understood all too well how perilous it was to enter the 4 turns at such high speeds, fearing the worst for Jiang Han. In the next instant, Jiang Han deftly maneuvered his vehicle onto the highway, entering the first curve with an ethereal grace. His hands skillfully guided the steering wheel, and the car glided through the bend like a nimble dancer, effortlessly weaving through the turns. As he approached the remaining 3 curves, he navigated them with remarkable smoothness, showing no intention of deceleration, rendering the entire process a thrilling yet safe affair. Wow, little Han possesses such prowess? Forget 7 seconds. He could easily clinch it in 10. Zhang Lin exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, he was filled with admiration for Jiang Han's driving skills. Utterly astonished by the breathtaking maneuvers executed in the perilous 4 consecutive turns. Chapter 63, The Fireworks Gala. After conquering the 4 turns, the remaining stretch of road posed no challenge for Jiang Han. With his exceptional driving skills, augmented by his mastery of advanced techniques, he had already left Bai Chun far behind. At this juncture, Jiang Han piloted the Knight's Whisper down the racetrack, resembling a messenger commanding the winds, effortless and unrestrained. As he approached the finish line, however, he engaged in an unexpected maneuver. Gradually slowing down while revving the engine, it emitted a deep, powerful roar, as if proclaiming its strength to the world. He appeared to be waiting for something. Just before the finish line, Jiang Han halted the car precisely at the mark, then activated the sole Knight's Whisper in existence, unleashing a magnificent display of flames from the rear. The vibrant fire erupted, flickering and dancing against the night sky, akin to a grand fireworks spectacle. This audacious act instantly ignited the crowd. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and screams, reverberating throughout the racetrack. Everyone was astounded by Jiang Han's flamboyant and commanding performance, rising to their feet in applause. Inside the car, Jiang Han remained calm, meticulously calculating the time. Spotting Bai Chen's vehicle on the final stretch, his expression sharpened, and he slammed on the gas. The Knight's Whisper surging across the finish line like an arrow released from its bow. Ha! Bai Chen is going to be furious. Zhang Lin couldn't contain his laughter as he witnessed Jiang Han's antics, his mirthful demeanor causing him to double over, hands slapping his thighs. Eyes sparkling with admiration for Jiang Han's dazzling display. As Bai Chun crossed the finish line, the results appeared on the big screen. Jiang Han's time was precisely a second faster than Bai Chen's. This seemingly minor margin ultimately determined the victor in this fierce contest. Oh my goodness. Is this kid seriously timing it? Isn't he going to give Bai Chen a heart attack? Li Chun chimed in, his face beaming with a joyous smile, utterly impressed by Jiang Han's cleverness and precise calculations. Thanks to young Master Chun for sponsoring the fireworks, Jiang Han declared as he parked the car in the safety zone and elegantly exited, addressing the audience with a tone laced with jest and pride. Wow. Thanks to young Master Bai for sponsoring these fireworks. Zhang Lin echoed excitedly, rushing over to embrace Jiang Han with fervor, as if proclaiming his admiration and support to the world. Not bad, little brother, Zhang Lin remarked with a grin, patting Jiang Han on the back. His eyes filled with approval. Modesty. Just basic moves. What do you think, brother Lin? Did I look handsome? Jiang Han teased with a smile, slightly lifting his chin, wearing a confident yet playful grin. Handsome. Absolutely stunning. Zhang Lin replied without hesitation, giving Jiang Han a thumbs up and high praise. Just wait. There's even more impressive to come. Jiang Han said mysteriously with a smile, then swiftly made his way to the stands where Li Yang and the others were seated. He called out to Li Yang, Zhang Yu, and Wang Zhe. Li Yang, Zhang Yu, Wang Zhe, come down and set off the fireworks. Let us splurge. His voice brimmed with vitality and passion, as if eager to share his joy with everyone. Coming. Ha. It's my first time launching such expensive fireworks. Li Yang responded immediately, excitement and anticipation evident in his voice. The group quickly rose, rushing towards Jiang Han, ready for an even more jubilant celebration. Zhang Lin playfully darted over to Bai Chen's side, wearing a victorious grin as he teased, Bai Chen, you're not going to run away just because you can't handle losing, right? His voice was not loud, but enough for those nearby to hear. Bai Chen's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging as he glared at Jiang Han and Zhang Lin, speechless with rage. In a fit of anger, Bai Chun hurled his keys, which gracefully arced through the air, landing perfectly in Zhang Lin's hands. Zhang Lin caught them, weighed them in his palm, and inquired, why just one? Where are the others? His tone laced with mockery and triumph. Give it to him. Bai Chun replied angrily, his voice low and filled with resentment. The others promptly tossed their car keys to Zhang Lin as well. Holding the keys of several supercars aloft, Zhang Lin shouted, let us go. Time for fireworks. His voice echoed across the racetrack, drawing curious gazes from the surrounding crowd. Seeing this, Jiang Han and his companions approached, and Li Wei remarked, "Wow. Did you really go and ask him for car keys?" His tone conveyed surprise and admiration. "Of course. Haha. Who doesn't love fireworks?" Zhang Lin chuckled, then handed the car keys to Jiang Han. "Brother Lin, just toss them in and let it rip," Jiang Han suggested with a grin. At that moment, Liang, unable to contain his eagerness, approached with a canister of gasoline, pouring a circle around the supercars. "Come on, little Han, you do the honors." Zhang Lin produced a lighter from his pocket, igniting a cigarette and offering it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han took the lighter, tossed it in, and flames erupted instantly. As the fire blazed, the group dashed away, with Zhang Lin exclaiming, "Wow, this is my first time witnessing such extravagant fireworks." His voice resonated with joy and excitement, prompting laughter from those around. Liang, eager to join in, grabbed a speaker from the staff, his face alight with uncontainable excitement, and shouted, "Thanks to young Master Chen for sponsoring the Koenigsegg, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and McLaren fireworks." His voice boomed through the loudspeaker, reverberating across the racetrack, filled with playful jest and jubilation. The group couldn't help but laugh, their laughter echoing into the night sky. Each exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the joy of victory and the amusement of Liang's antics. Liang, flushed with excitement, immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgot to turn off the microphone, and his earlier murmurs were broadcast clearly across the racetrack. The lively venue fell momentarily silent due to this unexpected sound, only to erupt into another round of laughter. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's expression darkened ominously, his fury palpable as he trembled with rage, clenching his fists, the knuckles whitening with pressure. The cracking sound resonated like a manifestation of his pent-up anger. His eyes were locked on Jiang Han and the others, ablaze with an intense fury that seemed to yearn for retribution. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and his companions were left in fits of laughter, unable to contain their amusement at Li Yang's blunder. Zhang Yu laughed uncontrollably, while Wang Zhe clutched his stomach, on the verge of tears from laughter. Jiang Han joined in the merriment, playfully patting Zhang Lin's shoulder, as if attempting to convey his overflowing joy through the gesture. Zhang Lin, who had been immersed in the euphoria of victory and the jubilant atmosphere, was suddenly startled by Li Yang's loud voice, causing him to choke on his cigarette. He erupted into a fit of coughing, his laughter mingling with the coughs, creating a scene that was both comical and chaotic, further provoking the laughter of those around him. The entire racetrack was enveloped in this joyous ambience, while Bai Chen stood amidst the laughter, increasingly feeling desolate and furious. Chapter 64. The Four Young Masters of Zhonghai. Jiang Han. Suddenly, an unanticipated voice resonated in Jiang Han's mind. Event triggered, detecting an irreconcilable situation between the host and Bai Chen. Bai Chen's favorability, 100. Unlocking task. Expel Bai Chen from Zhonghai. The voice echoed clearly and resoundingly in Jiang Han's mind. Following that, a series of notifications cascaded in quick succession. Favorability reward dispatched, 20 favorability points, 3 shares of 10 cent. Favorability reward dispatched, 50 favorability points, 4 shares of 10 cent. Favorability reward dispatched, 100 favorability points, Zhonghai Twin Towers. The sudden barrage of notifications echoed in Jiang Han's mind, particularly the last one, which caused him to tremble in astonishment. The Zhonghai Twin Towers, a landmark of Zhonghai, loomed in the city's financial center, representing immense wealth and status. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Han's phone rang at an opportune moment. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number, causing Jiang Han to furrow his brows in curiosity. Nevertheless, he sought a quiet spot before pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Lin Shuhua from Tencent. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Lin Shuhua's apologetic voice came through the phone, imbued with utmost respect. "It's nothing. What can I do for you?" Jiang Han inquired, his tone steady and calm, though curiosity about the call bubbled within him without revealing much surprise. "Mr. Jiang, you currently hold 10 of our company's shares, making you our third largest shareholder. We have a board meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m., and I wanted to check if you could attend." Lin Shuhua articulated clearly, her words laced with anticipation. "Sure," Jiang Han replied succinctly, a wave of exhilaration washing over him as he realized the system's rewards had unexpectedly elevated him to the status of a major shareholder in Tencent. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will add you on WeChat. Please accept my request. See you tomorrow. I won't take up more of your time," Lin Shuhua said, her tone now lighter, as if his affirmative response had lifted a weight off her shoulders. After hanging up, Lin Shuhua was quite astonished. The youthful voice she had just heard over the phone had taken her by surprise, as she had not anticipated that such a young individual could acquire 10 of Tencent's shares and emerge as the company's third largest shareholder in such a brief period. Her curiosity about the enigmatic Mr. Jiang surged, pondering what impact this young major shareholder might have on the upcoming board meeting. Jiang Han pocketed his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips, radiating confidence. He gazed up at the night sky, reflecting on the continuous surprises the system had in store, and found the task of expelling Bai Chun from Zhonghai had grown increasingly intriguing. With a lighthearted stride, Jiang Han returned to the group. Li Wei, who had observed Jiang Han stepping aside to take the call, now approached him with a concerned expression, asking, "What's up, Xiao Han? Is there something I can help you with?" He clapped Jiang Han on the shoulder, exuding a brotherly warmth. "No need for that, Wei Gu. It's just a company matter. I'm attending the board meeting tomorrow," Jiang Han replied slowly, his tone imbued with a calmness as if becoming a major shareholder and attending a board meeting was merely a routine affair. "Ha ha. That's beyond my ability to assist you with. Ha ha." Li Wei jested, his hearty laughter resonating through the night. The light-hearted atmosphere among the group allowed everyone to bask in the joyous aftermath. As they watched the last of the supercars burn out, the roaring flames gradually extinguished. Leaving behind a smoldering pile of wreckage, they prepared to depart. The pyrotechnic display ignited by the supercars had undeniably become the most unforgettable scene of the evening at the racetrack. "They're done burning. Let us head back and get some sleep," Zhang Lin chimed in with a smile, stretching and wearing an expression of contentment. For him, the night had been an unparalleled revelry. "All right, let us go." Li Wei nodded in agreement, glancing around before joining the others as they made their way to the exit. Jiang Han, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu returned directly to school, entering the familiar confines of their dormitory. After the evening's excitement, they appeared somewhat weary, yet traces of exhilaration lingered on each of their faces. Liang flopped onto his bed, limbs sprawled in a starfish position, exclaiming, just thinking about the fireworks with the Koenigsegg makes me feel amazing. Ha ha." He laughed heartily, seemingly transported back to that exhilarating moment. "Time to sleep. I'm exhausted," Zhang Yu declared, diving into bed without bothering to remove his shoes, pulling the covers over himself. His voice was thick with fatigue, and soon, the sound of even breathing filled the room. The four of them, equally drained, quickly succumbed to slumber. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their soft breaths. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a serene glow over their tranquil and contented sleeping faces. That night, in his dreams, Jiang Han remained unaware of how renowned his name would become in Zhonghai after this evening. Merely 2 or 3 hours later, countless posts about the 4 young masters of Zhonghai began to circulate wildly online. Someone had uploaded the exciting footage from the racetrack, showcasing Jiang Han driving the Night Whisper at breakneck speed and the fireworks launched from the supercars, swiftly capturing the attention of countless viewers. Netizens marveled at Jiang Han's flamboyance and charisma, and comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Jiang Han's name swiftly overshadowed Bai Chen's previously established identity as one of the 4 young masters of Zhonghai. Bai Chun had once enjoyed a modicum of fame within the social circles of Zhonghai, bolstered by family influence and dubious romantic exploits. However, after this night, Jiang Han emerged with an astonishingly high profile, eclipsing Bai Chun's presence entirely. In this unspoken rivalry, Bai Chun was relegated to a mere supporting role, while Jiang Han became the new focal point of discussion in Zhonghai, leaving many curious about the background and story of this young man who had skyrocketed to fame overnight. Chapter 65, Trending Search. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window around 9 o'clock, gently illuminating the dormitory floor. Liang idly scrolled through his phone when suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his face contorting with disbelief as he shouted, rousing the still slumbering Jiang Han from his sleep. "What the heck, Jiang Han, wake up!" Liang exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. "What is going on?" Jiang Han mumbled, still groggy and rubbing his eyes, confusion etched on his face. "Look, you're trending," Liang exclaimed, thrusting his phone in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han, puzzled, leaned in to see what Liang was so animated about. A trending article titled "The Rich Young Master of Zhonghai." Koenigsegg fireworks swiftly surged to the top of the search rankings, distinctly outpacing the second-place contender and firmly claiming the #1 spot. The eye-catching title and remarkable popularity made it nearly impossible to overlook. Jiang Han immediately snapped to attention, swiftly unlocking his phone to investigate. The screen was flooded with various reports regarding the previous night's racecourse events, with exhilarating moments fervently shared by netizens. "Wow, I was planning to rely on my looks. Turns out it's all about talent," Jiang Han remarked, somewhat speechless as he surveyed the trending topic. He shook his head in resignation, though a faint smile crept onto his lips. After all, achieving fame in such an unexpected manner felt rather intriguing. He began perusing the comments, where an array of live videos showcased him driving the Night Whisperer at breakneck speed on the racetrack. Alongside breathtaking scenes of fireworks set off from a supercar, all edited together by netizens into exhilarating compilations. Numerous close-up photographs also flooded the comments, vividly displaying his handsome visage, with many users praising his looks and charisma. Haha. Oh, the four young masters of Zhonghai. Li Yang chuckled, playfully slapping Jiang Han on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with mischief. As they were chatting, Wang Zai's phone suddenly rang, the sharp ringtone shattering the relaxed atmosphere of the dormitory. Startled by the noise, Wang Zai frowned, reluctantly extending his hand from under the covers to answer the call. Who is it? He grumbled, his voice tinged with evident morning irritation. You brat. I sent you to Zhonghai to study properly, and now you've made it to trending? A furious voice echoed from the other end, unmistakably that of Wang Zai's father, laden with parental authority and discontent. Dad, have you lost your mind? What trending? Wang Zai queried in bewilderment, sitting up and rubbing his eyes, utterly perplexed by the situation. Check the trending list yourself. Look at the trouble you've caused. The voice on the line boomed again, imbued with an imperious tone that seemed intent on silencing any defense Wang Zai might muster. Fine. I'll take a look. Goodbye. Wang Zai replied impatiently, hanging up the phone while inwardly muttering about how his father could possibly know about this. He quickly unlocked his phone and found the trending list. Upon seeing his name glaring back at him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, how did this even trend? Wang Zai exclaimed, utterly astonished that his exploits from the previous night had garnered such attention. He rapidly scrolled through the news and comments, discovering that his image and expressions had been magnified and scrutinized, with some comments even elevating the discussion to the level of family honor. With a sigh, Wang Zai opened his phone to explore the trending topic further, realizing his persona had been molded into that of a spoiled rich kid, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. He resolved to act with greater caution in the future, determined not to leave such an impression again. Before long, Jiang Han's phone rang as well. Upon seeing that the caller was Su Yao, a smile blossomed on his face as he promptly answered the call. Congratulations, young Master Han. You've officially joined the ranks of the four young masters of Zhonghai. Su Yao's voice chimed through the phone, laced with playful mockery and amusement. What's this? Are you teasing me again? Jiang Han responded with a chuckle, in high spirits and unfazed by Su Yao's jests. Check your WeChat. I sent you a ton of messages. And you haven't replied. Su Yao replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice, tinged with playful pouting. I just woke up. I didn't see them. Where are you? Jiang Han explained, genuinely pleased that Su Yao had messaged him, though he had simply forgotten to respond amidst his busyness. I'm at the office. I'm meeting with the department head this afternoon to discuss collaboration with the client. Su Yao said, her voice brimming with pride and anticipation. Are you free tonight? Jiang Han inquired, hoping to share a dinner with Su Yao, even if it was just for a simple chat. Depends on your performance. Bye. Don't forget to reply. Su Yao said, hanging up the phone, leaving Jiang Han with a lingering sense of delight. Gazing at the phone screen, Jiang Han wore a blissful smile, silently plotting how to surprise Su Yao. After ending the call, he suddenly remembered his promise to Lin Shuhua about attending the board meeting. He slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath, and hurriedly dashed into the dormitory's washroom to freshen up. The water from the faucet gushed as Jiang Han swiftly squeezed toothpaste, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, all while contemplating the importance of not being late to the meeting due to trivial matters. Once he was done, Jiang Han hastily selected a random outfit from his wardrobe. Where are you off to in such a hurry, young Master Han? Wang Zai inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at Jiang Han's frantic demeanor. Yeah, ISNT Senior Su looking for you. Wang Zai chimed in teasingly, a smirk spreading across his face. Not that. I have something important to do today, Jiang Han replied, slipping on his jacket and striding over to Li Yang. He patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said, start your car. I need to go get a license plate. I'll take my car out today. I'll treat you to dinner later. With that, he tossed the Bugatti car keys to Li Yang, who deftly caught them midair. Li Yang, undeterred, promptly produced his own car keys with a broad grin, exclaiming, sounds good. I'd be delighted to drive yours. I'll go pick up some ladies. He thought to himself that driving the Bugatti might attract the attention of many girls, an opportunity too good to pass up. Jiang Han accepted Li Yang's car keys and hurriedly exited the dormitory, preparing to face the crucial board meeting in the afternoon. Chapter 66. You'd better make it up to me tonight. After stepping out of the dormitory, Jiang Han smoothly slid into Li Yang's car, igniting the engine and gradually driving away from the academy. The sunlight glinted off the car's exterior, casting a radiant glow that seemingly added a touch of splendor to his journey. On the road, Jiang Han kept an eye on the traffic while dialing Su Yao's number. The call connected swiftly, and Jiang Han spoke softly. What do you want for lunch? I'll bring it over. His voice was filled with concern, relishing the thought of delivering a warm meal to Su Yao. Could you grab me a bowl of noodles from the place near the office? Su Yao replied, her voice filtering through the phone. tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with trust and reliance on Jiang Han. Sure. What kind of noodles? Jiang Han asked, squinting slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he patiently awaited Su Yao's response. Scallion oil noodles. Thanks, young Master Han. Su Yao continued to tease, seemingly enjoying referring to him in such a manner, finding amusement in each instance. Oh, why are you still teasing me? Jiang Han replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone, though his voice was filled with fondness. He shook his head gently, his smile unwavering, secretly cherishing Su Yao's playful jibes. I'll send you the company address. I'm busy now, talk later, Su Yao said, her voice brisk as she hurriedly ended the call. All right, bye, Jiang Han replied, pocketing his phone and focusing on driving, his mind already plotting the route to the noodle shop. Determined to deliver the steaming scallion oil noodles to Su Yao as swiftly as possible. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at the noodle shop where Su Yao worked. The noodle shop is nestled along a somewhat antiquated street, where the surrounding buildings bear the marks of time, exuding a unique charm. Though modest in size, the shop's sign reflects a certain weariness, yet it is imbued with the vibrant essence of daily life. Jiang Han skillfully parked his car, which appeared somewhat out of place amidst this unpretentious setting. After securing the vehicle, he opened the door and stepped inside. Welcome, Xiao Jiang, greeted the owner of the noodle shop with a warm smile. She is a cheerful, middle-aged woman whose face is perpetually adorned with a kind expression, radiating warmth. Donning a pristine apron, she busily flitted between the kitchen and the front counter. Upon seeing Jiang Han, she immediately extended a hearty greeting. Madam, I would like 2 portions of scallion oil noodles, one for here and one to take away. Jiang Han nodded as he spoke, his voice gentle yet steady, resonating within the confines of the small establishment. All right, please have a seat. I'll have someone prepare it for you right away, the proprietress replied with a smile. Turning back to her kitchen duties, her lips murmuring, just the usual, understood, Jiang Han casually settled at a slightly worn table, its wooden surface polished smooth by the passage of time, imparting a distinct texture. While he perused his phone, he waited patiently. The dim glow of the screen illuminated his face, alleviating the tedium of his wait. Big brother, you lied to me. A little girl suddenly darted out from behind the counter, bounding towards Jiang Han like a lively little rabbit. She sported 2 adorable braids, her large eyes sparkling, and her rosy cheeks rendering her utterly endearing. How did I deceive you, little sister? Jiang Han chuckled, setting his phone aside, his face breaking into a gentle smile as he regarded the child with affectionate eyes. You said you would bring me candy. The girl pouted, her small face scrunched up in a mock grievance that tugged at the heartstrings. Oh dear, I forgot. Big brother will buy it for you right now. Jiang Han laughed, rising to his feet and gently grasping the girl's tiny hand as they exited the noodle shop. Her small, soft hand contrasted sharply with his larger one. Next to the noodle shop was a small convenience store, modest in size, yet brimming with an array of snacks and daily necessities. Jiang Han led the little girl to the front of the shop. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of various treats, and the shelves overflowed with an enticing assortment of goods. Which one do you want? Big brother will treat you, Jiang Han said with a smile, bending slightly to meet the girl's gaze, his eyes filled with patience and kindness. The girl's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a strawberry-flavored lollipop, wrapped in transparent candy paper. The pink confection shimmered under the lights, seemingly beckoning to her. Upon noticing her choice, Jiang Han gently retrieved the lollipop and placed it in her tiny hand, then produced his phone, asking, How much is it, sir? His movements were fluid and natural, exuding a gentlemanly charm. $1, replied the store owner, a hearty man with a simple smile, seated behind the counter while perusing a newspaper. Without hesitation, Jiang Han promptly made the payment. At the moment the transaction concluded, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Transaction successful. Triggered 100-fold return. $100 refunded. Remaining refund attempts, 1. The crisp sound echoed in his thoughts. Jiang Han felt a wave of bemusement. He had completely forgotten about the refund mechanism. Shaking his head in resignation, he couldn't help but smile slightly, as this unexpected little surprise added a touch of joy to his day. Hand in hand with the little girl, he returned to the noodle shop, eager to savor his scallion oil noodles. Upon entering, Jiang Han barely had time to sit down before his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find Su Yao's name flashing on the screen. A smile involuntarily crept across his face, his gaze softening as he answered the call with a teasing tone. Miss me already? On the other end, Su Yao's melodious laughter rang out before she replied, Of course. But don't come over just yet. I have to go out for a business meeting with the manager. Her voice carried a hint of regret. She had hoped to meet Jiang Han, but work commitments thwarted her plans. All right, Jiang Han replied, a tinge of disappointment creeping into his tone. I'll come pick you up after work. He yearned to see Su Yao, even if just for a fleeting moment. Oh dear, why do you sound so forlorn? Su Yao detected the slight change in his tone, feeling a pang of sympathy. I'm sorry. We'll have to meet in the evening. She frowned slightly, feeling guilty for having to cancel their plans. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han endeavored to keep his voice light. It's no problem. Work is important. But you must make it up to me tonight. He attempted to infuse a playful tone into his words, wishing to uplift her spirits and not let this minor setback affect her work mood. Just as he hung up the phone, the shop owner approached with swift steps, placing the neatly packaged scallion oil noodles before Jiang Han. The square container exuded a rustic charm, wafting the inviting aroma of the dish. Xiao Jiang, here's your takeout, she said with a smile, her expression as warm and comforting as the spring sun. Her eyes reflected genuine concern, as if she were tending to her own child. Thank you, Jiang Han replied, his tone gentle and polite. Glancing at the noodles before him, his appetite piqued. He decided to open the portion he had intended to take away and enjoy it as well. He picked up his chopsticks, expertly lifting a few strands of noodles. Each noodle was distinct, enveloped in rich scallion oil and sauce, adorned with vibrant green scallions, creating a delightful visual. He blew gently on them before tasting. And as he chewed, the savory aroma of scallion oil filled his mouth, the noodles perfectly al dente, their saltiness just right, prompting a satisfied sigh to escape his lips. Before long, he had devoured both servings of noodles with remarkable speed. Leaning back in his chair, he patted his stomach contentedly, a look of bliss gracing his face. The familiar flavors always provided immense satisfaction for both his stomach and heart. After his meal, Jiang Han stepped out of the noodle shop and approached Li Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and turned the key gently, the engine roaring to life with a deep, powerful growl. Adjusting his seat and rearview mirror, fastening his seatbelt, he set off towards Tencent's location. Jiang Han drove at a leisurely pace, intentionally slowing down. This was his first opportunity to stroll leisurely through the streets since arriving in Zhonghai. The shops lined the streets in succession, pedestrians bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. The displays in the windows showcased a variety of goods, their lights twinkling as if narrating tales of the city's vibrancy and prosperity. Through the car window, Jiang Han observed everything with keen interest, absorbing the unique ambience and rhythm of the city. The sunlight kissed his face, and a gentle breeze caressed him, lifting his spirits immensely. He relished this rare moment of tranquility, as if all his stresses and worries had been momentarily cast aside. Before long, he arrived at the Tencent building, a prominent hub for numerous internet companies. The Tencent building stood out distinctly among them, both in stature and scale, reigning supreme in the area. Jiang Han parked his car in the designated employee parking area in front of the building and made his way towards the Tencent headquarters. As he stepped into the grand hall, bustling figures were visible in every corner. Jiang Han approached the front desk and said, "Hello, I'm here to see Lin Shuhua. Could you please inform her that Jiang Han has arrived?" The receptionist responded, "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "Without a reservation. Our general manager cannot meet with you." "All right, I'll just call her," Jiang Han replied, pulling out his phone to dial Lin Shuhua. Just then, a young man in a sharp suit approached the front desk and stated, "Our new director from the group will be attending the board meeting shortly. All of Manager Lin's appointments will be rescheduled to accommodate our new director today." "Understood, Assistant Dong," the receptionist acknowledged. The assistant then turned his scrutinizing gaze towards Jiang Han. "Commanding, please step aside. We have distinguished guests today." "Assistant Dong, this gentleman is also here to see Manager Lin," the receptionist interjected. "Does he have an appointment? If not, it is unacceptable to allow him to linger. We cannot afford to delay the reception of our new director," Assistant Dong retorted. As he spoke, his critical gaze swept over Jiang Han, taking in his exceedingly simple attire, which was evidently of low quality, likely totaling no more than 100 yuan. Assistant Dong's brow furrowed in disdain, his tone dripping with condescension as he remarked, "What status does our manager Lin hold? Can she meet with just anyone? Call security and have him escorted out." His voice was sharp and piercing, as though Jiang Han were some unsightly pest. "Lin Shuhua invited me here. And you wish to expel me?" Jiang Han calmly inquired, his voice steady and composed, though a hint of displeasure flickered in his gaze. He was taken aback that, as a major shareholder of the company, he would be treated with such disrespect by a mere assistant. "Do you dare to invoke Manager Lin's name, you impoverished wretch?" Assistant Dong scoffed, his expression rife with arrogance and mockery. In his mind, someone dressed so plainly could not possibly be associated with Manager Lin and must be there to cause trouble. "Fine, I'll leave, but have Lin Shuhua come down to meet me," Jiang Han retorted, exasperated and unwilling to further engage with the unreasonable assistant. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away from the front desk, his steps resolute and forceful. Jiang Han moved aside, his expression as dark as a sky on the verge of a tempest. He retrieved his phone, swiftly dialing Lin Shuhua's number. The call connected promptly, and Jiang Han's voice, tinged with anger, stated, "I'm at your company's front desk, and your people are trying to throw me out. My sincerest apologies, Director Jiang," Lin Shuhua exclaimed, panic overtaking her as she leapt to her feet, her face a mask of horror. Her voice trembled, laden with guilt and unease. She was acutely aware of Jiang Han's significant influence as the third-largest shareholder in the company. To have her subordinate treat a major stakeholder with such rudeness was a grave error. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuhua dashed out of her office, the rapid clattering of her high heels echoing on the floor, a testament to her frantic state. As she ran, she silently prayed that Jiang Han would not form a negative impression of the company due to this incident. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shuhua emerged in a flurry, her hair slightly disheveled, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead from her hurried journey. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Assistant Dong hurried towards her, a smile plastered on his face. Inquiring urgently, "Manager Lin, has Director Jiang arrived?" He felt a sense of pride in having strictly enforced the rules by keeping irrelevant personnel at bay for the benefit of both Manager Lin and the company. Having never met Jiang Han, Lin Shuhua relied on the calm and youthful voice she had heard over the phone to approximate his age. She quickly scanned the lobby, and her gaze landed on Jiang Han. Standing with an impressive presence, despite his modest clothing, he exuded an aura of distinction, as if he carried an invisible force field. Lin Shuhua wasted no time and hurried towards him. "Excuse me, are you Director Jiang Han?" she asked cautiously, her tone tinged with trepidation. She slightly inclined her body, her eyes filled with respect and anticipation. "Indeed, your discernment has brought you to this position, surpassing others," Jiang Han replied slowly, his voice laced with a hint of playful mockery. He regarded Lin Shuhua with a scrutinizing gaze, evaluating her demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shuhua's complexion paled, her body stiffening slightly as her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothing. Just as she attempted to explain, Jiang Han coldly interjected, "Initiate his termination. You file the report, and I'll sign the approval." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with an undeniable authority. He could not tolerate an assistant who judged by appearances and displayed such a lack of courtesy, especially towards a shareholder. This behavior not only disrespected him, but also tarnished the company's image. Lin Shuhua was taken aback by Jiang Han's directive. Yet she did not hesitate to nod in agreement. "Understood, Director Jiang. I will handle it immediately and ensure you will not encounter such issues again." She recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that Jiang Han's decision was indeed justified. Chapter 68. He is Jiang Han. This sudden shift in events was akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers in the 10-cent company hall. The employees, who had been busily engrossed in their tasks, halted, their curious gazes converging on Jiang Han, Lin Shuhua, and Assistant Dong. In mere moments, the once arrogant Assistant Dong, accustomed to wielding authority, became the most superfluous presence in the building. She stood there, her complexion drained of color, her eyes wide with fear and helplessness, as the pointed stares and murmurs of the crowd pierced her heart like daggers. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, their voices low yet distinct in the hushed hall. "Is this our new director? So young, truly young," exclaimed a woman in business attire, her eyes wide with astonishment and curiosity. The fitted suit accentuated her figure perfectly, and beneath her meticulous makeup was a youthful, vibrant face. Indeed, how remarkable to be the third-largest shareholder at such a young age. His family must be quite extraordinary. Another woman, cradling a coffee cup, chimed in, taking a delicate sip, her gaze revealing a hint of envy. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and the coffee cup in her hand glimmered softly under the lights. With a sigh, she remarked, "Alas, such a Prince Charming, and we are the fortunate ones to witness him in person. Why does he look so familiar? Where have I seen him before?" The woman in business attire pondered, furrowing her brow in concentration, muttering to herself. Her fingers gently tapped her chin, a look of confusion clouding her expression. "You've seen him? Perhaps you dreamed about him?" The coffee-holding woman teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. "No, I truly feel I have seen him somewhere, but it's just slipped my mind." The woman in business attire replied, slightly exasperated, stamping her foot in frustration. All right, you have seen him. It wasn't he just a dream." The coffee-holding woman laughed in acquiescence, gently patting her friend's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her distress. At this moment, Jiang Han remained largely unperturbed by the discussions of those around him. His gaze was resolute and self-assured as he patiently awaited Lin Shuhua to finalize subsequent matters. Lin Shuhua, with a countenance full of contrition, was diligently coordinating the arrangements for Assistant Dong's resignation while cautiously accompanying Jiang Han, anxious that any further missteps might occur. Just as the two enchanting women were engaged in playful banter, a beauty clad in work attire suddenly brightened, as if recalling something of great significance. She excitedly grasped the arm of the beauty holding coffee and exclaimed, "I've just remembered. He is Jiang Han, the affluent young man from Shanghai who recently made headlines. The one who set off fireworks with a Koenigsegg." The coffee-holding beauty was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening with astonishment, as she exclaimed, "Is it true? Is he truly the Jiang Han who became a sensation overnight in Shanghai?" "Absolutely. I came across his video earlier and thought he was remarkably handsome. But I never imagined he would be the new director of our company," the work-attired beauty declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon overhearing their conversation, the previously curious whispers of the crowd transformed into a fervent buzz. People exchanged murmurs, filled with curiosity and speculation about Jiang Han's identity and background. "So it's Jiang Han. No wonder he possesses such remarkable capabilities at such a young age, becoming the third-largest shareholder of our company. I've heard his background is shrouded in mystery, and he skyrocketed to fame overnight in Shanghai. He must indeed be quite exceptional." The prospect of seeing him often in the company was exhilarating to contemplate. Lin Shuhua, upon hearing the surrounding discussions, felt a sense of relief for arriving in time to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. She led Jiang Han toward the elevator, saying, "Director Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you've had. I will certainly enhance the management and training of our employees." Jiang Han nodded slightly, responding, "I hope such incidents do not recur. The company's image and the quality of its employees are paramount." Yes, rest assured, Director Jiang, I will handle it well," Lin Shuhua assured him, her eyes filled with sincerity. As they entered the elevator, Lin Shuhua pressed the button for the conference room floor. The atmosphere within the elevator grew serene as Jiang Han gazed at his reflection on the elevator wall, contemplating the forthcoming board meeting. Soon, the elevator arrived at the designated floor. Lin Shuhua escorted Jiang Han into the conference room, where a considerable number of individuals were already seated. Upon noticing Jiang Han's entrance, curious glances were cast in his direction. Lin Shuhua stepped forward to introduce him, saying, "Everyone, this is our company's new director, Jiang Han." The attendees rose in unison, extending their welcome to Jiang Han, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before taking his seat. Once the meeting commenced, discussions revolved around the company's development strategies and recent business circumstances. Jiang Han attentively listened to each speaker, occasionally interjecting his insights and recommendations. His viewpoints were innovative and unique, and his analyses were profound, earning him the admiration of those present. Midway through the meeting, a director proposed a plan for the company to expand into overseas markets. He elaborated on the details and anticipated outcomes. Yet Jiang Han astutely identified several issues within the proposal. Rising with a measured demeanor, he stated, "While I believe this plan possesses a degree of feasibility, it lacks in market research and risk assessment. We cannot blindly enter foreign markets. We must thoroughly understand the local market environment, regulations, and competitive landscape." Jiang Han proceeded to analyze the proposal from various angles, offering several suggestions for improvement. His discourse was coherent and well-reasoned, prompting deep contemplation among the attendees. After a thorough discussion, the group ultimately embraced Jiang Han's recommendations, revising and refining the plan accordingly. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the attendees unanimously praised Jiang Han's capabilities and insights, expressing confidence in the company's future. Exiting the conference room, Lin Shuhua followed closely behind Jiang Han, smiling as she remarked, "Director Jiang, your performance today was exceptional. Everyone holds you in high regard." Jiang Han replied with a smile, "It is merely my duty. The company's progress requires collective effort." At that moment, Jiang Han's phone rang. It was a call from Su Yao. He answered gently, "Hello, Su Yao. Have you finished the discussions?" From the other end came Su Yao's weary yet cheerful voice. "Yes, it went smoothly. Did you not say you would pick me up in the evening? I've just finished work." Jiang Han glanced at the time, saying, "All right. I'll head over right away." After hanging up, he turned to Lin Shuhua, saying, "Manager Lin, today's meeting was quite productive. I do appreciate your follow-up on subsequent matters. I have something to attend to and must take my leave." Lin Shuhua quickly responded, "Director Jiang, you can rest assured. I will manage it well. Wishing you a pleasant evening." Jiang Han bid farewell to Lin Shuhua and hurriedly departed from the company. Driving his car, his heart brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the romantic dinner he would treat Su Yao to, celebrating her successful negotiation. Meanwhile, within the walls of Tencent, Jiang Han's name and his impressive performance during the board meeting began to circulate among employees, becoming a topic of lively discussion. Chapter 69. Jiang Han, wait for me. Jiang Han sped through the city, the nightscape resembling an overturned palette, vibrantly colored lights racing past the car windows, vehicles flowing like schools of fish. Yet at this moment, Jiang Han's thoughts were entirely consumed by the anticipation of reuniting with Su Yao. Each press of the accelerator felt like it was bridging the distance between them. The joy of soon seeing Su Yao igniting a warm flame within his chest, making all the beauty of the world pale in comparison to her radiant smile. Finally arriving at Su Yao's office building, Jiang Han parked with haste, eagerly scanning the entrance for her figure. Just then, he spotted Su Yao emerging from the building. Clad in a well-tailored professional outfit, the elegant lines accentuated her graceful silhouette. Though her meticulously applied makeup could not conceal a hint of fatigue in her eyes, her face still radiated a brilliant smile, akin to the most dazzling star in the night sky. Jiang Han hastened toward her, his gaze filled with concern and tenderness, gently saying, "You've worked hard. Negotiating must have taken quite a toll on you." Su Yao smiled, linking her arm through his, resting her head softly against him. The gesture natural and affectionate, as if Jiang Han were her most steadfast support. She softly replied, "It's all right. With you by my side, this little exhaustion is nothing." Her tone was imbued with sweetness and comfort. Jiang Han led Su Yao to a cozy, romantic restaurant. Upon opening the door, a cascade of soft lighting poured forth, and soothing music flowed through the air like a gentle stream. Each table was adorned with a single striking rose, its fiery red hue exuding a subtle fragrance that added a touch of romance to the ambience. They chose a table by the window, where Jiang Han attentively pulled out Su Yao's chair, his actions gentle and chivalrous. He then expertly ordered her favorite dishes, each one carefully remembered, as he wished for her to savor the most familiar flavors after a taxing day. During the meal, Su Yao animatedly shared the details of her negotiations with Jiang Han. Her eyes sparkled, her face beaming with the joy of success, her hands gesturing as if to vividly recreate the scenes from that day. Jiang Han listened intently, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on her face, nodding in response, and offering timely compliments and encouragement. As Jiang Han gazed at Su Yao, who was animatedly expressing herself, he found her utterly enchanting, as if all the lights in the restaurant had coalesced around her. Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open with a loud crash, shattering the previously warm ambience. A raucous group stormed in, their boisterous chatter and chaotic footsteps intruding upon the tranquil setting, resembling unwelcome guests disrupting a serene world. Upon raising his eyes, Jiang Han was taken aback to see Bai Chen accompanied by several of his rowdy companions. Bai Chen's expression, once filled with smugness, darkened instantaneously, akin to a clear sky suddenly overcast with clouds. His gaze was rife with anger and jealousy, piercing through Jiang Han like a barrage of sharpened blades. Bai Chen approached Jiang Han's table, deliberately raising his voice and adopting a mocking tone. "Oh, isn't this young Master Jiang? What brings you here with your little girlfriend for dinner?" His words dripped with derision and provocation. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes as he coldly replied, "Bai Chen, I suggest you show some respect and refrain from ruining everyone's mood." His voice was deep and resonant, serving as a warning for Bai Chen to tread carefully. Bai Chen let out a disdainful laugh, the corners of his mouth curling upward in contempt. "Respect? You've stolen my thunder and made me lose face in Zhonghai. How could I possibly respect you?" He gestured towards Jiang Han with an arrogant flourish, his demeanor brash and overbearing. Su Yao instinctively recoiled behind Jiang Han, her body trembling slightly as her hands clutched tightly at the hem of his shirt. Jiang Han gently patted her hand, his touch tender yet resolute, signaling her to remain unafraid. He then rose, straightened his posture, and met Bai Chen's gaze with an unyielding authority, asserting, "Bai Chen, it is you who lacks skill. You lost the competition and cannot handle defeat. Should you continue to stir trouble here, I will not hesitate to respond accordingly." Bai Chen was incensed by Jiang Han's words, his face flushing crimson like a ripe apple, veins bulging on his forehead. He lunged forward to shove Jiang Han, his movements swift and aggressive, as if he sought to unleash the fury that simmered within him. Jiang Han, with quick reflexes, seized Bai Chen's wrist, applying enough pressure to elicit a sharp cry of pain from him, causing Bai Chen to involuntarily stagger back a few steps, his face contorted in agony. Witnessing this, Bai Chen's friends immediately surrounded Jiang Han, rolling up their sleeves and cracking their knuckles, their eyes glinting with malice, eager to engage. At that moment, the restaurant manager hurried over, his face etched with urgency and helplessness, raising his voice to declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a restaurant. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. If this continues, I will have no choice but to call the police." His voice resonated throughout the establishment, laced with authority. Though Bai Chen simmered with resentment, he dared not escalate matters before the authorities. He shot Jiang Han a venomous glare, filled with spite and defiance, declaring, "Jiang Han, you'd best watch your back. This is far from over." With that, he retreated along with his entourage, leaving the restaurant in a hasty and somewhat disheveled manner. Concern etched on her face. Su Yao turned to Jiang Han, her eyes brimming with worry, asking, Jiang Han, do you think he will come looking for trouble again? Her voice quivered, revealing her lingering fear. Jiang Han reassured her, do not fear, I am here. If he dares to return, I will not let him off lightly. He gently wrapped his arms around her, his embrace warm and steadfast, as if shielding her from all storms. Following the commotion, the once romantic atmosphere had been noticeably marred. Yet Jiang Han and Su Yao made an effort to recalibrate their spirits and savor the dinner. They continued to eat, engaging in soft conversation, attempting to dispel the unpleasantness that had just transpired. Chapter 70. I shall ensure he cannot survive in Zhonghai. After Bai Chun's departure, the sweet atmosphere that had permeated the restaurant dissipated like a wisp of smoke, replaced by a tension-filled sense of worry. Su Yao gazed at Jiang Han with a furrowed brow, her eyes filled with concern as she leaned slightly closer, softly advising, be cautious these next few days. Stay away from the school premises unless absolutely necessary. Her voice, although gentle, carried an undeniable firmness, akin to a loving admonition to her dearest. What if I miss you? Jiang Han playfully inquired, adopting a tone laced with feigned petulance, hoping to alleviate Su Yao's concerns. He tilted his head slightly, a soft smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting his fondness for her. Video calls. Besides, it's not like I want to be returning to school. I'm still searching for a suitable apartment. Lin Shui has found a few, but none fit, Su Yao replied, letting out a gentle sigh, her expression revealing a touch of exasperation. She rested her chin on her hands, her gaze drifting into a haze of uncertainty as she pondered the housing dilemma. Are you two planning to share an apartment? Jiang Han asked, a twinge of jealousy bubbling within him, though his primary sentiment was concern for Su Yao. He straightened in his seat, attentively watching her, eager for her response. Yes, Su Yao nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she envisioned the delightful life she would share with Lin Shui. I believe living with Lin Shui will be quite enjoyable. We can cook together, chat endlessly. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. As she spoke, her hands animatedly gestured, her face aglow with happiness. Observing Su Yao's radiant expression, Jiang Han's jealousy swiftly dissipated. He smiled warmly and said, that sounds wonderful. Having a companion means you can look out for one another. However, be cautious while apartment hunting. Ensure you choose a safe and comfortable place. He tenderly ruffled her hair, his gesture affectionate and doting. Su Yao nodded, responding, I understand, you needn't worry. Yet, her eyes once again reflected concern as she grasped Jiang Han's hand tightly, warning, you must be careful of Bai Chun. He is cunning and will not easily let this go. Jiang Han reassured her, rest assured, I will be vigilant. Should Bai Chun dare to confront me again, I will not hold back. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if he were prepared to face any challenge. After conversing for a while longer, the restaurant's lights remained soft and inviting, yet the clock on the wall ticked away steadily, a reminder of the passage of time. Su Yao glanced at the clock, then remarked, we should head back now. It's getting late, and the dormitory will close soon. Her voice carried a hint of reluctance. For moments spent with Jiang Han felt all too brief and precious, yet reason urged her to return at a reasonable hour. Jiang Han nodded, acknowledging the time. He stood gracefully, first pulling out Su Yao's chair with care, then gently assisting her to her feet. Su Yao adjusted her dress, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Han's. And in that fleeting moment, they both recognized the affection reflected in each other's eyes. Jiang Han took Su Yao's hand, his grasp warm and reassuring. As if to provide her with boundless security, they strolled out of the private room, passing through the restaurant's corridor, where fellow diners cast envious or curious glances their way. However, Jiang Han and Su Yao remained oblivious, lost in their own world, content simply to be in each other's company. Upon reaching the restaurant entrance, a gentle evening breeze swept past, causing Su Yao to shiver slightly. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Han swiftly removed his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Su Yao looked up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude as she softly murmured, thank you, Jiang Han. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, replying, silly girl. There's no need for formality with me. He held her hand firmly, guiding her toward their vehicle. The moonlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows that seemed to narrate the exquisite tale of their bond. Upon reaching the car, Jiang Han opened the door, allowing Su Yao to enter first before he circled around to the driver's seat. Once the engine roared to life, Jiang Han navigated the vehicle with utmost care, occasionally glancing at Su Yao, who sat quietly beside him, gazing out at the enchanting nocturnal scenery, her heart brimming with both sweetness and trepidation. The sweetness stemmed from sharing such a night with Jiang Han, while the worry arose from the impending retaliation he would face from Bai Chun. The car glided slowly along the silent streets, soon arriving at the school. After parking, Jiang Han stepped out and enveloped Su Yao in his arms once more under the streetlight by the dormitory entrance, softly assuring her, "Rest well. Do not fret. I will handle everything." Su Yao embraced him tightly, replying, "You must be careful. I will worry about you." After planting a gentle kiss on Jiang Han's cheek, she released him and turned towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Bai Chun was seething in his opulent villa, akin to an enraged lion. His fury erupted as he hurled his wine glass against the floor, shattering it into a myriad of glass shards. "Jiang Han, how dare you humiliate me so? I will ensure you suffer." He spat through gritted teeth, his face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with resentment and indignation. A sycophantic associate cautiously approached. A smile plastered across his face, whispering, "Shingu, we cannot let this go unpunished. Shall we find someone to teach him a lesson?" His voice trembled. Fearful of provoking the wrathful Bai Chun scowled, scoffing dismissively. "It would be too lenient to merely punish him. I intend to make him utterly unfit to exist in Zhonghai, to ruin his reputation completely." He stroked his chin, his gaze darkening with malice. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Han was immediately engulfed by the cacophony of deafening game sound effects and fervent shouts emanating from within. Li Yang and his companions were engrossed in a fierce battle in the canyon, the computer screen flickering with vibrant skill effects, resembling a dazzling display of light and shadow. Their faces radiated tension and excitement as their fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard and mouse, occasionally erupting with various commands and exclamations, transforming the dormitory into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. "Ah, the young master has returned from his honeyed escapades," Liang remarked, his keen eyes catching sight of Jiang Han amid the intense gaming frenzy, a teasing smile spreading across his face. He intentionally referred to honey as bee droppings to elicit a laugh, aiming to lighten the atmosphere in the dormitory. "Is it that obvious?" Jiang Han replied with a chuckle, sauntering leisurely to his bed. His steps were light, his face still adorned with the sweet smile from his time with Su Yao. He knelt to untie his shoelaces, preparing to change his shoes, his movements exuding a sense of contentment. "Not at all subtle. It's evident enough that I could discern it with a mere glance." Li Yang shot back, his fingers flying across the keyboard with the agility of a dancer, his eyes glued to the monitor, missing no detail. His exaggerated remark sent laughter rippling through the dormitory, elevating the jovial atmosphere. Suddenly, Li Yang's eyes widened, his expression turning tense as he shouted, "Wang Zhe. The jungler is low on health at red. Block him." His voice brimmed with urgency and excitement, as if he were a commander orchestrating a crucial battle. His body trembled slightly with exhilaration, hands gripping the mouse and keyboard tightly, pouring all his energy into the game. Jiang Han, hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He shook his head in resignation, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He settled at his computer, contemplating the potential for meaningful endeavors with the new device. He reached out and gently pressed the power button. However, at that very moment, the once bright lights of the dormitory suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire space into darkness. "What the hell? A blackout?" Li Yang muttered, staring at the darkened monitor, his brow furrowed. His expression sour as the unexpected turn of events irked him. "Damn it! Which fool turned on a high-power appliance?" Someone shouted from the corridor, their voice laced with irritation and anger. Clearly, this sudden power outage had dampened everyone's spirits. "Hanggu, you didn't just turn on your cursed computer, did you?" "The last time I did, it tripped the circuit," Zhang Yu inquired, his tone a mix of jest and surprise, pausing his activities to glance at Jiang Han. "Oh, I just turned it on for a moment," Jiang Han replied helplessly, a wry smile gracing his face. He too felt a twinge of frustration, never anticipating that powering up the computer would lead to such a predicament. Evidently, the power issue was quite a significant dilemma. As he spoke, Li Yang activated the flashlight on his phone, the dim light illuminating his furious countenance. He stormed into the corridor, bellowing, "Damn it! Which fool is using high power? I was in the middle of a game." His voice echoed in the silent corridor, brimming with discontent and ire. Other dorm residents, drawn by his outcry, poked their heads out to discern the commotion. Having finished his tirade, Li Yang rushed back like a gust of wind, a triumphant expression on his face as he proclaimed, "All right, we're heading out to complain. It can't possibly be our dorm." He patted his chest, as if that alone could exonerate their dormitory. "Damn it, you vented your frustration at me," Jiang Han retorted, bemused, feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance. While Li Yang's outburst served as an emotional release, Jiang Han realized it wouldn't resolve the underlying issue and might even provoke hostility from other dorms. Shaking his head in resignation, he mused that Li Yang was indeed a character, always so impulsive in his actions. Throughout the night, the boys' dormitory seemed to be engulfed by darkness, enveloped in an endless silence. The absence of the usual clamor left the residents idly playing on their phones. The faint glow from their screens flickered in the darkness, illuminating each face marked by fatigue and boredom. As the battery power dwindled, enthusiasm waned, leading them to set aside their phones and retire early. The moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a silvery frost upon the floor, while the occasional chirp of insects enhanced the tranquility of the night. The next morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully illuminated the campus, Jiang Han, Liang, Zhang and Wang Zhe rose early. After a brief wash-up, they donned tidy attire. Their eyes still slightly bleary with sleep, and made their way to the cafeteria. The aroma of food wafted through the air. With an array of breakfast options available, steaming buns from the steamer, crispy youtiao, and fragrant soy milk, all of which heightened their appetites. "Where are all the lovely ladies this early in the morning?" Wang Zhe remarked, surveying the sparse crowd in the cafeteria. As he spoke, he craned his neck, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping to catch sight of a few attractive girls. His voice echoed in the spacious cafeteria, drawing the attention of several nearby individuals. Liang chuckled, playfully patting Wang Zhe on the shoulder, teasing, "You rascal, already thinking about the ladies at this hour? It's barely dawn. The beauties are likely still nestled in their beds, enjoying their beauty sleep." A mischievous grin adorned his face, his eyes twinkling with jest. Zhang Yu chimed in with a playful remark. "Indeed, Wang Zhe, do not be overly impatient. Perhaps during class, you might just catch a glimpse of some lovely ladies." As he spoke, he picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Han quietly selected his food, opting for a cup of soy milk and a single egg before finding a seat. Observing his three roommates bantering back and forth, a faint smile crept onto his lips. He felt that although such a life was mundane, it was imbued with joy. Moments spent with his roommates were always delightfully carefree. At that moment, the cafeteria doors swung open, and a group of girls entered, chatting and laughing. Wang Zhe's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the girls and exclaimed, "Look, the beauties have arrived." His voice brimmed with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Liang glanced at the girls, curled his lip, and remarked, "Is that all? They're not particularly stunning. Wang Zhe, you're far too easily satisfied." His tone dripped with disdain, even as his gaze involuntarily flickered towards the girls. Zhang Yu, chuckling, interjected, all right, stop being so picky. Just seeing some beauties is good enough. Must you have such lofty demands?" He continued to enjoy his breakfast as he spoke. Chapter 72, Task Announcement. After the four had finished their breakfast, they trudged to the classroom with somewhat heavy steps, entering the day's most arduous phase. In the past, they had always skillfully slipped into a corner of the classroom, where they could discreetly chat and enjoy their own little sanctuary. However, today, they found themselves assigned to the very center of the front row, as though placed directly under the spotlight, with every movement scrutinized by the teacher. Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu looked at their prime location with exasperation, sighing in unison. This spot is practically the teacher's surveillance zone. Liang frowned, his face contorted in dismay. Indeed, no more dozing off during class. Wang Zhe shook his head in resignation. Zhang Yu slumped into his chair, lethargically declaring, "Oh no, how will we endure this entire morning?" Jiang Han, however, remained calm, smiling as he said, "Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it and pay attention in class." The morning swiftly passed under the strain of the four companions. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, and the teacher stepped out of the room, Zhou Ting stood up, cleared his throat, and announced, "There are no classes this afternoon. However, various clubs will be recruiting new members, so feel free to check them out if you're interested." His voice resonated clearly in the quiet classroom. Upon hearing about the clubs, Liang immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he proclaimed, "I want to join the club with the most senior girls." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation on his face. "Come on, do you all have any thoughts?" Liang turned to his three companions, his urgency palpable. "No thoughts. I'm not interested," Jiang Han slowly replied, leaning back in his chair, his gaze calm, seemingly indifferent to the club activities. "Same here," Zhang Yu mumbled, his head buried in his arms, his voice muffled. "I have no thoughts either. I'm not keen on joining any clubs." Wang Zhe echoed, stretching lazily and yawning, his face weary. Noticing his friend's lack of enthusiasm, Liang grew anxious, raising his voice. "Oh, come on, just go take a look. You might find a club that you like. Plus, joining a club is a great way to meet new friends." "I'm not going. I'm heading back to play video games. Are you guys coming?" Wang Zhe replied, his tone decisive, as if gaming was the most pressing matter at hand. With that, he quickly stood up, moving with the urgency of a character in a game scrambling for resources, ready to leave the classroom. "Let us go." Zhang Yu also stood up, excitement gleaming in his eyes, as though he envisioned fierce battles unfolding in the gaming realm. His movements mirrored Wang Zhe's, the two acting as synchronized comrades, prepared to embark on their gaming adventure. "Forget it. I'll go back to play too." Liang, hearing this, abandoned his attempts to persuade them. Initially hoping to gather everyone to explore the clubs and meet senior girls, it now appeared he would have to immerse himself in the gaming world alone. Although he feigned reluctance, his tone betrayed a sense of eagerness for the game. Jiang Han, overhearing their banter, couldn't help but chuckle. A smile danced on his lips. And with a teasing tone, he remarked, "Just earlier, you wanted to check out the senior girls. Now you're off to play games?" His words carried a hint of mockery, as if he were poking fun at their fickleness. "Jiang Han, remember this. I can play games all night and not feel tired. But if I were to spend the night with senior girls, that would surely take a toll on my life." Li Yong retorted with a laugh, dramatically patting his chest. His expression comically exaggerated. His peculiar comparison between gaming and interacting with senior girls rendered his statement both humorous and uniquely characteristic. "Impressive. Your description is unparalleled," Jiang Han exclaimed, immediately giving a thumbs up, laughing heartily at Li Yang's creative expression. That raised thumb was not only a recognition of Li Yang's humor, but also a response to the lighthearted atmosphere. Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu likewise found amusement in Li Yang's words, the minor discord sparked by the club recruitment topic dissipating amidst their laughter. The four gathered their belongings, chatting merrily as they exited the classroom, heading towards their dormitory, ready to embark on their gaming journey. Detection task objective. Bai Chun will appear at Longhao Grand Hotel at 2 p.m. to negotiate business cooperation. Please proceed to obstruct him. The system's voice rang in Jiang Han's mind, crisp and commanding. Upon hearing the system's task, Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart leaping with joy, akin to seeing dawn break through darkness. Just as he had been pondering how to confront Bai Chun, this opportunity felt like a serendipitous windfall. A confident smile crept across his lips as he began to strategize how to act at the hotel and successfully thwart Bai Chun's business dealings. "I'm not going back. I'm heading to Longhao Grand Hotel. There is something I must attend to," Jiang Han declared slowly, his voice steady and resolute, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. "All right, bye," Zhang Yu responded casually, his thoughts already lost in the gaming realm, paying little heed to Jiang Han's decision. "Bye," Jiang Han replied, then turned towards the school parking lot. His steps were brisk, each stride infused with urgency and excitement. Upon reaching the parking lot, Jiang Han's sleek Bugatti lay like a slumbering beast, radiating an alluring brilliance. Skillfully, he opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. The deep, powerful roar of the engine sounded like a rallying cry for the action about to unfold. Amidst the envious glances of his peers, Jiang Han drove his Bugatti out of the school. The sunlight glinted off the vehicle's surface, casting dazzling reflections that caused passers-by to pause in admiration. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at Longhao Grand Hotel. The hotel stood majestically like an opulent palace amidst the bustling street, with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians at its entrance. Jiang Han's car glided to a stop in front of the lobby, its sleek lines and unique design capturing the attention of many. Immediately, hotel staff approached, trained and equipped with professional smiles, swiftly opening the car door for Jiang Han. One of the staff members respectfully addressed young Master Han. His tone was imbued with awe and reverence. "Please allow me to park the car for you." "Thank you." Jiang Han handed the keys to the staff member, his voice gentle yet authoritative. "Very well, young Master Han," the staff member replied, carefully taking the keys and preparing to park the vehicle. Hearing the response, Jiang Han nodded slightly, adjusted his attire, and strode confidently into the grand lobby. The lobby was resplendent, adorned with crystal chandeliers that cast a soft glow, while the polished floor mirrored Jiang Han's tall figure. As soon as Jiang Han arrived at the hotel, Sun Chong received the notification. As the hotel manager, he was acutely aware of Jiang Han's identity and status, and he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He hastily set aside his work, straightened his attire, and hurried out of his office to greet his employer. His face was a blend of nervousness and anticipation, inwardly resolving to ensure that the reception went flawlessly without any missteps. Chapter 73. From now on, you will have but one boss. Sun Chong jogged breathlessly to Jiang Han's side, his face adorned with a smile that resembled a blooming flower, filled with flattery and respect. He slightly bowed and warmly said, "Young Master Han, your esteemed presence truly enhances the splendor of our hotel. I didn't have the chance to see the hotel's profits during my last visit. Show me around, please." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. While his primary purpose for visiting the hotel was to thwart Bai Chen's business collaboration, it also provided an opportune moment to gain insight into the hotel's operations. "Certainly, young Master Han. Right this way," Sun Chong promptly responded, his voice quivering with trepidation. He quickly led the way, his footsteps hurried, frequently glancing back to ensure Jiang Han was keeping pace, his demeanor cautious, as if fearing to incite Jiang Han's displeasure. The two soon arrived at Sun Chang's office, which was extravagantly decorated, featuring several priceless calligraphies and paintings on the walls, and exquisite ornaments adorning the desk. Sun Chang rushed to the tea table, skillfully preparing tea. Although his hands were busy, his gaze often darted toward Jiang Han, his heart racing as he wondered what the latter's assessment of the hotel's profit situation would be. After preparing the tea, Sun Chang hastily arranged for the staff to bring forth the documents Jiang Han had requested. The staff moved quickly, and before long, they neatly placed the files before Jiang Han. These documents recorded the hotel's various profit metrics, serving as a crucial reflection of its operational status. As Sun Chang observed Jiang Han scrutinizing the reports, anxiety caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His body stiffened, eyes fixated on Jiang Han's expressions, not daring to breathe, as if every glance or gesture from Jiang Han could dictate his fate. Jiang Han then spoke, "Mr. Sun, please take a seat. There's no need to be so tense." His voice was soothing, laced with a hint of reassurance. Jiang Han could sense Sun Chang's anxiety. After all, as the hotel owner, he understood that Sun Chang, as the manager, would naturally be concerned about his views on the hotel's operations. "Ah, very well, young Master Han," Sun Chang replied, trembling as he sat down. He dared to perch lightly on the edge of his chair, his posture rigid, hands properly resting on his knees. Stealing glances at Jiang Han like a student awaiting a teacher's judgment on his work, Jiang Han perused the reports, his gaze sweeping over the numbers, his brow slightly furrowing as a hint of scrutiny emerged. Some figures on the reports revealed glaring inconsistencies, and he understood that there might be some underlying issues at play. After a moment of silence, he placed the reports before him and spoke slowly. "Mr. Sun, I have observed the hotel's operational condition, and I shall turn a blind eye to the discrepancies in these reports." His tone was neutral, yet it made Sun Chang's heart tighten abruptly. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Sun Chang's previously tense body instantly relaxed, as if a taut string had suddenly been released. The sweat that had adorned his forehead began to dissipate, replaced by a look of relief. He secretly exhaled, grateful that Jiang Han had not pursued the issues within the reports. "The hotel's operational status appears quite commendable. I shall refrain from inquiring where the funds have gone. Consider it a token of my goodwill as the new owner, and distribute bonuses to everyone." Jiang Han continued, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with a sense of generosity and magnanimity. "Thank you, young Master Han." Sun Chang immediately beamed in response, his smile radiant, filled with gratitude. He had not anticipated that Jiang Han would not only overlook his responsibilities, but also generously treat the funds as bonuses for everyone, deepening his admiration and respect for Jiang Han. Ding. Detection of Sun Chang's favorability increased by 100, rewarding him with 49 of Long Hao's remaining shares. The system's voice resonated in Sun Chang's mind at that very moment, the crisp notification echoing in Jiang Han's consciousness. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Han's eyes. He had not expected that his act of forgiveness would yield such a substantial reward. "From now on, the Long Hao Grand Hotel will have but one shareholder, and that is I. You need only be accountable to me. Your reward shall not be lacking," Jiang Han stated slowly, his gaze resolute and confident, as if proclaiming his absolute dominion over the hotel. "I shall wholeheartedly serve young Master Han." Sun Chang pledged immediately, straightening his back, his eyes reflecting loyalty and determination. He understood that with a magnanimous and decisive boss like Jiang Han, his future was bound to be bright. "By the way, I heard there will be a negotiation with Bai Chun this afternoon?" Jiang Han inquired, his tone seemingly casual, yet his gaze revealing a hint of vigilance. His primary aim for visiting the hotel was to thwart Bai Chun's commercial collaboration, and this was the perfect opportunity to glean specifics from Sun Chang. "Mr. Bai? Indeed. Our hotel has recently received an invitation for collaboration from the Bai Group. However, some of our senior executives, and I believe this collaboration may not be feasible, which is why we have not pursued it immediately," Sun Chang explained earnestly, detailing the situation to Jiang Han. "The terms proposed by the Bai Group are somewhat stringent for our hotel, and their credibility has been marred by some negative rumors in the industry. So we are still deliberating." "Understood. I will lead the meeting this afternoon. First, arrange for some lunch. I haven't eaten all day," Jiang Han declared, his voice steady and firm, radiating an undeniable decisiveness. After reviewing the reports and conversing with Sun Chang, he had gained a certain understanding of the hotel situation, further solidifying his resolve to prevent Bai Chen's negotiation in the afternoon. At this moment, the hunger pangs reminded him of the need to replenish his energy to face the forthcoming challenges in optimal condition. "Certainly, young Master Han," Sun Chang responded immediately, his reaction swift, tinged with urgency. Hearing that Jiang Han would lead the afternoon meeting left him both astonished and reassured. Astonished at how swiftly Jiang Han engaged in specific matters, and reassured knowing that with Jiang Han at the helm, things would surely progress favorably. He promptly stood, adjusted his attire, and prepared to arrange for lunch. Young master, do you have any particular dishes in mind? Our hotel's chefs are quite skilled and can prepare a variety of cuisines. Sun Chong respectfully inquired, hoping to ensure Jiang Han's satisfaction and further enhance his favorability. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before replying, let us keep it simple, a few light, delectable home-style dishes, and perhaps a soup. He was not inclined to be overly particular about his diet. What mattered more was conserving his energy to face the confrontation with Bai Chun in the afternoon. Rest assured, young Master Han, I will make the necessary arrangements to ensure you dine comfortably, Sun Chong said as he briskly exited the office to relay Jiang Han's requests to the kitchen. In his mind, he was calculating that he must select the finest ingredients, allowing the chef to prepare them with utmost care, leaving no room for negligence. Chapter 74. No wonder you made me wait. Before long, Sun Chong cautiously entered the office, carrying lunch and gently placing the dishes on the table before Jiang Han. The meal was presented with meticulous arrangement, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma. Jiang Han, engrossed in the financial reports, raised his head upon catching the delightful scent, acknowledging Sun Chong with a nod of gratitude before resuming his meal while continuing to scrutinize the reports. His movements were swift and efficient, yet his gaze remained fixed on the data, rapidly analyzing the hotel's operational status. Suddenly, he set down his chopsticks and spoke slowly, Manager Sun, our performance over the past few months has been commendable. Let us distribute a red envelope of 200 to all hotel staff to celebrate. His voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable decisiveness, recognizing the employees' hard work while also showcasing his generosity as a leader. Thank you, young Master Han. I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of them, Sun Chong replied respectfully, his face illuminated with surprise and appreciation. He bent deeply, attempting to express his gratitude through his posture. In his eyes, Jiang Han's magnanimity in distributing red envelopes not only allowed the employees to feel the boss's care, enhancing their motivation, but also elevated his own standing as a manager in their eyes. He silently rejoiced at having encountered such a generous and visionary boss, vowing to manage the hotel's affairs with even greater dedication in the future. Straightening up, Sun Chong's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he inquired, young Master Han, when would be the most suitable time to distribute these red envelopes? He hoped to arrange the matter meticulously to ensure Jiang Han's satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han replied, let us distribute them before the end of today, allowing everyone to joyfully take home this reward. Please arrange for this to be executed promptly. Understood. Young Master Han, I will ensure that the finance department quickly compiles the employee list, making certain that each staff member receives their red envelope in a timely manner. Sun Chong promptly responded, already mentally strategizing the specific process to accomplish this efficiently. With that, Jiang Han set aside the reports, redirecting his full attention to the lunch before him. He picked up his chopsticks, selecting a piece of glistening caramel braised pork and savoring it. The meat melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, the robust caramel flavor spreading delightfully, prompting him to exclaim, this caramel braised pork is exquisite. A look of satisfaction graced his eyes, and his face radiated the pleasure of indulging in fine cuisine. Soon, Jiang Han had his fill. He delicately wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose to his feet. Sun Chong quickly approached, accompanying Jiang Han as they began a tour of Longhao Hotel. They walked along the spacious, well-lit corridor, with Jiang Han occasionally pausing to observe the hotel's decor, layout, and the employees' work ethic. Upon seeing Jiang Han and Sun Chong, the hotel staff offered respectful bows, their gazes filled with admiration. Jiang Han responded with a smile and a nod, his eyes reflecting his attentiveness and anticipation toward the establishment. As time slipped away silently, like sand in an hourglass, a staff member hurriedly approached them, breathless and urgent, announcing, Manager Sun, the Bai family representatives have arrived at our conference hall. His voice shattered the hotel's tranquility, instantly capturing the attention of Jiang Han and Sun Chong. Young Master Han, shall we proceed now, or should we let them wait? Sun Chong inquired, his eyes seeking guidance. Acutely aware of the negotiation's significance and Jiang Han's resolve to thwart the Bai family's collaboration. Let us go now. That Bai Chun is an ill omen, and we must not allow him to tarnish our establishment, Jiang Han replied, his tone laced with disdain and aversion. Bai Chun's previous antics had thoroughly irked him, and he was determined not to afford Bai Chun any opportunity for arrogance. Very well, young Master Han. This way, please, Sun Chong responded, stepping aside to gesture courteously as he led the way toward the conference hall. Jiang Han followed closely, his strides steady and resolute, his gaze exuding confidence and composure, as if he were fully prepared to face whatever lay ahead. They traversed the lengthy corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. as a contest with the Bai family group was set to unfold. At the conference room's entrance, Sun Chong hastened forward, his steps brisk and purposeful, as though each stride carried the weight of anticipation. He grasped the door handle, gently twisting it to open the door, then stepped aside respectfully, declaring, "Young Master Han, please." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet corridor. As the door swung open, the representatives from the Bai family, who had been seated around the conference table, either whispering among themselves or perusing documents, immediately rose to their feet with synchronized efficiency, their faces adorned with professional smiles, ready to greet the newcomers. Their eyes sparkled with expectation and confidence, seemingly brimming with optimism for the negotiations ahead. However, the moment Jiang Han approached, Bai Chen's previously smug expression darkened abruptly, as if a clear sky had been suddenly engulfed by storm clouds. A flicker of surprise and anger crossed his face, his brows knitting tightly, lips pressing into a thin line. He had not anticipated Jiang Han's appearance, inwardly cursing his own misfortune. "Ah, Bai Chen, what a swift reunion. No wonder you had me waiting." Jiang Han spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, each word striking like a bullet aimed squarely at Bai Chen. His gaze conveyed a mix of derision and provocation, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, disdainful smile. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Bai Chen's expression grew even more grim, his fists clenching involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and then coldly retorted, "Jiang Han, you truly are a persistent ghost. I didn't expect to see you here. However, this is a business negotiation, so you would do well not to disrupt proceedings." Chapter 75. This hotel is under the Jiang name. Is that so? Jiang Han replied nonchalantly as he settled into a chair, his demeanor composed and elegant, as though the unfolding events failed to affect him. His hands rested casually on the armrests, his eyes reflecting a sense of disdain and superiority. He then coldly commanded, "Escort them out." His words were succinct and authoritative, akin to an unassailable decree. "Understood, young Master Han." Sun Chong immediately responded, his voice tinged with tension and respect. He swiftly turned to face the Bai family representatives, maintaining a polite smile, yet his eyes revealed an unwavering firmness as he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please. Jiang Han, I recognize your influence, but this is a collaboration between the Bai family and Longhao Hotel." Bai Chun exclaimed angrily, his face reddening like a ripe apple, the veins on his forehead bulging. His voice trembled with fury, hands gesticulating involuntarily, striving to assert his dominance. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this Longhao Hotel is under the Jiang name." Jiang Han replied slowly, his tone laced with contempt. He slightly lifted his chin, his gaze exuding an immense confidence and an air of control. His words detonated in the conference room like a bombshell, leaving the Bai family members utterly astonished. Bai Chen's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Han, as if he had just heard the most absurd proclamation in existence. His lips quivered slightly, grappling for words, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and, through gritted teeth, remarked, "Jiang Han, do not presume that your control over Longhao Grand Hotel grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Our Bai Group is not to be trifled with. This collaboration presents a rare opportunity for Longhao Grand Hotel, and should you squander it, you shall have no one to blame but yourself." Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, rising from his seat to approach Bai Chun, locking eyes with him as he declared, "Bai Chun, do not mistake the Bai Group's stature for greatness. If I can command Longhao Grand Hotel, then I possess the capability to elevate it further. The collaboration proposal put forth by your group holds no appeal for me. Moreover, given your prior actions against me, I have no intention of allowing you to succeed." Bai Chun took a step back, intimidated by Jiang Han's piercing gaze. Yet he forced himself to maintain an air of composure as he retorted, "Jiang Han, do not be so arrogant. Our Bai Group holds a significant position in the business realm. Should you offend us, you will face dire consequences." Jiang Han scoffed dismissively, responding, "I await to see what you might do to me. However, I advise you to take your people and leave promptly. Do not waste my time any further." Bai Chun attempted to respond, but upon meeting Jiang Han's resolute gaze and the wary looks of those around him, including Sun Chong, he realized that he would gain nothing here today. He shot Jiang Han a fierce glare before turning to his entourage, commanding, "Let us go." With that, he stormed out of the conference room, leading the Bai family members in a hasty exit. Watching them depart, a victorious smile crept across Jiang Han's face. He understood that he had successfully thwarted the Bai Group's collaboration with Longhao Grand Hotel, delivering a significant blow to Bai Chun. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully disrupting the Bai Group's plans. Reward, a luxury apartment at Longhu International. Please proceed to the sales office to claim your prize. The moment Bai Chun exited the conference room, the system's mechanical voice resonated, crisp and clear, echoing in the somewhat empty conference room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's lips curled into a confident and satisfied smile. This reward arrived at the perfect moment, not only affirming his success in obstructing the Bai Group's collaboration plans, but also adding substantial weight to his assets in Zhonghai. He slightly raised his head, his eyes glinting with determination, and proclaimed, "All cooperation with the Bai Group is hereby terminated. Furthermore, I do not wish to see anyone with the surname Bai within our hotel." His tone was resolute and unequivocal, each word imbued with power, underscoring his unyielding stance against the Bai Group. "Understood, young Master Han." Sun Chong promptly replied, his voice crisp and decisive, his gaze filled with respect and obedience. He knew well what Jiang Han's decision entailed and understood that he must execute it with utmost diligence. Internally, he began to strategize, planning to promptly inform all departments to halt any projects related to the Bai Group and to strengthen hotel access control to prevent anyone bearing the Bai surname from entering. "Very well. Ensure that everything I have instructed today is arranged. I am leaving," Jiang Han declared, rising to depart. He adjusted his attire with succinct and efficient movements before striding towards the conference room door, each step firm and purposeful. Sun Chong hurriedly followed behind, escorting Jiang Han to the hotel entrance. He respectfully stood to the side, watching as Jiang Han entered his vehicle, then slightly bowed, saying, "Young Master Han, safe travels. And may everything go smoothly." Jiang Han nodded, his gesture brisk and decisive, as if silently affirming his upcoming journey. Suddenly, the roar of the sports car erupted, its deep and powerful growl akin to a beast awakening, shattering the tranquility at the hotel entrance. Jiang Han settled comfortably into the driver's seat, reclining slightly against the plush upholstery, his expression focused and calm. He adeptly retrieved his phone, launched the navigation app, and entered Longhu International. The screen swiftly displayed the route, and Jiang Han scrutinized it, mentally estimating the distance and time required. As the navigation voice provided directions, Jiang Han gently maneuvered the steering wheel, the sports car gliding out of the hotel parking lot like a nimble dragon. Sunlight bathed the vehicle, reflecting dazzling rays that caught the attention of passers-by. Through the window, Jiang Han observed the bustling street scenery, yet his thoughts were already drifting to the luxurious apartment at Longhu International that awaited his arrival. Chapter 76, A Hundredfold Return on 100 Million. Before long, Jiang Han's car, following the navigation with precision, parked in front of the sales hall. The sports car sparkled like a brilliant meteor amidst the multitude of vehicles in the parking lot. As soon as the car came to a stop, several saleswomen adorned in form-fitting black dresses emerged from the hall. They moved gracefully, their steps light, resembling a fluttering swarm of butterflies as they approached Jiang Han's vehicle. "Sir, are you here to purchase a property?" One of the saleswomen eagerly inquired, her face beaming with a warm smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation and eagerness. She rushed to Jiang Han, slightly bending forward in polite inquiry. "I am here to collect the paperwork," Jiang Han replied steadily, his voice calm and composed, radiating confidence and poise. "Oh, you are here for the paperwork for the Longhu No. 1 luxury apartment, correct?" the saleswoman asked enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if envisioning a substantial commission about to materialize. "Yes, indeed," Jiang Han affirmed with a nod, his actions succinct and decisive, confirming his purpose. "Right this way, please. I will escort you to the VIP lounge for a moment." The saleswoman smiled, gesturing for him to follow as she led him into the elegant VIP area of the sales office. The lounge was luxuriously appointed, with plush sofas, exquisite artwork, and bright lighting, creating a comfortable and inviting atmosphere. "Would you like something to drink, sir?" the saleswoman inquired, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a delightful tune. "No, thank you," Jiang Han replied with a genuine and friendly smile, exuding warmth that made him approachable. "Please hold on a moment. I will prepare the paperwork right away," the saleswoman said before hurriedly exiting the VIP lounge. Her footsteps were brisk, as if propelled by an invisible force. Once she departed, she promptly dashed into the sales manager's office, her face a blend of nervousness and excitement as she announced, "Manager, the purchaser of the luxury apartment has arrived to collect the paperwork. I have arranged for them in the VIP lounge." "Excellent. Prepare the paperwork immediately. I will head over," the manager instructed, his voice steady and authoritative, his eyes reflecting professionalism and confidence. With that, he quickly stood up, adjusted his attire, and headed toward the VIP lounge, his steps determined and swift, mindful of the need to leave a good impression on this significant client, as it represented a substantial deal. Upon entering the VIP lounge, the manager found Jiang Han seated on the sofa, patiently awaiting his turn. The manager's face instantly lit up with a warm smile as he approached Jiang Han. extending his hand and saying, "Good day, sir. I am the sales manager here, and it is my honor to assist you. Please bear with me for a moment while I finalize the paperwork." Jiang Han stood to shake the manager's hand, replying, "Thank you for your assistance." The manager smiled. "Not at all. It's our duty. Should you have any requests while you wait, please do not hesitate to let me know." Upon concluding his remarks, the manager settled onto a nearby chair, accompanying Jiang Han as they awaited the completion of the formalities. "I noticed a distinct area on your model. What is that?" Jiang Han inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen of his mobile device, fingers gently gliding across it as if casually asking. "Sir, that is our Longhu International Longhu Manor." The manager replied enthusiastically, his voice brimming with pride, as if introducing a rare treasure. Leaning slightly forward, he focused intently on Jiang Han, hoping to pique his interest. "Oh, is it just a villa inside?" Jiang Han nodded in response, his tone unremarkable, yet a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. He set his phone aside, straightened his posture, and began to listen attentively to the manager's exposition. "If you have a moment later, I could take you to see it right now," the manager exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes, seizing every opportunity for a sale. He understood that clients like Jiang Han, capable of purchasing a luxury apartment, might also be interested in the villas at Longhu Manor. "All right, let's go," Jiang Han replied succinctly, his response direct and decisive. He thought to himself that since he had the time, it would be worthwhile to take a look. Perhaps he could even fulfill the system's cashback task. "Right this way, sir," the manager exclaimed joyfully, standing up with a radiant smile. He quickly adjusted his attire and gestured for Jiang Han to follow him toward Longhu Manor. As Jiang Han trailed behind the manager, he contemplated his remaining cashback opportunity. With over 140 million in his account, he figured it would be prudent to complete this task while he could. This way, he could not only receive cashback but also augment his assets. What could be more advantageous? He mused as he walked, considering that if the villa at Longhu Manor suited his tastes, he would purchase it. In no time, they arrived at Longhu Manor. The estate's entrance was extraordinarily grand, featuring European architectural style, with towering stone columns and exquisite carvings that captivated the eye. The manager opened the gate, leading Jiang Han inside. Upon entering the manor, Jiang Han was immediately entranced by the scenery before him. Lush trees shaded the surroundings, vibrant flowers flourished, and a crystal-clear stream meandered through the estate, accompanied by a charming pavilion. In the distance, a luxurious villa stood proudly, gleaming under the sunlight. "Sir, this is the villa at Longhu Manor. It boasts a vast expanse, complete with a private garden, swimming pool, and garage. The interior is furnished to the highest standard, equipped with the latest smart home systems to enhance your convenience and comfort." The manager elaborated, all the while observing Jiang Han's expressions. Jiang Han circled the villa, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. He stepped inside, where the spacious and well-lit living room, opulent bedrooms, and modern kitchen left him thoroughly satisfied. Standing on the balcony, he surveyed the stunning vistas of the estate, and a decision began to form in his mind. "I'll take this manor." "How much?" he inquired slowly. "Sir, the price for this estate is 1.6 billion, with a construction area of 3,000 square meters, encompassing a total of 5 acres. The sales manager replied, his excitement palpable. "All right, let's process the payment. But today I can only transfer 140 million. Jiang Han stated. "Sir, a transaction of several billion is not a trivial matter." "I understand." "Absolutely." The manager responded without hesitation. "Let us proceed with the card," Jiang Han affirmed. With that, the manager swiftly retrieved the POS machine from his assistant, and in no time, the transaction of 140 million was successfully completed. Ding. Detection of successful consumption of 140 million. You have earned 14 million wealthy points and triggered a 100-fold cashback. You will receive 14 billion. Remaining cashback opportunities, 0. Chapter 77. Owner of Longhu Manor. The sales manager was instantly exhilarated upon seeing the successful transaction displayed on the card reader, his smile nearly reaching his ears. This luxurious residence in Longhu Manor held the title of the most expensive house in Zhonghai. Facilitating such a significant sale not only promised him substantial commissions, but also bestowed immense honor. His hands trembled slightly as he gingerly took the receipt, as if it were a precious artifact. "The remaining funds will be transferred to you tomorrow," Jiang Han spoke calmly, his tone steady as if discussing a commonplace matter. For him, mobilizing over 1 billion was merely a straightforward operation. "Of course, sir," the manager replied, his voice quivering with excitement. He nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with gratitude and anticipation. He understood that clients with Jiang Han's purchasing power were rare, and he was determined to provide exceptional service to establish a long-term relationship. The manager continued, "Sir, we will arrange for your butler to be at your service promptly." His face radiated a warm smile, eager to enhance Jiang Han's satisfaction through attentive service. Are you providing a butler with the house? Jiang Han asked with curiosity, having purchased numerous properties before but never encountering a situation where a butler was included. Sir, our properties come fully equipped with security personnel, butlers, and a host of service staff. The focus is to ensure the owners can enjoy peace of mind. Coming home becomes a pleasure, the manager replied with a smile, gesturing animatedly to help Jiang Han visualize the range of services offered. Our butlers are professionally trained and can assist you with various day-to-day tasks, from cleaning and shopping to scheduling appointments. The security team patrols 24/7 to ensure your safety. Good, Jiang Han responded slowly, nodding in approval at the level of service. With such professional assistance, his future life would indeed be much more convenient. Reclining on the sofa, he envisioned his life in this lavish mansion, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the manager stood nearby, his face continually adorned with a warm smile, awaiting further instructions from Jiang Han, determined to ensure flawless service moving forward. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Han's mind began to paint a vivid picture of his future life within this grand estate. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the soft carpet, while the butler thoughtfully prepared an exquisite afternoon tea, with the picturesque seasonal landscapes of the estate visible just outside. With that thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Manager, when will the butler be in place? I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings as soon as possible. Jiang Han inquired, eager to reap the benefits of the provided services. Sir, we will arrange for the butler to connect with you within the day. The butler will come equipped with detailed information and service introductions, and you can communicate any requests directly, the manager promptly assured, his expression brimming with professionalism and confidence. Jiang Han nodded and then asked, what are the specific security measures for the manor? I place considerable importance on safety. The manager perked up immediately, detailing enthusiastically, Sir, our security system employs the most advanced technology. The estate is surrounded by high-definition surveillance cameras, providing continuous monitoring. Any irregularities are promptly reported to the security center. Additionally, the security team conducts regular patrols, having undergone rigorous training to handle emergencies proficiently. Furthermore, access to the manor requires stringent identity verification, ensuring that only owners and authorized personnel can enter. Satisfied with the security arrangements, Jiang Han was about to respond when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Liang. Han, where are you? A group of us is gaming at the internet cafe. You should come over. Liang exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Jiang Han chuckled and replied, I'm currently at Longhu International, having just purchased a villa. I'm unable to leave. What? You bought a villa? At Longhu International? Brother Han, that's astonishing. Li Yang's voice brimmed with astonishment and envy. All right, enjoy yourselves. I'll join you when I have some free time, Jiang Han said. After hanging up, he continued his conversation with the manager regarding the subsequent renovations and maintenance of the villa. The manager assured him that a professional team would be arranged to handle these matters, ensuring that Jiang Han could enjoy peace of mind. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a neatly pressed uniform entered, his demeanor affable and composed. The manager introduced him. Sir, this is your assigned butler, Master Zhang. With years of experience in this field, he has served numerous high-end clients, so you can rest assured to entrust your daily affairs to him. Master Zhang slightly bowed and politely addressed Jiang Han. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me at any time. I shall endeavor to provide you with the highest quality of service. Jiang Han regarded Master Zhang, nodding as he replied, I appreciate your assistance, Master Zhang. I hope to familiarize myself with the villa and estate as swiftly as possible. Not a problem, Mr. Jiang. I have prepared detailed materials and can introduce them to you now, Master Zhang said, retrieving a stack of documents from his briefcase. In the ensuing time, Master Zhang meticulously detailed the villa's various amenities, usage instructions, and the surrounding facilities and services of the estate. Jiang Han listened attentively, posing questions that Master Zhang patiently addressed one by one. As dusk approached, Jiang Han felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge that day. He rose and expressed to the manager and Master Zhang, Thank you for your efforts today. I eagerly anticipate my life here. The manager smiled, Mr. Jiang. It is our honor to serve you. If you have any additional needs, do not hesitate to contact us. Master Zhang added, Mr. Jiang, I will always be at your service. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you need assistance. Upon exiting the sales office, Jiang Han settled into his sports car, starting the engine and gazing at the luxurious villa before him, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that a new chapter in his life at Zhonghai was about to begin, filled with boundless possibilities. Pressing the accelerator, the sports car sped away from Longhu International like an arrow, racing down the road ahead. Chapter 78. Is it not enough to attract one beauty? You wish to attract two? On the road, as Jiang Han sat in his sports car, he reminisced about the luxury and comfort of the villa at Longhu Manor. Suddenly, he thought of Su Yao and picked up his phone to call her. The call connected swiftly, and Jiang Han gently inquired, Yao Yao, when do you finish work? His tone was filled with concern, hoping to meet Su Yao after her shift. I still have over an hour to go. I need to help Lin Shui move, so I can't accompany you today. Su Yao replied, a hint of regret lacing her voice. Moving was indeed a cumbersome task, and she had been fretting over how to manage the logistics. Have you found a suitable place? Jiang Han asked, always particularly attentive to Su Yao's matters. Yes. Lin Shui has found a place. I have very few belongings, so I can just grab them from the dormitory. Su Yao responded, her tone lightening. Despite the exhaustion of moving, she looked forward to her new residence. Then I'll borrow Li Yang's car to help you move. Jiang Han replied cheerfully, his voice imbued with enthusiasm. He knew that moving required transporting many items, and his sports car would certainly not suffice. Li Yang had a large SUV, which was perfect for the task. All right, after we move, I'll treat you to dinner, Su Yao said with a smile, touched by Jiang Han's willingness to help. The prospect of sharing a meal with him felt like a sweet blessing. After hanging up, Jiang Han promptly turned the car around, heading toward the internet cafe where Li Yang and the others were. Upon arriving at the cafe, he parked and walked inside, where the air was thick with the smell of smoke and the cacophony of gaming sounds. He quickly spotted Li Yang, who was intently focused on the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Li Yang, I need to borrow your car for a bit. I'm going to help Su Yao move, Jiang Han said, tapping Li Yang on the shoulder. Li Yang turned, his face a mask of surprise. Brother Han, you've just bought a villa, and now you're off to help Su Yao move? You're quite the busy man. Here, take the keys. With that, he pulled the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Han. Taking the keys, Jiang Han smiled. Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner when I return after moving. Don't mention it, Brother Han. Just go and take care of it, Li Yang replied, redirecting his focus back to the game. Jiang Han exited the cafe and climbed into Li Yang's SUV, steering towards Su Yao's company. Along the way, his spirits soared at the thought of helping Su Yao with her moving dilemma, and he imagined the look of surprise on her face when she saw him. A smile crept onto his lips. Before long, Jiang Han arrived at Su Yao's office building. He parked the car and sent her a message. I've arrived. I'm waiting downstairs. Soon, Su Yao and Lin Shui emerged from the building. Clad in a professional outfit, Su Yao appeared exceptionally capable, her face radiant with a smile as she hurried toward Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you made it. Thank you so much, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. No need for formalities between us. Let us head to the dormitory to collect your things, Jiang Han replied with a grin. Thus, the three of them hopped into the car, driving towards Su Yao's dormitory. Along the way, their laughter filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Han felt that sharing these mundane moments with Su Yao was a form of sweet happiness. Looks like our Yao Yao holds quite the influence, managing to enlist the help of young Master Han for moving. Lin Shui teased from the back seat, her voice light and playful. She leaned forward, her hands resting on the back of the front seat, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched Jiang Han and Su Yao. Am I not also helping you move? Jiang Han laughed in response, glancing at Lin Shui through the rearview mirror, his lips curving into a warm smile. One hand rested casually on the window, while the other expertly gripped the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle smoothly along the road. I wouldn't dare let you, young master. Besides, would you be kind enough to help me move if it weren't for Yao Yao? Lin Shui playfully inquired, elongating the title young master with a teasing tone. She reclined back in her seat, crossing her arms, her eyes sparkling expectantly for Jiang Han's reply. I certainly wouldn't. However, Li Yang would be more than willing to lend a hand. Jiang Han chuckled, recalling Li Yang's boisterous and helpful nature, finding the jest quite fitting. He glanced at Su Yao, who was stifling a chuckle. You better keep your young master in check. His mouth is too loose, Lin Shui exclaimed, playfully nudging Su Yao, her mock annoyance failing to conceal her amusement. She gently poked Su Yao's shoulder, as if urging her to rein in Jiang Han. Su Yao was tickled by Lin Shui's antics, bursting into laughter. She turned to Jiang Han, her eyes filled with affection, and said, Stop teasing Lin Shui and drive safely. Then, addressing Lin Shui, she added, He just gets a bit carried away. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Han feigned a pout, saying, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Yet his eyes twinkled with mirth, clearly not genuinely feeling aggrieved. Before long, they arrived at Su Yao's dormitory. Jiang Han parked the car, and the trio disembarked. Jiang Han stretched his limbs, preparing for an ambitious endeavor. Su Yao and Lin Shui hastily entered the dormitory to gather their belongings. Before long, they emerged, each carrying sizable boxes and bags. Jiang Han promptly stepped forward to relieve them of their burdens, carefully placing the heavy items into the trunk of the car. Wow, I didn't expect you to have so much stuff, he remarked as he loaded their possessions. Just a collection of odds and ends. But they do take up quite a bit of space, Su Yao explained with a smile. Once everything was loaded, they set off towards their new residence. Throughout the journey, laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating a jovial atmosphere within the vehicle. As they exited the school gates, they encountered Liang, who was returning in his sports car. The two vehicles briefly faced off on the road, as if time itself had suspended in that moment. "Oh, what a coincidence!" Liang exclaimed, rolling down his window with a grin that echoed through the air, shattering the momentary silence. His tousled hair and flushed cheeks revealed the excitement of gaming, and a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. Leaning out, he playfully remarked, "Wow, not only do you have Su Yao with you, but there's also a beauty in the back seat? Let me take a look." His voice stretched out in a teasing manner, as he craned his neck to catch a glimpse of Lin Shui in the rear. Lin Shui was amused by Li Yang's antics, bursting into laughter. She straightened her posture, placed her hands on her hips, and boldly declared, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Or have you just never seen me?" Her voice rang out, bright and confident, infused with a playful spirit. Chapter 79. Do you know how much my family's house costs? Li Yang's eyes, once gleaming with excitement upon seeing someone in the car, dimmed upon recognizing Lin Shui. The thrill dissipated, replaced by a hint of disappointment. "Why did it have to be you? How boring," he muttered, his head drooping slightly, as if the anticipated surprise had vanished. Lin Shui's previously cheerful expression darkened immediately, akin to a clear sky suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes widened in incredulity as she couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it." The angry outburst echoed through the air, causing Li Yang to flinch in surprise. "Come on, let us finish moving and then go eat." Jiang Han interjected swiftly, eager to diffuse the brewing conflict. His voice was calm and authoritative, exuding an undeniable decisiveness. "All right, I'll follow you," Li Yang replied, nodding in response. Understanding Jiang Han's intention to ease the tension, he played along. His spirits lifted once more, and his broad grin returned. "What about the others?" Jiang Han inquired, recalling Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe, wondering what they were up to. "Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe are planning to pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe, so don't worry about them." Li Yang waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. To him, the gaming enthusiasts were utterly absorbed in their digital escapades. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Han started Li Yang's G-Class and drove slowly towards the place where Su Yao and Lin Shui had rented. The powerful engine of the G-Class emitted a deep rumble, reminiscent of a roaring beast. Li Yang followed closely behind in Jiang Han's Bugatti, the sleek contours of the car glimmering in the sunlight like a dazzling meteor. Before long, the two vehicles entered a quaint neighborhood. The entrance to the complex appeared somewhat worn, yet the surrounding greenery flourished beautifully, with lush trees providing ample shade and vibrant flowers blooming profusely. The construction of the complex seemed satisfactory, but the signs of time were evident. The paint on the walls had begun to peel, and the windows appeared somewhat antiquated. The vehicles came to a gentle stop in the communal parking lot, and the group disembarked. Jiang Han and Li Yang each grasped a couple of larger suitcases, their weight causing their arms to dip slightly. Lin Shui led the way, donning a simple yet elegant dress, her steps light as she headed toward their rented abode. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above, casting patches of light that enveloped them like a golden veil. Along the way, laughter filled the air as Jiang Han and Li Yang exchanged playful banter, eliciting hearty giggles from Lin Shui and Su Yao. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the residence rented by Lin Shui and Su Yao. It was an old-style apartment building, and a faint musty odor lingered in the corridor. Ascending the stairs, their footsteps echoed in the hollow hall. At last, they reached the door, and Lin Shui retrieved her key, unlocking it with a click. The room was simply furnished yet tidy and well-kept. Jiang Han and Li Yang placed the suitcases in the living room and began assisting Lin Shui and Su Yao in organizing their belongings. They worked collaboratively, some sorting clothes while others arranged furniture, fully engrossed in the task at hand. Moments later, a crisp knock echoed through the quiet room, the sound distinctly clear. Li Yang, positioned near the door, paused his sorting to brush off the dust from his clothes before hurrying to answer it. "Who are you looking for, buddy?" Li Yang asked the well-dressed young man standing outside. The man, tall and handsome in his tailored suit, seemed out of place in the somewhat shabby rental environment, creating a striking contrast. "I'm looking for Su Yao," the suited gentleman replied, his voice deep and resonant, exuding an air of determination. He slightly tilted his chin, peering past Li Yang into the room, evidently searching for Su Yao's presence. "Ding. A task has been issued. Humiliate Zhao Lei, instill doubt in him. Reward, Crescent Bay?" The system's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Han's mind. "Jiang Han, someone is looking for your Su Yao," Li Yang called out, raising his voice and turning back to Jiang Han and Su Yao. Both Jiang Han and Su Yao quickly approached. With Jiang Han positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yao, slightly turning his body to shield her. He regarded the young man outside with a cautious gaze, asking, "Who are you?" His expression conveyed a sense of vigilance and authority that demanded respect. Su Yao then inquired, "How do you know I'm here? Didn't I make it clear that I have a boyfriend?" She intertwined her fingers with Jiang Han's, squeezing his hand gently as if to assert her stance against the suited man. Her expression was filled with annoyance and discontent, her brows knitted tightly. The suited man observed the clasped hands of Su Yao and Jiang Han, a flicker of discontent crossing his features before he quickly resumed his confident demeanor. Adjusting his tie, he said, "Su Yao, I learned through some channels that you reside here. I understand you mentioned having a boyfriend, but I don't believe it. I genuinely like you and want to offer you a better life." His voice was earnest, and his eyes brimmed with passion, as if his love could conquer all. Jiang Han snorted derisively, replying, "You're just being persistent. Su Yao has made it abundantly clear that she has me as her boyfriend. You should cease your pursuit." His tone was firm, his gaze issuing a silent warning. The suited man glanced at Jiang Han, dismissively retorting, "What can you offer Su Yao? I have cars, a house, and a stable career, capable of providing her with a carefree life." His words dripped with provocation, seemingly belittling Jiang Han. Hearing this, Liang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A carefree life? Just how carefree can it be? You too are freshmen. Do you even know how much my family's house costs?" "I don't know. Is it very expensive?" Liang responded immediately, intrigued by the exchange. "In our household, we possess 5 residences in Zhonghai, each valued at approximately 5 to 6 million. The man in the suit confidently proclaimed, producing the keys to his newly acquired Wrangler, worth over 500,000. "Wow, that is impressive. At such a young age. You're driving a car worth over 50,000. Liang exclaimed, his tone laced with mockery. Before Jiang Han could interject, Su Yao angrily declared, "I have affections for Jiang Han, and it has nothing to do with material wealth. Zhao Lei, do not appear before me again. I have no feelings left for you." Her voice was resolute, her gaze imbued with determination. Chapter 80. Apologies, but I truly do not possess a car worth over 50,000. Observing the scene, Lin Shui hurriedly approached and shoved Zhao Lei aside with forceful hands, her face a mask of fury as she exclaimed, "Do you not comprehend human language? Depart at once." Her demeanor suggested an intent to expel Zhao Lei entirely from the space. Zhao Lei's countenance darkened significantly, his face flushed crimson, his hands instinctively balled into fists, the knuckles whitening from the exertion, and the veins on his forehead bulged, resembling twisted serpents. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Yet the fire of fury still blazed in his eyes. He then spoke menacingly, "Su Yao, you will regret this. I shall not relinquish my pursuit so easily." With that, he turned and strode away, his hurried steps echoing his inner dissatisfaction and resentment. Afterward, Lin Shui slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, echoing a final ultimatum to Zhao Lei. Turning back, she surveyed the nearly tidied room and said, "Let us go grab something to eat." Her tone conveyed a hint of relief following exhaustion. Su Yao nodded in agreement, responding softly, Her voice was gentle, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of contentment. After such a long period of busyness, it was finally time to enjoy a meal and rest. "I'll accompany Liang to buy some food and bring it back. You two stay here and relax," Jiang Han said, his tone tender and considerate, his gaze brimming with concern for Su Yao. "All right," Su Yao replied with a smile, her expression radiant like spring blossoms, thoroughly pleased with Jiang Han's plan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han patted Liang on the shoulder, and the two exited the rental apartment. The corridor was permeated with a faint scent of dust, their footsteps resonating in the empty space. Downstairs, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Lei, who leaned against his car, his eyes glinting with provocation. "Hey, aren't you leaving?" "What, staying for a meal?" Liang remarked, his voice tinged with mockery and disdain, hands buried in his pockets, exuding indifference. "Do I crave your meager meal? The food I've consumed, you could never afford in your lifetime," Zhao Lei retorted, slapping his car door with arrogance, his tone dripping with contempt for both Liang and Jiang Han. "Wow, you really think a $50,000 wreck is something to brag about? I've spared you the embarrassment, and you still refuse to accept it." Jiang Han responded immediately, his voice infused with anger, his gaze sharp. To him, Zhao Lei's arrogance and persistence had reached an intolerable level. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Zhao Lei's expression soured further. He sneered, "What of a $50,000 car? Do you possess one? Don't think you're so impressive." Jealousy and rage flickered in his eyes. He could not fathom why Su Yao would choose Jiang Han. "Ha ha, I indeed do not own a $50,000 car," Jiang Han replied, his laughter hearty, tinged with self-mockery. He pulled out his car keys, a delicate and shiny metal trinket that sparkled in the sunlight. Then, he reached into Liang's pocket to retrieve the keys to Liang's G63. as if showcasing their profound friendship and unwavering trust. Apologies, but I genuinely do not possess a car worth over 50,000, nor do I own any houses valued at 5 to 6 million. I truly cannot provide the carefree life for Su Yao that you speak of, Jiang Han stated. His tone casual, yet his eyes revealed a firm resolve. He was not boasting of wealth, but rather expressing his commitment and support for Su Yao in his own way. Furthermore, Jiang Han continued, however, I can ensure that Su Yao enjoys a life of leisure, perhaps even purchase a house worth 5 to 6 million. His voice resonated with confidence and determination. No more posturing? Keep it up, why don't you? Li Yang interjected, scoffing, disdain evident on his face, eyes sparkling with provocation. To him, Zhao Lei's previous arrogance was utterly detestable, and this was the perfect moment for retaliation. Li Yang swiftly took the car keys from Jiang Han's hand. His movements decisive and assertive, as if demonstrating strength. He pointed at his G63 car keys, proclaiming loudly, Mercedes-AMG G63, not expensive. I could buy 6 or 7 of your pathetic vehicles. His voice boomed, reverberating through the air with conviction. Afterward, Li Yang waved Jiang Han's car keys in front of Zhao Lei, a smug smile gracing his face as he remarked, this one isn't too pricey either. It could purchase around 30 of those 5 to 6 million houses you mentioned. He deliberately emphasized the phrase 30, fixing his gaze on Zhao Lei to gauge his reaction. Zhao Lei's previously disdainful expression froze instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying a look of incredulity. He had not anticipated the significant capabilities of Jiang Han and Li Yang. His earlier arrogance now appeared utterly ridiculous before them. His lips trembled slightly, struggling to articulate a response, but words eluded him. Observing Zhao Lei's reaction, Jiang Han felt no particular triumph. He simply stated calmly, we do not wish to flaunt anything. Merely hope you comprehend that true happiness cannot be measured in material terms. Su Yao chose me because of our mutual affection, not due to my wealth. His tone was serene, yet filled with conviction. Su Yao stepped beside Jiang Han, gently grasping his hand, and affirmed, Jiang Han is right. I love him for who he is, not for his riches. I hope you will cease your pursuits. Her gaze was unwavering, her tone unyielding. Zhao Lei's expression darkened significantly, akin to receiving a resounding slap. His face flushed crimson, his features contorted with anger and resentment. He inhaled sharply, his chest heaving. Struggling to regain composure, his hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning pale from the strain. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly spoke, Bro, stop the pretense. Why must you challenge our pocket money with your family's entire fortune? Can you truly afford that Koenigsegg? Li Yang's voice was loud and piercing, each word striking like a dagger aimed directly at Zhao Lei's heart. He deliberately emphasized Koenigsegg, provocatively raising Jiang Han's car keys. Zhao Lei trembled slightly, fear flickering in his eyes, yet anger surged within him. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized the vast gulf between himself and Jiang Han. Li Yang, his previous arrogance now seemed utterly hollow. Enough, enough. Let us go eat, Jiang Han urged, patting Li Yang, unwilling to squander further time on Zhao Lei. He then fixed an icy, piercing gaze on Zhao Lei, enunciating each word. Keep your distance from Su Yao. I could crush you as easily as an ant. His tone brimmed with warning, as if to convey that any further transgressions would be met with swift action. Zhao Lei shuddered at Jiang Han's glare, unable to meet his eyes, and lowered his head. He was acutely aware that he had utterly lost today, not only suffering a devastating defeat in terms of wealth, but also being completely overpowered by Jiang Han's formidable presence. Grinding his teeth, his heart swelled with resentment. Yet he dared not show it. Humph, you think you're so tough. Zhao Lei mumbled under his breath before turning and slipping into his car. He started the engine, the tires screeching against the pavement, kicking up dust as he sped away. Ding. Task reward, Crescent Bay. The moment Zhao Lei departed, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Chapter 81, Master-Level Memory of All Professions. Surprised by the system's announcement, Jiang Han had initially thought he was merely resolving a minor inconvenience. He hadn't anticipated that such a trivial task would yield a reward as extravagant as Crescent Bay. Renowned as a premier resort destination in Zhonghai, Crescent Bay boasted breathtaking scenery and luxurious amenities, making the unexpected reward a delightful surprise. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he began to look forward to his future trip to Crescent Bay. What are we eating? Li Yang inquired. Rubbing his hands together, anticipation etched on his face as his stomach audibly grumbled, clearly starved. Street food barbecue, Lin Shui replied, her eyes sparkling with delight, her lips curling into a smile, as if she could already savor the aroma of grilled delicacies. To her, the charm of street barbecue embodied a unique warmth that far surpassed the offerings of upscale restaurants. Yes, sounds great. I haven't had it in ages. Liang nodded enthusiastically, reminiscing about joyful times spent with friends at street stalls, enjoying barbecue and beer, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Let us go. We're all done. Let us head out together. Su Yao chimed in cheerfully, gently linking her arm with Jiang Han's. Her smile radiated warmth akin to the spring sun. Her gaze filled with tenderness. As she leaned slightly against him, the intimacy was palpable. Feeling the warmth of Su Yao's arm, a wave of affection surged within Jiang Han. He smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, let us go for barbecue." With that, he led the group towards a nearby street known for its barbecue stalls. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Li Yang and Lin Shui walked ahead, exchanging jokes that elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Jiang Han and Su Yao trailed behind, with Su Yao occasionally glancing up at Jiang Han, her eyes brimming with affection. Before long, they arrived at a bustling barbecue stall. A few rudimentary tables and chairs were set up outside, surrounded by eager patrons, the air thick with the tantalizing scent of grilled skewers and beer. The proprietor expertly grilled various ingredients over fiercely burning coals, the crackling sounds resonating around them. "Boss, let us have a few lamb skewers, chicken wings, and grill some leeks and eggplants." Liang exclaimed excitedly as he took a seat. "Coming right up," the boss replied with a smile, his movements becoming increasingly brisk. Gathered around the table, they awaited their food while engaging in lively conversation. Observing his friends, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. This simple dinner stretched on for nearly an hour, and after satisfying their appetites, Jiang Han and Liang escorted Su Yao and Lin Shui back before driving towards Zhonghai Financial Academy. Su Yao's rental was conveniently located near the academy, and they arrived promptly, parking in the campus lot before heading to their dormitory. Upon entering the empty dorm, Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, those two really pulled an all-nighter." His tone was laced with a mix of exasperation and admiration, clearly astonished by Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe's dedication. "Isn't their class tomorrow? They really are something," Jiang Han replied, shaking his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself how these two were brimming with energy, even willing to forego sleep. Suddenly, Liang's eyes lit up as he proposed, "No way, I'm joining them for an all-nighter. Are you in?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision the thrill and joy of gaming through the night. Jiang Han shook his head, declining, "Not going. You can go if you want." He had no desire to disrupt his biological clock, with classes looming the next day. Liang felt a twinge of regret, but didn't press the matter further, waving his hand and saying, "See you," before turning to leave the dorm, heading off to meet Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. As Liang departed, Jiang Han washed up and laid down on his bed. The dorm fell silent, save for the occasional chirping of insects outside. Closing his eyes, Jiang Han found his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the system shop and, feeling a surge of curiosity, called out, "System, open the shop." In the blink of an eye, the system shop materialized before Jiang Han, a dazzling interface radiating mystery, showcasing an array of skills and items. Jiang Han began to peruse the skills in the shop aimlessly. The offerings were diverse, spanning combat, commerce, and the arts, with each skill possessing unique functions and the requisite points for exchange. After several minutes, his gaze settled on a skill titled Master-Level Memory of All Professions. The description indicated that possessing this skill would grant mastery-level knowledge and experience across various vocational fields, seemingly enabling the user to instantly become a top talent in any industry. 100 million points for Master-Level Memory of All Professions. This seems promising, Jiang Han mused, and without further hesitation, he envisioned the ease with which he could navigate various domains and promptly exchanged for the skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, exchange successful. Remaining points, 40 million. The system's prompt resonated clearly, and Jiang Han felt a rush of exhilaration, as if he could already glimpse the brilliance of his future. However, before he could fully revel in his joy, another notification chimed. Ding. Detecting host's exchange of master-level memory, the system shop will now close. Remaining points can be used to enhance skills in the skill bar. At that moment, as the system's mechanical voice faded, Jiang Han was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world were spinning. This discomfort quickly escalated to a splitting headache, akin to countless needles jabbing into his skull. Clutching his head in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain, he writhed on the bed, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. Ultimately, he could bear the excruciating torment no longer and lost consciousness. In his stupor, Jiang Han's mind was inundated with a torrent of information. Knowledge, experience, and skills from various professions surged into his consciousness, from the exquisite medical techniques of a doctor to the intricate designs of an engineer. From an artist's creative inspiration to a craftsman's exquisite skill, each piece of knowledge bombarded his senses. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Jiang Han gradually awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a lingering ache in his head, but when he attempted to recall certain matters, he was astounded to find that his mind was now filled with a plethora of unfamiliar yet strikingly clear knowledge. Chapter 82. Is the new boss cold, young master? The next day, Jiang Han woke early and made his way to the classroom. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the desks, and the classroom was still sparsely populated, exuding an unusual tranquility. Jiang Han selected a seat by the window and opened his textbook, preparing to preview the day's lessons. At that moment, Li Yang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu, dragging their weary bodies, entered the classroom. Their eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled, and their steps unsteady. Clearly the aftermath of a sleepless night. Morning. Li Yang greeted Jiang Han weakly, mustering a smile that barely concealed his exhaustion. What's wrong? Why do I feel like you three aren't very happy? Jiang Han, upon hearing their words, inquired, setting aside his textbook and regarding them with concern. Don't mention it. Hanggu, the three of us have lost all night. No matter how we played, we were doomed to defeat. It's utterly exasperating, Zhang Yu slowly replied. Plopping down onto his seat, his hands limply draped over the desk, his face a canvas of frustration. Ha! Jiang Han chuckled at the scene, finding it somewhat amusing that the trio had spent the entire night gaming only to suffer defeat. However, after a moment of laughter, he added, well, now you know the consequences of an all-nighter. It's best to cut back on such late hours. Your health cannot endure it. Furthermore, there's class today, in this state. Can you truly absorb anything? Li Yang weakly waved his hand, stating, it's fine, Hanggu, we can hold on. It was just that last night's game was so frustrating. The opposing team was inexplicably in perfect sync. We were no match for them. Wang Zhe chimed in, indeed. We even suspected they were cheating, yet we found no evidence. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile. All right, enough with the complaints. First, let's adjust your states and get through this class. Afterward, you should all catch up on sleep to rejuvenate yourselves. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom. Li Yang and the others quickly straightened up, mustering their energy to prepare for the lesson. However, it wasn't long before they began to doze off. Jiang Han observed their plight and, with a resigned smile, gently nudged Li Yang to remind him to pay attention. During the class, Jiang Han listened intently to the teacher's lecture, effortlessly grasping the knowledge thanks to his masterful memory. Conversely, Li Yang and his friends struggled through the lengthy session, wrestling with drowsiness and the effort to stay engaged. At long last, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and Li Yang and the others immediately slumped over their desks. Jiang Han patted Li Yang on the shoulder, saying, let us go to the dormitory and get some rest. There's no point in forcing yourselves to stay awake here. Li Yang lifted his head, fatigue evident in his voice. You're right, Hanggu. My eyelids feel like they're fighting a battle. Thus, the four of them exited the classroom together, making their way towards the dormitory, all the while discussing the vexing events from the previous night's game. You all go ahead and rest. I have some matters to attend to, Jiang Han declared, his tone resolute, indicating the importance of his outing. Bring back some food when you return this afternoon. Wang Zhe interjected, always mindful of such details, which Jiang Han greatly appreciated. Of course, I'll bring something back for you, Jiang Han replied with a warm and sincere smile that endeared him to others. The group then parted ways, with Jiang Han heading to his parked vehicle and departing the academy towards Crescent Bay. The car soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Crescent Bay, and Jiang Han took out his phone to call the person in charge. He understood that, as a premium resort, Crescent Bay's management would be meticulous and orderly. Contacting them in advance was merely a matter of etiquette. Hello, who is this? The manager inquired, a hint of confusion in their voice. This is Jiang Han. How do I get to your office? Jiang Han asked, his tone calm and courteous. Upon hearing this, the manager's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Mr. Jiang, you should have informed us of your arrival. We would have been prepared to welcome you. Where are you now? In parking area B, Jiang Han responded succinctly, demonstrating his efficiency and decisiveness. I'll be there to escort you shortly, the manager offered, clearly accustomed to welcoming esteemed guests. No need. Just tell me the way, and I'll find my way there myself, Jiang Han replied, preferring to adhere to protocol rather than receive special treatment. After receiving directions, Jiang Han hung up and proceeded on foot. As he walked through the underground passage of Crescent Bay, he appreciated the thoughtful design and humanistic considerations of the place, feeling a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming collaboration. Suddenly, a loud car horn blared as a speeding Audi RS7 barreled towards him. Jiang Han swiftly stepped aside, fully aware that safety was paramount in such an environment. Are you blind? Can't you see the car? Shouted a red-haired beauty from the lowered window, her tone laced with impatience. Fool, if you can't drive, then don't, Jiang Han retorted, his voice tinged with reprimand but underscored by genuine concern for her safety. I'm too busy to deal with you right now, the red-haired woman snapped. then drove off, leaving a bewildered Jiang Han in her wake. Unfazed, he continued to follow the route provided by the manager, firmly believing that adhering to rules and respecting others could resolve any issue. Before long, Jiang Han took the elevator from the basement and arrived at ground level. Not far ahead stood the management office of Crescent Bay, towards which he made his way. In the spacious and brightly lit lobby of the management office, several staff members in impeccably tailored suits stood in neat formation, their expressions focused yet tinged with anticipation as they seemingly awaited the arrival of a significant individual. As time passed, a tall and poised figure finally came into view, Jiang Han approaching with steady and purposeful strides. He exuded an undeniable charisma and authority, captivating attention with every movement. At that moment, the middle-aged man at the forefront's eyes brightened, and he hurried to greet Jiang Han. Upon reaching him, he beamed a warm smile and respectfully asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Jiang Han halted, slightly nodding as he regarded the man with a subtly discerning gaze. After a brief pause, he nodded again in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes. You were the one who called me earlier, correct?" The middle-aged man, now visibly excited by the confirmation, nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mr. Jiang. My name is Lu Jia. It's a pleasure to meet you here." He extended his right hand in a gesture of friendliness and welcome. Jiang Han, in turn, courteously shook his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Jia then gestured for Jiang Han to follow him into the management office. As they walked side by side, the previously quiet staff members shifted their attention towards Jiang Han, their expressions a blend of astonishment and curiosity. Someone could not help but whisper in awe, "Wow, this new boss looks so young." Another murmured incredulously, "I can't believe our new boss is actually the young Master Han." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd broke the spell of curiosity. "Who is young Master Han?" An informed colleague eagerly explained, "You don't know young Master Han? He's the one who recently spent millions at the racetrack to buy that Koenigsegg hypercar." It caused quite a stir. Upon hearing this, a chorus of murmurs rippled through the crowd, their curiosity and respect for the young, extravagant new boss growing exponentially. Chapter 83, I don't want to hear you babble. After entering the office with Lu Jia, Jiang Han settled into a comfortable seat. He surveyed the office, which was tastefully arranged, featuring a few paintings depicting the scenic beauty of Crescent Bay, instilling a sense of tranquility and contentment. Lu Jia stood by, wearing a professional smile as he awaited further instructions from Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced down at the financial report before him, where intricate details meticulously chronicled the income and expenditure of Crescent Bay. With his masterful memory across all professions, he swiftly browsed through and analyzed the data, gaining a lucid understanding of the financial status of Crescent Bay. Currently, the operational condition of Crescent Bay is generally satisfactory, yet there remains room for enhancement in certain aspects. Jiang Han lifted his gaze and inquired of Lu Jia, "How long have you been working on this upgrade plan?" Lu Jia promptly responded, "Mr. Jiang, we have been preparing this plan for nearly 3 months. We engaged a professional team for research and planning, comprehensively considering market demand, competitors, and the unique characteristics of Crescent Bay, striving to create a more attractive and competitive resort." Jiang Han nodded and further asked, "What is the estimated budget for the upgrade plan? Are there any financial concerns?" Lu Jia produced a detailed budget report and handed it to Jiang Han, stating, "The budget for the upgrade plan is approximately 50 million. Currently, our available funds are sufficient to support the initial investment, if needed later. We have several partnering financial institutions that can provide loan support." Jiang Han scrutinized the budget report carefully and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "The budget must be strictly controlled to ensure that every penny is spent judiciously. During the upgrade, it is vital to maintain the original charm of Crescent Bay, avoiding blind conformity. Additionally, we must enhance our promotional efforts to inform a broader audience of Crescent Bay's new developments." Lu Jia diligently recorded Jiang Han's directives, assuring him, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will execute every task in accordance with your requirements. Throughout the upgrade process, we will also regularly report our progress to you." Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, then I appreciate your hard work. I believe that with everyone's concerted efforts, Crescent Bay will undoubtedly thrive." He then inquired, "When is the upgrade project expected to commence, and when will it be completed?" Lu Jia replied, "If all goes smoothly, we plan to officially launch the upgrade project next week, with an estimated duration of 3 months for completion. During the construction period, we will arrange visitor reception reasonably to minimize the impact on their experience." As the two engaged in an in-depth discussion about the details of the Crescent Bay upgrade plan, the atmosphere in the office was focused and serious. Suddenly, a gentle knock on the door disrupted the tranquility. A staff member cautiously pushed the door open, peeking in with utmost respect, and said, "Mr. Lu, the designers have all arrived." His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to interrupt their conversation. Lu Jie frowned slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure as he immediately responded, "Have them wait. Can't you see I'm discussing something with Mr. Jiang?" To him, the dialogue with Jiang Han was crucial and should not be easily interrupted. Jiang Han waved his hand gently, responding with warmth, "No need for that, Mr. Lu. Let us go meet them." He thought to himself that early communication with the designers would expedite the implementation of the upgrade plan. "All right, Mr. Jiang. This way, please," Lu Jie replied, his face instantly brightening with a smile. He quickly straightened his suit, stepping aside to gesture for Jiang Han to lead, his eyes filled with deference. They then proceeded together towards the conference room. The long corridor was adorned with soft carpeting that absorbed their footsteps quietly. The surrounding staff, upon seeing them, seemed to be pressed with a pause button. Their previously bustling figures suddenly froze, casting reverent glances. In these gazes were curiosity and speculation regarding Jiang Han, the young new owner, as well as respect for Lu Jie, a member of the management. The staff members stood aside like a well-trained honor guard, bowing their heads slightly, their eyes unable to resist covertly assessing Jiang Han. Jiang Han walked with a steady gait, each step firm and resolute, as if measuring the future blueprint of Crescent Bay. His gaze exuded confidence and composure, suggesting that everything lay within his grasp. Lu Jie trailed closely behind him, resembling a loyal guardian, his expression a blend of caution and eagerness to please. He frequently glanced sideways at Jiang Han's reactions, akin to a pet seeking its master's approval, anxious that any misstep might provoke Jiang Han's dissatisfaction. Soon, they arrived at the conference room door. Lu Jie gently pushed it open, the soft creak of the hinges echoing in the serene space. Inside, a group of fashionable, distinguished designers had been engaged in quiet conversation, discussing the design proposals to be presented shortly. Some shared sources of inspiration, while others deliberated on optimizing details. Upon noticing Jiang Han and Lu Jie's entrance, they stood up as if struck by a spell, their previous light-hearted exchange coming to an abrupt halt. Each face displayed expressions of anticipation and curiosity, eager for the new owner's approval and intrigued by the insights this young proprietor might offer. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new owner of Crescent Bay, Mr. Jiang," Lu Jie introduced with a hint of pride in his voice. He puffed out his chest, as if Jiang Han's presence brought him newfound radiance. His gaze swept over the designers, seemingly observing their reactions. The designers' eyes collectively focused on Jiang Han, some reflecting a hint of reverence, while others bore a challenging glint, as if awaiting his judgment on their proposals. "Are you a designer?" Jiang Han directly inquired of a red-haired beauty seated in the conference room. His gaze was sharp and stern, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. In that instant, upon recognizing her as the one who had recklessly driven through the underground parking lot and hurled insults at him, a surge of anger flared within him, causing his tone to turn icy and unyielding. At his words, the red-haired beauty, who had previously exuded arrogance, instantly froze, the color draining from her face until it turned ashen. Her eyes widened in terror, resembling a fawn caught in a hunter's sights. She immediately rose in fright, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Jiang. I did not know it was you." Her voice trembled with panic and regret, each word seemingly extracted with all her strength. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. Take your team and leave." Jiang Han's voice thundered through the conference room like a clap of thunder, resonating in everyone's ears with a deafening echo. There was no room for negotiation in his words, and the fury reflected in his gaze sent shivers down the spine of all present. Lu Jie's expression darkened immediately, his brows furrowing tightly as a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. As the person in charge of Crescent Bay, he understood that Jiang Han's decisions were beyond question. He adopted a stern demeanor and coldly commanded, "Please leave." His tone was akin to issuing an eviction order, devoid of warmth. "Mr. Jiang, please grant us one more chance," the red-haired beauty pleaded, her voice laced with desperation and her eyes filled with despair. She knew that if this opportunity slipped away, all the efforts of herself and her team would be in vain. Her hands were tightly clasped together, knuckles whitening from the pressure, and her body trembled slightly from anxiety. Jiang Han, hearing her plea, simply waved his hand, his gesture decisive and resolute, as if severing all unnecessary entanglements. Lu Jie, understanding the signal, quickly leaned forward and called out, "Bring a few people to escort them out." His voice was loud and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable force. In no time, several burly security personnel strode in with serious expressions, their eyes reflecting determination. The members of the red-haired beauty's team exchanged glances, their faces showing resignation and disappointment. They realized that there was no turning back at this moment, and could only silently gather their belongings. The red-haired beauty watched all of this unfold, tears welling in her eyes, yet she fought to suppress them, refusing to let them fall. She bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance gleaming in her eyes. Yet ultimately, she led her team members away, escorted by security, departing the conference room in a dispirited manner. The room fell into a hushed silence. The onlookers stunned by the recent turn of events. They had not anticipated Jiang Han's decisive action, nor did they harbor any fondness for the reckless behavior of the red-haired beauty. Lu Jie glanced at Jiang Han and cautiously inquired, "President Jiang, what shall we do next?" Jiang Han took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and replied, "We shall seek a new design team. I aspire for the upgrade plan of Crescent Bay to be flawless." His voice regained its tranquility, yet his gaze betrayed unwavering resolve and determination. The afternoon slipped away like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passing into silence. Jiang Han glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, the hands pointed towards the end of the workday. He gently started the engine and slowly maneuvered out of the Crescent Bay parking lot, heading towards the company where Su Yao worked. The golden hues of the setting sun spilled across the car window, casting a romantic brilliance on this journey. After more than half an hour, Jiang Han's vehicle came to a steady halt beneath Su Yao's office building. He settled into the plush seat, took out his phone, and sent a message to Su Yao, then reclined against the backrest, waiting in quiet anticipation. The streets around him gradually buzzed with life, pedestrians bustling about, and vehicles flowing incessantly. Yet Jiang Han's thoughts remained solely on the imminent encounter with Su Yao. Moments later, Su Yao emerged gracefully from the building, dressed in a professional ensemble. Her exquisite makeup shimmered under the sunset's glow, enhancing her allure. She approached Jiang Han's car with elegant strides, a slight smile gracing her lips as she playfully asked, "Did you miss me, Han Xiao?" Jiang Han gazed at Su Yao, warmth flooding his heart, and replied with a grin, "If I say I did, is there a reward?" His eyes sparkled with expectation, reminiscent of a child yearning for candy. "Depends on my mood," Su Yao teased, a playful glint in her eyes, making her intentions elusive. "How's your mood today, my beautiful Yao Yao?" Jiang Han inquired, gently pinching Su Yao's delicate face, relishing the tender sensation. "Quite good," Su Yao nodded, happiness radiating from her. A successful day at work had uplifted her spirits, and seeing Jiang Han now made her heart bloom like flowers in spring. "Oh, that is splendid. So, is there a reward?" Jiang Han asked, his gaze fixed on Su Yao, eagerly awaiting her response. At his words, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She closed her eyes and leaned in, bestowing a soft kiss upon his lips. The gentle peck, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, sent Jiang Han's heart racing. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Jiang Han froze momentarily, staring at Su Yao, his mind blank. After a while, he regained his senses, smacked his lips, and said, "I didn't tease savor the flavor. Let us do it again." His tone was playful, akin to a child seeking indulgence. "Humph, dream on," Su Yao retorted, her cheeks blushing like ripe apples, though her eyes sparkled with affection. "Indeed, dreaming is all I can do," Jiang Han replied with a cheeky grin, then pulled Su Yao gently towards him, kissing her cherry-red lips with tenderness. Su Yao initially resisted slightly, but soon surrendered, lost in the sweetness of the kiss. The sunset-esque glow filtered through the car window, enveloping them in a warm golden hue, enhancing the romantic tableau. After a long moment, Jiang Han slowly released Su Yao, his heart brimming with tenderness as he admired her slightly flushed cheeks and dazed eyes. He tenderly stroked her hair and murmured, "Now I've tasted the flavor." "Humph." Su Yao huffed lightly, turning her face away in feigned annoyance, yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Her hair danced in the gentle breeze, exuding playfulness and charm. "Hee, Yao Yao, what shall we eat?" Jiang Han asked with a sense of pride. His eyes filled with affection as he beheld Su Yao's adorable demeanor, feeling a surge of sweetness within. He gently poked her shoulder, akin to teasing a delightful little creature. "I don't know," Su Yao replied, elongating her tone, gazing out the window as if contemplating something, perhaps teasing Jiang Han's appetite. In truth, she too yearned for Jiang Han to provide a satisfactory answer. "How about the snack street behind the school?" Jiang Han suggested tentatively. Su Yao nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She linked her arm with Jiang Han's, and together they strolled toward the car. Their figures gradually faded into the sunset's embrace, leaving behind a trail of sweetness and warmth. Chapter 85. Odd days are yours, even days are hers. Hand in hand, they meandered through the snack street, the warm lights casting a glow upon them, stretching their shadows long. They ambled along, relishing various delicacies while leisurely exploring. Jiang Han occasionally offered Su Yao a skewer or a cotton candy, which she joyfully accepted, her face aglow with happiness. However, as Su Yao gazed at the man beside her, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. She observed Jiang Han's handsome visage and confident smile, and in contrast, she felt a sudden insignificance in light of his current status and achievements, despite having once been the belle of the school. Doubt crept in, Could she truly walk alongside Jiang Han for the long haul? Yao Yao, what's wrong? Jiang Han noticed her despondent expression, his heart tightening as he immediately inquired. He halted, gazing at her with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit unworthy of you. Su Yao replied candidly, her voice tinged with bitterness. She lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Han's gaze, fearing to see affirmation in his eyes. Unworthy? That is not the case at all. We are quite the pair, talented and beautiful. Jiang Han teased with a smile, attempting to lighten Su Yao's mood. He gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze as he earnestly declared, in my heart, you are absolutely perfect. That is not it. I mean, with your status, what kind of beauty couldn't you find? Su Yao murmured, her voice diminishing as if she were speaking to herself. In her heart, self-doubt swelled, making her feel inferior to those remarkable women. Ah, that is true. If you don't mind, I could find you a little companion. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He said this deliberately, curious to witness Su Yao's reaction. Oh, and then what? Su Yao inquired, her voice trembling slightly, an inexplicable jealousy bubbling within her. She had not anticipated Jiang Han's words and found herself momentarily at a loss. Then odd days are yours, even days are hers. I'll be off on weekends. Jiang Han jested, winking playfully. He found Su Yao's slightly annoyed expression utterly endearing. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Su Yao was initially taken aback, then realized he was joking, and couldn't help but lightly swat him, feigning annoyance. Look at you, giving yourself a day off. Although a hint of irritation lingered on her face, her eyes revealed a sense of reassurance. Of course, what if I fall ill? What would you and that unknown friend of yours do? Jiang Han chuckled, deliberately emphasizing the term friend, raising his eyebrows in a teasing manner. He held Su Yao's shoulder tightly, gently shaking her as if coaxing a docile kitten. Ah, my dear sister, when your health declines, I shall wheel you to the square, where you shall watch me dance with the old gentleman. Upon hearing this, Su Yao shot a playful glare at Jiang Han, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of mock reproach and deeper affection. She gently tapped his arm, feigning annoyance. If you keep joking like this, humph. Jiang Han was heartily amused by Su Yao's charming demeanor, finding her utterly delightful. He playfully brushed his fingers against her nose and declared, very well. I shall sit in the wheelchair and cheer for you, eager to see which old man could possibly rival the allure of my darling Yao Yao. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning against him, she remarked, then you must recover quickly, otherwise. How dull it would be for me to dance alone. Her voice was soft and sweet, as though she were weaving a beautiful promise. The two continued to exchange light-hearted banter while meandering through the vibrant street filled with delectable snacks. They indulged in various treats, savoring the lively atmosphere around them. The bustling snack street was alive with laughter and chatter, each face radiating blissful smiles. Suddenly, Jiang Han's gaze fell upon a stall selling cotton candy, its fluffy, soft texture appearing particularly enticing under the lights. Gripping Su Yao's hand, he exclaimed, Yao Yao, let me buy you some cotton candy. Without waiting for her response, he approached the stall and purchased the largest cotton candy available. Presenting it to Su Yao, he said, here you are, my little princess. As she accepted the cotton candy, her heart swelled with emotion upon seeing its pristine white form. Taking a gentle bite, the sugary sweetness spread across her palate, mirroring the sweetness of their love. Is it delicious? Jiang Han inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Yao nodded, replying, it's delightful, thank you, Han Han. Her voice brimmed with happiness and contentment. Hand in hand, they continued to stroll through the snack street, basking in the beauty of the moment. Their figures, illuminated by the warm glow of the lights, radiated warmth, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. Abruptly, Jiang Han's phone rang, shattering the idyllic ambience. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, reluctantly answering the call from Liang. Brother Han, your 3 beloved comrades in the dormitory are on the verge of starvation. Li Yang's voice boomed through the phone, deliberately elongating the phrase beloved with a hint of exaggerated distress, as if he might faint from hunger at any moment. In the background, the voices of Wang Zhe and Zhang Yu echoed, clamoring for him to hurry back with food. Su Yao stifled a laugh upon hearing Li Yang's words, her eyes squinting with mirth, her shoulders trembling with barely contained laughter. She found Li Yang's antics incredibly amusing, and any lingering sadness in her heart dissipated in the joyous atmosphere. Understood, I shall return shortly, Jiang Han replied, shaking his head in exasperation, yet unable to suppress a slight smile. He had anticipated Li Yang's call, knowing well the insatiable appetites of his friends. All right, dear father, take care of yourself, Li Yang exclaimed cheerfully before hanging up, his playful tone resonating with mischief. After a leisurely stroll, Jiang Han reluctantly drove Su Yao back to the apartment she shared with Lin Shui. Though he voiced his unwillingness, The thought of parting tugged at his heartstrings. Each farewell deepened his appreciation for their time together. Let us savor one last taste, shall we? Jiang Han murmured, his voice laced with a childlike charm, reminiscent of a little one yearning for a toy. No more tasting. We need to head back. Su Yao insisted as she exited the car. Observing his reluctant expression, she felt a mix of amusement and warmth. She understood that despite his protests, he genuinely cared for her and valued their moments together. Seeing her departure, Jiang Han rolled down the passenger window. Really no more tasting? Hurry back. Li Yang and the others are still hungry. Su Yao responded, her tone tinged with exasperation, yet underscored with concern for Jiang Han. She did not wish for him to delay his time with friends on her account. Fine then, goodbye. See you tomorrow, Jiang Han said, his reluctance evident, yet he acknowledged Su Yao's reasoning. He didn't want to keep everyone waiting, recognizing the importance of friendship. Goodbye? Su Yao replied with a smile, her expression like a gentle spring breeze rippling across a serene lake, bringing a sense of tranquility. Jiang Han nodded, then drove away in his Bugatti, heading towards the academy. The engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, echoing his eagerness tinged with reluctance. The night scenery flashed by like a slideshow, yet Jiang Han's thoughts lingered on the moment they had just shared, his lips curling into a blissful smile. On his way back, Jiang Han made a deliberate stop at a familiar snack shop. Entering, he adeptly ordered, "Boss, 3 portions of fried noodles, please add extra ingredients." The owner responded with a smile, "Sure thing, coming right up." As Jiang Han stood by, watching the owner skillfully stir-fry the noodles, the enticing aroma began to waft through the air, reminding him of his ravenous friends back at the dormitory. Noticing a nearby milk tea shop, he stepped inside and bought 4 cups of milk tea. Soon, the fried noodles and milk tea were ready for takeout. Carrying the steaming food, Jiang Han hopped back into his car and sped towards the academy. As he approached the dormitory, the shouts of his friends engrossed in a video game echoed, causing his ears to ring slightly. He pushed open the door, exclaiming, "What the heck? Weren't you about to starve? How can you still shout so energetically?" There, Liang, Wang Zhe, and Zhang Yu were intensely focused on the computer screen, fingers flying over the keyboard, shouting, "Go! Use your ultimate move." "Ah, welcome back, young Master Han." Zhang Yu turned to glance at him, grinning widely, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of gaming. Jiang Han set the food on the table before heading towards the bathroom to freshen up. As he walked, he remarked, "Damn it, Liang. You interrupted a moment between Su Yao and me, so treat me to a feast in a few days." His teasing tone carried a sense of camaraderie and intimacy among friends. Entering the bathroom, Jiang Han turned on the tap, cool water splashing on his face, refreshing him instantly. Standing before the mirror, he tidied his hair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After a quick wash, he sat on his bed just as the game concluded for the trio. Liang leaned closer, grinning, "I interrupted your moment with Su Yao, but I can take you to kiss other beauties instead." His words were laced with jest, yet underscored by admiration and friendly banter. "Get lost," Jiang Han retorted, though his eyes betrayed no annoyance, rather a tender indulgence. He reached out and gently patted Li Yang's shoulder, signaling him to cease. "I'll go instead," Wang Zhe chimed in, his tone earnest, as if he were prepared to take Jiang Han's place at this anticipated feast. His comment evoked laughter from the group. Time passed quietly, like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, the first year of university life had come to an end. A palpable air of farewell enveloped the campus, as students busily packed their belongings and exchanged heartfelt goodbyes. Their faces reflected a blend of relief from concluding a semester of rigorous study and eager anticipation for the upcoming vacation. "So, where are you off to during the break?" "Han," Zhang Yu inquired, excitement bubbling within him as he fervently stuffed clothes into his suitcase, his gaze fixed on Jiang Han, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'll head back home for a bit, and if there's nothing pressing, I'll come find you all," Jiang Han replied casually, methodically organizing his books and clothes, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. This past year in his freshman studies had been fruitful, and he had forged deep bonds with his dormitory brothers. Thus, he eagerly looked forward to reuniting during the holiday. "You must come visit. I'll show you the beauties of Kyoto," Zhang Yu said with a grin, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow. He believed that in a bustling metropolis like Kyoto, the number of beautiful women was boundless and felt it imperative for Jiang Han to witness it firsthand. "Wow, count me in," Liang exclaimed, his spirit instantly ignited. He paused his packing, springing up from his seat with enthusiasm, fists clenched, his eyes alight with visions of the lovely girls he imagined wandering the streets of Kyoto. Wang Zhe, leisurely tidying his belongings nearby, chuckled and shook his head at their banter. "You two are incorrigible, always chasing after pretty faces. But if Jiang Han is indeed headed to Kyoto, a gathering would certainly be splendid." Jiang Han couldn't help but smile at their exuberance, assuring them, "All right. Once I sort out my schedule, I'll definitely come find you. We'll have a blast together. When do you leave?" Jiang Han asked Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe. In a bit, my family is here to pick me up, Wang Zhe replied, gesturing towards the window where a luxurious business car awaited, the driver standing by, patiently waiting. Same here, my brother sent someone to collect me, Zhang Yu added, giving Jiang Han a friendly pat on the shoulder. Make sure to contact me when you get to Kyoto. There are so many fun places to explore. Okay, are you free this afternoon? Jiang Han asked Li Yang, already contemplating a trip to the car exhibition, thinking it would be more enjoyable with his friend. I'm free. What else on the agenda? Li Yang inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, always eager for exciting ventures. There's a car exhibition at the Zhonghai Convention Center this afternoon. Want to check it out? Jiang Han suggested. His passion for cars evident, especially after having driven a supercar for a while. He yearned to explore a different style of vehicle. Are you planning to buy a car? Li Yang asked, surprised, not expecting Jiang Han to be contemplating another purchase. To him, Jiang Han's Bugatti was already quite impressive. I've had enough of driving supercars daily. It's time to see if I can find something more suitable, Jiang Han replied, stretching leisurely, a contented expression on his face. Besides, the exhibition will showcase a variety of cars. Who knows what delightful surprises await? Li Yang, invigorated by the idea, rubbed his hands together eagerly. Great. I'll join you. I want to see what marvelous cars are on display, and maybe I'll find one I'd like to buy in the future. As they spoke, Zhang Yu and Wang Zhe had already gathered their luggage and were preparing to depart. They embraced Jiang Han and Li Yang once more, bidding them farewell before stepping into the awaiting vehicle, which gradually rolled out of the campus. My brother seems to be at the convention center too, Li Yang remarked as they settled into the car, pulling out his phone to check a message from his brother, confirming his memory. Wei Gu is there too? What is so special about this car show? Jiang Han asked, curiosity piqued, wondering what rare models could possibly entice Li Yang's brother, Li Wei, to attend. Not sure. Let us find him and ask, Li Yang replied, equally eager to witness some unique cars and catch up with his brother. Soon, the two arrived at the car exhibition in the Bugatti. As the vehicle glided into the venue, it instantly attracted a multitude of admiring glances. Bystanders halted in their tracks, their attention captivated by the dazzling Bugatti. The sunlight glinted off its sleek body, casting a radiant sheen as if gilding the car in gold. Isn't that the Bugatti belonging to young Master Han? Someone exclaimed, their voice laced with astonishment and envy. Ever since he had acquired a Koenigsegg, Jiang Han's reputation, coupled with this Bugatti, had become unparalleled in Zhonghai. His extravagant spending and flamboyant demeanor drew everyone's curiosity, and whenever the Bugatti made an appearance, it inevitably became the center of attention. After parking the car, the two stepped out. Jiang Han donned a stylish yet simple casual outfit, exuding an air of sophistication, while Li Yang followed closely, his face brimming with excitement. They made their way towards the exhibition hall, during which Li Yang called his brother. The call connected swiftly. Bro, Jiang Han and I are at the car show. Where are you? Li Wei's cheerful voice resonated from the other end. I'm in Hall 6. Come find me. After hanging up, Li Yang turned to Jiang Han. My brother's in Hall 6. Let us head over there. The pair quickened their pace, weaving through the crowd towards Hall 6. Along the way, they could hear whispers and see people pointing at Jiang Han and his Bugatti. However, Jiang Han remained unfazed by the attention, his thoughts solely on the car show, eager to discover his dream vehicle. Upon entering Hall 6, they were greeted by a breathtaking array of luxury cars, each one displayed under radiant lighting, shimmering enticingly. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached each exhibit, meticulously examining the exterior and details of every automobile. Meanwhile, Li Yang scanned the area, searching for his brother's familiar figure. Xiaoyan. Over here. Li Wei's voice boomed from the VIP section, familiar and welcoming. The two immediately followed the sound, spotting Li Wei standing beside a plush sofa, a selection of exquisite refreshments laid out on the coffee table. Wei Gu, what brings you here today? Jiang Han inquired, curiosity dancing in his eyes, hands casually tucked into his pockets, radiating a laid-back charm. You two just showed up without knowing? Li Wei responded, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smirk. Jiang Han mentioned wanting to buy a different car, so we decided to come and take a look. What's on display, bro? Li Yang chimed in, bouncing excitedly beside Li Wei. The Lamborghini Veneno, and it's the hardtop version, of which only 3 exist globally. Li Wei announced, his voice tinged with enthusiasm and admiration for this supercar. Wait, have you divorced? Or are you planning to get a new sister-in-law? You're considering buying such an expensive car? Li Yang quipped, grinning widely as he playfully teased Li Wei. Get lost. Just because I'm not buying doesn't mean I can't take a look. Li Wei retorted, lightly tapping Li Yang on the head before continuing. Xiaohan, how about you? Any thoughts? Then I won't hold back. Jiang Han replied with a confident smile, his expression composed. He then glanced towards the car concealed in the VIP area, envisioning the striking design of the Lamborghini Veneno, an exquisite supercar he couldn't afford to overlook. Li Wei observed Jiang Han's reaction and chuckled. Well done, Xiao Han, you have good taste. This Lamborghini Veneno not only boasts a stunning appearance, but also top-notch performance. The globally limited hardtop version, when cruising down the road, undoubtedly garners an overwhelming amount of attention. Li Yang, brimming with excitement, leapt up and exclaimed, wow, if Jiang Han purchases it, our outings will be even more spectacular. At that moment, a staff member dressed in a professional sales uniform approached with a smile, saying, gentlemen, would you like me to introduce the Lamborghini Veneno? Jiang Han nodded and replied, sure, please provide us with a detailed explanation. The staff member stepped forward to unveil the car, gently pulling away the cover, revealing an exceptionally extravagant and futuristic Lamborghini Veneno before everyone. Its sharp lines and unique design resembled a fierce beast poised to strike, exuding an intoxicating allure. The staff member began to passionately elaborate. The Lamborghini Veneno is constructed with an abundance of carbon fiber, rendering the body both lightweight and robust. It is equipped with a powerful engine, boasting impressive acceleration that reaches 100 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. Furthermore, the interior is the epitome of luxury, with every detail reflecting Lamborghini's high-end quality. The globally limited hardtop version holds immense collectible value. As Jiang Han listened intently while circling the car for a closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Li Yang and Li Wei were equally captivated, occasionally gasping in awe. After carefully examining the vehicle, Jiang Han addressed the staff member, stating, I'll take it. Please assist me with the paperwork. His tone was resolute and decisive, as if acquiring such a luxury car were an everyday affair. Apologies, sir, but this vehicle is being sold through auction today. The highest bidder wins. Chapter 88, Encountering Bai Chen again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded and inquired about the start time, his gaze fixed intently on the salesperson, his tone tinged with eagerness. Clearly impatient to participate in the bidding for the Lamborghini Veneno. Sir, there are 20 minutes remaining. The salesperson respectfully responded, a professional smile gracing his face, his eyes revealing a keen interest in Jiang Han as a potential high-value client. As the three conversed, Bai Chen's voice resonated as he entered the room, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Dressed in an expensive tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and an air of arrogance upon his face. He was flanked by several imposing bodyguards and a few fashionable companions, unmistakably his entourage. Bai Chen's gaze immediately fell upon the trio, who also happened to be looking in his direction. The moment he spotted them, his expression darkened, as though a storm cloud had obscured a once clear sky. Those accompanying Bai Chen were well aware of the conflict between him and Jiang Han, and their previously cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by an aura of tension and unease. What unfortunate fate to cross paths with enemies once again, Jiang Han remarked slowly, his voice resonating clearly in the VIP room despite its low volume. His tone dripped with disdain and mockery, his eyes betraying a hint of provocation. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, felt the veins on his forehead bulge, his fists clenching involuntarily. As if ready to charge at Jiang Han, he stormed towards the trio, fury radiating from him. You won't win this car, nor will you win anything today, Bai Chen declared, pointing at Jiang Han and Li Wei. His tone brimmed with menace, his eyes glinting with malice. Oh, does young Master Chen mean that only you can bid? Jiang Han replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his eyes reflected a smirk of disdain. Leaning back on the sofa, arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an air of casual nonchalance. Huh, go ahead and bid. I find it rather dull without worthy opponents. Bai Chen retorted dismissively, his chin raised, his gaze filled with arrogance. Please, who isn't wealthy? I have more than enough money to spend. Jiang Han responded with a chuckle, then turned to Li Wei and continued, Brother Wei, I'll be heading back tomorrow. I'll leave my 2 cars at your racetrack for you and Li Yang to enjoy. His tone was light and carefree, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. 2 cars? What else do you have besides the Knight's Whisper? Li Yang asked eagerly, his eyes wide with curiosity. Well, there's another one parked out back, Jiang Han replied, settling into his seat. He gestured towards the parking lot, a confident smile gracing his face. He knew that the auction would be fiercely competitive, but he felt assured in his capability to secure the Lamborghini Veneno. Bai Chen, observing Jiang Han's self-assured demeanor, felt his anger intensify. Gritting his teeth, he warned, Jiang Han, don't presume that your wealth grants you unbridled freedom. I am determined to win this car today. Just wait for your loss. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh, replying, Bai Chen, do not be overly arrogant. The outcome is yet to be determined. Let us see who prevails in the auction. As the time for the auction drew nearer, the atmosphere in the VIP room grew increasingly tense. Jiang Han, Li Wei, and Li Yang sat on one side, while Bai Chen and his entourage occupied the opposite side. both parties glaring at each other as if a war without gunpowder was about to erupt. The Lamborghini Veneno, meticulously showcased, stood like an enticing prize awaiting the ultimate victor. Gradually, more guests arrived in the VIP room, the once spacious area becoming somewhat crowded. People adorned in various high-end attire radiated confidence and anticipation. Numerous individuals approached Li Wei to greet him, some enthusiastically shaking hands, others affectionately patting his shoulder. Their words laden with respect and flattery. "Brother, how do you know so many people?" Li Yang asked incredulously, eyeing those who were eagerly conversing with Li Wei. His expression filled with confusion. To him, it seemed that everyone held Li Wei in high esteem, yet he was unaware of his brother's extensive connections in Zhonghai. Zhonghai is not that large. There are only a few capable of purchasing this vehicle. How could I not know them? Li Wei chuckled, his smile warm and confident. Within the upper echelons of Zhonghai's social circle, Li Wei had already established a modest reputation through his wealth and capabilities. He frequently participated in various high-end social events, meeting numerous influential figures. Given the Lamborghini Veneno's global limited hardtop version and its exorbitant price, only a select few had the means to bid, naturally leading to mutual acquaintance. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Wei, your network is truly impressive. It seems that in Zhonghai, there is nothing you cannot achieve." Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, humbly responding, "Oh, it's nothing. We all know each other. However, this auction will undoubtedly be fiercely competitive, and we must all be prepared." Just then, a staff member approached and cleared his throat, announcing, "Dear guests, the auction is about to commence. Please proceed to the bidding area." Everyone rose, heading towards the auction site. Jiang Han, Li Wei, and Li Yang followed the crowd, while Bai Chun, accompanied by his entourage, deliberately maintained distance, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Upon arriving at the auction venue, it was already filled to capacity. On stage, the Lamborghini Veneno gleamed under the spotlight, radiating an enchanting glow. The auctioneer stood nearby, holding a gavel, his face adorned with a professional smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Our auction is about to begin," the auctioneer proclaimed, his voice resonant and captivating, aiming to elevate the atmosphere in the room. However, the anticipation among the attendees was palpable, their attention wholly fixated on the Lamborghini Veneno. "Enough chatter, let's commence," someone called out, their voice tinged with urgency. This proclamation elicited a chorus of agreement, and the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excited murmurs. "Very well, let us begin," the host declared, positioning himself beside the illustrious Lamborghini and announcing, "Our starting bid is 1 yuan." The moment the figure was uttered, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, with every gaze riveted upon the magnificent treasure. With that, Bai Chun boldly placed a bid of 50 million. His voice resonated with clarity and determination, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was assured of victory. He deliberately raised his voice and cast a provocative glance at Jiang Han, as if to declare that he had this auction in the bag. Chapter 89. I will outbid you by 1. Instantly following Bai Chen's bid, murmurs erupted around him. Young Master Bai truly is the epitome of a wealthy heir. Initiating with 50 million. Upon hearing the accolades, Bai Chun lifted his chin slightly, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, his smile brighter than ever, as though the Lamborghini Veneno were already his possession. 50 million and 1. Jiang Han's calm and resolute voice cut through the crowd, akin to a pebble cast into a still lake, sending ripples of surprise through the assembly. Bai Chun's previously triumphant demeanor froze, his expression darkening, a flicker of anger and disbelief flashing in his eyes, as he hadn't anticipated Jiang Han to so effortlessly dismantle his perceived advantage. Upon hearing Jiang Han's bid, Bai Chun, with a grim countenance, declared 55 million. 55 million and 1. Jiang Han immediately countered, his tone remaining steady, as if engaging in a delightful game with Bai Chun. 60 million. Bai Chun retorted instantly, his voice quivering slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. 60 million and 1. Jiang Han replied without hesitation, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Han's actions propelled the auction into a fervent climax. With the crowd buzzing, who is this person? How dare he compete with young Master Bai? And only increasing by a mere 1,000 each time. Expressions of astonishment and curiosity adorned the faces of the onlookers, baffled by Jiang Han's seemingly reckless strategy. "I don't know, but he looks so familiar. Have I seen him somewhere?" Someone pondered, furrowing their brow in an effort to recall Jiang Han's identity. "That's young Master Han, the one who previously burned the Koenigsegg." At last, someone recognized Jiang Han, and the news spread like wildfire through the crowd. Enlightenment washed over the faces of many, coupled with a newfound respect for Jiang Han. Bai Chun, upon hearing the murmurs, felt the weight of ire deepen within him. His jaw clenched, a fiery rage igniting in his heart. He had not anticipated Jiang Han's formidable reputation in Zhonghai, which he perceived as a significant affront to his pride. Jiang Han, are you not finished yet? Bai Chen erupted, rising angrily, his face flushed, fists clenched tightly as his body quivered with indignation. To him, Jiang Han's tactic of making minuscule increments was a deliberate humiliation. What's the matter? Young master Bai doesn't want me to bid? Just because I have money doesn't mean I can't spend it. Jiang Han retorted with a grin, his eyes brimming with provocation, a smirk adorning his face as he sought to incite Bai Chen into a rash decision. Li Yong and Li Wei, witnessing Jiang Han's cheeky demeanor, erupted into laughter. Li Yong doubled over, slapping his thigh in mirth, while Li Wei shook his head with a smile, admiration gleaming in his eyes for Jiang Han. Young master Bai, if you desire it, then continue to bid. Next time, I shall outbid you by 1. After all, the starting price is merely 1 yuan. Jiang Han continued, deliberately elongating his words, emphasizing the phrase 1 yuan with exaggerated clarity, as if reminding Bai Chen of the auction's rules. 65 million. Bai Chen shouted with indignation, his voice hoarse from fury. He could no longer afford to contemplate. His sole desire was to escalate the price and force Jiang Han to retreat. 65 million and 1. Jiang Han instantly countered. 70 million. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, raising his bid once more, a glint of resolve in his eyes. 70 million and 1. Jiang Han responded nonchalantly, his tone relaxed, as if this were merely a trivial game. 80 million. Bai Chen practically roared, his body swaying with agitation, veins pulsing in his forehead, revealing the extent of his exasperation. 80 million, 111. Jiang Han quipped immediately, relishing Bai Chen's fury, savoring the sensation of controlling the situation. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. All eyes fixated on Jiang Han and Bai Chen. Spectators speculated the auction's outcome, marveling at Jiang Han's audacity and Bai Chen's wrath. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini Veneno, glimmering under the lights, appeared to silently observe this fierce contest. 85 million. Bai Chen took a deep breath as he resumed his original position, striving to regain composure. Yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The recent emotional outburst had drained him, his movements appearing somewhat disheveled as he sat down. Hey, young master Bai, can't you apply some pressure? Your increments of 5 million are dragging this on indefinitely. Time is of the essence, Jiang Han remarked, his face alight with mockery. He intentionally employed this tactic to unnerve Bai Chen, then turned to the host, announcing with vigor, 100 million. This declaration of 100 million detonated in the room like a bomb, silencing the previously murmuring crowd, all eyes now riveted on Jiang Han. Their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The sudden surge in price had far exceeded their expectations. After his proclamation, Jiang Han continued to gaze at Bai Chen, saying, Young master Bai, apply some pressure. My money comes as easily as the wind. He emphasized the phrase as easily as the wind, raising an eyebrow, his brazen demeanor incensing Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face darkened, alternating between shades of green and white. He had not anticipated Jiang Han's abrupt leap to 100 million, which utterly disrupted his rhythm. His grip on the armrest tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Internally, he wrestled with turmoil. On one hand, he refused to concede to Jiang Han, yet on the other, the figure of 100 million exceeded his initial budget. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, with everyone awaiting Bai Chen's response. He inhaled deeply, gradually rising, a glint of resolve in his eyes as he clenched his jaw and declared, 120 million. Upon finishing, his body trembled slightly, the cause unknown, whether from anger or anxiety. 120 million and 1. Jiang Han chirped cheerfully, unperturbed as he regarded Bai Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Han's bid, Bai Chen shut his eyes, hands clenched tightly, trembling. After a minute or two, he slowly rose and departed from the scene. Chapter 90. Are you buying cabbage? So casual. Bai Chen, akin to a chastised pup, stormed off in fury, his silhouette exuding indignation and resentment, swiftly vanishing into the crowd. The host, observing this, bellowed enthusiastically, Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the Lamborghini Veneno. Truly extravagant, wouldn't you agree? The applause erupted instantaneously, all gazes converging on Jiang Han like spotlights, their expressions filled with envy and admiration. The staff promptly approached, guiding Jiang Han onto the stage. With a confident and graceful stride, Jiang Han made his way towards the sports car that occupied his thoughts. On stage, the lights illuminated the vehicle, perfectly complementing the aura of dominance that Jiang Han exuded. Absolutely breathtaking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slapping Bai Chen's face. Reward. 1 consumption rebate. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Han's mind, heightening his already palpable excitement. A smile crept across his lips, barely concealing his thrill, as he enthusiastically invited Li Wei and Li Yong to capture a moment in front of the car. The trio gathered around the vehicle, their excitement evident as their smiles stretched from ear to ear. Positioned centrally, Jiang Han draped an arm over Li Wei's shoulder while embracing Li Yang. The supercar beside them drawing all eyes, instantly becoming the star of the car show, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Wei Gu, please arrange for the car to be transported to the racetrack, Jiang Han said with a grin. No problem, leave it to me. You can rest assured. It's all taken care of, Li Wei replied, his smile radiating confidence as he playfully punched Jiang Han's shoulder, embodying the spirit of a superhero ready to tackle any challenge. Shortly thereafter, the three were warmly ushered into the VIP delivery room. The opulence of the delivery room was beyond extravagant. The sofas were as soft as clouds, and the leather felt warm to the touch. The artwork adorning the walls exuded a sense of immense value. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, shimmering brilliantly and illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Han produced his bank card and effortlessly swiped it on the POS machine, a soft beep signaling the successful transaction. Just like that, he had acquired a supercar with such ease. It was simply remarkable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 100,000,001 yuan, triggering a 7x rebate. The system's voice announced the moment Jiang Han completed his payment. His heart raced, an indescribable excitement washing over him. Oh no, I almost forgot the main objective. I came here to buy a car. Sports cars are uncomfortable to drive, Jiang Han suddenly recalled, tapping his forehead in frustration, a look of chagrin crossing his face. He had been so immersed in the joy of winning the auction and the system's rewards that he nearly forgot the purpose of his visit to the car show. The sales representative quickly seized the opportunity, beaming with enthusiasm. Sir, we have a Lamborghini SUV that would be perfect for a young man like yourself. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, attempting to illustrate the car's merits. Not interested, I'll look at something else. Jiang Han firmly rejected, his tone resolute and devoid of hesitation. He had already formed his own opinions and held little interest in Lamborghini's SUV. You two go ahead and browse. I've seen enough excitement for now, Li Wei said with a smile, patting Jiang Han and Li Yang on the shoulders, his gaze warm. He felt he had witnessed an exhilarating auction and it was time to attend to his own matters. Goodbye, Wei Gu, Jiang Han replied cheerfully, waving goodbye with a sincere smile. All right, goodbye, Li Wei responded with a nod, and then the three departed together. Upon exiting the delivery room, they were greeted by the lively atmosphere of the car show, where various luxury vehicles gleamed, captivating the attention of onlookers. By the way, Xiaohan, I'll have someone come over to tow your car. You can pick it up whenever you want to drive, Li Wei said with a smile, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Knowing that Jiang Han would continue to explore the car show and wouldn't he find it convenient to take the car with him. Sure, Wei Gu, feel free to enjoy it. After all, it's merely a toy, Jiang Han replied with a laugh, showing little attachment to the Lamborghini Veneno he had just acquired, viewing it simply as a source of amusement. All right, I won't be polite then. I'm off, Li Wei said, before departing. His figure gradually faded into the crowd as Jiang Han and Li Yang continued to roam the car show, their eyes wandering from one luxury vehicle to another, hoping to discover a car that would truly satisfy Jiang Han. As they strolled, Jiang Han's gaze was captivated by a Range Rover, its robust lines exuding a sense of stability and authority. His eyes sparkled as though he had found what he had been searching for all along. They quickly made their way over. Is this model available? Jiang Han approached directly, inquiring succinctly and without hesitation. This one, sir. This is our Range Rover Autobiography long wheelbase. We have it in stock. A male sales representative eagerly responded, his face radiating a warm smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Knowing that this young man might be a significant client, can we complete all the paperwork this afternoon? Jiang Han asked again, eager to get the car in his possession so he could relish the joy of driving. Absolutely, sir, the sales representative assured, confidently patting his chest, already calculating the commission he would earn from this deal. Swipe the card, Jiang Han said, his tone calm and resolute as if it were the most mundane task. Wow, Han Gu, you treat a multi-million purchase like buying groceries? So casual? Li Yang exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape, astonished by Jiang Han's nonchalance. Sir, we only have the highest configuration available for this model. The price is somewhat steep, the sales representative confirmed, cautiously observing Jiang Han's expression, concerned that the cost might deter him. Not an issue, swipe the card, Jiang Han replied, his gaze unwavering, as if price were of no consequence to him. The sales representative's face lit up with surprise. He anticipated the transaction to unfold so smoothly. He quickly added, Sir, please follow me to complete the paperwork. I will expedite the process for you. Jiang Han nodded and followed the sales representative alongside Li Yang to the paperwork area. Throughout the journey, Li Yang kept muttering, Han Gu, your spending power truly leaves me in awe. Jiang Han chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, replying, "Money is meant to be spent. If you like it, just buy it." During the paperwork process, Jiang Han remained remarkably composed, while Li Yang curiously observed the various documents and procedures. Before long, the paperwork was completed. The sales representative smiled at Jiang Han, saying, "Sir, congratulations on becoming the owner of our Range Rover autobiography long wheelbase. Your vehicle is ready and can be driven away at any moment." Jiang Han rose, stating, "Great, take me to see the car." The sales representative led them to the parking lot, where the brand new Range Rover autobiography long wheelbase gleamed under the sun. Jiang Han circled the vehicle, nodding in satisfaction. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, savoring the luxurious interior and comfortable seating.